Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Pack War by May Dawson. Narrated by Stephanie Rose and Chris Chambers. Prologue. The rain drizzled steadily through the tree branches above as the dead man drove down the long, muddy track. He arrived at the clearing, a deserted space in the back of the county park, and got out of his car. The sound of the car door slamming on the cold, windless day reverberated through the air. He didn't see any of them, but he knew they were there, watching him. He leaned against his door and checked his watch. He was early, but it was hard to get a jump on werewolves. They could come out any time now. He stared out at the horizon, the gray clouds hovering over the jagged tips of dark pines. He hated wolves, but he shoved his hands into his pockets and waited anyway. 5 minutes after their planned meeting time, the Alpha stepped out of the trees on the other side of the clearing. So fucking predictable. If he hadn't needed the wolves, he could have snuck up behind them and killed them all. He could easily guess where members of the Alpha's pack were watching from the trees ringing them. But he kept leaning against the door, his arms crossed, as he watched the Alpha trudge alone across the muddy expanse between them. The Alpha nodded to him curtly.
"Good evening,"
the dead man said pleasantly. He did not bother to extend his hand. Witches and wolves never made contact, except to kill each other.
"Do you have news for me?"
The Alpha growled.
"I can tell you where both pack princesses are,"
the man said. The Alpha's eyes narrowed.
"Good. Before you do something brash,"
the witch said, keenly aware of the wolves slinking out of the trees to surround him,
"I would like to suggest we work together. You get one pack princess, and all the Virginia pack lands, and I get the other. Minimal bloodshed."
The Alpha's teeth flashed in a quick grin.
"Minimal bloodshed, not a selling point. For your own pack,"
he clarified. God, such a bunch of assholes. How had he ever managed to live with wolves under his roof? Right, he'd kept them from ever shifting. What every wolf deserved, to lose their one ugly claim to being special. And one day, he'd make sure they all got what they had coming.
"My magic can ensure an easy transition of power. Using magic is forbidden for wolves."
The Alpha's hand, held by his side, clenched and then released, a signal to his pack. The witch pretended not to notice the signal or the way the wolves retreated back into the shadows of the woods.
"You wouldn't be using it,"
he promised.
"My coven and I would do the dirty work for you. The remains of my coven."
Thinking of it made him determined all over again to take that girl as his again, and to slit the throat of every werewolf in her pack. The memory of the enormous wolf snarling as it tore out his throat made him burn with rage. They had left him behind in the forest, a mangled corpse with his eyes staring up at the shifting leaves above. He was lucky that one exceptionally powerful witch had found his body in the woods. Once upon a time, that witch had a daughter who died. He had resurrected the child. Now she had repaid him, spell for spell.
"And what's in it for you? All I need is the girl."
He flashed the Alpha a tight smile. The girl. The girl. She was his, and she always would be. His to use, and his to break.
"She's worth the effort to me. I can't get close to pack lands without tipping my hand."
The Alpha crossed his arms, shooting him a cold, considering look.
"What is your name, anyway? Why don't we go with what you call me behind my back?"
he asked.
"All right,"
the Alpha said.
"You have a deal, Ripped Throat."
Chapter 1. Piper. I could hear labored breathing and the smack of fists striking flesh even before I walked out onto the front porch of the Blissford house. Kai, Josh, and Nick were out in the front yard, shirtless and barefoot, training. I set the tray I'd just carried out on the porch table, glasses of lemonade and sweet tea clinking together softly. The guys were too intent on their battle to notice, and I leaned against the porch railing to watch them, unable to hide the smile that crossed my lips. Despite the cold, wet fall day, their bodies glistened with sweat. Josh slammed into Kai, throwing him to the ground, but Kai got an arm around his neck and sunk a fist deep into his ribs. Josh grunted, scrambling to pin him down, and Nick, who had been on Josh's side just a second before, took this opportunity to tackle him. Nick and Josh rolled across the ground. Kai glanced up at me from the ground, one eyebrow arching. He crossed his tattooed arms, looking comfortable there on the grass, while Nick and Josh pounded on each other mercilessly.
"Are you really going to princess out on us?"
Kai teased me. I'd always planned to join the fray, but I pursed my lips at him, pretending that I had no intention of getting dirty today myself. He shook his head, smiling to himself, as he rolled to his feet. He was still bent over, pushing himself off the ground, as I vaulted the porch railing soundlessly. I slammed into Kai, knocking him head over ass across the yard. He bobbed up to his feet, a lot faster than he had the first time, and when he shook his head this time, it was to clear it. He was already charging forward, though, and I sidestepped him, although he was moving so fast that I tripped while retreating on the rough ground. I barely caught myself, sinking to one knee briefly before I scrambled up again. He'd started to move forward to take advantage of the opening, but I was up before he had the chance. The two of us circled each other. Kai looked quite self-satisfied for a guy with a streak of mud across his cheek.
"You're looking strong."
"Thank you," I said. I didn't mean thank you for the compliment itself. I'd joined the guys in their training, and they were the reason I looked, and more importantly, felt strong now. His eyes flickered over my shoulder. Was Nick or Josh right behind me? And I half spun to face the threat, my fists still raised, dropping my weight low. There was no one behind me. Trap. I was already twisting to one side as I turned back. I could sense him coming before I saw him out of the corner of my eye. Still, I didn't manage to twist entirely out of the way. He snagged me around the waist, carrying me with him to the ground. As soon as I slammed into the ground, I rolled away, trying to get a knee beneath me. The guys all had a significant weight advantage on me, and fighting on the ground was the worst place for me. But he was already pinning me down, throwing his body against mine. One hard forearm came down across my throat, holding me down but not pressing quite hard enough to make me choke.
"Almost,"
Kai said, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He brushed his lips across my forehead. "Next time," I promised him.
"I'm sure my day is coming,"
he said, and I knew he meant it. It made me want to kiss him. And if I could have moved, I would have taken his jaw in mine and kissed him back. Maybe he knew that, because he ducked his head, his lips nuzzling the corner of my mouth. The edge of his forearm pressing against my throat sent a pleasant buzz of danger through my body as my lips parted, inviting him to explore further. Someone tackled Kai off me. The two of them rolled over and over, scrambling for a grip. I climbed to my feet, rolling my eyes, as much as I could while looking out for any threats, and picked a leaf out of my hair. Callum was the one who had just tackled Kai, and despite Kai's quick, lean strength, he was good and pinned now. He struggled for a while, then reached up and patted Callum's shoulder. Callum jumped up off him and offered him a hand up. Kai took it and rolled easily to his feet.
"I'm glad you guys are having fun,"
Callum said.
"But I have the ingredients. It's time."
It's time. A groan was on my lips, but Callum studied my face, hazel eyes intent. I didn't want to give away how much I dreaded our attempts to break the spells that bound me. This would be the 5th new counterspell we'd tried. They were all different. Some of them used blood, and some used herbs. But they all hurt. Still, I'm strong enough to take the pain even if I dread it. It's the only way to get my powers back. It's the only way to take my place in the world of shifters, to be able to protect myself, my sister, and my pack, and to pull my own weight in a dangerous world. That was the 5-second pep talk I gave myself anyway, before I flashed Callum a smile and said, Let's do this. No matter how much my inner self said, actually, let's not. The 5 of us walked into the backyard, into the broad expanse of backyard. The sun glinted off the windows of the abandoned pool house, and the grill and the deck chairs were all covered for winter. We were here for the fire pit in the center of the grass. Nick stroked my back, his touch light and comforting, and I flashed him the same fake smile I had for Callum. Nick wrapped his arm around me and brushed his lips against my hairline. Never could fool that man, and I loved him for it. As the guys bustled around, preparing the spell, I leaned my head on Nick's chest and fumed silently. Not at anyone here, but at how cruel it all was. The man I'd thought was my father had used enchantments to take my magic for his own. He'd used my own magic against me and altered my mind, planting false memories of growing up with Maddie. And the way he'd stolen my magic meant that I'd never shifted. I might never shift, as long as any of the witches who had bound me were alive. Callum was trying to track the rest of my father's coven down to kill them, but for now, we were stuck on Plan B. Remove the magic with counterspells.
You ready, Piper?
Callum slid his hand across my lower back. The weight and warmth of his hand was comforting. Maybe he knew exactly what it was he was asking from me every time we tried. He just knew that we had to do it anyway. Ready? I said. Nick still had his arm around me. Callum hovered close, but nodded to Josh. Josh flashed me a rueful look, the sweetest guy, the one to hurt me, and struck a match. He crouched and leaned over the fire pit, coaxing the flame. It began as an ache in my temples, like I'd had a bad day. The fire caught, suddenly, and supernatural flames leapt into the air, casting sparks of blue and green and gold. It was beautiful, but the sparks formed halos as my vision blurred. The pain in my temples was suddenly so intense that I reeled. My muscles tightened, so quickly and intensely that I almost puked. Callum and Nick held me up, tightly, before gently lowering me to the ground. The pain was so bad I couldn't bear it, and I gritted my teeth, drawing my knees into my chest, trying to take it just a little longer. Long enough for the counter-magic to do its work. The grass tickled my nose, and suddenly, in my memory, I was 6 years old again. I sat up in the grass, looking toward the orange and gray tent pitched just across the clearing. My father was feeding wood to a small fire. My mother stood next to him, saying something, and it made him look up and laugh. A lump came into my throat. This week, camping with my parents, before my mother was pregnant with Maddie, before she died, had been a complicated memory for a long time. When I was little and wanted to believe in him, it had been evidence that my father still loved me. Except now I knew it might not be true. I didn't know if my father had been with a woman when I was little, or if all these memories were fake.
Hey,
My father called across the clearing.
are you going to nap in the grass all day, Piper? Or are we going fishing?
In the distance, I heard Kai ask.
Is she okay? I don't know.
Callum answered.
This 1,000-yard stare is new. You don't know. You should know.
Josh's voice was heated. It was all so distant. They might as well have been gods talking back and forth in the sky. My father scooped me up from the grass, and I giggled as he slung me over his shoulder. My arms fell limp, and my fingertips brushed over the tall grasses that rimmed the lake as he carried me toward the water. Being upside down made my head ache, and the world turned to a bright blur, but I felt so happy. And the sunny world of my childhood flickered to something dark. Just for a second, I glimpsed the black shape of pines behind us as my father carried me towards something in the darkness. Then the bright memories were back. My father was teasing me about whether I would hook my own worm today. This memory was a lie. He put his hand on my lower back to steady me as he slung me down to the grass. For a second, he loomed over me, studying me intensely. Then his face cracked into a smile.
You're my favorite little girl in the whole wide world. You know that?
That wasn't right. The intense way he'd looked at me before he smiled, that was real, though, and I squeezed my eyes shut, closing out the bright sun haloing his face. and tried to call his face to mind again. It was hard to open my eyes. My head hurt so badly. When I did, my father was slinging me down to the couch. Blurrily, I could see a small living room and a kitchen behind. He leaned over me, looking worried. Then his hand cupped my forehead, and he murmured words I didn't understand. Sleep came for me then, dragging me down mercilessly. Even though my eyes were closed, I could tell the world around me was bright. Nope, I wasn't going back to the lies.
Piper.
Callum's voice was urgent. I noted that with curiosity. The real world felt like a dream right now.
Can you wake up?
Ignoring him, I focused on the pain in my head. That was real. This heaviness and deep ache like I might never pick my head up from the couch again. I opened my eyes. The cabin was dimly lit. My eyes flickered, painfully, over the room. The other couch, the television, the tidy little kitchen. It was empty. I was all alone. When I tried to sit up, my stomach clenched. As bile burned up my throat, I tried to lurch to my feet, but I fell instead. My hand slammed into the coffee table as I bent forward. Tears burned in my eyes when my stomach emptied, and a sense of dread came over me. Dad would be so mad I'd thrown up in the living room. I stumbled to my feet, even though it made the world sway around me, and reeled across the room, looking for the bathroom. When I opened the door and turned on the lights, there was a mirror opposite me above the sink. The mirror reflected my face as a little girl. Small face, upturned nose, faint freckles. But my blonde hair was matted with blood. One of my eyes was completely bloodshot, surrounded by black and purple bruises. My lips parted, staring at myself in horror, and I screamed. And I sat up, screaming. In front of me was the metal fire pit, the waving grass of the backyard. Callum gathered me into his arms, stroking my forehead with his big, rough hand. He whispered into my ear, trying to calm me down. Nick held my hand, his fingers tight, as if he had been holding my hand that whole time, trying to keep me tied to the real world. My head still ached. I couldn't stop thinking about my damaged face in the mirror, about how little I had been. It worked. Kind of, I said, and my voice came out raspy. My throat burned. My nostrils flared as I realized I could smell vomit. I'd thrown up here when I threw up in my dream, in front of these 4 guys I adored. I pushed Callum away, gently, and staggered to my feet. I had to get away from them. I was so humiliated, so upset by the memory. I needed space. "Don't follow me," I muttered, and took off running. I slipped around the edge of the pool house. I couldn't get far, and leaned against the cool floor-to-ceiling glass. I pressed my palms to my face. Only when my fingers had groped across my face and curled into my hair did I realize that I was making sure that I wasn't broken and bleeding like I was in that memory. My father must have almost killed me when I was just a kid. Then he carried me to his hunting lodge, used spells to try to heal me, and left me there, to live or die, alone. My stomach heaved again, but I didn't throw up this time. Instead, hot tears spilled down my cheeks. Would I ever really be free of him? He was still in my head. He had altered my memories to control me. And worse, he was there in the real memories. His abuse had forever changed me. He'd torn me apart when I was just a child, and I'd healed but in broken, scarred pieces. If he and the coven had never come for me, if I had grown up with my pack, and my mother had rocked me to sleep at night, and my father had carried me on his shoulders, and if they had loved me, I'd be a different person. That little girl, and the woman I would have grown into, had died the same day my parents' bodies hit the floor.
Piper.
Callum's voice was soft. I pressed the heels of my hands into my eyes, trying to stem the tears. My voice came out as a choked laugh when I said, "You didn't listen to me."
"I'm sorry,"
he said, but he didn't go away. He wrapped strong arms around my waist, and his jaw rested gently on the top of my head. I shook my head. "I don't want you to see me like this." His arms squeezed me just a little tighter.
"I wish you'd trust me. I'm not going anywhere. None of us are."
"It's not about trust," I said into his damp shirt.
"Bullshit,"
he said, but he held me anyway, and I clung to him, no matter what I said. I wasn't sure what haunted me more, knowing there were lies rattling around in my brain, or knowing there were even darker truths hidden under those lies. Chapter 2. Light shone through the water, reminding me that life was just on the other side of the clear blue surface. I kicked out with my legs, pulling with my arms, but invisible hands held me down relentlessly. No matter how hard I struggled, I couldn't break the surface. I drew in a ragged, shaky breath as my eyes flew open. The room around me was dark and quiet, and I pressed my palm over my heart to try to slow its desperate pounding. That nightmare felt real, like something that had already happened. Nick sat up beside me, his eyes dark in the dim light, and began to rub circles across my back. My shoulders relaxed before I realized how stiff I was. Nick always seemed attuned to me, sensitive and thoughtful. Meanwhile, Josh still slept beside me, his chest rising and falling, one arm tucked beneath his head of caramel blonde hair. As much as he loved me, not much could disturb his sleep. "Nightmare," my voice came out shaky, and I regretted saying anything.
"Again?"
"I dreamed I was drowning." He nodded.
"Anything else?"
The nightmare was already fading, although the sense of terror still lingered. I shook my head. "Why? It's just a dream." Nick twined a lock of my hair around his fingers.
"There's so much we don't know. The Coven burned our books, everything about our lore, when they destroyed our pack. As much as Callum has tried to rebuild our library, maybe we're missing something."
He looked helpless, and I couldn't stand to see Nick look like that. He was worried about me. "They didn't destroy our pack." When I swayed toward him, my lips grazing his cheek, his arms closed around my waist. "They broke us apart, but they could never destroy us. We found each other again." His lips parted, and then he exhaled softly, as if he was letting go of his protest. I could imagine what those protests were. We were all broken in some ways, damaged by our years alone in a dangerous world. Kai was angry and bitter. Callum was cold and callous, determined to lead the pack into a better future at any cost. Josh tried so hard to be perfect, to be valuable, to be positive, to be strong, that it might just be his undoing. Nick carried a deep ache for the parents he didn't remember, as if, having no memories of our home, he could never find a new one. The pain in each one of them called to me, making me feel this desperate urgency to knit them back together, to knit us into the pack we were supposed to be. The worst part was that I also felt a constant restless sense that this was an impossible task, especially when I was just a girl myself, no matter how much they called me their pack princess. I couldn't even shift. "I don't know why I keep dreaming about water," I whispered. The memory still haunted me. Deep blue water above, air bubbles drifting away, the deep and terrible silence.
"Let's stay away from bridges and sailboats,"
he said. I made an X over my heart. I never learned how to swim, so it was a promise I could easily embrace. His eyes widened.
"What?"
I shrugged. My father was not particularly interested in my life, and swimming lessons hadn't been on his radar. He wasn't taking Maddie or me to the pool on his Saturdays. I'd been a few times, during summer camps or birthday parties, but the water terrified me. "Who likes wet dog?" I asked teasingly, trying to cover up the lump of discomfort in my throat.
"Does Maddie know how to swim?"
he demanded. "No," I said. "Neither of us."
"We're fixing that in the morning," he said determinedly. "No wonder you're having nightmares. If you face your fear, it'll go away."
He said it so confidently, I could almost believe it. "I don't have a swimsuit," I said.
Then we'll buy you one.
His eyes sparked mischievously. The boys liked buying things for me, and Nick especially seemed to love giving gifts. And then he pulled me further into his arms, resting his chin on top of my head.
I'd love to see you in a little bikini.
I'd love to see you in one, I shot back, snuggling into his arms. He settled back against the headboard, and I rested my head on his broad chest. The steady thread of his heartbeat against my cheek calmed my own racing heart.
Maybe I will,
he said,
if it will get you to face your fears.
Josh sat up sleepily on his elbows, blinking.
You two have a lot to say at 3 o'clock in the morning. You have a lot to say during our other 18 waking hours,
Nick said.
We have to make up for lost time.
Despite Josh's eyes being heavy-lidded with sleep, he still managed to roll them. He sat up with effort, the muscles in his biceps standing out sharply as he moved to sit cross-legged. The defined angles of his abs stood out above the black waistband of his boxer briefs.
What's up? She can't swim,
Nick said. I was annoyed by having that particular, slightly embarrassing fact stated so flatly. I also couldn't help but notice they almost always said she when they spoke of me, or called me by a nickname when they were talking about me. I wasn't Piper Sullivan anymore, but who was I? I didn't know any more than they did.
Then we'll teach you.
Josh cocked his head to one side, his eyes meeting mine. Deep blue eyes, flecked with silver flecks, bore into mine, as if he was going to figure out all my secrets. I didn't want to talk about the nightmare anymore, which seemed distant and silly now, and I dropped my gaze to the thick quilt across our laps.
More than that,
Nick said.
Tell him.
It was just a nightmare.
Was it?
Josh's index finger gently lifted my chin, as if he thought he'd know the truth when he looked into my eyes. A small frown dimpled his brows. There was something they weren't telling me, something that made them think this was more than a dream. They must think I was having a vision of the future. But that was ridiculous. Of course, a year ago, the idea of snuggling up with a couple of werewolves at night would have seemed ridiculous. So I should be open to the possibilities. Nick yawned, slapping his hand over his wide mouth a second too late to hide his pearly white teeth, and then stretched, a slow, languid, sexy movement that seemed almost feline.
Is anyone going back to sleep now?
I am. I'd been displaced by his stretch, but now I put my head back down on his shoulder.
Because we could go swimming right now.
I cupped my palm over Nick's mouth. I still don't have a suit. And no. His tongue darted out and licked my palm. I snatched my hand away, grinning. Did you really?
Why not? You're delicious,
he said, and then growled, catching me around the waist. He rolled over with me, pinning him beneath me. Josh watched us with bemused eyes, folding his arms across his chest. I reached out and grabbed his bicep as Nick pinned me down. As Nick's knees settled on either side of my hips, he ran his fingertips up my sides, under my shirt, tickling me. I wriggled helplessly beneath him. I wrapped my fingers around Josh's bicep, and he raised an eyebrow.
Yes?
A little help? I raised my eyebrows at him. He could rescue me from Nick's tickling.
Of course. Absolutely.
Josh shifted, as if he was going to tackle Nick to the ground. I'd seen him do just that dozens of times before when they were training. Then, instead, he leaned over me, a mischievous smile arching his lips, and raised his fingers across my neck. I threw my head to one side to trap his warm hand between my shoulder and jaw, and his lips descended mercilessly onto my throat to finish the job. He covered my throat with kisses, quick and passionate, as if he would devour me. Nick's fingers tickled the skin just above the waistband of my sleep shorts, and when my hips jerked, his hand flattened, pressing me down to the bed. Josh's lips swept up my throat to my ear.
Do you like being tickled?
I couldn't hide my smile, but I turned my head away, suddenly shy to answer his question. Josh's lips nuzzled my cheek.
Well, if you won't answer me, we'll have to stop. Nick?
The next second, Cool air brushed over my skin as Nick sat back on the foot of the bed, his hair mussed above his teasing eyes. Josh rolled away from me and propped himself up on his elbow. "Really?" I raised my eyebrows at them.
"We'll give you anything you ask for,"
Josh said, his voice husky.
"But you do have to ask. I'm not going to push you."
"You are not pushing, you insufferable, beautiful prick," I told him, which made him grin. I grabbed his shoulders and tried to tug him toward me. "You know damn well what I want." He shook his head. Those broad shoulders didn't move an inch when I pulled on him.
"Why don't you tell me?"
"The two of you," I said softly. "I want the two of you." Josh leaned in toward me, his lips grazing mine. That tentative, gentle kiss deepened, and he caught my cheek in his hand, holding my face still as his lips pressed against mine. Nick's hand swept up my back, but this time, instead of calming me, his touch sent warm tingles sweeping through my body. His touch felt so intimate now. I moaned softly into Josh's mouth, and he kissed me harder in response, as if the sound aroused him.
"If you want us,"
Nick said, his hand sweeping lower down my back, his thumb slipping beneath the waistband of my sleep pants.
"You'll always have us. We'll always be here."
I rested my hands on Josh's shoulders as I pulled away, turning toward Nick. "Big promises," I teased, a smile crossing my lips, before his lips met mine. The two of us traded sweet kisses while Josh leaned forward, slipping out of my grasp to rest on his stomach on the bed in front of me. He raised my t-shirt with one hand, then pressed a kiss to my stomach, and I felt my abs contract as they fluttered just like my heart. Their protective promises were sweet, but I felt the same pull to take care of them. Just because I was a woman and couldn't shift into a wolf yet didn't change my need to protect them. I wanted them to know I'd always be there for them, too. But words never came easily for me, not after the way I'd grown up. I wasn't as brave with my feelings as Nick. Nick's lips parted, and I kissed him before he could answer. We traded quick kisses as Josh kissed his way up my stomach. He drew my shirt up until cool air caressed my nipples. I raised my arms above my head, and Josh pulled my shirt off. For a second, I was lost in the fabric, and while I was blinded, his lips brushed against the curve of my breast. Desire arced through my body, and I inhaled at the intensity of just his lips against my breast. I knew he'd heard that, and it would make him happy. When he pulled the shirt the rest of the way over my head, I was gratified by the self-satisfied smile that crossed his lips. I'd come to know them both so well now. "So how does this work?" I teased. "Logistically."
"Logistically,"
Josh said, his smile widening.
"There are many approaches we could take."
"Are you going to give me a menu to choose from?" I asked. "Or should we make it a new hobby to work through them one by one?" Nick ducked his head to run his hand through his hair, trying to hide his sudden grin. "What?" I demanded, pushing his shoulder playfully.
"I just love you so fucking much,"
he said, his voice rough and teasing all at once. A joke and a confession. No one had ever said "I love you" to me when I was growing up. It felt like a piece of my soul that I hadn't known was missing had just snapped back into place, and I stared at him for a second, my throat suddenly tight. "You'd better." I caught the hem of his t-shirt in my hands and pulled it up, and obediently, he raised his arms, letting me strip the shirt off. There was so much pleasure in undressing him, exposing the broadness of his biceps, the inked runes above his heart, each hard-ridged ab. There was the briefest flash of disappointment across his face, but he hid it quickly, and he leaned forward, kissing the corner of my mouth. God, I'd hurt him. And he took it in stride, loving me fiercely anyway, and showing me. I wanted him to know how I felt, but I just couldn't form those words. I had never told anyone I loved them before. I wasn't ready to say it. Instead, I kissed him back, letting my eyes drift shut as the two of them covered me in their kisses and warmth. Josh kissed my throat, and my core tightened in response, longing for him inside me. His big, warm hand caught my breast, his thumb brushing across my nipple, and I gasped raggedly against Nick's mouth. Nick's tongue teased the inside of my upper lip, and my lips parted, welcoming him in. The two of us traded ever-deepening kisses as Josh's tongue traced the shape of my nipple. As Nick's tongue swirled with mine, Josh drew me inside his mouth, and a tremble ran through my body. Nick pressed me gently back against the bed. I felt cold without Josh's heat, but I let them lie me down. Josh brushed his hand across the inside of my thighs, and as heated as I was for them, my hips rose in response, begging for his attention. He grinned as he leaned forward, covering my mouth with his, and his hand slid between my thighs. As he found a sure rhythm, the layers of fabric between his fingers and my heated desire seemed like a travesty. Nick hooked my shorts with his thumb, drawing them down, and my hips rose to help him. Josh kissed my lips one more time, sweetly, and then pulled away. When his fingers touched me, bared now, I gasped at the intensity of his touch on my slick heat. But Nick was there to cover my lips with his, kissing me over and over, as Josh teased me to the very edge, massaging my clit with his thumb as he slid 2 fingers inside me. As the intensity built up inside me, it was too much, and at the same time, I wanted more. I caught Nick's stubbled jaw in my hands, breaking away from his kisses for just long enough to gasp. "I can't take it anymore." There was a wicked gleam in Nick's eyes when he said,
"I think you can, princess."
He pushed Josh's shoulder, shoving him away, playfully, and Josh leaned onto his elbow beside me, his fingers tracing their way up my abs. He touched his fingers to my lips, and I drew them into my mouth, tasting the sweet smokiness of myself on him. He nuzzled my ear with his lips.
"See? You really are delicious."
"You're biased," I accused, and then Nick's 5 o'clock shadow brushed between my thighs, and I gasped. He kissed the inside of my thigh, just saying hello, and I almost jumped out of my skin at the intensity of my desire that rocked through my body.
"Well, yes, we are,"
Josh murmured. His eyes were heavy-lidded with affection now.
"We were born to love you, princess, to want you."
His lips brushed softly, sweetly, across the curve of my cheek.
"Whether any of us say the words, we all know it's true."
They knew I loved them, too. Feeling seen and loved and grateful for it, I leaned into the warmth of Josh's arms as he slid behind me. The steady pulse of Nick's tongue brought me to the very edge of sanity. My hips bucked, trying to escape the powerful flood of sensation, but Josh held me tightly in his arms, his lips caressing my shoulders and throat as Nick went on, deliciously merciless. Nick's forearm slid across my lower stomach, holding me still, his head following each movement as my hips bucked, so he could keep his mouth working steadily on my throbbing clit. And then my orgasm rolled over me in powerful waves of release, and my world was composed entirely of these 2 men, their eyes and smiles, and the pleasure they gave me. Everything else fell away. Nick eased up beside me, his fingers stroking gently across my abs.
"Ready to go back to sleep, princess?"
I shook my head.
"I thought that would be just what you needed,"
he said softly. "Nah," I said. I took him in my hand, feeling the warm, hard weight of him and the give of his breath. This is the best dream I could imagine. I don't want to go back to sleep. It did feel like a dream, feverish and sweet and unreal, a midnight escape from real life. I rose to my knees. Josh still lay against the headboard, and I skimmed my fingers over his boxer briefs. Those boxers offend me personally.
"Then I guess they've got to go,"
Josh said. He pulled them off, revealing a long, hard cock that bobbed in front of his chiseled abs. Stroking Nick with my hand, I leaned over and wrapped my mouth around Josh. His breath released in a long, slow exhale, and warmth glowed in my chest. I liked the power I had over him. As I ran my tongue up and down Josh's shaft, Nick moved behind me. His cock brushed against the curve of my ass, and I reached back and took him in my hand, pressing the head of his cock against my core, letting him feel how wet I was for him now. I found a rhythm with Josh, taking my time at the head of his cock and feeling his breath give with desire every time, then taking as much of him into my mouth as I could. Each time, Nick thrust inside me, sliding home, his cock hitting my G-spot and sending a spasm of pleasure rushing through my body. The two of them filled me up, over and over, the three of us moving in rhythm. Josh reached back and grabbed the headboard, moaning, his pecs and biceps straining as he tried to hold back. My core tightened around Nick, coming ever closer to shattering, as he wrapped one powerful arm around my waist, holding me close to him. As Josh's salty heat filled my mouth, I came hard, wrapped around Nick's cock, and he paused, burying his face in my shoulder. The three of us were together as we all came, our bodies shaking, pressed warm and hard against each other's. And then we collapsed in a warm pile. Josh raked his hand through his hair and laughed. I wasn't sure at what. Maybe it was just the release of the moment, but it was contagious. I laughed too, my chest shaking against his. Nick regarded us with concern, as if we'd actually lost our minds to that amazing orgasm, instead of just feeling that way for a moment, and his worried expression made me laugh even harder. He shook his head, his thumb sweeping affectionately over my cheek.
"You are crazy. You know that?"
"Takes one to know one." I settled my head onto his shoulder. Josh responded by throwing his thigh over mine, his corded forearm settling against my lower abs, so the three of us were snuggled close together. This night has not been the way normal, sane people go about curing insomnia.
"Maybe it's an old wolf folktale for sleep disturbances."
Nick disagreed. He sounded so sure that I turned to look at his face, raising an eyebrow. Maybe there was some lore I didn't know about.
"You never know,"
he said.
"It's worth a try."
"I guess we'll see when I have another nightmare," I said, but I didn't expect to have another anytime soon. Surely, there was no nightmare that could reach me when I was so safe and well-loved. With their two bodies wrapped around mine, I fell asleep. Chapter 3. In the morning, I wandered downstairs, leaving Josh and Nick behind, and stumbled toward the kitchen, still yawning. The scent of coffee and bacon hung in the air. Callum had to be up, making us breakfast. My hero. Then I turned the corner into the kitchen. Kai stood at the griddle in the granite center island, poking crisp, fragrant bacon with a pair of tongs. 3 empty packages of bacon were crumpled next to the cooktop. Werewolves can put away some serious breakfast. Kai looked up at me, his eyes brightening when they met mine, and then his nostrils flared. For just a second, there was a stricken look on his face. What the heck? Then, evenly, he said,
"Good morning."
"Morning," I answered. His reaction confused me, and I headed for the coffee pot, determined to clear away the fog. My favorite mug already sat next to the pot, alongside the sugar and the pitcher of milk. It was an enormous dark blue mug with gold lettering in Courier New. "Drink more coffee, read more books." It was one of the dozens of ridiculously generous little things the guys had gifted me for my belated birthday. I'd spent so many years feeling lonely, and they seemed determined to undo that in a matter of weeks. It was impossible, but it was still sweet. As I poured fragrant coffee into my mug, I realized that Kai had washed it for me this morning, knowing I'd want this one in particular. And as I breathed in the bitter, warm scent of my coffee, I realized that he could probably smell me. He could smell Nick and Josh on me. You can't hide anything from a werewolf. Not that it was a secret. Kai knew that Josh and Nick and I were close. I wanted to be close to Kai, too, but it was easy with Nick and Josh. I leaned against the counter, wrapping my hands around the mug, which gave me something to do when I felt awkward.
"Hungry?"
he asked evenly. Starving. I lied. I had been starving, but now anxiety squeezed my stomach. Silence settled between us. The sound of bacon hissing as it fried on the stovetop and the low rumble of the coffee pot didn't fill the gap. I debated what to say to Kai, but as the minutes dripped by, it seemed harder and harder to say anything at all. My voice came out in a whisper when I finally asked, "How come you never sleep in bed with us?"
"Excuse me?"
Kai looked toward me with wide eyes. "You heard me," I said. "You're a werewolf. You hear everything."
"And so are you."
He left the stove and reached over my shoulder to snag a mug from the shelf. The movement brought his lean body so close to me as he stretched over me that I breathed in his scent, something warm and deep and spicy. He paused then, as if he'd realized how close together we were, and his breath was against my hair when he murmured,
"You can use your big wolf voice."
He started to step back, having delivered that one-liner, but my irritation flared. He was so sarcastic, and that was a great way to keep me at arm's length, despite the moments when he kissed me or confessed his feelings. But here we were, members of the same pack, fated to love each other, and he was going to be snarky and distant? I caught his collar in my hand. He looked down at my hand, his eyebrows rising, and his gaze met mine. There was challenge in his deep brown eyes. "You don't get to be sarcastic and walk away from me," I said. "We don't walk away from each other." He leaned into me, so that suddenly my grip was on loose flannel, my hand pressed against his solar plexus.
"I can always walk away."
"You're a liar." He shrugged, and I felt his smallest movement through my own body since we were so close.
"Try me."
My nostrils flared. His pleasant scent wrapped around me. Was his delicious, masculine scent so strong just now because we were so close? Or did being this close to me make him sweat? I could feel his heart thundering in his chest. When I looked up into his face, his mouth was set and hard, but his eyes were dilated, fixed on me. He couldn't play it cool, not when my senses were as keen as his. "All right," I said. I'd try him, since he invited me. I leaned up on my toes, my fingers curling deeper into the flannel of his shirt, holding him to me. My lips brushed against his in a soft, tentative kiss. His chest expanded against my hand, his breathing coming heavier, but he still held himself away from me. He shook his head.
"I don't know what you think you're going to prove, girl."
"You kissed me first," I said.
"I did not,"
he said.
"You kissed me. Have we been in the same room?"
"Not now," I said. "Before. You kissed me before Josh or Nick or Callum. You kissed me first." That day outside school, when I'd been sad and lost, feeling like I was alone in the world, Kai had sat beside me and warmed my heart, and then he'd been my first kiss. This morning, I was trying to kiss that version of Kai, the boy whose walls came down for me, but only sometimes. He set the mug down on the countertop and then leaned his arm against the wall above me, his body braced inches away from mine.
"I just wanted to."
"It didn't mean anything," I mimicked him. "You just wanted to."
"I didn't say that."
There was a growl of frustration in his low, sexy voice. "Oh? So what are you saying?" I wasn't letting him off that easy. His free hand swept up my arm, crossing bare skin until he reached the cuff of my t-shirt. His tongue darted out and licked his narrow upper lip. I longed to kiss him again, but now it was his turn to make a move. He shook his head.
"I'm not the spill-my-guts type like Josh. Sorry."
I pressed my finger over his lips. "Don't you make fun of Josh right now. At least Josh knows what he wants." He nipped my finger, his teeth scraping lightly over my skin. I jerked my hand away, although his teeth on my skin made me feel a strange throb of desire. "You're a barbarian."
"Yes,"
he said.
"And believe me, I know what I want."
"Oh?" I asked archly. His hands suddenly gripped my hips, and he boosted me up onto the countertop. The hard edge of the counter bit into my ass, and I rocked forward, trying to catch my balance, but Kai was right there, his narrow waist between my legs. His hands wrapped hard around my thighs, holding me in place. I rested my hands on his shoulders and gave him a long look. Now that he had me on the kitchen counter, did he know what to do with me?
"Don't look at me like that,"
he growled. He pressed a kiss to my throat, just beneath my ear. Tingles swept down my skin at his touch. "Then don't go silent on me," I muttered back. He bit me, a gentle pinch of the tender skin below my ear between his teeth. As soon as he'd begun to suck a bruise, I inhaled, and he kissed it better. His breath was a soft puff against my damp skin when he whispered,
"I don't know. I think this would go better if we both shut up."
His thumbs traced gentle circles over the front of my thighs as he kissed my shoulder and neck, his lips devouring me. My bare feet slid helplessly across the cool front of the cabinets beneath me as longing swept through me. My fingertips dug into the thick muscle of his shoulders. "Are we arguing or making out?" I asked. He pulled away just long enough to raise an eyebrow at me.
"Both."
Then he moved to the other side of my throat, and I tilted my head away, opening myself up to his tender caresses.
"Jesus Christ,"
Callum said from the doorway. I pulled away so fast that my head bumped the wooden cabinet. Kai ducked his head, hiding a grin. I slugged his arm, hard enough for my knuckles to ache from impacting his hard knot of a bicep.
"You're letting the bacon burn,"
Callum accused, moving to the stovetop.
"I don't care what you two do, but for the love of God, respect the breakfast meats."
"We're not doing much," I said airily. Kai growled at me, and I tightened my thighs around his waist, feeling the hard angles of his torso against my skin. "Growl all you want," I told him, cupping his cheek with my hand to hold his gaze on mine. "But I hope eventually you'll use your words."
"It's not words I have for you,"
he grumbled. I thought he was going to pull away, but he turned toward me instead. He kissed me hard, his lips coming down on mine in a passionate clash, and I kissed him back without any hesitation. Our lips pressed together over and over, full of hunger. Then, suddenly, he pulled away from me. I almost fell off the counter as he turned and strode out of the kitchen. I slipped off the countertop and stood on the warm hardwood floor, smoothing my t-shirt and sleep shorts, tucking my hair back behind my ears. My lips were tingling. I was keenly aware of Callum at the griddle, although I watched him only from the corner of my eye. He had saved the bacon, which lay in a crisp heap on paper towels beside the stove, and was stirring pancake mix now. The wooden spoon clanked against the metal bowl over and over, and he didn't look at me. Thank God. I would have melted into a puddle of embarrassment after my should-have-been private moment with Kai. I finally cleared my throat and looked at him, but he was still fixed on his pancake batter. "Good morning."
"Morning."
His handsome, big-jawed face was neutral, but there was a glimmer of amusement in his hazel eyes as they met mine. "Do you want a cup of coffee?"
"Sure."
I poured him a cup. I knew by now he took it black, and carried it to him. His fingers brushed mine when he took it from me, and his smallest touch was electric. "What's wrong with Kai?" I blurted out, before I could lose my nerve. He took a slow sip before he answered, as if he was gathering his thoughts.
"The pack was apart for a long time. I only managed to find them within the last year or two."
Callum had been the only one who was a teenager, barely, when the pack was destroyed. He was determined to rebuild the pack. He sometimes talked about how the younger ones had gone feral. They didn't know pack ways. But I didn't think it was being feral that made Kai act weird with me.
"They all went through things,"
he said, gently.
"Nick found his way to a family who loved him well. He was just a baby, and I was old enough to know who I was, where I belonged. I always had a plan. I just had to get through my time in the system so I could bring my pack back together. But for Josh and Kai..."
I waited for him to go on, but he shrugged.
"Those are their stories to tell."
"Well, Kai is not talking."
"You'll convince him."
I jerked my thumb in the general direction of the coffee pot, also known as the kissing crime scene. That was my attempt to convince him. Callum grinned.
"It looked pretty persuasive from here."
That grin, above his big, hard-lined jaw, made me want to kiss Callum, too. But I was too worried about Kai to allow myself that kind of pleasant distraction. I think I hurt his feelings. Callum didn't seem like the type to worry about anyone's feelings too much, but I never got to hear his response. Just then, Nick and Josh came in. Nick was freshly showered, his hair still damp. Josh smelled like soap and aftershave, but his hair was dry, gelled perfectly in place. "Did you blow-dry your hair?" I teased him, and he pulled a face in response.
"I don't know what the hell werewolves are coming to,"
Callum said.
"We need to clean out the pool,"
Josh said.
"I went out there this morning, and the pool house is a wreck." "Yeah? And you want to have a pool party?"
Callum was making the four of us finish out our senior year.
"Because that's not happening."
Josh threw an arm over my shoulders, and I leaned into his side.
"Our girl here doesn't know how to swim." "Mm-hmm."
Callum still seemed skeptical about why we wanted the pool. "It seems like a waste to have a pool house and not use it," I said lightly, just to tease Callum.
"It is amazing,"
Nick confirmed to me, taking a seat at the long table in the kitchen.
"Well, not right now. Right now it's drained and ugly. But we'll get it fixed up for you."
"You don't need to do that," I protested.
"You'll sleep better when you know how to swim,"
Josh told me firmly, planting a kiss on my forehead. Callum's eyes sharpened, but he didn't say anything.
"Where's—"
Nick started to ask, but just then, Kai ducked through the doorway. He ducked because he had Maddie on his shoulders, and she was giggling like a crazy person. "Maddie," I said, "you are way too big to do that to poor Kai." She was 9, so she was hardly a baby. She was still laughing as he knelt on the floor, and she slid off his shoulders. When he got up, grinning, his rare flash of happiness made me want to smile too. He told me,
"She's fine. Like you, she barely weighs anything."
Maddie tucked her hair behind her ears, which stuck out, making her heart-shaped face look even more pixie-like. "She's got you wrapped around her finger," I scolded Kai, even though it warmed my heart to see how the guys were all like playful, kind big brothers to Maddie. She couldn't have asked for a sweeter instant family.
"Maddie, do you like the idea of a pool party?"
Josh asked, his voice mischievous. The look Callum gave him should have made him drop dead on the spot. "Yes," she said.
"Then you can help us clean the pool out today,"
Callum said.
"It's been neglected."
He nodded to Kai.
"You can take Piper shopping. Get both the girls' suits and anything else they need." "Me?"
Kai's eyebrows rose.
"I hate shopping." "Good thing I wasn't asking you about your hobbies."
Callum's voice was amused, but there was a subtle thread of steel under his words. He was the alpha, and he wasn't playing around. "It's really okay," I said. "The pool, the shopping, I don't need any of it. I appreciate it, but you don't have to do so much for me." Callum closed the distance between us to rest his hands on my shoulders.
"I don't know what part of princess is confusing to you."
He chided me gently.
"But you are our princess. Long awaited and ridiculously adored. We like doing things for you. Are you really going to deny us?"
I bit down on my lower lip. It made me self-conscious and warm all at once to think of being ridiculously adored. "When you say it like that..."
"Good girl."
He patted my shoulders with his big hands. He was alpha-ing me, too, and it made me grin. "So does the princess outrank the alpha wolf?" I mused out loud. Josh laughed out loud before Callum glared at him. Callum cupped my cheek with his palm, leaning in so close to me that only I could hear his low, sexy whisper.
"I'm sure one day you'll test me, and we'll find out."
His words left me feeling heated and curious, but he pulled away and turned back to the griddle.
"Breakfast time, kids."
Chapter 4. "Sorry," I told Kai when we walked into the crowded mall.
"It's fine,"
he said.
"It's not like I hate crowds, or shopping, or people, really."
He wrapped strong, warm fingers around mine, surprising me.
"Come on. What do you need?"
"A new swimsuit?" Kai whistled.
"I'm surprised Callum let me take you shopping."
I shook my head. Things were so easy between Josh and Nick and me, but I still felt outclassed when it came to Callum. He was just as bad as Kai, in his own way. It was still strange to think of Callum wanting me when he was successful, powerful, and grown. I still felt stupid and awkward more often than not. We passed by an arcade, and I craned my head to peer into the dark interior. I didn't know there were still arcades.
Yep,
Kai said.
You want to get your ass kicked at air hockey?
Big talk, I said. I do want to kick your ass at air hockey today, actually. Kai tugged me into the arcade. As he swiped his credit card for tokens, he asked me,
What are you going to give me if I win?
It's not going to happen, so there's no reason to discuss it. The trash talk made me feel light and silly. Tokens rattled out of the machine, and Kai scooped them in his palm. He turned to me with a teasing smile.
Besides bragging rights,
he said,
if I win, I want a kiss.
He could have my kisses, win or lose, but I grinned up at him. Just a kiss?
Oh, it's like that, is it?
He asked, and before I could say anything else, he closed the distance between us, brushing his lips against mine. I caught his big shoulders in my hands, stopping him from pulling away, and he leaned into me as the two of us traded kisses. When he pulled away, nuzzling the corner of my mouth, I murmured, And if I win, I get pizza for lunch.
You're impossible,
he said, but kissed me anyway. During our air hockey game, we traded trash talk and kisses in pretty much equal measure. One game turned into 2, and then 3, and then we were 2-2, and I won our 5th game. I raised my arms above my head and twirled, doing a little victory dance that only ended when Kai wrapped his arms around me, stilling me. I tilted my head up to his, my eyelashes fluttering closed, right before he kissed me. But I'm the one who won, I murmured when we broke apart.
You can have your pizza.
He ruffled my hair playfully.
You're just so darned cute.
I grinned and ducked my head, trying to hide how nice that was to hear. He took my hand in his.
Let's go find you some Hawaiian pizza.
I crinkled my nose. Nope, I'm pretty sure Hawaiian pizza is a sin.
Oh, I'm sorry. Our contract was for Hawaiian pizza only.
As the two of us teased each other, swinging our hands between us as we headed for the food court, I realized that Callum was a genius. I'd never had a playful date like this before with a guy. It felt nice, and I was grateful that Callum had ordered us to take this moment. After lunch, Kai waited outside the door while I tried on a dozen swimsuits. I debated between looking sexy and feeling confident that I would not have a clothing malfunction. Dressed in a red bikini, I shimmied in front of the mirror, trying to imagine if my breasts would pop out of the cups if I cannonballed into the pool. I'd never cannonballed in my life, but I wanted to keep my options open. And my cups closed. I swung the door open and stuck my head out. What do you think about this one? He waved his fingers toward himself, telling me casually to come here. Then I stepped out of the dressing room, and his eyes widened.
Yeah, sure. That one.
It's cute? I asked. He sat down on the stool outside of the dressing room and leaned forward, propping his elbow on his knee.
Yep.
It wasn't until I retreated back into the dressing room and stripped off the bikini that I realized why he'd sat down right then. I was grinning when there was a sudden tap on the door. I opened it an inch, and Kai suddenly shoved the door open, pushing in with me. Hey, I said, grabbing my clothes off the bench, embarrassed, but he turned his back to me, looking out through the gap in the door.
There are wolves in the mall,
he said softly.
Another pack, trespassing on our territory. We have to get ready to run.
I hurriedly pulled on my jeans, shoving my feet into my shoes as I zipped the jeans up. They can't be friendly? He shook his head.
Pack is family, but packs aren't friends.
I knew that bugged Callum, who felt that the murder of the rest of their pack could have been avoided if the packs had just worked together. I joined Kai at the door, resting my palm lightly on his back. I inhaled, but I couldn't smell anything strange. For now, my senses were stronger than a human's, but my abilities were still muted by the enchantments that my father had put in place.
Come on.
Kai's worried eyes met mine, and he took my hand again. Together, the two of us snuck out of the dressing room and back into the department store. Racks of colorful clothes spread in front of us, with the fragrance department on the other side. We would have a long walk to either door, either the one to the parking lot or the one to the mall. I stared around, but I didn't see anyone that looked out of place. "This way," I said softly, and to Kai's credit, he followed me as I made a beeline for the fragrance department in front of us. He groaned when I picked up a bottle of floral perfume, but he still nodded. The heavy scent should help throw any wolves off our tracks. I quickly doused us both in perfume. Kai turned his face into his shoulder when he sneezed, then pulled away, making a disgusted face. Coughing faintly under his breath, he caught my hand again, and the two of us crept toward the door to the parking lot. He eased his keys out of his pocket and held them out to me.
"If I tell you to run, you run," he told me. "Don't look back. Get back to the house. You'll be safe there."
"I'm not going to leave you," I said. "We'll deal with it together."
"Please,"
Kai said.
"If anything happened to you."
"What?" I whispered. Kai's mouth tightened in exasperation.
"You want me to talk about my feelings now?"
"Like you would if we weren't in danger?" Kai rested a finger across his lips, shushing me. The two of us reached the glass double doors. A cold blast of air smacked across our faces. Fall was settling into winter. It was only when we had begun to cross the parking lot that I saw the big guy who stepped between two cars in front of us, blocking our way. When I turned back, I saw two guys in leather and a tall, leanly muscled woman who melted out of the shadows to either side of the doors. Without hesitating, Kai and I juked left and ran, our feet pounding across the pavement. Their feet were near silent as we all raced across the parking lot. Cars slammed on their brakes, honking their horns. Kai pointed ahead of us to our car.
"Go. I'll slow them down."
"Kai, no," I begged. "We go together."
"The two of us don't have a chance,"
he said, his eyes wild.
"If you get out of here and get Callum, I might make it."
Before I can say anything else, he stopped and pivoted to face our attackers.
"Please,"
he begged me as I took a step past him and tried to skid to a stop. The four wolves were closing in on us, so close I could smell them. He was right. I hated it, but he was right. I was no use in a fight against wolves when I couldn't shift, and the most helpful thing I could do right now was to get backup. I ran desperately for the car. I felt two of them break off, bounding after me to the left as Kai moved to intercept them. He was wiry and tough, but smaller than any of the guys who surrounded us. I couldn't waste time running the odds in my mind. I needed to get to the relative safety of the car so I could call Callum. My hands shook on the key fob, and I pressed the button just as I reached the door. I threw myself into the slick leather seat and pressed the button desperately to lock the doors, so many times that the car honked at me. A big guy hit the side of my car with his body, but I was already starting the engine. He smacked the window with his hand.
"Hang on. Hear me out."
No way in hell. I put it in reverse, and when he stayed in my way, I gunned it. The bumper knocked him out of the way, and he stumbled back. I caught his confused expression in the rearview mirror. "Yes, dude, I really did just hit you with my car. Take a hint." And I peeled out of there as fast as I could. But I wasn't leaving Kai. I fished my cell phone out of my purse. My vision felt narrow, and I tried to focus on the road as I dialed Josh. The phone rang twice, long enough for me to debate giving up and calling Nick or Callum. Finally, Josh picked up.
"Hey, miss me already?"
"We're in trouble," I told him. "Other wolves."
"Get back to the house,"
he said. In the distance, Callum demanded.
"What's wrong?"
"Kai's trying to hold them up." There was an empty parking lot in front of me, so I swung the car around in the space. "I can't leave him."
"We'll be right there. Piper, go."
Piper's not my name. That was a weird thing to pop into my mind. But maybe Piper would have listened. Whoever the hell I was, I gunned the car back toward the fight. Chapter 5. As I drove back toward them, I watched in agony as Kai faced the wolves. Kai was smaller than the other shifters, lean and wiry. He did his best to dance out of the way as two big wolves closed in on him. Then he got a punch in on the biggest wolf, the alpha probably, and the alpha staggered back, only for the alpha to knock Kai to the ground with one brutal punch. Another wolf slammed into Kai, holding him to the pavement. The alpha wolf stood back, his arms crossed over his chest. I need them to get off Kai so we could get into the car. I slammed my palm against the horn. The alpha turned, his expression unworried as he glanced over his shoulder. Then his eyes widened as I sped up. The alpha got bigger and bigger in my windshield. The bumper banged into his legs, and he rolled over my hood. I slammed on the brake, my hands and legs shaking so desperately that I could barely control the car as I put it into reverse, and then I backed up. He rolled off my hood onto the cement parking lot. As he rose to his feet, he shook his head, his teeth gritted. Apparently, being hit by a car hurts even when you're alpha. "Get away from him!" I yelled at the wolf on top of Kai. I held my foot down on the brake as I put the car into forward and then jammed my other foot down on the accelerator, revving the engine. Instead, the wolf scrambled to his feet, dragging Kai up with him. He locked one beefy arm around Kai's throat and grinned at me through the windshield, his eyes seeking mine. Looking into his cold blue eyes sent a chill running down my spine.
"Let us in, little girl,"
he said. Kai struggled in his arms but seemed powerless to escape the guy's death grip. Little by little, the scary wolf raised Kai from the ground so that his toes barely scraped the pavement. Kai tried desperately to tear the wolf's arm away from his throat. His face was slowly going dark.
"Don't kill him,"
the alpha warned the other wolf. Suddenly, the alpha was at the side of the car. Blood ran down the side of his face as he loomed in my window, and he tried the door handle. Having him just inches away from me, even on the other side of the glass, made my heart race desperately.
"Come on, princess. Nowhere to go."
I eased up on the brake, and the car rolled forward just slightly.
"I'll break the glass if you won't,"
the woman warned him, coming up on her side.
"Drag her out of there."
"Ease up," the alpha told her, his voice threaded with cold authority. He looked back at me.
"We can do this the easy way, or—"
We were doing it the hard way. Hoping that Kai would know what to do, I jammed my foot down on the accelerator. The alpha took a quick step back, horrified, then ran along the side of the car, shouting a warning. Kai threw his legs and hips in the air, rolling out of the way of the impact as much as he could, just as I'd hoped. The bumper slammed into the wolf holding him, who staggered back, his arms releasing Kai. Kai landed hard on the hood and scrambled up on the roof, grabbing desperately for any handhold.
"Go, go!"
The wolves jumped for my car, but I was already pushing down hard on the accelerator. The car fishtailed. Please God, let Kai stay on, as we made a run for the exit. Callum's pickup truck flew into the parking lot coming the other way. Callum slammed on the brakes. For a second, I glimpsed his surprised face through the window, and Kai made a leap from the top of my car to the safety of the bed. Two snarling wolves were in the bed of the pickup truck, but Callum was already looping around behind me. I sped off for home, with my wolves on my tail this time. I looked in the rearview mirror, but I couldn't see the pack who had attacked us. They had disappeared into the misty, cold afternoon as suddenly as they had come. But I knew they'd just changed everything. Chapter 6. As soon as I put the car into park at Blissford Manor, I stumbled out of the car on shaky, burning legs. The come-down from all that adrenaline was a Charlie horse of agony. Callum caught me around the waist. Worried, gold-flecked eyes stared down into mine.
"Are you all right?"
I nodded. "Kai?"
"He's fine."
Callum squeezed me hard, his powerful arms pulling me against his broad chest. Into my hair, he murmured,
"Thanks to you."
Before I could say anything else, two wolves leapt out of the bed of the truck and ran to me. By now, I knew them in wolf form. Josh as muscular and powerful in wolf form as he was as a man, and Nick with his vibrant black-lined green eyes and sleekly muscled body. The two of them jumped up on me as if they had to make sure for themselves that I was all right, and I staggered back under their paws, laughing as Callum caught me.
"We've got to prepare for them to find us here,"
Callum said, destroying the brief moment of joy. I sobered instantly, thinking about the dangerous wolves who had surrounded us. There were 4 of them at the mall. Were there more?
"You two, run the perimeter,"
Callum told Josh and Nick. Josh nodded. Even in wolf form, his mannerisms were the same, and the two of them sprinted off toward the woods that surrounded the house. There was a bang as Kai let down the hatch at the back of the pickup truck. I ran to check on him as he eased himself down. There were bruises across the sides of his throat, and he limped as he headed toward me. But for once, an easy grin spread across Kai's face.
"You going to hit us all with a car, girl? First Nick, now me? Who's next? Callum? Or Josh?"
"I saved you," I said, my voice coming out hot. His grin just widened, and then he grabbed my hips, pulling me toward him. His lips met mine in a hot, passionate kiss. For a second, I didn't know what to do with my hands until they swept up the hard planes of his abs and chest to settle on his shoulders. When we broke apart, my words came out breathy. "So I guess you're going with that instead of a thank you?"
"I love your sass."
He crushed me in a tight hug, and I grinned into his chest.
"Let's get in the house,"
Callum said. He doubled back to the truck, opening the passenger side door, and held out his arms. Maddie threw herself into his arms, wrapping her legs around his waist, and he carried her easily. Her face was pale beneath her mop of light blonde hair. "You brought my sister?" I demanded, my voice furious.
"What did you want me to do?"
Callum said, his voice just as hot.
"Leave her here by herself?"
"You brought her into a battle?"
"She wasn't safe here."
I wanted to grab my sister, but she clung to him as if she was safe in his arms. He ran up the steps to the house, his footfalls heavy, and crossed the front porch with her. Fear tightened my chest and made it hard to breathe. What if we hadn't been able to escape that fight without bloodshed? What if my sister had been caught in the fray? I understood, a little, where Callum was coming from. He'd wanted the whole pack's fighting skills to make sure that we all came home, and my sister was in danger when she was alone. She was a rare, born female werewolf. Witches would want her power. We'd both been kidnapped as children for it. But God damn it, he should have left a wolf here to guard my sister and kept her out of danger. Knowing that my anger was somewhat misplaced did nothing to cool me down.
"Hang on,"
Kai said, his voice a warning, as I pulled away from him and headed for the house. He matched my stride.
"As much as I wouldn't mind seeing you and Kay go toe-to-toe, this is not the time. We need to protect the pack, including your sister."
His words made me stop short. "Fine," I ground out. There'd be time to talk through Callum's decision-making process when we knew we were safe.
"That's it?"
Kai asked. He shook his head as he ran up the steps beside me to the house.
"Girls really are more logical than men, huh?"
I side-eyed him. "Are you trying to put me in a better mood?"
"Is it working?"
"A little bit."
"Good,"
he said.
"Because I'm also holding off on an important conversation on what the fuck you were thinking coming back for me."
"I was thinking," I said, turning on him as we reached the top of the porch and jabbing my finger into his chest, "that you are mine, whether you like it or not, and I'm not leaving you to be taken by—" I stuttered over what to call them. "By jerk werewolves." Kai couldn't hide his smile.
"Do you ever swear?"
"Well, I think living with the 4 of you is probably going to tip me over into profanity," I said, and breezed into the house in front of him. Callum was in the kitchen. That seemed to be where he retreated, and by the time I walked in, he was setting the kettle on the stove. Hot cocoa for Maddie, I was willing to bet. She was perched on one of the stools on the island. I walked over to her and rubbed my palm over her shoulder, hoping to comfort her. She looked up at me and flashed a smile as if nothing weird had happened. "You okay?" I asked her. "Of course," she said. My heart bottomed out as I realized that my sister felt safe here, with these guys to protect us. I'd never been able to protect her like that. "You should go play in your room," I said, ignoring the ache in my heart. Was it a good ache? Was it bittersweet? "We have to talk. Grown-up stuff." She leveled me a look. "You aren't that grown-up." "Don't I know it?" I murmured. I felt like I'd grown up too fast, yet I didn't feel like an adult either. An adult should have things figured out. I definitely did not.
"Let her stay,"
Callum said. I couldn't read his tone, if he was asking me or telling me, and my eyebrows rose.
"She's not a little kid. She's old enough to know when we're in danger and to know the plan."
No wonder Maddie loved Callum. "You and I are this close to a come-to-Jesus meeting," I told Callum. "The only thing saving you right now is those damn werewolves."
"Mall werewolves."
Kai wisecracked.
"The worst kind of werewolves."
Maddie laughed. She was the only one.
"Tell me everything,"
Callum ordered, ignoring my threat.
"What they said, what they did. I want to know why the hell they're on our territory."
Kai and I quickly sketched the story out for him, arguing over the details of what was said.
"And there was a woman with them?"
Callum frowned.
"I would expect maybe they're trying to kidnap you for their pack. But if they already have females..."
I can't even tell you how much all werewolf society sounds like a bunch of jerks when you say things like, "if they already have females."
"Sorry,"
Callum said, although he didn't sound particularly sorry.
"How old was she?"
I racked my brain, trying to recall her face as she threatened to drag me out through a broken window. She'd been beautiful, with faint lines around her eyes and forehead, but they may have been exacerbated by how tightly her dark blonde hair was pulled back in a long, thick braid. I don't know. 30s, maybe 40s?
"How old were the guys?" "The alpha was around your age, I'd guess,"
Kai said.
"The other wolves were younger. Different generations, maybe."
Callum mused aloud. "Why are female werewolves so rare, anyway?" I asked.
"For some reason. Born female wolves are rare,"
Callum said.
"I don't know why. There are more turned werewolves than born. Our parents were all turned. Born wolves are supposed to be more powerful, and so are their children,"
Kai said. He rubbed his hand absent-mindedly across his throat.
"I would guess these were born. They were big, too."
Callum clapped his shoulder with his hand, and a look of understanding passed between them.
"You did good,"
Callum said.
"Protected our girl."
"Normally I find the our girl bit a lot sweeter than when you've just been talking about a pack's female," I said dryly.
"I know it's different than human society,"
Callum said.
"But, on the plus side, women are prized and appreciated. You're the center of our world. That's why we call you our princess."
Prized and appreciated. When we're not being kidnapped. I gave him a hard look.
"I guess you have a point,"
he conceded.
"All right, I'm going out on patrol and sending Josh and Nick in. Kai, you come with me."
To me, he said,
"Stay here with Maddie. Keep her safe."
"I need to shift," I said, the thing that I'd been fearing. I'd been delaying the removal of the enchantments that bound me, and my first shift. "We have to try the spell again. Maybe if we keep trying?" Callum shook his head.
"It'll take too much time, and too much of your energy, to peel away all those enchantments. And even when you do..."
The way he trailed off made me remember the night I'd hit Nick with my car. Nick had just gained his wolf form and hadn't yet mastered the art of controlling the wolf, so he streaked out across the road without thinking. "I have to be able to defend us," I said. "I'll figure it out."
"We'll talk about it later,"
Callum promised me. Among other things, I gave him a look, letting him know he was in for a long talk.
"I like it when you're feisty,"
he said as I walked away. "Shut up and bring me my hot cocoa," I said, and he laughed. But at least he brought me hot chocolate before he turned into the dangerous wolf. Chapter 7. The day faded into night without an attack, but the men all seemed to feel as restless as I felt.
"Go to bed,"
Callum told us all early that evening.
"Rest while you can. We'll take shifts on watch."
I tugged at the end of my ponytail, irritated by the knowledge I couldn't pull my weight by taking a shift. Callum stood from the couch, then hesitated.
"Do you want to talk before I run the property?"
"Yes," I said. He nodded, the movement tight and uncomfortable, and then led me out of the room.
"Be gentle,"
Kai called after us.
"Which one are you talking to?"
Nick asked him.
"I don't know. Both?"
Without discussing it, Callum and I climbed the stairs all the way up to the Widow's Walk. It made sense. From here, we could keep an eye on pack territory. All the pines and fields that spread around the house would be laid out in front of our eyes. But I knew in my heart it was more than that. The Widow's Walk called to me because it was where I had told Callum who I was, and where he had confessed the desire for me that he had worked to hide. He'd succeeded pretty darn well, too. Even now that I knew, it was hard to believe that cool and dangerous Callum wanted me. Callum reached the top of the stairs and turned, stepping back. Dusk was a strip of pink just above the pines as darkness descended from above. His outline was barely visible in the dim light. His powerful shoulders hunched as he stuck his hands in his pockets.
"Well?"
he asked.
"Preacher?"
It took me a second to recall my threat of a come-to-Jesus meeting. I was still angry about my sister, but I knew he'd made the best choices he could in a split second. I shook my head.
"No?"
he asked, a note of surprise in his voice.
"Then what?"
"We need to try to lift the enchantments again," I said.
"This is not the time,"
he said, his voice patient.
"Every time we try to lift the enchantments, it hurts you. We need to just hunt down the coven."
"No," I said. "Not more bloodshed. Not now."
"Well, we can't do it now anyway,"
he muttered.
"Not when we're under attack by another pack. But sooner or later, the coven will come for their revenge. For you. It's better if we destroy them before."
"I don't want to destroy anyone," I said. "I just want to be left alone."
"Sometimes you can't have peace without a war,"
he said. I shook my head, exasperated. Try lifting the enchantments again."
"You can't weaken yourself now,"
he said.
"Every time, it takes so much out of you."
There was concern in his hazel eyes. I hated that he saw me as weak in any way, and yet, for some reason, I found myself confessing to my greatest weakness, the thing I was most ashamed of. "It's not the pain." He frowned, cocking his head to one side.
"What do you mean?"
"It hurts, don't get me wrong, but what I fear most is those same enchantments that bind me. They also form my memories with my sister." My father had admitted, before he met the end he deserved, that Maddie had been 5 or so when he took her from her pack. But I remembered my sister coming home from the hospital, the same day that my mother died. I remembered holding her on my lap, my tears dripping onto the pink hospital blanket. I remembered knowing it was just the two of us. I'd kissed her little head, smelling her sweet baby smell, and whispered to her that I'd take care of her. Now I knew that was all a lie. My father had killed my mother the night he stole me from my pack. The woman I remembered so fondly might not have even been real. And those early memories with Maddie, of the way she'd buried her face in my neck when she was a baby, of dancing in the living room and reading her everything Sandra Boynton ever wrote, those were all lies too. Sweet, precious lies. Even when we know something is a lie, sometimes we cling to it anyway.
"But they're not real."
Callum seemed perplexed.
"And you have so many real memories with your sister."
"I know," I said. "But still, it will change things."
"It won't change them that much,"
he promised me.
"You're still family."
"I don't know." The words came out as a whisper because the fear was too big to speak out loud. "What if we don't love each other the same way with all those memories gone?"
"It'll never happen,"
Callum told me, his voice confident. "That's easy for you to say," I said. "She's my sister, who you put into danger today, by the way."
"I know,"
he said.
"It was the best choice I could make. There was no way to keep her out of danger."
"I don't want any of this," I told him. "I don't want this life for her."
"I don't want it either,"
he said.
"I'll kill anyone that threatens us, so you can have peace."
Of course he was threatening to kill everyone. I felt exasperated and affectionate at the same time. "That's a very wolfish solution."
"I'm a pretty wolfish guy."
"Is this going to be our life forever?" I asked. Other packs can't be trusted? Covens around every corner?
Not every wolf or witch is bad, he said. Once we establish that our pack is strong again, we'll be left alone. It'll just take time.
I shook my head, unhappy with his answer.
What do you want?
He asked me as I turned away and headed toward the railing.
You want to leave us? This life? I wish you could. I wish you could choose freely.
You do?
I hope you would still choose us,
he said, and there was an edge of uncertainty in his voice, something I'd never heard from Callum.
But for now, you're in danger. You have to be smart.
I'm trying. He joined me at the railing, resting his elbows on the wood, his shoulders so close to mine that I could feel the warmth of his body on this cold night.
You are smart. You saved yourself and Kai earlier today.
I knew I was smart. I'd be dead by now otherwise. I don't need you to tell me that. He raked his hand through his hair, exasperated.
You are driving me mad.
It's mutual, believe me, I told him. He stared out at the pines beyond, which swayed in the fierce breeze.
Do you think you would choose us? If you had a choice?
I couldn't answer that right now, when I was still full of fight and anger. When I didn't respond, Callum's mouth tightened.
Fair enough.
If it were just me, I wouldn't care. I'd throw myself in their war with another pack. The thought of leaving them to fight alone hurt. They were mine, and I was theirs. Our destinies entwined. But I had my sister to think about. My sister, who wasn't my sister at all. And yet I'd choose her, no matter how much I wanted them. She was just a child. She needed me in a way they never could. She needed me the way I had needed someone when I was small and vulnerable.
Good night, Princess,
he said. He bowed his head just faintly, already turning away from me toward the narrow stairs back down into the house. I caught his wrist with my hand. Wait. The impulse was faster than I thought, but I couldn't let him leave when we were mad at each other, when there was so much danger out there. What if something happened to him? His eyebrows arched over his gold-flecked hazel eyes.
Yes.
I didn't know how to tell him how I felt. I didn't want him to be angry at me, and I didn't want to be angry at him. But for now, there was no way around it. And yet, the pull between us was stronger than any fickle emotion. I loved Callum, my alpha, my total pain-in-the-ass alpha. Gripping his wrist tightly to steady myself, I leaned up on my tiptoes. God, he's tall, and brushed my lips across his. It was supposed to be a sweet kiss goodnight, but when Callum kissed me back, there was fire and urgency in it. We traded kisses, there at the edge of the railing. His hands caught my waist, sliding underneath my shirt, his bare hands hot against my skin. I leaned into him, letting him take my weight as I kissed his lower lip, drawing it into my mouth. Each kiss sent a throb of longing through my core. I swept my hands under his shirt, feeling the hard planes of his abs under my fingertips. His heart thundered against my palm. Kissing me set Callum's heart racing, and that made me smile against his lips.
You drive me mad in every conceivable way,
he grumbled, his voice low and sexy. Also mutual. He hooked his thumbs through my belt loops, holding me close to him, as his lips met mine again and again. I groaned into his mouth, longing for more, but not sure how to say so. I was raised to be a good girl, not to want sex or to swear or to talk back, and learning how to be me instead of a good girl felt like trying to transform into someone else. I might as well have tried to transform into a wolf. I drew in a breath, and he paused, his lips against the corner of my mouth. He hesitated, waiting for me, just as Josh had paused the night before. I just realized, I said softly, that I might be different once I transform into a wolf.
If you're still thinking about your to-do list, he murmured, then I'm falling down on the job here.
It's not like that.
Oh?
He caught my chin with 2 fingers and raised my face to his. His eyes were teasing and kind all at once.
What's it like, then?
I bit down on my lip. I didn't want to talk about my feelings or my past. But most of all, I didn't want to talk about what I wanted. It seemed too embarrassing to speak those things out loud. Are we ever going to... I trailed off. His eyebrows arched in surprise, and shame burned in my stomach.
Say the word,
he said, his voice husky.
I've been longing for you.
You have? He tucked my hair behind my ear, the gesture quick and fond.
I lead the pack, but you lead when it comes to us.
That was thoughtful. It was true that I probably would have been overwhelmed if he had unintentionally pushed me. But I crinkled my nose at him, breaking the moment. I do kind of lead the pack, don't I? He couldn't hide his grin.
I thought you hated when we called you our pack princess.
It's growing on me.
Well,
his lips grazed my throat, and the promise in that touch made my core tighten.
As you command. Will I find you in my bed tonight when my watch is over?
If you want me. His lips pressed against the base of my throat, and my head lolled back in response, my hands catching his shoulders.
More than anything.
He kissed my cheek tenderly and pulled away, taking a hurried step back, as if he would lose himself and kiss me again. I pressed my hand over my chest, trying to slow my rapidly beating heart. I felt flushed and hot, no matter how cold the night was. It's okay for me to wait in your room and snoop around? He shrugged one shoulder lazily.
Good luck finding anything.
I couldn't hide the half-embarrassed, half-exultant smile blossoming across my face as I made plans to be with him tonight. Does this mean we aren't fighting anymore?
We can multitask,
he told me, with a wink. Then, he was gone. Chapter 8. Good night. I slipped into Josh's lap, kissing his cheek. The faint stubble of his 5 o'clock shadow was scratchy across his chiseled jaw. He caught me around the waist, kissing my cheeks and neck until I giggled from the ticklish stubble that had grown across his jaw since this morning's shave.
You're not sleeping with me tonight?
Despite his playfulness, there was the faintest hit of jealousy in his voice. Not tonight, I said gently, but I'll be back in your bed tomorrow. Or maybe earlier, if Callum snores.
He does,
Josh told me.
He's a monster.
You're all monsters. I kissed the corner of his mouth, because I loved the way his lips turned up there, the faint dimple in his cheeks. I kissed that dimple, too, for good measure.
And you're the queen of the monsters, so what does that make you?
Lucky, I told him. He dropped a kiss into my hair.
I'm going to get some sleep while I can. You should do the same.
Don't be bossy. I kissed him again to soften my words. I get enough of that from Mr. Alpha Wolf.
Maybe we should all start calling him that.
Josh teased.
Maybe we should all get our asses kicked,
Nick said from the doorway.
Because I guarantee that's how that would end.
I stood from Josh's lap and felt cool without the heat of his body against mine. He made me so warm and cozy when he touched me.
Everything quiet out there?
Yeah, Nick held out his hand.
But I don't think any of us are going to school tomorrow.
Shucks, Josh said. Was it really necessary for us all to skip school? I wanted to make sure we were safe, but I also worried about just how much school Maddie was going to miss, and how unsettled her life might begin to feel. She'd already left our home after our father met the fate he deserved. It had been a weird few weeks, and now it was just getting weirder. We can talk about it in the morning, I said.
Maddie all tucked in?
Nick asked. Drooling on her pillow.
The sleep of the innocent,
Nick said. I wish I slept like that. Nick winked at me.
It's not worth the things you'd be giving up.
That made me grin.
Don't laugh too hard,
Josh chided Nick, who had begun to smile too.
She's sleeping in Callum's room tonight.
I felt a blush heat my cheeks. Do we need to discuss this?
Good,
Nick said.
Took long enough.
I'm done here. I threw up my hands in exasperation, heading for the stairs. But when I reached the base of the stairs, I couldn't resist glancing over my shoulder. Nick stood in the doorway in the great hall. His hands were in his pockets, which always emphasized the way his t-shirt clung to his cut abs and broad chest, and the leanness of his long, muscular legs in his jeans. He watched me with an expression I couldn't quite read. I jerked my chin up the stairs and then turned and climbed the long stairs. Sure enough, when I turned around in the hallway, he was behind me. His feet had been almost silent on the stairs. There was expectation and happiness and something teasing all written across his face, and he tilted his head, studying my face.
Yes?
I just wanted to say goodnight, I said, and my voice came out husky.
Good night,
he said, stepping closer to me. His hands were still in his pockets, and he didn't touch me. A slow smile spread across my lips, one that I couldn't resist. He was teasing me. Nick?
Yes, beautiful?
Are you going to kiss me goodnight?
That's a different thing than saying it.
You're being impossible right now, I accused. He shrugged, his hands still in his pockets.
You're going to sleep tonight with my alpha, the one in the pack who has the most claim on you. I'm allowed to have my feelings about it.
I was surprised by his honesty, but also, the one who has the most claim on me? Excuse me?
It's just the way packs work.
It's not the way this one works, I told him. I want you, all of you, and don't care what your pack hierarchy is. There's no hierarchy when it comes to how I feel. The faintest cocky grin curved his lips.
How you what now?
You heard me. He'd been so honest about his feelings, and he deserved to know how I felt. Telling him was one thing, damn near impossible for me. For now. Showing him was another. I pushed him hard against the wall. His hands were still in his pockets as I pressed my body against him, my lips seeking his. His head lowered, and he pressed the sweetest kiss against my lips. All his desire and affection was contained in the way his lips brushed against mine, in the way he leaned his forehead against mine, sighing as if he savored my touch.
I love you too,
he murmured. Nothing's ever going to come between us, I promised him. I meant it, but when I made that promise, I had no idea what was coming. Chapter 9. Callum's room was warmed by the fireplace in the corner. Big windows looked out over the forest and the moon hanging low above the trees. The king-sized bed was neatly made up with silver and blue bedding, and the twin dark nightstands held just a pair of silver lamps and a Kindle in a black leather case. His bedroom was tidy and nice, but lacked personal touches, and it made me feel a little sad for him. What had it been like for him to come back here, to the house where he'd grown up, with everything changed? In this house, there had to be his boyhood room. Where was it? Had he trashed everything? The only real sign of life was the desk in the corner, with his laptop and papers spread across it. I sat in his chair and opened his laptop, curious if he had photos. Would Callum mind if I snooped? I sometimes felt like I knew so little about him. I just wanted to see some photos, to get some hint of his life before I met him. His computer desktop was as organized and impersonal as his room. He had a stock home screen on his laptop of some exotic isle somewhere he'd probably never been to. Dissatisfied, I opened the photos folder. He had his cell phone uploads, and as I clicked back in time, I ran across all the photos he'd taken of the guys and of me. In one, I laughed with my hand covering my wide grin, leaning forward, my blonde hair tumbling over my shoulders. There was Kai with Maddie on his shoulders, and Josh and Nick fishing, sometime before I'd come here. The affection he felt for all of us was there, in the way his photos were framed, in the attention to the details of our faces and our happiness. I clicked out of the cell phone pictures and into another folder labeled Vintage. There were photos of Callum as a kid, with his mother pressing a kiss to his cheek, and his father with an arm wrapped around him. Those pictures made my heart ache, seeing them as real people for the first time, instead of hearing about their deaths secondhand. And there were a bunch of photos of Callum with another boy, both of them around 9 or 10. Something about the boy seemed familiar, but I couldn't place him. I frowned at the photo, feeling strangely compelled by a need to place him, as if it was going to drive me crazy.
What the hell are you doing?
Callum demanded from the doorway. I closed the laptop lid. Snooping?
I was joking,
he said, his voice exasperated. I wasn't. I didn't think he was that mad at me, so I admitted, I'm curious about you.
I'm an open book.
Despite his words, he crossed his arms, his expression guarded. Clearly.
Try asking.
Sure. I opened the laptop again and turned it toward him. Who is this kid? You guys seemed to spend a lot of time together.
My foster brother, he said. Once upon a time, cubs used to spend time being raised in other packs to try to form a relationship between packs. Seemed like a good idea, so our pack tried to bring it back.
So what pack was he from?
Atlantic Shore,
he said.
There are 3 packs here in our state. That's one of them.
What's the third?
Besides a bunch of assholes?
They probably think the same about your pack.
Probably. They're called the Shenandoah Pack. They know us as the Northern Pack.
What happened? I asked. Do you still keep in touch with him?
No, he said shortly. It was a nice idea, but our packs didn't form much of a bond. When Kai, Josh, Nick, and I needed them, no one came for us.
I'm sorry, I said.
Don't be. It made us who we are.
He shrugged.
For better or worse.
I wasn't sure about whether they were better or worse off. Our trials might make us who we are, but could they ever really make us better? I didn't feel bettered by the abuse I'd survived. I was just me. And maybe the other version of me would have been just as strong, but more innocent and unscarred. She felt like another ghost to me in this haunted world. I like the way you are, I said softly. He sat at the edge of the bed, leaning forward, his elbows on his knees.
Are you ever going to trust us, Piper?
The question sent my heart racing. What do you mean?
The real reason you're going through my stuff,
he said, tilting his head to one side. He didn't sound angry at all, just curious, or maybe resigned.
You don't trust me to answer your questions.
I pursed my lips to one side. I didn't know how to answer that. I wanted to deny it, but that didn't feel right either.
It's all right, he said. I understand. You've been lied to all your life.
His tone was so kind that it made a lump rise in my throat. I stood from the chair abruptly and paced to the windows, looking out at the gray clouds moving across the sky. This isn't really the romantic evening I'd imagined.
Me either.
I nodded, feeling sad at the thought that I'd ruined the night. Then I felt him behind me, and his arm slid across my waist. He kissed my shoulder.
I know it'll take time to believe, Piper, but I will never lie to you.
I leaned back into his arms, pressing my palm to his stubbled cheek to turn his face toward mine. When I grazed my lips against his, he kissed me back tenderly. Still, I leaned back to look at his face. That's a crazy promise to make. People lie to each other all the time, for good reasons even.
Maybe,
he said. His lips nuzzled my ear.
But that's not what you need from me.
You wouldn't lie to me for my own good, Alpha? I teased. He shook his head.
I don't need to lie to you.
There was a faint edge of steel in his voice, and I grinned at the implications. He didn't need to lie to me because he thought he could give me orders. I didn't think that would work out for him as well as he thought. Did I ruin everything tonight? I asked, curious what he would say.
No, he said softly. You're always the one I want. Even when.
He trailed off, and I kissed the quirked-up corner of his mouth. Are you trying to go silent rather than lie to me?
Even when you're a pain in the ass,
he finished, and he kissed me again. Oh, thanks. But even when I was being sarcastic, I couldn't help but kiss that plush lower lip of his again. It drew my mouth to his. His hands clasped my hips, drawing me even closer to him. His hard cock pressed against my thigh, even through his jeans. At least sometimes being a pain in the ass can be a strength. I began to unbutton the flannel shirt he wore, exposing his tanned, hard pecs and his smooth stomach. A faint, dark happy trail low on his abs led down into the waistband of his jeans, and I unzipped them, curious to follow it. His lips brushed my cheek, affectionate and telling.
You'll always be the one I want.
His words warmed me, but I didn't know if I deserved that. I slid my thumbs between the waistband of his jeans and his hard, flat abs. That's the wolf magic talking.
No,
He said, that edge of steel in his voice again. He pushed my hair back behind my ear and cupped my face with his palm, his fingertips resting gently on my cheekbone.
that's because of you.
His voice was heated and sure.
I know what I'm saying when I tell you how I feel, Piper.
So how do you feel? I pressed, even though the question made my heart flutter. His lips quirked up.
You ask big questions for a woman who can't answer that question yourself.
Have you guys been talking about me? I scolded, feeling uncomfortable at the thought. Maybe they were having secretive conferences over my inability to use the L word.
Talking is overrated,
he said, and gently shoved my shoulders back. I let myself fall instead of taking a step back and bounced onto the end of the bed. He slid his jeans down his chiseled thighs.
Your kitten t-shirt is adorable, but I think it can go now, Piper.
I glanced down at my t-shirt, which couldn't be further from sexy lingerie. I'd meant to be naked in his bed when he came in, not snooping on his laptop while wearing ironic cats. I pulled a face and pulled my t-shirt over my head. His eyes widened in desire, and I felt a spark of lust at the way he wanted me. I used to think that my narrow body and small breasts would mean no man would ever look at me with the heat that sparked in his eyes. It was sweet, but intense. I threw the shirt at his face. He plucked it out of the air, pursing his lips at me. While he was balling up the fabric and tossing it over his shoulder, I kicked off my shorts and underwear at the same time. I crawled up onto the bed, leaning on my elbow, and crooked a finger at him. He climbed onto the bed beside me, his cock bobbing in front of his lower abs. It was so hard for me. He leaned over me, catching my wrists in his hands, and pinned them over my head. His lips met mine, firm and inviting all at once. I felt myself smile against his lips, despite my best efforts to fight it, and he raised an eyebrow.
Yes?
It's just you're so alpha all the time, I teased. Can you turn it off?
No,
he said shortly. My lips parted, about to protest that short, blunt answer. But his lips covered mine. His heated, furious kisses drove all desire to argue away, and my lips parted against his, welcoming him in. I didn't mind having Callum pin me down, no matter what I said to tease him. As his lips moved to my throat, kissing my breasts and my décolletage as if he would devour me, I found myself writhing in desire, yet content to let him have his way with me. One of my legs rose, my foot tracing along the hard muscle of his calf, my thigh pressing against his hard hip. I wanted more of him. His lips brushed up my throat, kissing the sensitive, erotic spot just beneath my ear.
Insistent,
he murmured. Give me back my wrists, and I'll show you what I want, I said softly, longing to take his massive bulk in my hand and show him that I could drive him wild, too.
Oh, I know what you want,
he said, mischief in his voice. He slid over me, his thighs on either side of my hips, the head of his cock brushing teasingly between my thighs, until he brushed against my slick heat. I hadn't realized how wet I was.
The question is, if you deserve it after all your snooping.
I thought you weren't mad about that, I protested.
I'm not mad.
His lips traced down the curve of my breast, and my hips rocked up, trying to find his cock that he had pulled away from me.
But you need to learn to trust me.
I was coming to trust him more every day. Right now, though, there was no time for trust-building exercises. Callum, he glanced up at me, mischief in his gold-flecked hazel eyes.
You say my name so authoritatively, like you're in charge here. It's adorable.
Callum, I murmured, more softly. Please. His lips grazed my nipple, and my hips jerked in response.
Better,
he said, his lips a soft puff of breath against my nipple that made it pebble in response. His tongue circled my nipple, teasing it, flicking it, until I wasn't sure if I wanted to curse him out, or if I was willing to beg, if that was what this damned, insufferable, beautiful man really wanted from me. Finally, he relented, and when his lips met mine again, his cock brushed against my now throbbing clit. I wanted him so badly. "You are a jerk," I told him, my voice a jagged whisper.
"You really think name-calling is going to get you anywhere?"
He teased, a smile playing across his lips. I felt his fingers knit hard around my wrists, holding them together, and then he shifted his weight. He held his body away from mine, but so close I could feel the heat of his body as he took his cock in his hand and began to tease me with it, making slow circles across my clit.
"You'd think a woman as wet as you are right now would have better manners."
I struggled against his grip, eager to get my hands on his cock and torture him in the same delicious ways he delighted in torturing me. But there was no escaping him, so I gave up and sagged back into the pillows as he continued to stroke and tease me with the head of his cock, rubbing it over my clit and in circles through my heat. My desire kept building, my core tightening with the building of my orgasm. I writhed helplessly beneath him. It hurt not to have his cock buried deep inside me. "Please," I whispered. "I want you inside me." He kissed my cheek, the gesture fond.
"As you wish."
He stroked himself over my desperate clit one last time. Then I gasped as he slid in. He was big, stretching me pleasantly, at the very edge between pain and pleasure. He paused, holding himself above me.
"Good."
It was sweet he stopped to make sure I was comfortable, but comfortable wasn't what I wanted right now. "Finally," I said, which made a smile come to his lips. He rocked inside me, over and over. My thighs closed around his hips, holding him to me. The two of us moved together. My hips rose as he slid almost all the way out, and then rocked back in. As the two of us moved together, I drank in the moment. The heat coming over my body, the moonlight streaming in through the windows, the concentration written across his handsome, hard-lined face, the cast of his high cheekbones and kissable lips. I'd been worried I had ruined the night, and no, it wasn't perfect. I wasn't perfect either. I'd tried so hard to be perfect all my life, and I was never going to be. Here, finally, I was allowed to be imperfect. I was loved anyway. He wasn't perfect either. We were never going to be perfect. But it was all so fucking good anyway. As he slid out, the tip of his cock brushed against my clit, and then he slid home, hitting my G-spot on the way. He slid inside me so deep that it hurt, faintly, in the best way. Maybe he'd leave me sore. Right now, I wanted that. I wanted to still feel him tomorrow, the way he'd claimed me and made me his. I tightened my thighs around his hips, popping my hips up, wanting him to know I was ready for him. All of him, as hard as he wanted to go. He rocked into me over and over, forcefully, and I gasped, my back arching, pushing my breasts up toward him. My orgasm was hard and fast, just like the sex, my core tightening rhythmically around him. He finally stopped, holding himself deep inside me, as he came to. His powerful biceps shook alongside my head with the orgasm that rolled through his body. "Callum," I heard myself call his name as the world went soft and fuzzy, pleasure curling around my body like smoke until I fell back, languid, into the pillows. He nuzzled my throat with his lips, still buried deep inside me.
"I like when you say my name."
"Are you ever going to let go of my wrists?" I felt a playful smile cross my lips.
"It's the only way I can pin you down, princess,"
he said. "Nah." I rolled over as he released my wrists, and I took his face in my hands. I liked the way his jaw felt against my palms. "You're doing a pretty good job of winning me over and pinning me down, a little more every day." Chapter 10. It might just have been the sound of the wind in the trees, bringing down a branch in the woods, but it woke me. Callum was already on his feet, moving silently across the room. The moonlight that trickled into the room revealed the plains and valleys of his hard, masculine body, from the scars that glowed faintly silver-white across the taper of his waist below powerful, tattooed lats and his narrow, chiseled ass.
"Go to Maddie,"
he ordered, his voice very soft. I slipped out of bed, suddenly wide awake, and ran across the room and down the hall. Outside Maddie's room, Nick slept in his sleeping bag in front of her door. He straightened, instantly awake, when I ran down the hall. His wide eyes met mine, and he scrambled to his feet, kicking the sleeping bag away. "Callum heard something outside," I said, and then the sound came again, a howl at the edge of the Pack property.
"Protect the girls,"
Callum barked at Nick, his voice harsh. Then he was gone, already transforming in steps as he bounded toward the stairs, bones and muscles snapping, claws growing from his feet and hands, his body lunging forward as he began to run on all fours. Nick handed me his sword and 9mm, both heavy in my hands. He pushed open my sister's door for me, then nodded goodbye as I passed him. I nodded back to him, although it felt like so little when my heart was racing and I was scared for him. I turned, looking for my sister. In the dim of her room, she was still asleep, her arms tucked under her pixie face. In the day, she always had something to say, some scheme, but in sleep she looked like a little angel, with her long blonde hair shimmering across the pillow. The door clicked shut behind me. There was a growl and a shudder as Nick transformed. She slept on. I moved to the window, kneeling at the sash and pushing aside the curtains, and strained to see through the dark. Callum, who had transformed into an enormous white wolf, bounded across the green expanse of the front lawn. Suddenly, from the trees, there broke two other wolf forms, Big Josh and sleeker Kai, at a desperate run. They stopped and turned when they saw Callum. The two of them whirled to face the danger that had chased them there. Out of the woods stepped an enormous man, the alpha, flanked by werewolves. They kept coming out of the woods, so many wolves emerging from the shadows that I lost count. My heart froze. There must have been at least 24. Still more wolves streaked out of the shadows. No, 36. This was a full pack, a pack that had never been torn apart the way ours had. There was no way that my pack could fight them all. I ran for the door, knowing that I would have to do something to stop this battle before every wolf I loved was murdered. As soon as I wrenched it open, Nick's glowing wolf eyes met mine, and he growled at me. He butted me with his big head, trying to push me back into the room. "Sorry, Nick," I told him. I pushed him away from me, hard as I could. His enormous body barely moved, and ran for the stairs. He bounded after me, but I called back over my shoulder, "Protect Maddie!" That pulled him to an abrupt stop, looking over his shoulder at the open door where my sister still slept innocently. "I promise I know what I'm doing," I called back, which was a lie. "Just take care of her." He let out a small whine of desperation, but he paced back to my sister's side to protect her. By the time I reached the front door, which stood open, I could hear the sounds of battle raging. Wolves snapped at each other, involved in a pitched battle. Callum was trying to make it through the sea of white and gray fur and snapping mouths. It looked like he was trying to fight his way to the alpha, but there were so many wolves between them. The alpha stared at me, his eyes boring into mine even from this distance.
"We're not here for your princess,"
his voice boomed, rolling across the field.
"We're here for ours."
Maddie. They wanted Maddie. "She's not here." I took a step down the porch stairs. "Call them off." He shook his head.
"Nothing doing, sister."
I took another step. It felt like I was descending into hell, into this fury of raging wolves. I had to stop them. "You can take me," I said. "If you show me you can be trusted with my sister, I'll tell you where to find her." The faintest smile twisted his lips.
"She's not your sister."
"And she's not your pack princess. Yet," I said. "She's a little girl." Kai let out a scream. I would have known his voice anywhere, even in wolf form. And as my eyes desperately sought him out in the crowd, I saw the spray of blood that covered his fur and the fur of the wolves that surrounded him. A snarling wolf bounded toward his throat as if it would rip his life away. "I love her," I said, "even if she's not my sister by blood. If you won't hurt her, that's all I need to know. I'll send for her. But I need to see that first. Call them off." His eyes glittered from across the sea of fur and blood.
You have command in your voice. Does it work with your wolves?
That condescending jackass. He whistled, and suddenly the wolves attacking mine whirled from battle and ran back behind him, forming a long line that stretched across the pines. Callum staggered in front of me, bloodied, but with shoulders still held proudly. He was going to stop me. "I know what I'm doing," I promised him. "Save the pack to fight another day." Maybe this pack would take my offer in earnest. Maybe they would take me as hostage. Either way, if my sister was safe, if my pack survived, I would face what came. Otherwise, I would lose them all tonight. Callum tried to block my way, but his front leg was broken, and he couldn't move fast enough. There was blood all across his white fur, bleeding from his shoulder and his neck. His deep hazel eyes met mine, human in that broad wolf's face. He might well be too weak now to shift back, but wolves healed fast. I had to count on that, because I didn't know how Kai was doing. "See you soon," I promised him around the lump in my throat. I walked across the vast lawn to the alpha wolf, who waited with his arms crossed over his chest.
You offer yourself as a trade, for now?
He said. "If you promise you won't hurt them," I said.
"Any more than I already have?"
A cruel smile twisted his lips. I nodded.
"I'll offer you a month's peace,"
he said.
"At the end of that time, I want our girl back."
He leaned in toward me, his voice so soft I had to strain to hear him.
"Or I'll kill each wolf while you watch. Princess."
"I'll take it."
"Good."
He raised his voice, then, addressing Callum and the others,
"She'll be safe under my protection. But if you come for her, I'll come for you."
Without further discussion, he bent forward, driving his shoulder into my stomach. He threw me over his shoulders easily. Then he turned and ran, and his wolves followed. Chapter 11.
"Get in,"
the alpha told me gruffly, setting me down on my feet. In front of us was a string of cars and trucks, staged alongside the edge of the road. My abs ached from being tossed over his shoulder so haphazardly. My head swam from the blood that had rushed to my head, and my legs were a little wobbly. I reached out for the edge of the car, resting my hand on the slick metal while I caught my balance. I glanced back toward the property, my gaze fuzzy, but we were out of sight of the main house lookout. I hoped my guys wouldn't follow us. Trust me. Take care of Maddie. I almost know what I'm doing. He wrenched the door open impatiently.
"Get in."
"I already told you I'd go with you," I told him. "Calm down." I sat down heavily in the passenger seat. He closed the door behind me, a little harder than necessary. There was a man in the driver's seat beside me, leanly muscular and copper-haired. He regarded me curiously, a faint expression of amusement written across his handsome features. He was young, not much older than me, I'd guess, although his shoulders were broad and powerful.
"You're not the one I expected,"
he said. "It's a day full of terrible surprises," I said. He gave me a slow once-over. His gaze traveling across my face and body didn't intimidate me, like it would have a year ago. Instead, I rolled my eyes and faced the front of the car.
"Not so terrible,"
he said. The driver's side door was yanked open. He glanced up, but all I could see past his face was the lean taper of the alpha's waist above his narrow, denim-clad hips. He was a big guy, but lean.
"Thin. Back seat,"
the alpha said impatiently.
"All right."
Finn raised his hands placatingly. He climbed out of the car, and the alpha swung into his seat. The car was already running, and he started to put it into drive before he had to stop and shove the seat back. The alpha's movements were quick and irritated. "You seem pretty unhappy for a guy who just won a battle," I said.
"I'm not so sure it's a win when I've got you," he said.
Ouch. I cocked my head to one side. Fair enough, though. I personally am hoping for a win-win for all of us, where it turns out you guys are not the massive assholes you appear to be so far, and I can feel safe about bringing my sister to your pack. He pulled out. Fast. The acceleration forced me into the back of my seat. The car bounced across the grass and then began to roll smoothly once we hit the cement.
"Do you ever shut up?"
The alpha asked me. "That's a 1-point deduction from Slytherin," I said. "Keep telling me to shut up. It really helps your case here." The other, younger man leaned forward between us, and I caught a whiff of clean white soap and oranges.
"I like her, actually. Can we keep her?" "Shut up, Finn."
Finn leaned toward me confidentially.
"Don't hold it against him. He means well. It's just so hard to be alpha." "It sure is, with wolves like you under my command, Omega."
The alpha grumbled. "Hi, Finn," I said, sticking my hand into the back seat. "I'm Piper. Well, I'm not really Piper, but it'll do for now."
"Hello, not really Piper."
Finn shook my hand. His hands were warm and calloused, pleasantly rough. "And who are you?" I asked, turning my attention to the big man in the driver's seat.
"You can call me Alpha,"
he said in his low, grumbling voice, at the same time as Finn said,
"That's Arthur."
"Arthur? No wonder you want to go by Alpha," I said. "There's a reason to fight your way to the top of the pack right there."
"You want to talk, Piper?"
Arthur asked. He glanced in his rearview mirror, keeping a watchful eye on his convoy of wolves behind us. "I didn't pick it," I said, "and neither did my parents."
"You were stolen from your pack before your naming?"
Arthur asked. For the first time, there was a hint of genuine interest in his low rumble of a voice. "Yeah," I shrugged. "My parents gave me a name, I'm sure, but I don't know it."
"So you do understand that our princess is not really your sister,"
Arthur said. For a second, I'd felt some give between us, a chance to build some kind of meaningful conversation with this wolf who was willing to kill my pack for what he saw as his family. At least, I hoped he saw Maddie as his family, and that was why he was so desperate to take her from us. But that second of connection had been a lie. His rude words made me feel defeated. My chin rose sharply in response. "That's not how family works," I said. "She's my sister now."
"She belongs with her pack,"
Arthur said. "She belongs with the people who love her," I snapped. For a few seconds, silence hung in the air. Finn leaned back, knitting his arms across his chest.
"She has parents," Arthur said briefly. "Parents who want their little girl back more than anything."
That was a stab in my chest, and the second after that, I felt a rush of guilt. Was I jealous at the thought of Maddie having a family? Was I afraid that she would choose them over me? I had my guys now, Kai, Callum, Josh, Nick, but I needed her. My only family. Funny, I thought of my sister as needing me to protect her. Maybe I needed someone to protect. Well, hopefully she'll meet them soon. I shook my head. I need to make a phone call. I need to know my pack's all right.
"Wolves heal fast,"
Arthur said dismissively. It looked like Kai was hurt.
"You should be grateful. I had mercy on your pack."
Arthur's voice was curt. "Yeah," I said tartly. "Ever so grateful. Did you ever think about communicating with our pack? No stalking or killing necessary."
"As if you'd turn over Maddie if it weren't necessary to save your own life," he said. "You know you're both valuable."
"Valuable? I know we're both people," I snapped.
"Well,"
Finn said lightly.
"only now and then."
Maddie was too young to shift, and I was too cursed to shift. I wonder if they'd be disappointed when they realized that I was always human. "We all want Maddie to have a normal life," I said, my voice controlled. "To know her parents. Of course we all want that." Arthur snorted.
"You might think so." You don't know your pack as well as you think you do, girl. You barely know them."
I turned my head to look back, but all I could see were pines and the twisted, brown branches of bared trees. The Blissford house was lost far behind me. Chapter 12. We drove for 2 hours without stopping. I stared out the window, trying to ignore Arthur. I needed time to get my head together after abruptly leaving my pack behind, and I was still worried about Kai. But the need to pee became relentless. "Can we stop?" I asked. Arthur glanced at me suspiciously before his vision shifted back to the road.
"Why?"
"Do I need to spell it out for you?" I asked. "Your hospitality leaves a lot to be desired."
"You're only half a guest,"
he reminded me. "And half a prisoner?" I rolled my eyes. "There's no gentleman component to becoming alpha, is there?"
"Not at all."
He leaned toward me, his eyes never leaving the road. His voice was low and intimate when he said,
"Don't ever roll your eyes at me again."
"Or what?" I put my hand on his shoulder and pushed him out of my space. "I'm not part of your pack. Spare me the alpha bullshit."
"I can go back to your pack,"
he warned me. "Sure," I said, "but you won't, because if you hurt them, Maddie will hate you for the rest of her life, and you don't want that." I flashed him a tight smile. "The smart thing for you is to convince me that my sister is safe with you, even if I don't find you very likable, and then I'll bring her to you for a visit, and we'll go from there. Be smart, Alpha." He jerked the wheel to the right, pulling over abruptly. I was thrown forward against my seatbelt, and I reached out, bracing my hand on the dash. He put his arm out the window and waved the rest of the convoy past. My heart hammered in my chest. Maybe I'd gone too far. Finn leaned forward again, between the seats.
"Alpha, the girl's scared. She doesn't seem scared,"
Arthur grumbled. The last of his pack's trucks roared past us, their wheels rumbling on the road, and then he got out of the car and came around to my side. When he opened my door, Finn said,
"She's a wolf. She's one of us. How else would you expect her to act when she's scared? Of course she's going to talk tough."
I was frozen in my seat when Arthur leaned over me, releasing the buckle on my seatbelt. He grabbed my bicep in one meaty hand and yanked me out, and a second too late, I unfolded myself, making myself move on my own power. I had to keep my dignity. All the beatings I'd ever experienced left me ready for another. Already, my vision narrowed at the edges, my breath coming fast as my adrenaline spiked. I would put up a fight, though I knew he could kill me. Still, he would be stupid to hurt me much. It would be counterproductive. I just had to hope his temper didn't get the better of his sense. I'd seen that too many times.
"Walk,"
he said, turning his back on me and striding forward into the woods. I looked back into the car, at the key still in the ignition, calculating my chances of making a run for it. Could my pack survive if I broke my promise and made it back to them? Could we all make a run for it together? Finn must have known what was going through my mind, because he leaned forward over the center console, sitting on the edge of his seat. His eyes met mine.
"Sorry."
His tone was rueful. He wouldn't betray his pack for me, though, and I couldn't have expected anything else.
"Now,"
Arthur roared, and I turned to find him stopped at the edge of the woods, looking back at me with impatience written across his face. As soon as I swung my door shut behind me, he turned and stalked into the woods, sure that I would follow. He must be used to everyone obeying him without a fight. And since I had no choice, I followed the big bad wolf into the forest. He only went about 20 feet into the brush before he stopped and turned.
"There. Do what you have to do."
I stared at his impatient face as he crossed his arms over his chest. In a perplexed voice, I asked, "What?"
"Were you faking?"
he demanded. "No. I thought you stopped to—" Never mind. It sounded too stupid now to say aloud, and anyway, I didn't need to give him any ideas. He looked bewildered. That was a new expression on his face. Until now, I'd only seen impatience and anger. Well, and alarm when I was doing my best to run everyone over with my car. I really was a terrible driver. "Can you turn your back?" I understood he probably didn't want to leave me alone in the woods. Although really, "I'm not going to run. I don't know where I am." He gave me a long look.
"No trickery, girl."
"Trust me," I said. He turned his back. His back was broad, his shoulders powerful. The lines of his t-shirt clung tightly to his body before dropping away over that lean taper of his waist. I took a second looking, making sure he wasn't just tricking me, before I unbuttoned my jeans. God help me. I didn't care for peeing in the woods to begin with, let alone with a hulking god of a man listening to the sound of my piss hit the leaves. God of a man? Where'd that come from? I didn't find him attractive, that was for sure. I already had my pack, and he was a complete asshole.
"It would be nice if we could trust each other,"
he said.
"Maybe we should start over."
"Pretending that this is just a visit?" I suggested, "and not my desperate attempt to save my pack?"
"In the wolves' world, only the strong survive,"
he said. I yanked my jeans back up over my hips. "I know all about strength, and it's not always about being the biggest or the most dangerous, despite what you might think. You can turn around now." He did, his arms crossed over his chest. There were vivid tattoos across his arms that I hadn't noticed before, full sleeves that ran down his corded forearms.
"Despite what you might think,"
he said.
"I understand that very well."
I met his eyes evenly. He had steely gray eyes, as cold as his expression. A shiver ran down my arms. No matter how handsome his face was, or how tempting his body, those cold eyes of his would always make him ugly to me.
"Let's go,"
he said.
"Time to go home."
"It's not my home," I said. I belonged with my pack.
"Of course not,"
he said.
"It's my home. I hope you'll act like a polite guest."
"And not a prisoner?" I asked archly. He shrugged one massive shoulder.
"Whatever works."
Chapter 13. I pressed my forehead against the glass, looking out at the shining blue water that stretched like a ribbon as far as I could see.
"Nowhere to run, sweetheart,"
Arthur told me. The car's wheels made a chuck-chuck sound as he turned off the main road onto gravel. We passed a worn blue and white sign that advertised Marina. I don't want to run. Although, when it came down to it, I wouldn't mind having the option. As blue water spread out in front of us, and the car came to a stop in the parking lot, I felt a rise of panic in my chest. Why had I been having all those dreams about drowning? It was hard to write them off as nothing when, apparently, their pack home was on an island. I'd be surrounded by water if I tried to escape.
"Our pack lands include the mainland around here,"
Finn told me.
"But we have our home on a private island. Easier to protect."
"Which is apparently necessary," I muttered.
"It's a harsh world,"
Arthur said, getting out of the car. "Only because you choose to let it be that way," I said. "The packs could work together instead of attacking each other."
"Sure,"
Arthur muttered the word curtly and dismissively.
"Thank God you're here now to tell us all how to do it, little girl. You can put right hundreds of years of wolves fucking things up because they didn't have your wisdom."
I got out of the car and slammed the door behind me. I really didn't like him very much. "You know, I didn't get to pack a bag," I said. "I don't have anything to wear."
"So go naked,"
Arthur said.
"I don't care."
He headed across the gravel parking lot toward the boats that bobbed up and down in the shimmering water. Apparently, he was sure as ever that I would follow. And why shouldn't he be sure? What choice did I have?
"We'll figure something out,"
Finn promised me. "Thanks," I said. Finn nodded and held a hand out toward the wooden docks between the boats.
"Come on."
My lips twisted. I barely knew Finn, but it was easy to feel like he was on my side. But I couldn't trust him any more than I could Arthur. It would take time to get to know the pack. Most of all, I needed to meet Maddie's parents. She would want to be reunited with them. It was my top priority. As long as they were good people, It didn't matter what I wanted. Maddie would be better off with her parents, even if it broke me to lose the only family I'd ever really had. "What are things like on the island?" I asked, falling into step alongside him as we tried to catch up with Arthur. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, which caused his shoulders to hunch over his lean frame.
"Maybe let it be a surprise. It's safe and comfortable there, although, as you might guess, it's populated by assholes."
"Except for you." His tone was amused but non-committal.
"Ask anyone. I'm the biggest asshole in the pack."
"You seem like a nice guy to me." I disagreed. He glanced toward me. There was a guarded expression, something that felt incongruous with his silver-flecked ocean blue eyes. I hadn't noticed before that he had really pretty eyes.
"Maybe that's what makes me an asshole in a pack of wolves,"
he said, his tone light.
"Anyway, I'm at the bottom of the pack. That's why Arthur keeps me close, to keep me from fucking up."
He said it matter-of-factly, without rancor. "That doesn't seem right," I said.
"Piper,"
Finn said, his voice kind.
"Not trying to be mean, but you don't know anything about anything."
Because his words were kind, they stung all the more. The two of us reached the white motorboat that Arthur was already standing in. It rocked up and down in the waves, more boisterously than I would have expected. As I watched it heave out of the water, nerves spiked through my stomach at the thought of trying to step from the damp wooden dock onto the slick fiberglass side of the boat. I glanced down, surprised at how far the drop was into the water, where I could be crushed between the side of the boat and the dock. My stomach tightened at the thought. Finn reached out and grabbed my hand. Despite what he'd just said, his grip was comforting.
"I'll help you in."
"Not the work of an asshole," I told him. Arthur frowned at us both, and Finn ducked his head. Arthur put his hand out.
"Give me your hand, Piper."
"I don't need that much help," I said, but as I put my foot up on the side of the boat, it rocked up and down dramatically.
"You've got to just jump,"
Arthur said impatiently.
"Commit."
"I am," I said. I inadvertently leaned more of my weight on Finn than I meant to, as the boat suddenly slipped away from me. I almost tumbled forward, and as Finn steadied me, I decided I had to jump after all. I launched myself from the dock up toward the boat. Arthur reached out and caught me as I stumbled into the boat. I was completely graceless. I couldn't quite catch my balance, and as I started to trip, I found myself crushed against his chest instead. His arm caught me across my lower back, a hard bar holding me against his powerfully muscled body. For just a second, while catching my balance, I felt his chest expand against mine, as if he was catching his breath too. He smelled good this close, like something spicy and something earthy. He held me still against him, almost like he enjoyed the feel of my body against his. And the truth was, I didn't hate it. What the hell was wrong with me? I stumbled back away from him, my heart hammered in my chest for entirely new reasons. I almost felt aroused by his body near mine. But we were both wolves. We were only supposed to feel that way with the ones we were meant to mate. I was only supposed to feel this way with my pack. Shame tightened my chest, its grip squeezing my breath from my lungs.
"Piper,"
he said, his face confused. Was he perplexed by my reaction, or by the heat he felt between us, too? Finn broke the tension, throwing the heavy rope lines into the boat.
"Casting off,"
he called, just before he jumped across the suddenly widening gap between the dock and the boat. He caught himself easily on the side. His tall body was all lean grace as he rested a hand against the fiberglass side of the boat, pausing for just a second to get his feet underneath him, and then he scooped up the rope and began to coil it. He didn't need Arthur to catch him. I would have felt a little better if he did. Arthur cleared his throat.
"All right, let's go."
The whine of the diesel engine was so loud that I could barely hear myself think as we set off, skimming the waves on our way to another pack's lands, surrounded by water I could drown in. I was grateful for that. Chapter 14. When Arthur killed the engine, it was so quiet all of a sudden. The only sound was water lapping the side of the boat, The boat was nestled in a long boathouse, each of the 6 slots filled with a different motorboat. I saw some sailboats tied up along the dock outside, white canvas sails tightly cinched down to the masts. He stepped out of the boat first and reached back to offer me a hand. Determined not to look foolish again, I slammed my palm against his and jumped without hesitation from the side of the boat to the dock. The wood shook under my feet as I landed beside him.
Good,
he said.
You do learn.
Smart-ass remarks not necessary, I told him. He gave me a look I couldn't quite interpret as he dropped my hand. I stared after him, trying to figure out what he was thinking as he headed for the door to the boathouse.
Are you ready?
Finn asked, stopping by my shoulder. It was comforting to have him next to me. Nope, I told him. Not really. But the 3 of us walked out of the boathouse anyway. The sun hung in mid-sky. I realized it must be around noon. It was hard to believe so much has happened since the night, and that I was in an entirely new place, facing an entirely new situation that I never could have imagined just 24 hours ago. The island seemed like it must be big. I couldn't see the end of it, any way I turned, and full of pines and rough, sandy, rock-strewn beaches. We had to walk uphill, along a sandy path, and at the top of the hill there was an enormous house, with a wide porch and steep gables and a round tower. It looked Victorian, but the house was dark green, the elaborate wooden trim dark, as though the house was painted to be camouflaged into this rough island. Is that where the whole pack lives? I asked Arthur.
No,
he said.
Individual families live in their own cottages across the island.
But that's where you live?
Yes,
he said. Good talk. I was loving the one-word answers when I didn't know anything about this new place. When we walked into the house, it was a blur of people and rooms to me. The faces of new people almost seemed to whirl around me as they stared at me with unfriendly looks on their faces. My muscles ached as if the fatigue and overwhelming nature of the day was just catching up to me, but I had work to do. There was no time for feelings. I tried to shake off my exhaustion. I needed to focus. Arthur glanced at me, and his eyes sharpened. Turning away from me, he said abruptly,
Finn, take her to the blue room. I'm going to update the pack.
That's okay, I said. As if I hadn't said anything, Arthur said,
See that she has a shower, and make sure she doesn't leave her room.
Excuse me? I demanded. Finn's arm was suddenly around my shoulders. The faces of all the people in the room were a blur, as all attention seemed to turn to us, and Finn dragged me determinedly toward the stairs. I started to pull away, irritated, but he held me tight to his side.
Please, Piper,
he whispered in my ear, so softly that no one could have heard him but me. I waited until we had climbed the stairs to a long hall that led to a second wing of the house and through another hallway full of closed bedroom doors. When he opened a door for me and then followed me in, I stopped in the center of the room and turned back to him. What's going on? I demanded. He shook his head as he closed the door behind him, then leaned against it.
I'm not going to get into what's going on in my pack. You don't need to know.
Really? I demanded.
Really?
His voice was heated. Then, in his normal, teasing voice, he said,
Besides, pack politics are really boring.
Is Arthur dangerous to me? I asked. I thought pack politics were pretty interesting, especially given how entwined my life and my sister's were in pack politics. Or is he not secure in his role as alpha? He shook his head. He wasn't going into it. Maybe you're right. Maybe you are an asshole. A smile played across his lips.
Maybe. Let me call my brother. One of us will have to guard you while the other rustles up some clothes.
Guarding me to keep me here or to keep me safe? My voice came out sharp. Something about the scene downstairs and Finn's urgency as he pulled me away upstairs made me feel unsettled. He shrugged lazily. Both? I can't believe you guys would bring Maddie here. If the pack wasn't safe for her in any way, they should have her best interests in mind. She was just a little girl. She deserved to be protected.
So far, you're the only princess who's set foot on the island,
he said.
And the way I see it, you asked to come.
I shook my head. He jerked his chin toward a door on the other side of the room.
"Bathroom's through there. You look like you've been through a lot. You really should get cleaned up before dinner when you'll have to face the pack."
"Thanks," I said. "Nothing like being told you look like hell."
"Welcome,"
he said.
"I might be an asshole, but I'll never lie to you. That should be worth something."
I wasn't going to make the same promise, despite the strange attraction I felt to Finn and to Arthur. Damn him. My loyalty was to my own men, my pack. I'd lie to anyone if I had to, for their sake. Turning around toward the bathroom, I took in the room. It was a nice, large bedroom, with big windows framed by breezy white curtains that let in a lot of sunlight, which washed away the golden hardwood floors. The bed was old-fashioned, dark wood, with a blue velvet canopy, made up with white and blue quilts and comforters. There were 2 comfortable wing chairs on either side of the windows, with a small table between, and a mini-fridge tucked underneath the table, almost out of sight. Fresh flowers filled a vase on the mantel above the unlit fireplace. There was no television or radio, but in a bookcase by the door, there were tidy rows of books, games, and records, and a vintage silver record player. As far as cells go, this isn't bad, I guess.
"It's a room for honored guests,"
Finn said.
"although it does lock from the outside."
"Kind of takes away the honored part," I muttered. Finn shrugged.
"Trust takes time, on both sides. But that's why you're here, right?"
Even though I didn't necessarily want to follow Arthur's orders, I could really use a shower. At least the chance to leave Finn behind in my room and lock the bathroom door behind me was a chance to breathe, to have some time to think without having to worry about what to do and say, acutely aware of being judged every minute. I waved goodbye to Finn, not that I could really get away from him or Arthur, and closed the door softly between us. Still, maybe I felt a little bit better knowing that he was out there, that someone was watching out for me, even if he was also watching over me to make sure I didn't escape. Chapter 15. As steam still hung in the air, I pressed the shirt I'd just worn that day to my face. I pulled a face. It smelled slightly stale. No surprise, I guess. It had certainly been a day that had left me sweating. I wrapped the oversized fluffy white towel around my body and, anchoring it firmly with one hand, stepped back into my bedroom. Finn lingered by the windows, leaning against the glass, watching the world outside. His dark red hair was tousled above his handsome features, his lips set as if he were focused on something far beyond the island itself. "Not to be demanding?" I asked, "but are there any clothes I could wear?"
"On the bed."
His voice sounded huskier than before. It was a bedroom voice, low and warm, despite his inattention. I wondered why his voice had changed. Clenching the knot of towel above my left breast a little more tightly, I crossed the room to the bed. A bright blue gown with sleek satin skirts and lace sleeves was spread across the bed. It was gorgeous. I glanced toward the windows, where the sun shone brightly outside. It was not really ball gown time. "Will you be in a tux tonight?" I asked crisply. He turned, his hands in his pockets. For the first time, I noticed how many freckles spread across his nose. No matter how handsome his face was, with high cheekbones and a determined jaw, it gave him a mischievous, boyish appearance.
"Just treating you like a princess,"
he said. "I think I'd rather be treated like a person," I muttered. I gathered the beautiful dress in my arms and carried it toward the bathroom, trying not to trip over the hem.
"But you're not a person,"
he said.
"You're a wolf. Better than being a person."
"I'm not so sure about that." I cast over my shoulder. "Do you really like it better, Finn?" Arthur had implied that Finn was a screw-up, but Finn didn't seem that way to me. He didn't have to live life as an Omega if he left the pack, but maybe it was worth it to him, to be with his family. There was silence in the room behind me. Finn had no answer. I closed the door between us and dressed quickly. The dress didn't fit me quite perfectly. The skirt was a little long, brushing the ground, but it did cling nicely to my narrow curves. The blue brought out the color in my eyes. At least on the outside, I could look composed. On the inside, I felt like a disaster. Every time I thought of Kai, with his coat red-streaked and another wolf at his throat, about to tear it open, I felt like I would come undone. But I made myself smile in the mirror, no matter how hard it was, before I went back into the bedroom. If there was one thing I'd learned through the brutality of growing up with my father, it was that crying was no weakness, but not everyone deserves to see your tears. When I came back out, Finn glanced at me, and his eyes widened. It was a quick flash before his face shifted back to neutral.
"I should tell you something,"
he said. Disquiet snaked through my stomach. "Okay."
"I'm not Finn."
He blurted out the words, then, his hands still in his pockets, raised his shoulders in an apologetic shrug. "Oh?"
"I'm Sebastian," he said. "Finn's twin brother. Or, well, I always say he's my twin brother. I came first. He's the copy."
Now I felt stupid for talking to him as if he were Finn. My first words to him had been along the lines of, "Not to be demanding, but I have a demand." I had probably made a great first impression. I crossed the room to him and stuck my hand out. "Hi, I'm Piper." More or less. I was trying not to tell everyone my life's story the first time I met them.
"Sebastian,"
he said, offering his hand too. He had a nice handshake, warm and friendly, like his gaze. Well, that explained why his voice was different than Finn's. It was similar, but it was lower, huskier, and sexy as hell.
"And I have something else to tell you."
"Is there another one of you?" I glanced over his shoulder, half expecting there to be a third red-headed, roguishly handsome brother.
"No. Arthur would say 2 is quite enough."
He cast a furtive glance toward the door, which was still closed.
"Can I trust you, Piper? Finn thinks we can."
"No, I'm completely unreliable," I said, cocking my head to one side. Seb's eyes widened again, and I added, "Said no one ever? What kind of question is that?" He hesitated. There was a quick, patterned knock at the door. 2 taps high, 1 tap low, another high, before it swung open. Finn, this time I was sure it was Finn, stuck his head in and whistled before he came in and closed the door behind us.
"You look a lot better in that than in your jammies,"
Finn said, leaning against the door, his arms over his chest. "Maybe next time you guys should give me time to pack a bag," I said, "instead of stealing me away from my pack."
"You chose this,"
Finn reminded me. "I was short on options."
"Well, I, for one, am glad you're here."
Finn glanced at Seb, leaving me wondering why the hell he would say that when he'd only known me for a morning. A meaningful glance passed between them. Finn raised his eyebrows, and Seb shrugged in response.
"Piper, tell Sebastian about yourself,"
Finn said. "Why?" I asked guardedly.
"Because you won me over in the car,"
Finn said.
"And I'd like you to win him over, too."
"I won you over?" My tone came out more skeptical than I meant it to. But I was skeptical. I kept feeling some strange, instant bond with Finn. But I knew that my feelings made no sense. Neither of us should make anything of it. We didn't know each other or trust each other.
"She drives Arthur crazy,"
Finn said over my head to Sebastian.
"No wonder you like her,"
Seb said.
"But you know I think you should stop antagonizing Arthur, not find whole new ways to piss him off. It's unfair,"
Finn said.
"You'd want to know what was going on in her situation." "I'd never be in her situation,"
Seb said, his voice sarcastic.
"It's hard to be a princess."
"It also seems like it's hard to be an Omega," I said. "But here we all are." Both of them turned to me, surprise written across their faces. Now I could see the differences. Seb's hair was more unruly, falling over his eyes, while Finn's red curls were closer cropped. They shared the same piercingly bright blue eyes and chiseled cheekbones, though.
"What's it like for the Omegas in your pack?"
Sebastian said, and the curiosity in his voice felt like a chance to bond. "We don't have any," I said. "I mean, Callum is definitely the alpha, and Josh is his beta. But Callum values every member of the pack."
"Same here,"
Sebastian said, and Finn snorted, impatiently crossing his arms over his chest, as if to put the lie to his brother's words. Seb shot him a look.
"Well, maybe if you ever listened to Arthur. I'm not starting today. Maybe tomorrow."
Finn held his hand out impatiently.
Well?
I glanced between them as Sebastian reluctantly pulled a cell phone out of his pocket. My heart leaped as Seb slapped it into Finn's hand.
You're welcome to go,
Finn said to Seb.
Plausible deniability. My fate's always been tied to yours, twin,
Seb said.
Unfortunately.
Finn held the phone out to me.
Burner phone. You've got 2 minutes, and you better not tell them where we are. I'm sure she's very reliable,
Seb said. Finn shot him a quizzical look. I grabbed the phone from him, afraid he'd change his mind. Thank you. Finn shrugged. There was a bemused look written across his face, as if he wasn't even sure why he was making these choices. Quickly, I dialed Callum's number. I chewed on my lower lip as the phone rang, afraid he wouldn't answer. Then his voice, low and hard and warm.
Hello?
It's me, Piper, I said in a rush, turning my back to Sebastian and Finn for what little privacy I could get. Is everyone okay?
Yes. Kai's hurt, but he'll live. Piper, are you okay?
The urgency in his voice warmed my chest. I'm fine, I hurried to assure him. They're treating me well. You don't need to worry about me. I didn't want a rescue mission.
Are you sure?
He asked.
That all happened so fast. You don't ever have to sacrifice yourself for us.
There was a note of anguish in his rough, masculine voice. We're one pack, I said. I couldn't let Kai, or you. I trailed off. It's fine. Maddie's parents are alive. She should get to know her own pack, her family. But I need time here to sort things out.
What kind of things?
There was a stern note in Callum's voice again. He was back to his usual alpha tone. Don't worry about it. I don't know when I'll get to call again, but I will. I'm fine. Trust me. He hesitated.
I do.
Do you, though? There was a teasing note in my voice. Is this unbearable for you, Alpha?
It is unbearable for me,
he said, his voice deadly serious.
Because I can't stand having you out of my protection.
That was sweet. Maddening, but sweet. I glanced back over my shoulder. Finn tapped his watch. I want to look after all of you just as much as you want to look after me, I reminded him. Just wait. Promise. Take care of them, and don't come after me. There was silence on the line for a second, and then he said,
I will.
I ran my fingers through my hair, searching for something to say besides goodbye. Something that would make him feel better. Something that would matter. I miss you, I said. Strangely enough, I could feel the give in his tension by the way he exhaled, even before he spoke.
Strangely enough, I miss you, too. Even though you're a strong-willed pain in my ass.
Even though you're an overbearing alpha, I felt Finn step up to my shoulder, the tension in his body. We must be taking a big risk. And Finn was taking it for me, without a word of complaint. It was his anxiety that gave him away. Goodbye, Callum.
Take care of yourself, Piper.
He said those simple words like there was so much more behind them, so much he wanted to say. I'll be back home and annoying you before you know it, I promised, and then hung up the phone. I turned and handed it to Finn. There. Arthur himself shouldn't have had a problem with that conversation. I told my pack to leave you all alone.
Promise this will stay between us,
Sebastian said. Of course, I said. Finn pocketed the phone.
Do you feel better now?
As tension I hadn't realized I was holding released, my shoulders relaxing, I felt a sudden surge of emotion. Kai's blood-splattered coat flashed in front of my gaze again. But he was going to live. I had been on the verge of panic without realizing it, because I had to keep going away. Now the emotions hit me all at once, a flood that made my chest ache and my eyes burn hot. Yes, I said softly, but my voice still gave me away. It sounded like I was on the verge of breaking. Finn's eyes widened. For a second, he hesitated, and then he reached out and began to rub my bicep briskly up and down. His rough attempt to comfort me made me smile through my tears. I'm fine, I promised. That call was just what I needed. Thank you.
We're not anything in the pack,
Finn told me.
Especially me, but I'll do what I can to take care of you, Piper.
I cocked my head at Finn's face, which looked concerned and caring, even through the blur of my tears. "Why?" I asked. Finn hesitated, as if he were trying to form the right words, and then gave in and shrugged.
"Honestly, hell if I know."
If I didn't know better, if I hadn't already been bonded to my pack, I would have thought there was something special between Finn and me, something made of old magic and wolves' faded blood. Chapter 16. There was a heavy knock on the door, and a second later, a tall, muscular man stepped into the room. Finn palmed the cell phone smoothly and tucked it into his pocket. Smoldering blue eyes swept past me to Finn.
"What are you two knuckleheads doing in here with her? Keeping her company? She's comfortable with us knuckleheads,"
Finn said, which was a bit of a leap, but it was true. Seb and Finn had stuck their heads out for me, and we had a secret together. I did feel like I could trust them. The guy who had just entered was enormous, head and shoulders taller than Finn and Seb, who were tall to begin with, and so muscular that he reminded me of a younger version of Jason Momoa. I was pretty sure I remembered him from the mall parking lot. "Hi," I said, loud and aggressively perky. I wasn't going to let the newcomer's suspicious gaze linger on Seb and Finn. They'd taken a risk to help me. "I'm Piper, and you are?"
"I know who you are,"
he said. "Right," I said. "But that's the thing about introductions. They go two ways." He turned his gaze on me for the first time. His bright blue eyes were startling against his tan skin, set in a handsome but heavy-featured face. He didn't have any of Seb and Finn's trickster charm, but he did have a pure, brutish masculinity.
"I'm Logan,"
he said. "Nice to meet you, Logan." He certainly didn't seem to be trying to impress me. Already his gaze was returning to Finn, his jaw setting. I asked, "So why are you here?" His stormy gaze swept back to me.
"I came to check on you, to see if you needed anything."
"I see. Well, Sebastian and Finn have made me feel more at home here. Thank you." I added the last bit, looking to them each in turn. "I'm most grateful for their kind welcome." Some of the tension seemed to ebb. Logan looked at me with curiosity for the first time.
"Good. I'm glad you find my little brothers tolerable."
"You're all brothers?" I asked, unable to hide the skepticism in my voice. Logan nodded curtly.
"I know, it's hard to believe,"
Finn said.
"He got the brute strength, and we got the personality."
Logan snorted.
"I think calling them personalities is generous." "Logan is Arthur's beta,"
Sebastian helpfully supplied. I nodded. It was weird that Seb and Finn were omegas if their brother was the beta, that they weren't at least mid-ranking wolves, but maybe it was just unavoidable that someone in the pack had to be the bottom-ranking wolf. Callum had told me that packs could be harsh to the omegas, but it wasn't like that in Blissford, where they were all close as brothers. Maybe it wasn't true here either. "So I should try to make a good impression on you then?" I asked Logan, smiling easily.
"Yes,"
he said, without smiling back. "You'd think you'd want to make a good impression on me," I muttered. "But all right."
"Why?"
Logan asked flatly. "Didn't Arthur tell you?"
"Yes,"
he said.
"You're here in the hopes we'll please you, and you'll bring your sister home to her pack peacefully. The truth is, she will come home one way or another."
"So not that interested in peace?" I asked. Logan shrugged.
"Dinner is in half an hour. Prepare yourself."
"I'm dressed." I waved a hand down the lacy bodice of my dress to the full skirt.
"I don't mean clothes,"
he said, heading for the door. He stopped and shot over his shoulder.
"There are blotches on your face. They make you look unattractive and weak. You need to stop crying."
"Thanks for the advice," I shot back. "I feel much better now."
"I'll be back in half an hour to escort you down."
The door closed hard behind him.
"He's not as bad as he seems,"
Sebastian promised me. "He's not very warm and friendly." Understatement of the century. "You guys don't even look alike."
"Technically, we're half-brothers,"
Seb said.
"but Logan's never treated us that way, even if the pack does."
"What happened?"
"That's a story for another day,"
Seb said impatiently.
"It's not that interesting. Pack politics."
"Why are people always saying that?" I demanded.
It's just our pack's politics, Seb said. But you're a guest here. You don't need to worry about all that.
I don't know, I muttered. I've only been here for 2 hours, and I'm already pretty worried about the two of you. To my surprise, Sebastian grinned at that. He had an easy, sunny grin, and just like Finn's, it made me want to smile back.
I don't know why you'd waste that kind of energy on two guys you just met, he said. Piper's got a big heart, Finn said. It gets her in trouble.
I shot him a look, and he shrugged.
What? Why are you here, Piper? It's your heart, isn't it?
There's nothing wrong with having a big heart.
No, but it's not a lie that it's getting you in trouble either.
Finn winked at me.
It's okay. I'm an expert at getting in trouble, which means I'm also pretty damn good at getting out of it. I think that's an optimistic take on your haphazard path through life, Sebastian said. For some reason, the memory of my father charging after me through the house rose, swift and vivid. Had that been the day he cracked my skull open and then left me in his cabin to live or die? I know all about getting in trouble, I said. The two of them looked to me, suddenly focused. My voice had come out harder, less mischievous than I had meant it to be. And I'm also pretty damn good at getting out of it. Good.
Seb clapped me on the shoulder, and his touch lingered. This close, I breathed in a faint, pleasant scent, clean and smooth.
Because Finn needs all the help he can get. And so do you,
Finn said quickly.
Just because I'm your brother,
Seb muttered. But then he grinned at me, that same easy grin all over again, as he admitted,
and so do I.
They were being teasing and lighthearted, but I was pretty sure they were right, too. They did need me. There was something going on in this pack, and I had the weirdest feeling. If fate were real, and I wasn't saying it was, I had a feeling that it would have been fate that sent me here. Well, fate and my big, stupid heart. Before your big brother comes to whisk me away to meet your pack, I said, how about you tell me who's who in this pack? Right now, I needed them too. Chapter 17. Logan held his arm out to me. I raised my eyebrows out to him. It felt ridiculous to tuck my hand over his massive forearm, as if we were on a date. He shrugged and dropped his hands to his side again.
I just thought you looked a little wobbly in those heels.
Is this your idea of being nice? I shot back.
Nah.
He winked at me, a quick flicker of dark lashes against his tanned skin.
I don't care about being nice.
He sounded flirty, strangely enough. Nice is a good thing. I don't think you should brag about not being nice.
I've got a lot of strengths, but nice has never been one of them.
He took my elbow in his hand, just long enough to draw me with him down the hall.
Anyway, I don't want you to get attached to us around here.
Don't fret about that, I told him. I think we're all safe.
We'll see,
he said. Side by side, the two of us headed down the long hall for the stairs. I took a deep breath through my nose, trying to still my rapid beating heart. I wasn't sure why I was so nervous. I was here for Maddie. They needed to impress me. There was no reason for the butterfly wings scraping across my stomach, or the way my heart had started to beat too fast.
You okay?
Logan asked, without even glancing toward me. Damn it. Wolf's superior senses probably cued him in all too well on how nervous I was. And he wouldn't be the only one to pick up on it. Fine, I said grouchily, because even if he couldn't help noticing, it was bad manners to comment. It wasn't as if he cared, really. His lips tightened in response to my tone, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he sardonically inclined his head toward the stairs.
After you, princess.
The word princess didn't sound like a pet name on his lips, the way it did with my guys. It sounded mocking. Seb and Finn's voices were suddenly loud as they came out into the hallway behind us, and I stopped with my hand on the stair railing and turned back to look at them. The two of them were pushing each other in some kind of race to get dressed for dinner.
Don't bother,
Logan snapped at them.
Go run the perimeter.
Finn's sigh was loud.
Really? Don't make me repeat myself.
Logan slipped past me, jogging down the stairs without looking back at his brothers, his hands in his pockets. The casual pose pushed up his jacket, a blazer that clung to his broad shoulders and revealed the muscular curves of his ass in fitted trousers. The only nice thing about Logan was the way he looked, but that part was very nice.
"She'll be fine,"
Seb said to Finn, his voice quiet, as if I wouldn't hear them. I was still a wolf.
"Of course she will,"
Finn said, and his voice was strong, carrying to me easily, intentionally.
"You didn't see her today. She's strong."
Even without meaning to, my spine straightened at the words, my chin rising.
"And you're a suck-up,"
Seb said. That made me grin, right before I heard the two of them slam into the wall behind me. I glanced up over my shoulder again as the two of them, locked together, began to slug each other. Wolfish boys were physical. Logan clucked his tongue, pausing on the stairs ahead of me and looking up. "Did you just cluck at me?" I demanded. "Are you sure you're a wolf shifter? Not a chicken? Maybe a turkey?"
"Come on. Stop gawking at Finn and Seb. Those pains in the asses will be around more than you want, trust me."
Logan raised an eyebrow at me.
"And did you really just accuse me of being poultry?"
"Did you really just cluck at me?"
"I spend all day on herding duty,"
he told me.
"Trying to keep idiots from acting like idiots is a beta's job. It's hard to turn off."
I swept down the stairs, feeling the hem of my gown brush the steps behind me.
"Also, I'm thinking that taking care of you fits naturally into my duties,"
he added. I'd been expecting that quip. "I know I'm an idiot." I flashed him a sweet smile. "That's why I'm here with you in the land of idiots." If they were smart, we could have saved all the drama and bloodshed. This time, I took in more of my surroundings as I reached the first floor. The world wasn't quite such a quick blur, and I tried to remember the layout of the house as we passed through it. It was quite the sprawling mansion. We passed open doors to a big, sun-soaked two-story library and an office with a handful of desks and computers and big monitors hanging on the walls. There were a few people in there who glanced at us, and then one came over and closed the door, before we steered into a ballroom. A ballroom? Who had a ballroom in their house? Did werewolves even dance? There was a raised platform at one end, but other than that, the room was full of round banquet tables covered in crisp linens and decorated with masses of fragrant flowers. The chandeliers cast glittering, glamorous light through the dimly lit room, over the faces of a few dozen shifters. The guys in the room, almost all tall and built, wore jackets, if not ties, although a lot of them looked a bit dour, possibly about the dress code. I was, blessedly, not the only woman in a ball gown, although I was probably the only one who hadn't had the chance to choose my attire. I get nervous meeting new people as it is. This strange setting, when I'd never been to a dance before, in a new place with new people who might not exactly be friendly. It was all so overwhelming that my pulse fluttered, and I breathed in through my nose, focusing on my breath and the smooth, silky feeling of my skirt against my palms. I was fine. Everything was fine. This was an adventure. My peppy self-talk was not convincing.
"These pack-wide dinners are always great,"
Logan said.
"There's hors d'oeuvres. I love hors d'oeuvres."
"Yeah?" I said. "Is there booze, too?"
"You look too young to drink, Blondie."
He touched my arm, the gesture quick and unexpected, and I glanced up at him in confusion.
"You okay if I leave you alone for a minute? I wasn't kidding about sending people out to run the perimeter. Just want to check on things."
"Yeah," I said. They should be concerned about security, apparently. Witches were dangerous, and so were the other packs, as Logan and his kind had just taught me. "I'm fine." He nodded and moved off through the crowd. He stopped without leaving the room, though, talking quietly to an older man in a tweed jacket, their heads bowing close together. I felt a faint relief that he wasn't leaving the room, that I wasn't that alone. Which was weird. Logan was not exactly a comforting guy. "Hi." It was a young, bubbly voice, and I turned to find two women around my own age. One, with long, dark hair falling in thick curls around her shoulder, beamed at me with a bright smile. The other was pale and lovely in a strapless peach dress and had a serious case of resting bitch face. "Hi," I said. I'm Piper. Caroline, the dark-haired girl thrust her hand out. She was the one with the bubbly voice. It's so nice to meet you. And thanks to you, we got a chance to dress up. I always appreciate that. The blonde snorted, as if she was less enthused, crossing her arms across the swell of her breasts. It was a strange sound coming from someone who looked like a total Southern belle. Oh, so all this is in my honor? I pulled a face. I wish I'd gotten a chance to pack for it. This is Fiona. Caroline grabbed her friend's wrist, as if she was afraid Fiona would snort again and then wander off. She does not like dressing up. Fiona shook her head. No, that's not true. I used to love a good fancy gown and a smoky eye. What I don't like pack stuff. Her eyes drifted over me as if she found me, too, to be pack stuff. So I didn't want to say pack princesses, but I was excited to meet someone my age who was also a shifter. You're girls. I'm a woman, but who's getting bogged down by semantics? Fiona said, her voice bored. Caroline, you promised me there would be cocktails this time. That's what I was hoping for. I'd never had the chance to drink before, but right now something that might take away my edge of panic sounded fantastic. I just didn't think there were a lot of females in the packs. Turned, not born, Caroline said brightly. I choose to be here. I see champagne. Better than nothing. Fiona wrenched her wrist out of Caroline's and took off across the room. Despite her narrow, petite frame, she put her shoulder down and headed into the crowd like an angry football player when she was in search of champagne. She didn't want to be turned, Caroline said apologetically, as if that explained Fiona's attitude. Instead, it raised a whole lot of questions for me. Fiona had been turned against her will? What the hell had happened in this pack? Logan loomed between us, resting one elbow on my shoulder and one on Caroline's. It was an unexpectedly flirtatious gesture, and Caroline's cheeks went pink as she gazed up at him, a smile blossoming across her red lips. She was really pretty. I felt a stab of jealousy in my chest, right before I realized that made 0 sense. I had no claim on Logan. I didn't even like Logan.
I'm glad you two met,
Logan said.
Caroline is the nicest friend you could have, Piper.
Not Fiona? I asked dryly, and then realized I probably should keep more of my thoughts on the inside. Logan glanced toward Fiona, who had a champagne glass in either hand and a satisfied look on her face, like she'd just conducted a successful stick-up.
Well, she's a spitfire.
A spitfire. That was a nice way to put it. And suddenly, I liked Logan a little better.
Make sure she stays out of Arthur's way tonight,
Logan said to Caroline softly. I'll try, Caroline said. She barely listens to me.
Well, barely is better than she listens to anyone else.
I cocked my head to one side, curious. Before I could say anything, Logan said,
None of your business, Piper.
Actually, it was very much my business. If some of the pack was unhappy here, if wolves had been turned against their will, I wasn't bringing my sister into a place that was full of danger. But for now, I'd wait and see how the evening played out.
Speaking of the devil,
Logan muttered. There was a faint shift in the air, the room quieting, tension rising. I turned and saw Arthur. His big frame filled the doorway, serious and unsmiling.
Keep her and Fee out of trouble,
Logan told Caroline, his quick glance encompassing me. I raised my eyebrows. I was a guest here. How did I get put into the same bucket as champagne-swilling, growly Fiona? You are asking for the impossible, Caroline hissed through smiling teeth.
I have faith in you.
Logan winked at her and headed for Arthur's side. Caroline turned that smile on me. I have so many questions for you, I said, in what I hoped sounded like a friendly, light tone. She reached out and grabbed my hand. Let's go find that champagne. Chapter 18. What's the story with Fiona and Arthur? I asked. They just butt heads, Caroline said. Don't worry about it. I'm just curious. I wondered if she knew why I was here and how much I cared about figuring out the pack. I had thought my guys in the Blissford pack were screwed up. This place was something else altogether. Is Fiona okay? I asked, more quietly, and Caroline's eyes widened. "She's fine," Caroline said quickly. "Everything is good here in the pack. She's just feisty, that's all." Logan had said Caroline was a good friend to have, but Caroline was lying through her teeth. I wasn't so sure that made her a good friend. I needed to figure out what Fiona's story was, but maybe I needed to win over Caroline, or Fiona, first, so I could get the whole story. "Let's find Fiona and another glass of champagne. Not necessarily in that order." "Hold on." Caroline nodded toward Arthur and Logan, who were making their way through the crowd toward us. People melted away from them, making a clear pathway between me and the two towering men. "Arthur will want to introduce you to the pack." "Great," I said. Caroline glanced past me, as if something had caught her eye, and I turned to see Fiona slipping through the crowd toward us. "Good luck," Caroline said brightly, and then slipped past me, headed for her friend. Arthur pulled ahead of Logan in a few quick strides and stopped in front of me, inclining his head. He wore a suit that fit him very well. I was glad to see him suffering in formal wear like I was, and he carried a faint scent of clean soap. I wondered what he'd been doing all afternoon, once he sent me off to be guarded by Finn and Sebastian.
"You look nice,"
Arthur said. That was a strange thing to say to the woman you basically kidnapped earlier today, but all right. "Thanks?" His cool expression didn't change.
"I'm going to introduce you to the pack before dinner. We will go up on the dais."
I hated being the center of attention. "Is that really necessary?"
"Yes,"
he said curtly. He took my elbow in his grip, half gentlemanly and half possessive.
"You've got to make a good impression."
"Why?" I asked softly. He leaned in toward me, and I turned my face up to his to hear what he was going to say, and he must not have expected that, because his lips grazed my ear.
"We're both in danger here, Princess."
The words were so soft, I barely heard them. He pulled back.
"Everything will be fine. Just take it seriously."
"I am. Trust me," I whispered back hotly. What the hell was going on? Seb and Finn had given me a rundown on the main players in the pack when I'd asked them, but no one had admitted that Arthur himself was in danger. "What do you want me to say?" I whispered, as he led me through the crowd toward the steps to the dais.
"As little as possible."
There was his usual curt tone.
"Say you're honored to be here. You should be. Say you're looking forward to getting to know everyone, and eager to introduce Maddie to the pack."
Well, I wasn't so sure about that last bit. Maddie would stay safe with my wolves. Right now, I couldn't imagine bringing her here. He turned on me, his fierce eyes flashing, and leaned in close.
"Say it."
I squared my shoulders, facing him. "I think we have a lot to talk about." He set his jaw.
"Piper, this is important. I will answer your questions later."
"When?"
"What do you mean, when?"
"When are we going to sit down and talk it out?"
"You are impossible,"
he said.
"I'm the alpha. My word is good."
"I'm sure it is," I said. "I just like making solid plans, that's all."
"Once dinner is over,"
he said through gritted teeth,
"I will come to your room."
"And you'll answer whatever questions I have for you?" He flashed me a dangerous but handsome smile.
"I'll let you ask them. We'll go from there."
"You brought me here," I reminded him.
"Much to my regret."
He held his arm out to me, the same way Logan had offered his forearm earlier. But this time, I didn't think no would be an acceptable answer. If I embarrassed Arthur in front of his pack, I didn't just put the relationship between our packs at risk. According to him, I might be putting both our lives in danger. No pressure. I slipped my fingers over his forearm, feeling the corded muscles even through the fine material of his jacket, and did my best to touch him as lightly as possible as we headed for the stairs. I didn't want to lean on him. Breathe deep, Piper. Keep it together. And, of course, my wayward brain reminded me, Piper isn't even your real name. Piper might as well be my name, Brain. I'd been stuck with it for 18 years, and, oh my God, this was not the time to obsess over this for the 80th time. Head in the game. When we reached the top of the dais, the music cut out, and the room went deathly silent. I faced the crowd with Arthur. There must have been more than 50 shifters filling the room, looking at us expectantly. And how many more weren't here? Sebastian and Finn were missing from the crowd. Surely they weren't the only ones. It was a huge pack. If I failed, my pack would die. They could never stand against so many. So I did need to impress them. I fixed a smile on my face. I had plenty of experience with hiding my feelings. Thanks, Dad.
I know there's been much discussion about our visitor today,
Arthur said.
This is Piper, of the Blissford Pack. You will treat her as an honored guest, under my protection.
Those last 3 words were threaded with iron. A threat. A cold shiver brushed down my spine. Why was that threat needed?
I realize there is frustration about our attempt to retrieve our stolen princess,
Arthur went on.
She will join us later this month and be reunited with her family. But for now, we have an opportunity to forge an alliance with the Blissford Pack, like the one that was lost years ago.
There were low murmurs in the crowd. There had been an alliance between our 2 packs. Then where the hell had they been when we needed them? When our pack was destroyed? When my men were just boys, scattered to different homes that could never understand them?
Enough!
Arthur roared, his voice silencing the crowd. Reluctantly, almost rebelliously, every shifter in the room stilled and turned toward him.
The packs must unite. Through diplomacy. Through force. Whatever it takes. If we want to survive, we have to work together.
Through force? Did he plan to make our pack part of his? Why was his pack so big? At the same time, he was saying the same things that Callum had said. Albeit, when Callum said these things, it was without the threat of violence. The packs had to unite. It was our separation that had left us vulnerable to the covens. Arthur's voice dropped lower, so quiet that people leaned forward to hear him. But his voice remained strong and dangerous.
If you do not want to follow the new ways of our pack, you're welcome to follow the old Alpha.
The room remained deadly silent, but there was a definite shift in the air, and the crackle of tension rising even higher. Where had the old Alpha gone? Had he left the pack when Arthur bested him in a battle and started a new pack somewhere? Or was he an outcast, a lone wolf? Or was he dead? The air was chilly as Arthur turned to me.
Piper, we are honored to have you here. I hope this is the beginning of a new relationship between your pack and ours.
Thank you. My voice came out strong and clear. Well, there was a small miracle. I tried to clear my whirling brain and smile out at the crowd. My eyes skimmed frantically over the cold, angry faces for someone to make eye contact with. I think this is a promising beginning. Now I was the one lying through my teeth. You see, your pack's princess is very dear to me. I found Fiona's face in the crowd. She still held 2 crystal champagne goblets, one in each hand, but at least her face was curious as she gazed up at me. Maddie and I were raised as sisters. I know she belongs here with her own pack, with her own family, and I want to see her reunited with you all. But I also hope that I won't lose my sister when that happens. That was the truth, and I hoped they would hear it in my voice. Maddie's lucky to have a family, a pack, waiting for her. She's important to me, and that means you all are too. Arthur shifted his weight. He'd asked me to say these things, more or less, but I had a feeling he was uncomfortable with giving me the crowd's ear. Of course, an alpha hated to cede control to anyone. Well, I had one more thing to say. I could feel the crowd's unease when it came to Arthur. I wanted to get these shifters to like me, to give me a chance to win them over on behalf of my pack. I wasn't going to do that in one speech, but maybe I could lay the groundwork. I think you all know that Maddie and I were raised by one of the members of the coven who took us, I said. The man who pretended to be our father was cruel. I tried to protect her, For the last 5 years, she and I have bonded together to fight back against him and the Coven the only way we could. By surviving, and by rising above his hate to love each other. She might not really be my sister, but I couldn't love her any more. So I hope you'll be patient with me, and we'll bring Maddie home. I glanced toward Arthur to let him know I was done speaking. He gave me a brief nod, but there was warmth in his eyes. Even I could feel that the room had shifted slightly. The faces regarding me weren't quite as openly hostile now. Then, someone in the back of the room began to clap slowly. Arthur's gaze rose to find the person in the crowd, and his lips tightened. The man who had begun to clap dropped his hands to his side, once every gaze had swiveled to him.
"It's a nice speech, but the Northern Pack never brought us anything but trouble. If you refuse to follow my leadership,"
Arthur said,
"you're welcome to challenge me for control of the pack."
He shook his head.
"No alpha, no challenge here. Respectful disagreement only. For the good of the pack. I heard your respectful disagreement earlier today, Inzel,"
Arthur said.
"The decision has been made."
Inzel. Seb and Finn had told me that he was one of the old guard, that he had been beta for the old alpha before Arthur took control of the pack.
"Yes, Alpha."
The words were respectful. The tone? Almost.
"Let's eat,"
Arthur said. The crowd broke into knots, heading toward the table. Arthur strode across the dais and down the steps, then reached out his hand to help me down. His jaw was still set hard, his face composed, but I could tell fury beat in his heart. He looked frightening, but it wasn't me that he was angry at. This time. I reached out and took his hand in mine, but instead of using him to help me down, I knotted my fingers around his. "I'd like to know more about your vision for our packs," I said. Interest sparked in his eyes.
"Then we can discuss it after dinner."
I was looking forward to getting some answers, but I had work to do here, too. I wanted to meet Maddie's parents.
"That's going to take some time."
His voice was sober. "Why?" I glanced past him at the crowd. Chairs scraped across the floor, and silverware rattled as they took their places at the tables. "Aren't they here tonight?"
"Maddie's mother is confined to her quarters until she has a change of heart and comes to terms with my leadership,"
Arthur said.
"I understand her emotions, but there's only so much dissent I can tolerate within my pack."
Understanding dawned. She wanted to take Maddie by force. The face of the woman who had threatened to yank me through the windshield rose quickly before my eyes. Was that angry blonde woman Maddie's mother?
"She would kill you and everyone else in the Northern Pack to get her daughter back,"
Arthur said. I'd hoped to get to know her. She wanted to kill me. Awkward. But surely if she heard me out, I could convince her that we both wanted to take care of Maddie. We had more in common than she knew. "Family is always so challenging," I muttered. Arthur looked at me curiously, but he let it pass.
"You may sit with the other girls at dinner. I'm sure you'll enjoy their conversation more than mine. I'll collect you afterwards."
He was probably sitting with the other leaders of the pack, like his beta and advisors. "Is that your version of the children's table?" I demanded. "Because I promise you, I won't be bored with adult conversation." Arthur leaned into me. He was so much taller that I felt dwarfed when he leaned over me this way, until his lips brushed against my ear. A strange, squirmy feeling swept down my spine. Arousal? Fear? Both?
"I enjoy your spirit,"
he said softly.
"But don't press your luck, girl."
Chapter 19. During dinner, I tried to get to know Fiona and Caroline better. Fiona was drunk, though, and disappointingly quiet when intoxicated. She leaned one elbow on the table, picking at the food on her plate, and offered only muttered wisecracks in response to the conversation that flowed around her. Caroline was determined to make small talk, and only small talk. Every time Fiona drew attention to herself with her little sarcastic asides, Caroline popped in with some observation about the weather. No one told me anything particularly useful, and it seemed intentional. I could feel Arthur's hulking presence behind me even before he touched my shoulder, and I was already turning to face him when his hand brushed across my back. He nodded goodnight to the table, curtly, and they responded with a chorus of goodbyes. I smiled as I said goodbye to them, but Arthur was already striding away, and I had to follow him. Logan fell in alongside us as we passed him, and the three of us walked quietly upstairs. I couldn't help but think that Arthur could stand to be nicer to his pack. Honey, flies, etc. But maybe my first day with his pack wasn't the time to share my observations on how he could be a better alpha. Maybe tomorrow, though. In my bedroom, he closed the door behind him.
"All right, Piper. What do you need to know?"
I had so many questions that I needed to prioritize them. He was already fidgeting, leaning against the door as if he had more important places to be. "Can I talk to Maddie's mother?" I asked.
"I already said that she'd happily kill you,"
he said. "Yep, that doesn't answer my question." He shook his head.
"I think you overestimate just how charming you are."
I flashed him a smile. "And here I didn't think you found me charming at all. How interesting." He shrugged one big shoulder lazily.
"Fine. Tomorrow I'll take you to meet her."
"Where's Maddie's father?"
"He's been hunting for her for years,"
he said.
"We're trying to reach him, but we haven't had any luck so far."
"How was she taken, anyway?" I asked.
"The old alpha was lazy about security."
Arthur's voice was contemptuous.
"He let people live how they chose."
"What do you mean?"
"Maddie and her parents lived on the mainland, in their own house."
"Crazy," I muttered, and when Arthur nodded, agreeing with me, I added, "What a terrible thing, people living their lives." I couldn't help but think of poor Fiona, who didn't want to be a shifter, but had been turned against her will.
"And getting killed for it,"
Arthur said curtly.
"The packs are stronger when they're together."
"Yes," I said. "I'd like to get back to that. You and Callum have the same things to say about the future of—" Arthur shook his head. His jaw was suddenly set and angry.
"Your pack has little to offer us. You plus your 4 wolves. Do you see the size of the pack around you?"
"I see wolves who don't even want to be here," I shot back, "and a pack that's barely hanging together. Our pack might be small, but we all love each other." A mocking grin crossed Arthur's lips.
"Well, then, love is all you need."
He said it to Logan more than to me, as if he was looking for an accomplice in mocking my ideals. But Logan sat on the edge of my bed, his elbows on his knees, and looked down at his tented hands. Whatever Logan thought was inscrutable as ever. But from what I knew of Logan already, his inner monologue was probably sarcastic as hell. "It might not be all anyone needs," I said, "but I'd prefer to live my life with both love and heavy weaponry." Arthur's mocking smile widened, becoming genuine. But as his gaze met mine, his smile vanished, his face becoming cold again. It was as if he was slipping a mask on purposefully. He was hiding from me, keeping a distance.
"I'll take you to meet Maddie's mother in the morning. In the meantime, get some rest."
His hand was already on the doorknob. "I've got more questions," I said.
"I've got no more answers for you today,"
he said curtly. "Why are you in danger here?" I asked. He paused, his lips quirking cynically.
"Don't you mean, why are you in danger here, Piper?"
"I'm curious about both."
"Some in our pack want war," he said. "They'd prefer we had taken Maddie by force and killed your mates."
The words were chilling. "Well, I'm glad you didn't listen to them."
"It was tempting."
I thought he was joking at first, but then he glanced away, not meeting my eyes. Instead, he seemed to study the wall as he said,
"Wolves used to mate between packs. Even if you are not fated, if you do not love, you would bear powerful children."
Right. Wolves believed that born shifter females like me produced the strongest, most powerful children. I tried to think about that in the abstract, instead of imagining myself being forcibly impregnated to give the pack strong sons and daughters. It didn't help. I still felt like the floor had fallen out from under my feet.
"We'd never do that,"
Logan said quietly.
"Don't talk about it like that, Alpha. You'll scare the girl." "She should be scared,"
Arthur said.
"She needs to listen to me. If someone challenged me for Alpha and won, they wouldn't,"
Logan argued.
"Not in a fair fight,"
Arthur said bleakly. Logan finally looked up, and the glance the two of them shared was tinged with secrets and concerns. "There are people in the pack that want to use me," I said, my voice even. I had to make sure I understood. "Who?"
"And there are people who simply want to destroy your pack,"
Logan said.
"Logan,"
Arthur's voice was warning.
"She doesn't need to know too much. She's not one of us."
"You can trust me," I snapped. "Right now, I'm on your side. As long as your side is Team Piper is not a broodmare."
"You should also be on Team Not Dead,"
Logan said.
"Because, Logan, she needs to know."
Arthur shook his head, his mouth tight. "There are people who want to kill me?" I asked. "I can fill in the gaps. It's not like it's that much worse than Plan Broodmare."
"You don't need to know anything about our pack,"
Arthur said impatiently.
"We'll protect you."
"That's a nice idea, but I'm a fan of being able to take care of myself."
"She's useless to us if she doesn't know anything,"
Logan said.
"And she's dangerous if she does,"
Arthur said.
"If she brings information back to her pack."
"Our pack does not want to fight with yours," I said. "You're the ones causing all the trouble."
"You wouldn't know, sister,"
Arthur said.
"How long have you known them?"
For Arthur to imply that I didn't know who my men really were, that they were dangerous, made me furious. But I didn't have a great answer to the question. I'd only known them a few months. It was my turn to glance away. "We're fated. I know them. It doesn't matter how long."
"You're blind,"
Arthur corrected. "And aren't you hoping to be blind yourself?" I said testily. "When my sister comes of age?" Arthur winced.
"I hope she'll be a mate for the younger generation."
"I do not want." Relief flooded my chest. That made me like him a little better. The thought of a big, dangerous guy like Arthur waiting for my little sister to grow up was a sickening one. "Good."
"But she's one of my pack,"
Arthur said.
"She belongs here."
"So then what about your mate?" I asked. Arthur shrugged.
"I don't care for one."
"Right," I said, my voice heavy with disbelief. Wolves longed for their mates. That was just how it was. The way I'd felt attracted to my guys had been magical. There was no other way to describe it. The connection between us was powerful, supernatural, from the beginning. A niggling memory rose of the way it had felt when I was crushed against Arthur's chest, and I pushed it away. Irritated, he looked past me to Logan.
"Make sure she is safe here tonight."
Logan's eyebrows rose quickly.
"What do you—"
Arthur was already jerking the door open and slamming it behind him.
"Great,"
Logan muttered. I turned on him. "I have more questions." Logan held up a hand.
"I'm loyal to my Alpha, Blondie, even when I don't agree with him."
"But it seems a lot of your pack isn't," I said. He shook his head, his mouth tightening.
"Nope, we're not talking about this."
"I deserve to know who might try to kill me in your pack," I shot back. "Why? Do they want to push our packs into war?" Logan hesitated, then nodded.
"They don't agree with Arthur's diplomatic approach."
"Well, to be fair, believing that Arthur can do diplomatic does seem like a bit of a stretch," I muttered. He rose impatiently.
"Listen, Blondie, I get where you might not have the best impression of him, but he is a good guy, a good Alpha."
That was pretty much what Seb and Finn had said about Logan himself. But I was still haunted by the conversation I'd had downstairs, by Fiona's angry drinking. Something terrible had happened in the pack. "Yeah? Is that why Fiona was turned against her will?"
"That wasn't—"
His words were heated, as if he needed me to understand, but he broke off, shaking his head. He was trying to follow Arthur's orders, even if it killed him not to follow his own judgment. Pack life was truly bizarre. Where else would a grown man follow another man's orders, even when they went against what he knew was logical and right? "You're a good beta, aren't you?" I asked, unable to hide the edge in my voice. Maybe it was better to be an Omega after all. At least Finn made his own choices, even if he risked having to pay for them. Logan shook his head.
"You don't know anything. About Arthur, about our pack, about why I'd do anything for him?"
"Then tell me."
"I can't,"
he said. He headed for the door, but turned back.
"I will. I will point out those who think we should just have destroyed your pack tomorrow. You deserve to know."
"Thank you," I said. "But I also have to survive tonight."
"You'll be fine,"
he said. "Really?" I demanded. "There isn't even a lock on my door."
"There is,"
he said, straight-faced.
"It's just on our side."
I raked my hand through my hair. "How am I supposed to sleep here tonight with no weapon, no lock on my door, no way to protect myself?"
"You're a wolf,"
he said, a look of faint, bewildered amusement written across his face.
"With wolves next door. If anyone dared to hurt you, I'd make sure they regretted it."
"That doesn't matter if they surprise me." My breath was coming fast, and I broke off and headed toward the windows, trying to calm my breathing. There were entirely logical reasons why I couldn't stand to sleep in this room tonight, but I was on the verge of panic, and that had nothing to do with now. That had everything to do with my memories of the room I'd grown up in, with the lock on the outside. I hadn't even been allowed to close the door of my room if I was inside when I was a child.
"Do you want me to sleep in here tonight?"
he asked, that edge of humor in his voice.
"Not used to sleeping alone, princess?"
I didn't answer because I didn't trust my voice.
"Princess?"
he asked, a note of uncertainty in his voice. There wasn't anything I wanted to discuss less with Logan than my miserable childhood and all the ways it had left me fragile. I didn't want anyone in this pack to see my vulnerable side. It was bad enough he'd seen the evidence of my crying earlier, and his words still stung. "It makes you look weak and unattractive." If only Seb or Finn could help me. But they didn't have the standing in the pack. I could feel his presence close behind me. Even from here, I could feel his warmth, and he seemed to hesitate as if he wanted to reach out and touch me.
"Are you all right?"
he asked. I tried to flash him a smile as I turned. His face changed, his eyes widening, so maybe my smile wasn't very convincing. There was a lump in my throat I could barely talk through, but I forced myself to blurt out the words. "I can't depend on someone else to keep me safe. It's not personal. It just never worked for me before. Until I met my pack, that is." Something hardened in his eyes.
"That coven didn't take very good care of you, Piper."
"No," I said in a whisper. He seemed to hesitate. Then he clapped my shoulder with his hand, a rough, masculine gesture that startled me.
"I'll be right back."
"What are you doing?" I asked, but he was already heading out the door. Just like Arthur, he slammed the door behind him. Wolves apparently didn't know how to shut a door gracefully. There was a metallic rattle before his quick footfalls headed away from my door. Unlike Arthur, he had locked me in. Chapter 20. When I pushed aside the curtains covering the windows, the clouds were moving, dark and swift, over the pines that led down to the beach and the shimmering black water beyond. It was beautiful, and I leaned my forehead against the cool glass, longing for a different house with a view of pines. I could just imagine Callum or Josh wrapping their arms around me, pressing warm, hard bodies against me, and the way I'd feel safe and protected. Instead, I was alone. The lock rattled. Logan, I hoped, but I still grabbed one of the brass candlesticks decorating the mantel above the fireplace and moved swiftly to the side of the door, ready to fight back if it was anyone else. They'd left me without a weapon. Rude. So I'd have to get the jump on anyone who came through the door to have a fighting chance. Whoever was at the door began to whistle a song. I relaxed. Just a little. Someone coming to murder me probably wouldn't whistle while they worked. The doorknob turned. Big shoulders, a lowered head of shaggy dark hair. It was Logan who walked into the room. His eyes met mine, and he stopped whistling. Head cocked to one side, he said,
"You're attached to that candlestick, huh?"
"I wasn't sure who you were." I tossed it on the bed. I definitely missed my guys. I'd rather sleep with one of them, but I'd take the candlestick if it was the best company I could get tonight. You left me without a weapon to defend myself with. He looked as if he wanted to say something, but instead, he turned his back to me. A black and yellow fabric workbox was slung over his shoulder, and he pulled out an electric drill. As I watched, he slapped a deadbolt against the door, and the drill whined as he attached it to my door. He took a step back.
There. Now we can lock you in, and you can lock us out. Fair?
The matter-of-fact way he'd addressed my fears was sweet. I'm not sure I'd go all the way to fair. He shrugged.
It's what I've got to offer.
Thanks, I said. It gives me half a chance to sleep anyway.
I'm right next door.
He slapped the lock with his hand.
Arthur's on the other side. This would hold anyone back if they were even stupid enough to come after you when we're right next door. And we'd come to rescue you.
I'd prefer to rescue myself. His skeptical smile pulled at one corner of his lips.
Sure, Princess.
Irritation flared at his smug skepticism, but at the same time, I couldn't shift. I wasn't helpless. I'd been helpless for a time as a kid in my father's house, and as long as I had my wits, I never would be again. But I was at a distinct disadvantage as a petite woman against wolves.
You've got fight, though,
Logan acknowledged. Something about the way he said that made me think of the battle outside the mall. Logan. It's kind of a blur for me. Did I ever hit you with my car? His grin widened.
Why? Are you going to apologize?
Nope.
You'd be proud of it, wouldn't you?
I shrugged. It doesn't seem like getting hit by a car would slow you down much. Why would I be sorry?
Wouldn't slow me down?
I rolled my eyes. You're not fishing for compliments, are you? It's a fact that you're built like a... His eyebrows arched teasingly, and he cocked his head to one side, waiting for me to finish my sentence. But I stumbled. Things between us felt like they had tipped over to flirtatious, oddly enough, while we were discussing my attempt to run him over, and I felt a rush of guilt. Despite the way Logan irritated me, I also felt a strange pull toward him. Maybe it was loneliness, but it reminded me of the way I'd felt when I first met Josh and my guys. That was impossible. We were only fated to fall in love within our own packs, not between them.
Earth to Piper,
he said. He leaned against the door, watching me with lidded, curious eyes.
Where did you go just then?
I just always feel like there's so much I don't understand about the world, I said.
Big philosophical questions, huh? Like why you'd hit a guy like me with a car and risk ruining this handsome face?
He pursed his lips, and despite myself, it made me smile. This time, when he grinned, it was genuine. I mean, you and Arthur are keeping all these secrets from me about your pack, I said. And I don't know much about being a shifter anyway. It's so new to me.
What was it like when you changed the first time? Did you know it was coming?
He asked. I shrugged. It was no big deal. Logan's eyes sharpened. Shit. That was a stupid thing to say. I hadn't wanted to lie to him, so I had half-assed my lie instead of going all in. What was it like for you? I asked, trying to sound casual.
I knew it was coming,
he said.
In our pack, when a shifter is close to making the change for the first time, we have a dinner to celebrate them, and then we drop them off deep in the woods.
What if they don't shift? I wasn't sure how they could know that someone was ready to shift.
Then they've got a long, cold, dangerous walk home.
Logan shrugged.
Tradition is a bitch.
Were you scared? Your night in the woods? Logan gave me a long look. Maybe he didn't like being thought of as scared.
Of course,
he said.
Mostly, I was scared of the pain.
I nodded.
That first time, my adrenaline surging, the sound of my own bones breaking, joints reversing, muscles ripping. I knew it was going to hurt, that it was going to be like being tortured. Maybe that's part of why we do it alone the first time, too. So there's no one around to hear you sob through a mouthful of your own blood.
Did Logan really just tell me he cried the first time he shifted? I hadn't expected him to be the kind of guy who admitted to that.
And then, of course,
he said,
I was so exhausted, I just curled up under the trees and slept. That first full moon is wasted.
I nodded.
What was it like for you?
He asked curiously. Pretty much the same.
Did you feel like you were hungover when you woke up from that long sleep after the change?
I've never had a hangover, I said. But if that's what it's like, I'm definitely going to take it easy on the champagne.
Not like Fiona,
he said. Not like Fiona. When he smiled, things felt comfortable between us. I was so relieved that he'd bought my lie. For a second, I'd thought he was going to find out about my curse. If this pack knew I couldn't shift, that I was weak and useless, I didn't know what would happen.
I'll be going then,
he said. Okay. Good night. I followed him to the door, intending to lock him out as soon as he locked me in. He started to open the door, then turned back, shutting it hard.
One last thing, Piper.
I paused, my hand on the wall beside the door. What is it? He bit his lower lip, as if he was trying to hold something back. Abruptly, he moved in front of me, one of his hands braced on the wall above me. My eyes were level with his pecs, and my gaze snapped up to his face. His lips were set, my chest tightened, panic rising. He was furious. His handsome face was near mine as he growled,
"Why the hell are you lying to me?"
Chapter 21. What? I asked. My voice came out sounding unconvincing, except maybe convincingly scared. Why do you think I'm lying to you?
Every time you shift, it's a huge drain on your metabolism,
he said.
When it's over, you're ravenous.
There was something in his eyes, dark and hungry, like he could eat me right now himself. The big bad wolf came to mind. I licked my lips. His gaze flickered to my mouth, and then back to my eyes. Right, I said. I know that, Logan. He shook his head.
No, you don't. Don't ever lie to me again, Piper.
Why do you think I owe you more truth than you're willing to give me? I demanded. You know I have questions.
You know why I can't answer them,
he rumbled.
You've never shifted?
I'm not answering your questions if you won't answer mine. I tried to push past him, but when I put my palm against his chest and shoved, it was like pushing against a brick wall. If that wall was made of warm, human muscle. He caught my chin in his grip, forcing my gaze back to his eyes.
I'm not playing with you, Piper. If you can't shift, you're in danger. Answer the question.
I'm already in danger, I shot back. It was all the answer he needed, apparently. His grip on my chin relaxed, and then his hand dropped away. He tucked it into his pocket, but his other hand was still braced against the wall, his powerful body leaning close to mine. Dangerously? My pulse was racing, but it didn't feel like I was in danger. Not from him.
Why?
He demanded.
Why can't you shift?
The Coven cursed me, I said. They used my power for their magic, but they never wanted me to be able to use it for myself.
And you haven't been able to break the spell?
I shook my head. We've tried. Callum thinks that unless we can find the specific spell they used, the only way to break it for sure is to kill every witch that took part. It made me think of the necklace that was used to control me, that fell away when the witches who had collared me died. The memory of being helpless, my muscles shaking as I turned a gun on my own pack, made me shudder. My eyes drifted shut as I tried to ground myself, pushing away the bad memories that swirled around me. Logan's fingers skimmed my jaw, and my eyes opened quickly, meeting his worried gaze.
Why hasn't your pack left a trail of witch corpses across the state, then?
He demanded. Do all of you wolves think violence is always the answer?
It's not always the answer,
he said.
Depends on the question.
I wanted to know what problems weren't answered by violence in the wolf world. I cocked an eyebrow at him curiously, my lips pursing.
For instance,
he said,
the question of why you'd look at me like that, with that smirk on your lips.
You smirk at me all the time, I said. You have the smuggest face I've ever seen.
Yeah? Does it make you think violence is the answer?
His eyebrows arched. I can always just replay the memory of you bouncing over the hood of my car. His thumb stroked the edge of my mouth, and a tingle of desire ran through my body. I swallowed.
I think if I kissed you, you wouldn't be able to look at me like that anymore,
he said, his voice threaded with desire. His eyes were still hungry, but now I knew he didn't want to eat me.
I think you want to kiss me too, Piper.
I can't. My words came out a whisper. My body and my brain did not agree on what I was saying. He bit down on his lower lip. He lowered his head slightly, his long, dark lashes falling over his eyes, hiding whatever he was thinking from me. It made me ache to take his big jaw in my hands and kiss him first. I'd know what he was thinking then. It was easy to imagine the way he'd come alive, kissing me fiercely, pinning me against this wall as we traded kisses. But I was mated to my own pack. How could I feel this way for Logan? This trembling desire for him, like I was going to burst if I didn't trace the lines of his face with my lips, if I didn't tug his face down to mine and kiss him.
"There's something wrong," he said. "Something off in the lower. Because
this isn't supposed to happen," I finished.
you feel it too, don't you?"
Feeling awful, I nodded. "I love my pack," I said softly.
"I love mine."
He pulled away from me abruptly, turning his back on me and striding away toward the windows. Without his body so near mine, I felt as if I could draw a full breath again for the first time after holding it for far too long. I felt cold as I sagged against the wall. It was like the heat of his body had warmed me like the sun, and the second he walked away, it was like a cloud passing between us.
"Go to bed, Piper,"
he said. "I am," I said. I was waiting for him to go. When he turned back to me, the moonlight shone across his hair. His face looked tormented.
"I'll be right next door,"
he said, as if he was trying to convince himself it was all right to leave. "I'll be fine." I picked the candlestick up off my bed and hefted it in one hand. "I have my new friend. What do you think I should name it?" He shook his head.
"You don't take anything too seriously, do you?"
"I'm pretty sure I'd go mad if I did," I said. "But if you're worried about me, I'd happily take a knife or a sword." He gave me a long look, his lips pursing.
"I'll bring it up with Arthur tomorrow."
"You do that." He might feel like he cared about me, but he still wouldn't put me above his pack. He crossed the room in a few quick, angry strides, as if he hated leaving, and jerked the door open. Then he hesitated, just for a second. Did he feel badly about locking me in? Even if he did, he went out the door, slamming it shut. A second later, the lock slammed home. He didn't hesitate to walk away down the hall, and then I heard his door shut. I hurried to close the deadbolt on my side. Then I raked my hands through my hair. My legs were shaking, and I wasn't sure when that had started. I wasn't afraid of Logan, even if I should be. So why was I trembling? I unzipped the gown I'd worn to the dinner and let it pool on the ground, then stepped out of the fabric. I left it a puddle of luscious satin on the rug. I felt exhausted, and I couldn't wait to curl up in my bed and sleep for a week. If I could. I wasn't sure how well I'd sleep, knowing someone might well try to kill me. But I had to get some rest. I had a lot of secrets to untangle in the morning. I'd meet Maddie's mother, and I had to talk my way into that library and see if I could find any answers in their lore, to cure my curse, and to understand whatever was happening between Logan and me. It couldn't happen. Unless... Was it possible the lore was wrong? Was it possible I had mates in both packs? The wind rattled the roof, hard enough that I heard a clunk as a tree branch hit the house. Curious if there was any damage, I went to the window. I didn't see anything, but it looked as if a storm was rolling in. From up here, it was a long fall to the dark ground below. They'd made sure honored guests had no easy escape routes. I should be safe from any threats, even if I couldn't escape myself. I loved the smell of ozone when it rained, and on a whim, I pulled open the window. It stuck for a second, as if no one had opened it for a long time, and then it finally gave. It squeaked as I threw it up. I leaned out into the night, breathing a deep breath of fresh, cool air. Movement to my left drew my gaze. I turned and looked into a grinning face. Chapter 22. When I drew in a breath to scream, a hand slapped over my mouth. As I took a step back, bucking the hand, the man who had been waiting on the roof slid inside the house. His shirt gapped over his jeans as he threw his legs in, revealing narrow, chiseled abs and the beginning of a rust-colored happy trail. I whirled to grab my candlestick from the bed. I turned back with it raised over my shoulder like a bat. Finn grinned at me, raising his hands.
Fierce,
he teased me. I lowered the candlestick to my side, glaring at him in exasperation, as a second red-headed idiot swung in the window behind him. "Are you trying to get yourselves killed?" I demanded.
If Arthur finds out we snuck in your window, we are definitely dead,
Seb muttered.
But I didn't expect you to be much of a threat.
Finn seemed awfully entertained by my self-defense plans. "Why are you here?" I asked.
Just checking in on you,
Finn said. "That I can believe from you." I poked his chest with the end of my candlestick, and his grin widened. "But what about Seb?"
Like he always says, his fate is tied to mine,
Finn said lightly. They were crazy. I went to the window as the rain began to beat against the glass, splattering the carpet with big drops. I leaned into the rain for just a second, shivering, to check the slope of the roof. It was steep, the drop to the hill below forbidding. I couldn't even form words to ask them why they'd do something so ridiculous, and I turned back to them, frowning. "Why? Why?" Finn just shrugged again.
How was dinner?
"Pretty boring, actually," I said. "You totally could have waited until tomorrow morning to hear about it. Not worth risking life and limb."
It's not that big a deal,
Finn assured me, with a wink.
I'm pretty agile, limber, athletic, etc.
"And modest, too," I said.
Finn was worried you'd be scared,
Seb said abruptly.
You're ruining the fun, Seb,
Finn said, without looking back to his twin. "Sneaking around on the rooftop and scaring the hell out of me is definitely the way to help with that." I spread my hands out in exasperation. My heart was still pounding desperately, or I would have been happy to see them. It was nice to have Finn in my room again after my weird evening. Seb closed my window, his bare toes squirming in disgust as he stood on the rain-soaked carpet. Even though Seb was dour, as usual, it was strangely nice to see him, too. I pressed my palm over my heart, which was calming down now. "You're lucky you didn't meet the business end of a candlestick. But since you're here, I have questions." Finn whistled softly.
You have focus.
"Don't tell me Arthur told you not to talk to me too," I demanded. Finn pulled a face. Seb turned on him.
Did he? Take it easy, Sebastian,
Finn said.
Checking on her is one thing,
Seb said.
He didn't specifically say.
A quick, heavy knock came at the door.
Piper, you all right?
It was Arthur's low, deep rumble of a voice. Finn's cocky grin froze on his face. Seb turned back from the window, his look of horror almost comical. "Fine," I called back. The lock rattled. Finn dove under my bed, tucking and rolling without hesitation. Sebastian still stood there, frozen. He really did have less experience getting himself into trouble. Arthur pushed against the door. His shoulder banged into the door, but it didn't move. The lock on my side saved us.
"Why the hell is your door locked?"
he demanded.
"Open it. Right now."
"I'm undressed for bed," I called back. I glanced down ruefully at my bra and undies. It was true. Finn and Sebastian were getting to know me better than I meant to. Just in case, I grabbed Sebastian's wrist and towed him across the room, shoving him into my bathroom. He turned around, raising his eyebrows and his hands at the same time, mouthing something at me about there being no exit from the bathroom. I pointed to the tub. He rolled his eyes and stepped in, pulling the shower curtain closed between us.
"I don't care,"
Arthur called.
"Open this door right now, Piper, or I'm breaking it down."
"Hold on!" I grabbed the gray throw from the bottom of my bed and threw it around my shoulders, glancing back to make sure there was no trace of my two visitors. Then I unlocked the door and yanked it open. "I'm fine, Arthur."
"I heard something,"
he said, putting his hand on my shoulder and gently pushing me backward into the room. He came with me. He raised his eyebrows meaningfully, prompting me. If there was anything, or anyone, unwanted in my room, he would handle it. "Just me getting ready for bed," I said. "I'm clumsy." He snorted.
"Wolves aren't clumsy."
"I'm one of a kind," I shot back, but then I had to wonder, what if I really was one of a kind? What if I was fated to love wolves in more than one pack? Or what if I could choose my pack?
"You are unique,"
he admitted.
Uniquely aggravating.
His hand was still on my shoulder, a warm and comforting weight, no matter how much his appearance also unsettled me. How strange that he could make me feel better at the same time my heart was racing, afraid he'd discover Sebastian and Finn. His nostrils flared.
You seem uneasy.
You think? I asked. I'm locked into my room in another pack's house with a cast of highly suspicious characters.
You think I'm suspicious?
I don't think you're a nice guy.
Well, you are correct.
He glanced back at the door, at the bolt.
Where did the lock come from?
I was scared to sleep in here without being able to lock you all out, I said. As well as that had worked. I had the lock on the door, and there were still 3 of them in the room with me.
What's going on?
Logan demanded from the doorway. 4 of them in the room with me. Arthur snorted again.
Apparently, this little girl has you wrapped around her finger.
Yeah, he's actually pretty thoughtful, I said. What a crime. Arthur's jaw set. The irritation across his face seemed to be directed at my compliment for Logan, not at Logan himself. Interesting.
I wanted to make sure she was safe,
Logan said. Arthur shifted impatiently. Was he going to search my room? It wouldn't surprise me. I didn't think he would take it at face value when I said everything was fine in here. Quickly, before he could, I blurted out, You must have heard the window.
The window?
Arthur moved to the window. He frowned as he stepped in the wet patch on the floor from the rain.
Were you trying to escape?
No, I said. It's too steep to escape anyway. Only an idiot would go out on the roof. I hoped Seb and Finn had heard that. Arthur snorted.
I don't want you to fall from the roof, Piper. It would make things very awkward between your pack and mine.
I don't intend to, I said. I was just enjoying the scent of rain. I wasn't going out there. Arthur turned the lock on the window, then ran his thumb across it. He set his teeth as he began to twist the metal, his incredibly powerful hands warping the lock, which groaned in protest. What the hell are you doing? I exploded. Sebastian and Finn were trapped in here now.
If you don't intend to go out on the roof, why does it matter?
He turned to me, one eyebrow arching, his arms knit over his powerful chest. I already told you. I like the smell of rain.
And I can tell when you're lying.
He cut me off.
Don't try it with me again, Piper.
He crossed to me in a few quick strides, leaning so close that his lips brushed my ear. A shiver of fear, mixed with a throb of arousal, ran through my body. I frowned, my chin rising sharply in protest.
Lie to me again,
he whispered so softly that I didn't think even Logan could hear it.
And I'll spank that beautiful ass of yours.
I took a quick step back, although the throb of arousal was an ache now. Trying to hide my feelings, I blurted out, That would make things really awkward between your pack and mine.
I think I could get Callum to understand where I'm coming from.
Arthur eyed me, as if he was debating just what it would take to get me to submit to his alpha nature, and as if he liked the thought. Then, to Logan, he said,
Perhaps one of us should sleep in here tonight, to be sure she is safe.
I thought you claimed I was safe in here even without the lock on my side, I began hotly. I couldn't let that happen. Sebastian and Finn were in so much trouble if they were locked in here with me, under Logan or Arthur's watchful eye.
From herself and others,
Arthur finished, as if I hadn't spoken. No, I said, shaking my head. I need some space, some privacy. And also, I need to talk to my pack.
We can call them tomorrow,
Arthur said. I need to talk to them. I need my own phone. I had so many questions about what was going on here, especially given the bizarre way my body seemed to react to certain members of the pack. I wasn't talking about that with Arthur eavesdropping.
And you can talk to them tomorrow,
Arthur said.
Under supervision. For now, I'd like to get some sleep without wondering what foolish thing you'll try next.
My cheeks blazed. It hurt my feelings that he would think I'd try to escape, that I would do something stupid when I'd had no such intention. Please go. My voice came out low and controlled. It's been a very long day, full of you, and I need some rest." Arthur stared me down, clearly on the verge of telling me off yet again.
"She needs the space, Arthur," Logan broke in. "She's scared."
"She is not," I said with dignity. I was going to continue to explain what she was, but Logan threw me a cutting look, as if he needed me to help him by shutting up.
"Lost without her pack," Logan went on. "Tomorrow, we'll get to know each other better."
Arthur and I snorted at the same time. That sounded like great fun. He met my gaze, his eyebrows arching.
"Fine,"
he said. He moved to the next window, twisting the lock until it deformed so it couldn't be opened, and then to the last. I stared with narrowed eyes at his broad shoulders as the metal squealed for mercy under his grip. Then he turned, the faintest self-satisfied look in his dark eyes. "Now you know I'm not going anywhere," I said, and neither were Seb or Finn. Fuck. "Good night."
"Good night, princess,"
Arthur said mockingly. Logan stared at me and shook his head just once. I wasn't sure I wanted to know what he was thinking before he turned and strode out of the room, following Arthur. The door closed behind them, a little harder than necessary, and then there was the jangle of the lock, yet again. I tilted my head up toward the ceiling, praying for strength. But in the world of wolves, a girl's got to rescue herself. Chapter 23. "What am I going to do with the two of you?" I hissed as soon as I'd locked the door to my room again, as Finn rolled out from under the bed. He stood up, running his hand through his copper hair.
"It is inconvenient."
Sebastian joined us. His face was still pale, unlike Finn, who seemed unrattled.
"I knew this was a bad idea,"
Sebastian whispered, glancing toward the door like he was worried Logan and Arthur would hear something more. "Yeah, if you guys want to tell me about the stupid things you're planning next time so I can veto them, that would be great."
"Does that mean you don't want this?"
Finn asked, holding up the cell phone he'd palmed. My heart lurched at the chance to call home, especially when I needed to warn Callum not to give away that he'd already heard from me, since I had a feeling Arthur would be monitoring our phone conversation tightly. That jerk. That beautiful jerk. "You know I do."
"Then be nice to me."
He swiped one of the pillows from my bed and tossed it on the floor.
"We'll sleep on your floor. In the morning, when you go to breakfast and your room is left unlocked, we'll sneak out. No worries." "No worries."
Sebastian shook his head.
"I have worries." "You always do."
Finn threw himself to the ground.
"You need to chill out, brother. And you need a whole lot less chill."
Sebastian shot back.
"Your chill will get us killed someday."
I held my hand out to Finn. "Phone, please. I need to call home or we might be in even more trouble tomorrow."
"Oh, I'm sure we will be."
Finn's lips quirked as he handed me the phone.
"I'm counting on it. You look like trouble."
Seb groaned, and Finn patted the rug next to him. Turning my back on both of them, I paced across the room. I felt desperate to hear Kai's voice and know for sure that he really was all right, so I dialed his number, then chewed my lip as I waited for the phone to ring. Kai answered, his low voice a mixture of suspicion and hopefulness.
"Yeah?"
"It's me. Piper." I clutched the phone tighter, as if someone could pull it out of my grip at any moment. "Are you okay?"
"Piper."
He couldn't hide the emotion in his voice when he said my name.
"Yeah, I'm fine. Healing up."
"Good. I was so scared."
"Callum told you I was okay, didn't he?"
"Yeah, but I had to hear your voice for myself." There was a hesitation on the line, and then he confessed.
"I'm glad to hear your voice, too."
"Before I forget," I said, "I'm going to call tomorrow, and the Atlantic Alpha will probably be listening in. So can you tell Callum and the guys to make sure no one gives away that I've already been in touch?"
"Sure,"
Kai said.
"Although, depending on Callum's acting skills worries me."
He sounded doubtful, and it made me smile. I missed my boys and their banter. "I have faith in you all," I assured him.
"Are you really okay out there, Piper?"
he asked. I didn't want to answer that. I didn't want to lie to him. "Things are weird," I confessed. "This pack is a mess, Kai."
"A mess how?"
His voice was sharp.
"Piper,"
Finn said softly behind me. Right. I'd promised I would keep their secrets, and I couldn't betray the promise I'd made. I couldn't tell Kai that their alpha was insecure. They didn't trust my pack, and even though I thought that was stupid, I needed to earn their trust.
Piper?
Kai prompted. I could tell him about the weird feelings I had for some of the guys in the pack, but he'd feel so hurt. They all would. Kai, Josh, Callum, Nick. I belonged with them. I took a deep breath. Are we sure that the bonds between a princess and her pack are they exclusive? There was a pause between us while I shifted my weight, trying to turn my back even more on Finn and Seb for privacy, although it was impossible.
What are you trying to ask?
There was an edge in his voice. You know the really powerful fated feeling between us?
Yeah?
His voice came out caustic.
That feeling that I'd die for you? Die without you? Sure do.
Oh, this was going well. I feel something weird here. My voice came out so soft that it was almost a whisper.
You feel something for the other pack?
His words were full of heat. Behind me, I could feel the shift as Sebastian sat up, wrapping his arms around his knees, his gaze intent on my back. There was a creak as Finn sat on the foot of the bed. Damn it, I hadn't wanted them to hear all this either. I squeezed my eyes shut against sudden, hot tears. It had been such a long day, and I was drained and exhausted, and now I was hurting Kai. Hurting Kai was like a knife through my own chest. I'm sorry, I whispered. Kai, I'm coming home to you when I can. I don't understand what's happening here. How I feel. There was a long pause. I chewed my lower lip, trying to figure out what to say next. The silence on the line was deep, and it finally dawned on me that Kai was gone. Then, abruptly, Josh's voice came on.
Hey, Piper,
he said, his voice confused but warm all at once. Hi, I said, my voice small.
What's going on? Kai just came in, threw the phone on my chest, said your name, and stalked back out.
I squeezed my eyes shut. Now Josh was going to be mad at me too, and the thought made me ache. It's so good to hear your voice.
Yeah, you too.
His voice went husky.
I miss you so much already.
I hoped that feeling didn't change when we talked about the other pack.
So what's gone on there your first day?
He asked. My shoulders relaxed. I was grateful he didn't press about why Kai was all pissed off now. I met the pack. We had a big dinner tonight. Tuxes and gowns.
Glad I'm not there then,
Josh said, a teasing note in his voice. I'd like to see you in a tux. Flirting with Josh felt awkward when my heart was still pounding from Kai's anger, but it also felt comforting. I could just imagine how he'd wrap me up in his arms if he was here. He groaned at the thought of a tux.
I wouldn't mind seeing you all dressed up, though. I bet you looked beautiful.
I had to give a speech, I said. Josh would know how much I hated being the center of attention. I'm trying to win over their pack. They don't like it that Maddie's still with you all.
You'll win them over,
he said, his voice full of confidence. Once upon a time, I'd thought that Kai was won over. The thought sobered me. Josh, I said softly.
Yeah?
I was telling Kai. It's weird here. I filled him in on the same things I'd told Kai about how I felt a strange draw to some of the men in the other pack. There was a familiarity and comfort, even though I was unsettled being here.
Good,
he said. Good?
Yeah,
he said.
If you feel comfortable there, if you're not scared, that's a good thing.
I chewed on my lip. Josh always had such a positive take on the world, but did he really feel that way? But before I could question him, he went on.
Listen, I trust you. You need to trust yourself. Your instincts.
What do you mean? I rubbed my palm across my eyes. God, the Atlantic pack gave me a headache.
Maybe the lore's off. I don't know. I trust you more than I trust some dusty book of legends and rules.
You're not mad at me?
Fuck no, Piper.
His earnest swearing made me smile. Josh went on.
I don't know how it would all work out, but you love who you love. That's not something any of us get to choose. And it's not. You're not cheating on us, Piper. Not when you're following that wolf magic, like you call it.
He'd said exactly what I needed to hear, and his use of the words wolf magic, even though the guys teased me mercilessly about the phrase, made me smile. I exhaled slowly. I can't imagine the others would all feel the same way.
"Don't worry about them," Josh said. "I'll make them see sense."
Now that's the most optimistic thing I've ever heard you say. And he certainly said a mouthful of optimistic things. In my head, I could imagine the grin that spread across Josh's face. "I miss you," I added.
"Yeah, I miss you too, Princess."
He sighed.
"It's too quiet here without you. Stay safe. Come home to us soon."
"I will," I promised.
"And most of all,"
he said,
"try to trust yourself as much as I do."
Those words warmed my chest. I wanted to tell him that I loved him, but instead, I just said goodbye. When I hung up, I took a deep breath to steel myself. I could feel Seb and Finn's curiosity and the intensity of their gazes on my back. Then I turned and tossed Finn the phone. He caught it against his chest and, before he could pocket it, Seb reached over his shoulder and grabbed it from him.
"I don't think either of you can be trusted with this,"
Seb muttered.
"I need some more information,"
Finn said. "And I need some sleep." I pointed my finger at him. "You've all been keeping secrets from me. Turnabout is fair play."
"Who do you feel this fated love crush stuff for?"
Finn asked lightly. But no matter how casual his tone, there was a raw possessiveness in his gaze. Thanks to my 4 men, I was intimately acquainted with that look. That look was a shifter thinking, mine. "Go to bed, Finn." There were half a dozen throw pillows piled against the headboard. Why? I picked the first one up, and when Finn started to say something else, I threw it at him instead of on the floor. "Nope. You keep secrets from me. I keep secrets from you."
"Piper,"
he said seriously, standing up.
I
nailed him in the chest with another pillow. He caught it and chucked it over his shoulder impatiently.
"Would you—"
he began. This pillow caught him across the face. It turned out that I had a pretty good arm. "Nope," I told him, grabbing another pillow and cocking my arm back.
"I'm trying to have a serious conversation with you, and you're acting like a—"
"You don't want to finish that thought." I fired the 4th pillow at him, but he dodged it. As I grabbed the 5th one, he rolled across the bed in one smooth movement and came up at my side, grabbing me around the waist. I smacked him across the face with the pillow. He pushed me gently against the wall, wrenching the pillow out of my hand and tossing it over his shoulder. Suddenly, his big body was against mine, and I glared up at him.
"Princess,"
he said firmly.
"I was going to say princess."
Sebastian cupped his hand over his mouth, doing a voiceover impression.
"And here we see the mating rituals of the most immature wolves." "Shut up, Sebastian,"
Finn and I said, at almost the same time. Finn's gaze flickered down to meet mine. His lips hovered at my eye level. His mouth was very nicely shaped, with a strong cupid's bow across his narrow upper lip and a full, kissable lower lip.
"There's something real about the way I've wanted to take care of you since the first time I laid eyes on you,"
he said.
"Isn't there?"
I looked over his shoulder, focusing on the corner of the ceiling, where a small black spider was diligently trying to spin a web. If I looked at his damned adorable mouth, I might just lose it and kiss him. "Maybe," I confessed. "It's not the way things are supposed to work."
"I know that,"
he said impatiently.
"So you feel it too?"
I shook my head.
"That's not a no, is it?"
he asked.
"It's, I won't tell you."
"Like I said, you have secrets from me."
"Piper."
His voice came out low, exasperated. I patted his chest with one hand. It was meant to be a light-hearted gesture, but I felt his pulse rattling along against my palm. Being this close to me made his heart race, and I realized for the first time how much my own heart was beating fast. Having him this close to me made me ache. So I pushed him away. Despite his cocky, flirtatious aggression when he caught me, he let me push him away easily. "Good night, Finn," I said. He raked his hand through his close-cropped red hair, looking as if he was in agony, but all he said was,
"Good night, Piper."
He threw himself to the floor. I pulled back the sheets and then clicked off the light. But in the dark, I was keenly aware of the soft sound of Finn's and Sebastian's breath. In a way, I was glad they were here, because even though I was worried about them sneaking out in the morning, I felt safer knowing I wasn't alone. I felt safer with them here. But still, When I had so many questions, the darkness held no peace for me. My mind raced. I thought I'd never fall asleep. And then I fell into the dark world of dreams, tormented by the memory of Kai's bloody throat, his angry voice, and a restless sense of loneliness. I slept fitfully, and when I woke up, it was with a jolt of shame. No matter what Josh said, I was tormented by the thought I was making terrible mistakes, that I would hurt everyone in my pack. I'd been lonely since practically the day I was born. Why did I think I could ever find anything else? Chapter 24.
Piper, wake up. It's just a bad dream.
Nick was right next to me, as always, warm and comforting, pulling me into his arms and pulling me from the water. I wrapped my arm around his waist and snuggled my cheek against his shoulder. He froze, and slowly, reality returned to me. I was with the Atlantic pack, not mine. Nick wasn't here. I pulled back, at the same time as I pushed his chest away from me. Hard. "What the hell are you doing?" I hissed. In the pale moonlight, I could barely see which one of the twins it was. Curly red hair hung over that hard-angled face, and a frown dimpled the space between his eyes, which looked dark in the moonlight. Sebastian.
You were panicked,
he said tightly.
I don't want Arthur or Logan to come through that door again tonight, even if you do.
I don't, I whispered back hotly.
Sure, princess,
he said dourly. I crossed my arms. I still felt betrayed by the warmth of my emotions when I thought it was Nick protecting me from the dark side of my dreams, and by my body itself. I'd reached for him, nuzzled against him, without thinking. "You don't like me much, do you?" I mused softly out loud.
You're the one who just shoved me halfway across the room.
He settled his elbow on his knee, staring at me.
What did you dream about?
Answer my question first. He shook his head in disbelief.
You are the bossiest little thing.
Half the size, twice the trouble, I told him. Maybe that's not every short girl's motto, but it's definitely mine. He sighed.
I don't dislike you, Piper. I dislike the way you turn my brother into an idiot. Well, more of an idiot.
When he turned away, his copper-colored curls bobbed over his high forehead. His face was handsome in profile, too, with a long nose and a sensitive mouth over a determined jaw. He can't help it, I muttered, just like I couldn't.
Yeah?
He asked.
You really think you two have some kind of fated connection?
When you put it like that, it sounds ridiculous. One corner of his mouth quirked up.
Well, our whole lives are ridiculous, aren't they?
That made me think of Finn's situation as Omega, and his apparently mixed feelings about it. So why do you stay? I asked. He shrugged.
Family's a funny thing.
I wouldn't know, I said. Mine was murdered, a long time ago.
Wouldn't you?
He didn't turn back to face me.
Seems to me like you have a family back north.
Yeah, 4 men who loved me, and a sister who wasn't mine by blood. Family really was a funny thing. I was grateful for them, but of course I still wished I had a mom and a dad. It hurt every time I thought about the people who had been taken from me, the ones I'd never known.
My family,
Sebastian said, and a faint bitter edge crept into his voice,
is Finn, my twin, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't get him killed.
Finn, but not Logan? And I was troubled by his words. It hadn't seemed to me like Arthur was cruel so much as strict and unforgiving. Killed? Is Arthur really—
No.
Sebastian's voice came out hot, and then he whispered, as if he was afraid he'd wake someone.
No. Arthur and Logan saved Finn.
From what? His lips tightened.
You keep talking about how we all have so many secrets. Maybe I'll just keep that one.
Sebastian, I said sharply. Then I added, it would help if I knew your middle and last names. It's hard to scold you without them. His lips quirked up, and this time the smile was genuine.
What's yours?
I don't have much of a name that counts to begin with, I said.
That's too bad. You seem like you need quite a bit of scolding.
Oh, really? His smile was genuine for a second as he met my eyes, and then it flickered. At the same time, I realized that our voices had crossed the line into flirtatious. Nope, not Finn's twin, too. I couldn't fall for the twins on top of everything else. Was there going to be anyone left standing in this pack? I flopped back onto the pillows. I need to get into the lore tomorrow.
We have an amazing library,
he said, and his voice warmed when he talked about books.
We have a book on the supernatural that dates back to the 9th century. The Knights Templar think it's their property, but since we're the supernatural beings they were writing about, I think it's only fair we own the text.
His enthusiasm made me smile. His eyes fixed on my face, and a gratified smile tugged at one corner of his lips before he cleared his throat.
I'll see what I can do tomorrow. For now, I guess I should go back down there.
There was a long, low snoring sound from Finn, somewhere in the dark to one side of the bed. For a second, all was silent, and both Sebastian and I listened in. Then Finn practically whistled as he exhaled. Sebastian groaned.
His adenoids always go rogue when he drinks. He's not usually like this, I swear.
Was Sebastian really encouraging me not to think of his twin as a bad roommate, at the same time as he tried to warn me that Finn's crush would be nothing but trouble? Interesting. You don't have to go down there in the racket, I said, impulsively, wondering what the hell I was thinking even as I said it. Maybe I really didn't want to be alone, in case the nightmares rose up around me again in my sleep. You can sleep on the bed, but you have to stay on your side. Quietly. I couldn't see Sebastian in the dim light very well, but I could certainly feel the uncomfortable pause. Then he said,
Thanks, Piper.
He patted my leg through the blankets, awkwardly, and said,
Don't have any more bad dreams, okay?
I'll try, I said doubtfully.
You're safe here,
he said. That was debatable, but I still felt a little bit better as he rolled over, tucking his arm under his head. It felt like he was on the very edge of the bed, as far away from me as he could possibly be. I wondered if he would fall asleep like that, almost hanging off the edge of the bed, but then sleep took me, too. Hours later, I jolted awake to bright light seeping across the room. A heavy knock on the door came again then, reminding me of what had woken me. I sat up, my heart hammering in my chest for Seb and Finn's sakes. Seb blinked in sleepy alarm, and Finn half tackled him, dragging him off the bed. The two of them slid underneath it.
Rise and shine, princess,
Logan called. Give me a minute, I said. I dragged the throw around my body like a toga and pulled open the door. Logan leaned in the doorway, and a lazy smile tilted up his lips.
Sleeping in, huh? Enjoying your vacation?
For all you know, I was already up, engaging in a rigorous exercise routine. His eyebrows arched, as if he was envisioning a rigorous exercise routine, and I huffed in irritation. Men.
I doubt that,
he said, reaching out to rub his thumb across my cheek.
You have a little drool right there.
I do not, I said with dignity, grabbing his hand with mine.
Not anymore,
he teased. For just a second, he gazed into my eyes, his palm cupping my cheek. Then I took a step back, and his hand fell to his side. I cleared my throat as I turned and walked back into the room. I'll get dressed. I need access to your library today.
Good luck with that.
I twisted back to look at him, irritation flaring, and he scooped to pick something up from the floor in the hall before he followed me into the room. His hands were full of bags that he dropped on the foot of the bed. My breath caught in my chest. He was so close to his brothers, barely hidden by the blankets sliding off the foot of the bed.
Arthur had some things brought over for you from the mainland,
he said.
Well, sorry. I think I was supposed to pretend that was my idea.
Arthur doesn't want to look like he's soft for me? I asked, trying to sound like the idea was ridiculous, and not like it seized my heart. But Logan turned back to me, his nostrils flaring. In a few quick strides, he was back at the door, not to bring in more bags, as I had hoped for a second, but to close the door quietly and swiftly lock it. Turning back to the center of the room, he said in a whisper,
Get out of there. You embarrass yourselves.
Reluctantly, Finn and Seb emerged from underneath the bed, looking shamefaced. Logan ran his hand through his hair.
I smelled you in here last night, but I thought it was just because you'd been harassing the girl earlier. What the fuck were you both thinking?
We weren't, Seb said dryly, which, judging from the way Logan's nostrils flared and his eyes narrowed, did nothing to dull Logan's flaring exasperation.
I just wanted to check on her,
Finn said.
Didn't plan on Arthur locking us in.
Didn't plan, Logan said.
You never do. Christ.
He seemed worried for his brothers, as well as furious, and I caught his hand with mine. Listen, we'll go, and they can sneak out. He shook his head, as if I'd misunderstood how simple that would be.
And what? We just don't mention this to Arthur?
Finn's mouth tilted up optimistically. Sebastian sighed, as if he knew this was already a foregone conclusion.
Sorry,
Finn muttered. It sounded genuine, as if all his mischievous nature fled away when he realized he'd put his brother in an impossible situation. Logan was torn between his loyalty to his alpha and his loyalty to his brothers. Logan squeezed my hand in his, as if he'd forgotten that I'd taken his hand and was just now remembering.
I'll figure this out later. For now, Piper, get dressed for breakfast. I'll be back in a few minutes to escort you down.
He fixed a dour look at his brothers and swept out of the room. I exhaled when the door had banged shut behind him. Are you guys going to be okay?
We always are,
Finn said, but he didn't seem as cocky as usual. I didn't know what to say or how to help them now, so I grabbed the bags and carried them into the bathroom to dress. There was a ridiculous quantity of expensive clothes folded into these bags. There were a dozen shoeboxes of Tieks, Converse, and Louboutins to cover any occasion, neatly folded tops and jeans, and pink and black striped boxes filled with new bras and panties. I stared down at the bra nestled in black tissue paper and bit my lip. Who exactly had guessed at my cup size, and who had picked these out for me? Awkward. Sometimes it was easier to handle all the exhilarating, terrifying, adrenaline-soaked times in my life than it was to keep my chin up through the vast quantities of awkward. I quickly changed into jeans and a pink and blue striped sweater, stepping into navy ballet flats. There was a bag from MAC, a hairbrush and a toothbrush in there too, so I quickly got ready for the day and swiped some mascara and lip gloss on. Feeling better than I had since my maybe kidnapping the day before, I emerged into the bedroom to find Seb and Finn engaged in a heated conversation of whispers. They stopped when I came in, and Finn flashed me a smile. What? I demanded.
Everything's fine,
Finn said smoothly. I thought we weren't going to lie to each other, I said. He pulled a face.
Wish us luck.
He was so sweet, and I was so worried about him, and I couldn't resist the desire to bob onto my tiptoes, catching his arm with mine, and brushing my lips over the sharp curve of his cheekbone. He ducked his head, welcoming my kiss, and his lips quirked up. Good luck, I whispered.
A kiss for good luck, he said. I'm filled with confidence.
Isn't that what gets you in trouble? I questioned, but I couldn't hide a smile at the way his face had brightened.
And back out again.
He winked. He was definitely a sexy winker.
We'll see,
Sebastian grumbled. Do you need a kiss for luck too? I asked, teasing, and even at the same time as he shook his head, there was a distinct flash of interest in his eyes.
I think we need all the luck we can get,
Finn said lightly.
Probably true,
Sebastian grumbled, and he leaned forward, settling his hands on my hips. His kissable lips were near mine, but I couldn't resist poking him. That's the least enthusiastic invitation to kiss someone I ever heard.
Sorry I'm not as much of a cheerful moron as my twin,
he muttered. My lips parted, about to defend Finn, and Sebastian's lips came down against mine. My fingers tightened against his shoulders, holding him close to me, as his lips parted against mine. He kissed me with exquisite competence. When he pulled back, he said,
There. You didn't need the perfect invitation because I kissed you.
I wouldn't have thought you'd have it in you, I teased.
Me either.
Finn flashed us a look that was half playful and half just plain jealous. See you later, I said, patting Sebastian's shoulders and turning away, even though that kiss had left me half reeling.
Hopefully,
Seb muttered, just before I closed the door softly behind me. Chapter 25. Logan inclined his head, half curtly, toward me. It felt like things were suddenly tense between the two of us. Did he blame me for Seb and Finn? Was it just because he was worried about them?
We're having breakfast in the library,
he said, which made hope rise in my chest until he added,
with Arthur.
I was hoping we'd be able to look through the books. I had so many questions. Logan shook his head, as if the weight of all these secrets from Arthur was too much to him, and I wondered what Arthur had done to earn this kind of loyalty. I didn't think it was just because he was the alpha. There was something personal there, something deep. But I glanced up at the set case of Logan's big jaw, and I knew asking him today was going to get me nowhere. Logan pulled ahead of me as we reached the stairs and clattered down them. I watched his big shoulders bob as he left me behind, as much as he could right now. We'd had a moment of connection before, but he was back to being a jerk. "Just so you know," I said to his stiff shoulders, "I'm reminiscing right now about hitting you with my car."
"Good,"
he said. "Good?" I frowned at the back of his head. "That doesn't make any sense."
"Blondie, since I've met you, nothing has made sense."
He reached the bottom of the stairs and turned back to look at me.
"Come on, Arthur's waiting."
The two of us walked into the library, an enormous, sun-soaked room with 2 stories of bookshelves and a ladder that slid around the room. I stared around the gorgeous room, curious about all these books, thinking about all the secrets to what and who we were that they might contain, before my gaze was drawn to the table by the windows, covered in a white tablecloth, and set for 3.
"Of course he isn't here yet,"
Logan muttered. Despite everything, he pulled my chair out for me before he sat down across from me. The aroma in the room was all bacon and fresh coffee, and Logan lifted a glass jug of orange juice.
"May I pour you a cup?"
I held my glass out to him. "Yes, please. You're a gentleman even when you don't like me very much, aren't you?"
"Because that's exactly the problem,"
he said, his voice low.
"That I don't like you very much."
My brows arched, and he held my gaze, his expression challenging. I was saved from our stare-down as the door opened and Arthur came in. It was impossible not to look up when Arthur came into a room. His commanding presence, no matter how quiet he was, drew my gaze. Logan sat back, relaxing, pretending as if nothing had ever happened between us.
"After we eat, you can call your alpha,"
Arthur said abruptly, taking his seat beside me. When his shoulder brushed mine as he settled in, the faintest rush of electricity ran across my skin. He glanced at me, his gaze briefly lingering on my face, and as he glanced away, he said,
"I hope you find the clothes to your taste." "A little bit preppy,"
Logan commented.
"I didn't ask for your opinion,"
Arthur grumbled, but he didn't sound genuinely put out.
"That's what happens when you send Fiona to the mainland."
"Fiona picked these out?" I asked. That meant she must have gone out after all that champagne. "Wait, was she drunk at the time?"
"They're not to your liking?"
"No, they're fine, just—"
"She has a hard time,"
Arthur said.
"I thought she would enjoy the mission."
Then, just as my heart was softening a little, he added,
"And you will certainly never be allowed to leave this island, except to return to your own pack."
"Lord knows I want to avoid malls," I shot back. They turned out to be filled with all kinds of unsavory characters. Arthur bared his teeth at me in a rough approximation of a smile. In silence, the 3 of us served ourselves eggs, bacon, sausage, and toast from family-style white bowls. "You'll take me to see Maddie's mother this morning?" I asked.
"Are you asking me or telling me?"
Arthur questioned. "Whichever one will make you happy?" I said.
"I think you know the answer to that."
Arthur cocked his head to one side, as if he was thinking about something. Then, abruptly, he pushed back his chair and began to search the shelves as if he was looking for a book.
"What is it?"
Logan asked.
"Nothing,"
Arthur said, even though his fingers were rapidly skimming the leather-bound titles. It was obviously not nothing. He pulled a book out and began to flip through it, reading as he swaggered back toward the table. Logan and I exchanged a loaded glance across the table. What the hell was going on in Arthur's head? Finally, absently, he said,
"Piper's little attempt to order me around reminded me that she had that note of command in her voice when she told me to call off my wolves."
I remembered that. Arthur's eyes and mine had met across the battlefield, and he'd mocked me for the edge of command he'd heard in my voice.
"Yeah?"
Logan asked, raising an eyebrow. His gaze flickered to mine.
"You think there's something surprising about a bossy princess?" "It's not just that she's bossy."
Arthur glanced up from the page, his stern-jawed expression considering.
"I could fix bossy."
I rolled my eyes, and yet I couldn't help shifting slightly on my chair, as my body betrayed me, curious about his threats. Somehow, I couldn't imagine Arthur actually hurting me. There was something about the sexy smolder in his eyes and the low huskiness in his voice that my body responded to helplessly.
"I think there was a note there of true compulsion,"
he said. The memory of being compelled by Eli, who had bound me with magic and pretty jewelry, made me jump forward. "No, I'd never do that to anyone." Arthur raised his hand to placate me.
"I don't think you did it on purpose. Relax."
He stabbed his big index finger against the open page.
"It's been a long time since our pack has had a princess. I hadn't met one before. I hadn't expected."
I waited for him to go on, but he had trailed off. "What?" I asked.
"It's new territory to me,"
he said.
"Maddie was taken before I was Alpha, and she was just a child. She hadn't grown into any of her powers."
"She still hasn't," I said, my voice coming out tight. "She's still just a child." Arthur nodded.
"Who needs her parents?"
My lips tightened. I knew that. I agreed with it. And yet every time someone reminded me in that barbed way, as if I was standing between Maddie and her parents, it made me feel defensive and irritated. I was just trying to take care of my little sister, one last time. I crumpled my napkin up into a ball, setting it alongside my plate. Priorities. "So you've got a book there about pack princesses?" That could be just what I needed.
"Ridiculous term,"
he muttered. "I didn't choose it," I said, just like my first name. Curiosity drew me to push back from the table and close the distance between us. I brushed against Arthur's elbow as I tried to look over his shoulder. The damn book was written in Latin. Arthur's lips quirked up. He closed the book and handed it over to me.
"Happy reading, Piper."
I took it, folding my arms across it against my chest. "You can read Latin?"
"I'm not as much of an idiot as you think I am."
"I've got plenty of names to call you, Arthur, but I don't think idiot has been on the list. Yet."
"She's so charming,"
Arthur said to Logan. "Do you mind," I asked, "if I look through the library? On my own?"
"Sure,"
Arthur said.
"Maybe you'll find something you can read. It'll have to wait till later, though. I promised you could call your pack."
I remembered, a second too late, that I should be desperate to talk to them still. "Thank you." Arthur's eyes lingered on my face, but he pulled out his cell phone.
"I'll speak to Callum first."
I groaned. "That should go well."
"Why wouldn't it?"
Arthur raised his eyebrows at me, and I didn't want to answer, so I pursed my lips at him in response. Logan, still seated at the table, sighed and ran his hand through his hair. Right. Logan knew one of Sebastian and Finn's secrets, but not that I'd been in touch with my pack. It was hard to keep track of the lies. Arthur dialed, then waited, his gaze still on me, which made me uncomfortable. I had the sense he was trying to read me.
"Hey, it's Arthur,"
he said.
"I've got your princess here. She's been worried about you."
Whatever Callum said, Arthur's lips twisted in response.
"I'll be here,"
he promised, reminding Callum he'd be listening. Then he handed the phone to me.
"Be good,"
he mouthed. I widened my eyes at him innocently and took the cell, my fingers brushing against his calloused ones. If only he knew. "Is everyone okay?" I demanded.
"Everyone is fine,"
Callum assured me. His warm, low voice sent a thrill of comfort and desire through me, and I sighed, forgetting myself.
"Kai's made a full recovery already."
I wondered if he'd made a recovery from our phone conversation yet. "Good."
"And typical Josh can't stop talking. He can't stop talking about you,"
Callum said.
"How brave you are. How you should trust yourself."
My heart froze in my chest. Was Callum trying to talk to me about what I'd told Kai and Josh? About the unsettling feelings I had here in the Atlantic Pack? Because I'd thought Callum would be furious. Instead, Callum sounded understanding. "I think I'm in over my head," I said carefully, and Arthur snorted, as if he agreed with that.
"I don't think so,"
Callum said.
"Follow your instincts. You've never let any of us down before."
I exhaled slowly. "I'm worried I will."
"Nothing doing, kiddo,"
he said. and that word took me back to the day he drove my father's Mustang up in front of the school. I'd been agonized by how he saw me as just a kid, while I had my hopeless crush on him. It turned out I'd been all wrong about how he saw me.
I've got faith in you, and in us. We can work out anything together. Pretty touching for a pack that came this close to being torn apart yesterday,
Arthur said tartly, holding out his hand.
Time to say goodbye.
Nothing's ever going to tear us apart, I said, hoping it was true.
Nope,
Callum said.
Because we've got you.
How's Maddie doing?
She misses you like crazy, but she's fine. She's resilient, just like you. Do you think it's safe for her there?
I bit my lip. Yes. It's complicated here, though. Arthur rolled his eyes.
I can take care of her. Complicated how?
Callum asked, but before I could answer, Arthur took the phone out of my hand. He raised the phone to his own ear.
Your pack's got trouble enough of its own. You don't need to worry about mine.
From here, I could hear Callum's irritated tone.
Well, you might have abandoned our pack when we needed you, after everything. But I still care. I wasn't the one who abandoned you,
Arthur said.
Whatever. Your pack was no loss.
I stared at him, my jaw setting, but whatever Callum began to say was lost as Arthur hung up the phone. He slid it into his pocket, leaving his hand there as he turned to me. There was a stiffness in his always perfect posture, as if he was tense after speaking with Callum. My pack was no loss? I began. He was already walking toward the door as if he'd leave me behind.
Did you want to meet Maddie's mother or not?
You know I do, I said.
Then hurry up.
I followed him, but turned back to look at Logan. He rose from the table. Are you coming? I asked him, because we were already to the doorway.
Why?
Arthur whipped back.
Do you need him? Scared to be alone with me?
Maybe I wanted Logan with me, but it wasn't because I was afraid of Arthur. At least, I might be wary of what cutting comment he might make next, but I had no fear I was in real danger when I was with him. Logan held his hand out to me.
Piper?
His voice was sharp.
The book. The texts stay in the library.
Of course. Feeling stupid, I came back to him, holding the book out to him. Sorry. Logan winked at me, a quick flicker of his lashes that even Arthur, turning back at the doorway now, wouldn't notice. His hand overlapped mine, just for a second, when he took the book from me.
See you later,
he said. It was a promise, and I felt lighter, more hopeful, as I followed Arthur. Chapter 26. As Arthur and I walked across the porch, I asked him, "Why would you say that about my pack?"
I shouldn't have said that in front of you,
he said gruffly.
I understand why you would be attached to the idea of your pack. Your parents.
Did you know them? I asked, and there was a traitorous eagerness in my voice.
Not really,
he said. I tilted my head to one side. How do you know my pack at all? How do you know Callum? Arthur shook his head, rejecting the entire topic of conversation.
Maddie's mother, Joan, lives in one of the cottages on the other side of the island. I hope you're ready for a walk.
I was wearing the teaks he'd paid for, so I guessed I was. I was grateful for the gifts, but I'd be more grateful to be treated as an equal. I thought honor was a big thing for the Alphas.
It is,
he growled, pointing to a narrow sandy lane stretching away from the yard in front of the house. On the grass, a handful of young wolves were grappling, testing their strength against each other. Some of them were in their teens and 20s, but the youngest was only 10 or so, and I wondered if he might potentially be one of Maddie's matches. As I tried to match his pace along the trail, despite the unfair difference between the length of his legs and mine, I caught glimpses of the glimmering blue water beyond the trees. The air was sweetly scented, smelling like rain and greenery, with a note of eucalyptus hanging in the air. Really? I asked. Because you've promised me answers, and you don't seem to be keeping that promise. He stopped abruptly, whirling on me, but I'd expected that. I folded my arms over my chest, meeting his gaze evenly.
I promised to tell you anything you needed to know to stay safe,
Arthur said.
You'll stay safe if you stay in your room and do as you're told.
If that's what it takes to be safe here, how can I bring my sister here in good conscience? I demanded.
She's perfectly safe,
he said.
She is wanted here. You are not.
And what happens if you get kicked out as Alpha? I jerked my thumb over my shoulder. What happened to the last one? Arthur waited until my gaze met his, and then he said slowly,
I ripped his throat out.
He expected me to be scared. His words did send the smallest shiver through my belly, but I stared back into his eyes without blinking. Why?
I could do a better job leading the pack,
he said.
It is my birthright.
And he didn't agree?
He thought he also had a birthright.
Why? He crooked his finger toward me, beckoning me closer, only when there was no distance between us, when he could brush his lips across my hair, did he whisper into my ear.
Because he was my brother.
I looked up into his face as he gauged my reaction. The faintest cold smile was written across his lips. You're very scary, I teased him. I hope your pack believes that you are.
Oh, they know it.
Since his face was still so near mine, I patted his cheek. Cute. You really missed your calling. Theater would have been perfect for you. He bared his teeth at me.
You're lucky you belong to another pack. I'd love to teach you some manners.
You keep saying that, I said, slipping around him to continue down the trail. But I think you're all talk. You wouldn't know what to do with me if I was really in your bed.
I never mentioned bed.
I twisted back, just so he could see me crinkle my nose. Didn't you, though? I thought it was implied. All that talk of spanking and bossing. You wouldn't be so boring as to try to take it out of the bedroom, would you?
Why do you sound as if...
He broke off. He didn't want to say that I sounded as if I was flirting with him, instead of turning scared like he'd expected.
You have your pack to return to.
I do, I said. I miss them. My voice turned sober on those words, because it was true. I felt cold without them, wishing I could sink into the warm, comforting arms of the guys I knew and loved.
Well?
He asked. I have my secrets, and you have yours, I said.
Piper.
His voice was a whip crack, and despite myself, I almost came to a stop at his authoritative tone. Almost.
You cannot keep secrets from me,
he said. Maybe it's not a good idea. For either of us. I jerked my head down the trail. Like you said earlier, hurry up.
You act like you're in charge,
he scolded as he sauntered after me.
You're a guest, Piper, and most of my pack does not want you here.
Why not? I asked.
They believe that, even though it will be many years before our pack princess takes mates, she's the beating heart of our pack.
The beating heart of a pack, or a coven's power source. They believe there will be some kind of magic when she's here, I filled in.
Yes.
What kind of magic, exactly?
It's all superstition,
he said impatiently.
But then, I thought that the power of command was all superstition, before I heard it in your voice.
Turned you on, huh?
It seems wasted in a woman,
he said.
A woman can never be alpha.
You know, I said, it's the 21st century out there. I waved my arm to encompass the world beyond the pack's island. Women can do anything.
In theory,
he said. I snorted. In theory. His lips quirked up despite himself.
For instance, women can snort now. Very ladylike.
I'd prefer we elected a woman president and earned the same dollar for dollar, but I guess I'll snort if it's the best we can do right now.
It's not such a bad thing,
he said, catching up to me in a few quick strides.
You are appreciated by your pack, adored even. It doesn't seem like such a bad setup to me.
It had seemed like a pretty great thing to me, just a few days ago. Now I imagined myself going home, never being able to protect my pack, depending on them to keep the covens and the rival packs away, and it all felt wrong. Maybe I had a calling here, in this pack, But it wasn't just fated love. Maybe fate was whispering my name for bigger, scarier things, and the thought made a real shiver race up my spine. Arthur's gaze fixed on me.
"You're cold?"
"I'm fine." He was already slipping off his jacket.
"Be quiet, Piper. I don't need the jacket anyway. And you don't need to shiver to be a feminist."
He slung it over my shoulders, and I cocked my head at him, curious, as I tugged it closed to make sure it didn't slide off my shoulders. It dwarfed me, and it smelled good, like aftershave and salt air and white soap. "You're hard for me to read sometimes."
"You're a bit of a challenge as well,"
he admitted. "I'll tell you anything you want to know about me," I said. "But in even trade." His lips quirked.
"There's no even trade there. I know far more than you do."
"Rude."
"Simply by nature of my experience," he said. "Callum and I are the same age. I've seen his pack rise and fall, although I was too young to do anything about it, even if I had wanted to. And I know how complicated relationships are between the packs."
"And within them?" He inclined his head in agreement.
"And within them."
"Remember when you said the packs should be aligned?" I said. "Callum agrees with you. So do I."
"That's great," he said. "And that's part of why I didn't tear Callum's throat out and throw you into my car whether you cared to come along or not. But your pack has very little to offer mine."
Grudgingly, I admitted. "Your pack is bigger." The words made me feel disloyal.
"Well, that's a strength and a weakness," he said.
"Because not every wolf wanted to be turned? And because you didn't eat everyone who aligned with the old alpha?" Despite how scary he acted, he seemed like he'd tried to preserve as much of the pack as possible.
"You don't miss much, do you?"
"I can't afford to," I said. "I want to walk out of here alive and go home to my pack."
"I've already told you I'll protect you."
"Just tell me what happened."
"Why?"
"Because I'd like to believe you're one of the good guys."
"There it is,"
he said, and his lips twisted in a smirk. "What?"
"I'm not one of the good guys,"
Arthur told me.
"I'm loyal to my pack, to the power of my pack."
"If that was true, you wouldn't give me back." I was thinking out loud, but once I said the words, real fear twisted through my belly. He tucked my hair back behind my ear, the gesture more possessive than fond, as if he was reminding me he could touch me any time he wanted.
"That would be one strategy,"
he said. He left me there, reeling from his words and their implications, as he kept walking. Then he came to a stop, his big shoulders freezing down the path from me. Reluctantly, he asked,
"You asked yesterday what happened to Fiona. Do you still want to know?"
"Yes." I barely dared to breathe, because I didn't want to miss any of his quiet words.
"My brother got to know Fiona and Caroline in a club in the city. Paranormals of all types mix there, and the humans who wander in that door tend to know more than any human ever should. He charmed Caroline easily, but Fiona, while she liked him, seemed to better understand what it meant to go with him."
I thought of Nick, who had been well loved by his adoptive family, but had left them behind in order to rejoin the pack. A throb of regret pulsed through me as I realized I hadn't done enough to find out if he was really okay after leaving his home. Nick wasn't as damaged as the rest of us. Not yet. He should be in contact with the people who had loved him before we did. "It meant never going home," I filled in.
"So he took her,"
Arthur went on.
"And he was the alpha, so no one else, except Logan, disagreed with him."
No one else. "You did," Arthur shrugged.
"I didn't care about Fiona, but pack law is pack law."
It had the note of a lie, no matter how cold he tried to be. "How did that work out for you?" I didn't expect him to answer, and then he suddenly grabbed the hem of his shirt and lifted it. The movement revealed the workings of his powerful, corded muscles through his shoulders, back, and waist, but also revealed a big, half-circle scar across his shoulder. A bite mark? where a wolf's mouth had torn away part of his flesh. There were more scars, too, white marks twisting their way across his powerful back, like he'd been whipped. The scars reminded me of something I couldn't quite place, and I frowned.
"Never cross an alpha,"
he said. "That's your takeaway I'm supposed to walk away with?" I asked. "You are a good guy, you insufferable jerk." He shook his head.
"No."
The memory of where I'd seen scars like that before rose swiftly to my mind. Callum's back under the moonlight, traced with white marks like the twisting branches of a tree. "What did they do to you?" I asked softly. Whatever it was, it had happened to Callum, too. He was already moving away down the trail, twitching his t-shirt back into place.
"Come on, foolish girl. You keep seeing what you want to see. I think Joan will test your optimism."
Chapter 27. The cottages we passed were quaint and cute, I had to admit. Small houses with clotheslines hung outside, and expansive, well-kept gardens. It wasn't the life I wanted, but it seemed like a happy place. "Did you grow up on this island?" I asked him.
"Mostly."
"You know, you just make me more curious."
"Fine,"
he said grouchily.
"When I was a boy, the pack agreed to try a return to the archaic pack ways, when children from one pack were fostered by another, and vice versa, so the packs would be closely aligned. I was part of their experiment."
"Where did you go?" He stared at me hard, as if he was debating what to say next. The sudden give in his frame told me he was going to tell the truth, the second before he said,
"The Northern Pack."
"Excuse me?"
"I said I knew them," he said. "I have reason for thinking the murder of your pack was no great loss."
His words were still a spike through my heart. "You said you shouldn't have said that before."
"I changed my mind."
He tapped his knuckles on the top of my head.
"Only brutal honesty has a chance of dissolving that shiny, smiley gift wrap you come in."
"My life's been harder than you know," I promised him. Like Josh, I prided myself in being stronger than the pain I'd been through, even though I had my fragile moments. "So, what did my pack do to yours?"
"Ask Callum,"
he said, and a shiver of fear ran through me. Did he have something against Callum? What had Callum ever done? "He was just a kid while his pack was still—" I trailed off, frowning. "You tell me, Arthur. You're driving me crazy with the needless secrets." He shrugged.
"I don't trust you. Yet. Give me a reason to tell you."
He was already lifting the latch on a gate. A little house was to our right, fenced in, and as Arthur let himself in, a goat bumped its head into his leg.
"Come in, quick. These goats are an even bigger pain in the ass than you."
He gestured me in. I followed him into the yard, though I was wary of livestock, as a general rule, and he hastily closed the gate as the goat tried to sneak past him. Despite what he'd said, he pet the goat's neck, and it followed him closely as he headed toward the cottage.
"Joan!"
he called. The front door opened, and a tall, blonde-haired woman stepped out onto the porch. "Are you coming to revoke my house arrest?"
"Are you ready to behave?"
he asked. Her eyes settled on me, and her lips tightened. I recognized her. She'd been there outside the car, threatening to drag me through the window. I raised my hand in a wave hello anyway. "I don't want her here," she said firmly to Arthur.
"Yes, you made that clear,"
he said.
"You can make us tea. Please."
There was no please in Arthur's tone, even though he said the word. But then, there never was. She went back into the house, letting the screen door slam behind her. Arthur opened the door and held it open for me. I stepped inside into an open-concept living room with an eat-in kitchen tucked behind it. The scent of wood smoke flavored the room, thanks to a big green metal wood stove in one corner of the room. Stairs in one corner led to a loft above. It was a small space, but homey and warm. Maddie would come home to here. No, wait. She hadn't been born here. Arthur had mentioned the previous alpha's stupid leniency. letting her family live out on the mainland. Arthur drew a stool from the counter and took a seat, patting the stool beside him. His gaze was fixed on Joan as she rattled the tea kettle against the stove with unnecessary force.
"You can hear about how your daughter has managed the years without you," he said kindly. "I would think you'd be curious. That way you can help her when she comes home."
"She should be home. We were right there." Her hand tightened on the handle of the kettle until her knuckles turned white.
"I made my decision."
She eyed him, her lips pressed together so hard the skin around them wrinkled. "I understand that."
"You do? Good. Maybe you can leave the house then."
Her face brightened. "Are you—"
"Let's not get ahead of ourselves."
She took cups down from the cabinets and dourly put one in front of me, then one in front of Arthur. "So tell me," she said, but she didn't look my way, and it took me a second to realize she was talking to me. "Oh," I said. "Well, she's in 4th grade now. She loves writing in cursive, and math, and animals, but we've never been able to have one."
"She always did love our dogs from the very beginning,"
Joan said fondly. "Wolves? You guys have dogs?" Arthur shook his head.
"Let it go, Piper."
"Why couldn't you have one?" Joan asked sharply. Our father, the man we thought was our father, was not an easy person to live with. I still stumbled at using the word abusive. It seemed so melodramatic. Growing up, I'd begged for a dog or a cat, or better yet, both. But I had stopped asking when I realized that the man who twisted the heads off my dolls or banished them to the garage would be just as likely to hurt an animal. "And?" she prompted, but despite her caustic tone, there was something in her voice like she knew exactly what I meant. Arthur watched me with those keen, understanding eyes. "He might have heard it," I said softly. She'd be afraid that her daughter had been hurt, so I quickly added, "He didn't really go after Maddie. I tried to protect her." "Didn't really go after her?" Her hands shook as she lifted the tea kettle from the stove, but when she poured hot water into our cups, she held it steady. "So he did sometimes? And you protected her? How?" "I was trying to get us both out of that house," I said. She lowered her head, gripping the edge of the counter, and when her shoulders heaved, I thought at first she was crying, but when she looked up at me, she was laughing bitterly instead. "The only thing my daughter needs is here. My protection, my love. She's my daughter." "I know that. Then why isn't she here?" she demanded. It was too hard to meet her blazing eyes when she leaned across the counter like this. Her knuckles were white on the countertop. "What right do you think you have to keep my daughter from me?" "It's not like that," I said. "I'm trying to protect her, one last time, to make sure she's okay." "She doesn't need you anymore." "I hope that's true." I didn't mean it in a bad way, but maybe she picked up on my doubt about the pack. Maybe she thought I was insulting her personally as a mother. Either way, her hand flashed out. The sound was shocking, the slap and pop against the side of my face, but it barely hurt. Arthur was already up, foot on the stool, then bounding across the counter. He grabbed her in his arms, yanking her back away, and she lifted her hands as much as she could. She wouldn't fight back against the alpha.
"Well, that's definitely the way to convince her Maddie should come home to you," he growled. She was breathing hard, as if it took everything she had to hold herself back from attacking me again. "It's all right," I told Arthur, raising a placating hand. "We both love Maddie, and I understand that." "You don't," she began fiercely, and Arthur clapped his hand over her mouth. "You're all done," he warned her. "I gave you a chance, and you took advantage of my kindness. I said she was under my protection." Fear flashed through her eyes, as if that meant something to her. When Arthur lifted his hand away, she stared at him, her chin lifting despite her evident fear. "Arthur," I said, "please, I'm not angry at her." "You should be," he said. "Your misplaced compassion will get you killed. You're weak." "I'm a guest," I said, "and I'd appreciate if you just let her go."
Arthur shoved her away from him and impatiently headed for the door. She drew a fluttering breath, as if she hadn't been able to breathe when Arthur grabbed her. Her gaze met mine, just for a second, before she turned away. I couldn't read her expression. "Piper," Arthur called over his shoulder. Reluctantly, I left Maddie's mother and followed him. He was already striding across the yard, and I had to run to catch up with him. Anger was boiling in my blood now. "I'm not weak," I told him hotly as I reached the gate. He swung it open and sarcastically gestured me through. "Looks that way." "She's hurting," I said. "She's lived for years without her daughter. I understand she's angry." "She hit you, and you took it." He shook his head. "It looks like someone hit you once and you took it," I shot back, and his jaw set. "You know nothing about that," he said. "Of course I don't, since you don't want to explain it to me." Great. Now we had the trek all the way back across the island, still arguing. This man drove me absolutely crazy. "If you think I should have hit someone back," I said, "I'm happy to slap you." "Try it," he said. "I'll take you across my knee." I didn't think that was how punishment worked in a pack. I mused. "I'll make special rules for you, girl." There it was again, the strange edge of flirtatious teasing threading through the heat of our words. But the mention of punishment had made me wonder. "What did she think you would do to her?" "She violated my order. I had the right to kill her there, by pack law." "You wouldn't do that." "It's no way to lead," he muttered, half to himself. "But once they're used to being treated brutally, it's hard to ease up." "They'd see you as soft," I said. "I'm not soft." "I'm keenly aware of that, Alpha." I squeezed his bicep, playfully, and he shot me a look that was half warning at my impudence and half something else altogether. "Desire?" I added. "I don't think you should have to rule by fear." "Well, without it," he began, and then didn't finish. For some reason, I thought of the decision he'd made, to take me with him and to leave my pack alive. He'd known it would be an unpopular choice. It would have been easier to give them exactly what they wanted, and it would have helped cement his place as the head of the pack. Instead, he'd done the right thing. "You're a good leader," I said. His brows arched. "Really? Why, thanks so much, Piper." Despite his sarcasm, I forged on. "I mean, you can stop threatening me any time now. But yeah, you must be. Your friends are intensely loyal to you. They say good things about you, and you make thoughtful, reasoned decisions for the good of your pack. They're lucky to have you." He snorted. "Back to Piper's good guy theory." I shrugged. "Sorry, I call it like I see it." "My friends?" he asked skeptically. "Believe it or not," I said, "you do have them." He was silent for a second, and then I bumped his elbow with my shoulder. I would have bumped shoulders, but he was too huge. "Play your cards right," I said, "and I might even be one of them." "Please, no," he said. "My life's challenging enough already." Chapter 28. "Keep an eye on her," Arthur told Logan, clapping his hand on my shoulder to steer me ahead of him into the library. "Of course," Logan said. I raised my eyebrows. "Am I being guarded for my own protection, or—" "For the sake of my sanity," Arthur said. "I can't imagine letting you wander unattended, and what kind of trouble you might create." "I tend to find trouble more than create it," I said, but I was talking to Arthur's back, since he was heading out of the library. "Okay, good talk." "Well, this is convenient," Logan said. "We get the chance to look through the lore together." "Yeah, why haven't I learned Latin?" I demanded. "I didn't know that was going to be a useful skill." "If I ever ran a school for shifters, I'd make them all learn Latin," Logan agreed. "That's a great idea," I said. "Maybe there should be a school for shifters. Then all the packs would know each other." "Yeah, that worked well for Callum and Arthur." "What happened there?" He shook his head. "That's his story. You're going to have to get it out of him." I ran my fingertips along the leather-bound books, looking for titles in English that might mean something to me. "He won't tell me a damn thing, Logan." "You don't seem like a quitter, Piper." Logan said. "Some things are just impossible." He leaned over the book on the table, resting his elbow on the table.
"I don't think so. Especially not for a shifter princess."
I groaned. "At home, it sounds affectionate when they say it. When you say it..." He shrugged, a lazy movement of one big shoulder. Everything about the way he moved was sexy, even when he was exasperating, and I had to drag my eyes away from how his t-shirt clung to the shape of his shoulder and strained across his thick bicep. I joined him at the table. I was not going to obsess over that shrug. "What's in the book?"
"All right,"
he started to say, and then the doors at the end of the room swung open, and Sebastian and Finn walked in. I felt a spark of joy at the sight of them, unable to hide a smile. Logan groaned.
"Aren't you two supposed to be staying out of my way today?"
"Sorry," Sebastian said, but his eyes caught on the book.
"Isn't that the copy we have of the Striga Invalerant et Opus Ferrum? You can tell that from here?"
Logan glanced at the gilt edge of the pages.
"You are such a geek, Seb." "Were you paying attention in Latin after all?"
Finn asked in mock shock.
"I thought Seb was the only one who learned anything in that class." "Yeah, I remember enough to read this,"
Logan said.
"Can you guys leave us alone? I want to talk to Piper about the lore." "The lore about people like her?"
Finn filled in.
"Yes,"
Logan said patiently.
"And you two don't need... And the people like us?"
Finn interrupted. Logan paused, and understanding dawned across his face. He glanced at me, his eyebrows arching.
"Piper?"
"I find him a lot more charming than you do," I whispered. "Sometimes, anyway." Logan slapped his hand to his head, then rubbed his eyes blearily.
"Who else?"
"I don't want to talk about it."
"Who else, Piper?"
His voice was stern. "Maybe, Sebastian. Maybe."
"Oh, good grief,"
Sebastian said. Finn reached out and socked him in the chest.
"You'd feel it too. I feel it for Piper. So, do you?"
Sebastian glanced away.
"This is so uncomfortable." "Answer the question,"
Logan ordered.
"Do you feel anything for Piper?"
Seb licked his lower lip.
"Yes." "That doesn't make sense,"
Logan said.
"Piper's already supposed to be bonded to a set of mates in her own pack."
"Love never makes sense," I said lightly. Logan looked at me like he wanted to throw a book at my head. Sebastian said,
"There's got to be answers here."
As he searched the shelves, Logan asked,
"Anyone else?"
"It's another maybe," I said, but when I imagined Arthur's low, authoritative voice, his powerful body, the way everyone turned when he walked into the room, and most of all, the kindness threaded through his soul, despite the demeanor he had to maintain, it didn't feel like much of a maybe at all. Logan raised his eyebrows, prompting me. "Arthur," I said. Across the room, Sebastian whistled.
"Okay,"
Logan said flatly.
"Okay, good to know. Normally,"
Sebastian said from across the room,
"a born shifter female mates with multiple men in the pack. 3, 4, 5.
"Not the whole pack?" I asked, just to clarify. There were only 4 in the Blissford pack.
"Jesus, Piper, are there more?"
Logan asked. "No," I said. "That's it. The 4 of you." Logan returned to flipping through pages.
"Sebastian, what exactly is it you feel?" "Nope,"
Sebastian called back.
"I'm asking for science's sake."
Logan managed the lie with a straight face. "Sometimes I can see the resemblance between you two," I told Finn, since Logan was so obviously just giving shy Sebastian shit for his own entertainment. Finn winked at me in response, but Logan groaned. The 4 of us spent the rest of the morning researching all we could.
"I don't think the packs were always like this,"
Sebastian said, looking up from one of his texts. When he had all of us staring at him, he went on.
"The existing pack records are so broken since, you know, hunters and the Knights Templar, and superstitious villagers and whatnot. Lots of destroyed texts over time. But I think I've found some lineages that link one pack princess to more than one pack."
Logan frowned.
"But as long as we've been documenting packs, we've been talking about this kind of divide between packs. As long as we've been documenting packs in North America,"
Sebastian said.
"I think the wolves absorbed sort of the cultural norms around them. Not all of them, obviously."
Finn raised his eyebrows.
"Obviously not,"
Seb agreed.
But a lot of them. Maybe things weren't so patriarchal once upon a time. The packs themselves might have formed around the born female at their core, rather than the female belonging to the pack.
Logan swore and pushed himself away from the table, crossing to the doors. He locked them before he turned back. Sebastian gazed at him, shocked, and Logan's body posture changed. He relaxed visibly, flashing all of us a confident smile. I didn't buy it, and I didn't think Seb or Finn did either.
Listen, we just don't want to get the pack all worked up for nothing,
Logan said.
You're talking about changing everything we're used to, everything we've believed. It isn't that big a change,
Sebastian said.
It will be to a lot of them,
Finn said.
Being wolves is like a religion to some of them, and that religion has rules. Unnecessary, mistaken rules.
Seb frowned.
Don't they all?
Finn drawled.
We're not taking this out of this room,
Logan said.
You're going to tell Arthur?
Finn asked. Logan hesitated.
He's got work to do this morning. I'll tell him when he comes back.
What's he doing? Logan crossed his arms.
It's like we do this all over again every day.
There's no reason for all these secrets, I said. It's supposed to be all, she doesn't need to know because she's not part of our pack. Well, maybe you're part of my pack. I started to smile, and Logan said,
Don't say it.
Maybe I'm in charge, I said, of the whole pack.
Yeah? Can you take Arthur down?
Logan asked, his lips quirking to one side. That seemed to remind him of something, because he turned to Seb and Finn, clapping his hands together.
Hey, it's almost lunchtime. Why don't you guys grab some food from the kitchen and take Piper out on a trip around the island? Show her it can be beautiful here, as well as full of assholes.
Finn looked at him skeptically, as if he knew he was being managed, but he must have wanted to go anyway. He shrugged.
All right.
Once Finn and Sebastian left, Logan said softly,
We've got to figure out how to get you shifting.
Believe me, I said. We tried back home.
There's got to be an answer,
he said confidently.
At home, you didn't have the kind of resources we have here.
Maybe my pack should come here, I mused out loud.
You know that can't happen, Piper,
he said, his voice quiet.
It would be nice, but things are so volatile right now.
That's not just about Maddie, is it? Logan shook his head. Tell me about Inzel, I said. That's not telling any secrets, is it?
It's not telling Arthur's secrets,
Logan said as he collected 2 books from the shelves. He thumped one in front of me.
This one's all collected field notes for recovering from spells, so there might be something in there.
I flipped open the cover. Pages so thin that they were almost transparent were covered in long paragraphs of tiny letters. Couldn't this be digitized somehow, so we could just look up what we need?
Maybe you can make that your next project,
he suggested.
While you search, I'll tell you about Inzel.
The 2 of us talked as we researched. I liked his warm, sexy voice and the humor he interjected into any story, even when he was talking about how Inzel yielded to Arthur's role as alpha, but never seemed loyal to him. Still, Inzel was popular among the older members of the pack, and he never quite crossed the line with Arthur. So you think Arthur should kill him? I asked.
I didn't say that,
Logan said carefully. I quirked an eyebrow at him, and he said,
Okay, yes. Yes, I do. Does that make me a terrible person?
A terrible person? Maybe. A pretty standard wolf. Absolutely. He propped his jaw on his hand, staring at me.
I can't believe you have never turned. That must be really hard.
The turn itself doesn't seem like a trip to the circus.
It's not fun,
he admitted.
But don't you ever feel this surge of energy? This restless tension? Like you could just throw off your human side and run wild?
No, I said. But the truth was that when I looked across the table at him, I could feel a restlessness pulling at me, a reckless desire to dive across the table and kiss him. I cocked my head to the side. So even if there is a fated thing here, we just ignore it? Pretend no one ever felt it, so our packs can carry on as normal?
Pretty sure your pack would want to kill ours if they knew,
he said.
Tensions are high enough already.
They wouldn't, I said. His gaze lifted from the book, studying my face, and I willed myself not to flush. I hadn't meant to say that. The lies were too complicated to keep track of now. His gaze sharpened, a faint frown creasing his brow. God damn it.
Piper," he said softly, but I knew by now that soft tone was a trap. He'd caught me the night before with that husky, sweet voice. "Why would your pack have discussed the possibility you'd fall for another pack's men?" "They're just not the jealous types." "I can tell when you're lying to me again," he said, "and it begins with saying wolves aren't the jealous type. Wolves are territorial by nature." "We can be better than our natures." "Not that much better," he disagreed. "Anyway, if you were mine, I'd protect you. I'd never let you off with someone else, some other pack."
"Oh, you'd never let me?" My eyebrows arched. His lips quirked up in response.
"Nope, I wouldn't let you."
"Bossy isn't cute," I told him.
"I don't know about that," he said. "You're bossy, and I think you're pretty cute."
"Well, that's the cruel hand of fate right there," I said.
"I might have noticed you were cute otherwise," he said, "and I'm not 100% certain it's a cruel hand."
"It'll feel that way if we never see each other again," I warned him.
"Maybe I'll just never let you go,"
he teased. "No," I said.
"It's just a joke,"
he said, raising a hand to calm me.
"I'm sorry, Piper. I didn't think."
"Arthur's thought about it," I said. "I don't know what I'd do without my pack, Logan. They saved my life. I love them." And I hadn't said it to any of them yet, even when they said it to me. The realization made me feel stupid. I'd wasted so much time with them.
"You okay?"
Logan asked me. I shook my head. I've got regrets."
"Don't we all?"
"I should have told my pack what I just told you."
"You haven't told them that you loved them?"
I shook my head.
"You'll get the chance,"
he promised. It made me smile. "I thought you just said you would be territorial, but now you're just being nice."
Hey.
He raised a finger to his lips, shushing me.
"Enough of that."
He headed back to the stacks, and I looked back down at the page of tiny print. "I need a break," I said, getting up too. I bobbed up onto my toes, stretching my arms out over my head, but I'd forgotten about the step down. My stomach fell as my foot went out from underneath me. In a flash, Logan's arm was around me, and he caught me before I could stumble. I grinned, ducking my head. "I'm not usually this clumsy."
"Oh? Did you want me to catch you?"
"No," I said firmly, but his lips were already brushing mine, and I kissed him back, hard. My arms slid around his shoulders as his lips probed mine. The two of us traded quick, hungry kisses as his lips parted against mine. I pushed him against the bookshelves, and his lips turned up in a smile against mine. He broke away to press a kiss to the side of my throat, just below my ear, and my breath caught.
"So, this is what fated feels like."
"Crazy, isn't it?" His hands spanned my hips, and when his thumbs brushed the bare skin just under my shirt, I drew in a soft breath.
"It's kind of a good crazy,"
he murmured into my hair. Our lips met again, and then the door opened. I didn't have to look to recognize Seb's whistle.
"Try to stay out of trouble,"
Logan told me, squeezing my hips gently before he released me.
"Same to you, buddy,"
Finn called. He was shaking his head and grinning as the three of us headed out of the library. Logan was always so cool and self-possessed, I couldn't resist glancing back, curious to see if he was still reeling from those kisses like I was. Logan had his head in his hand, pinching the bridge of his nose like he was fighting back a headache, and my heart fell. No matter how good crazy this felt, it was all trouble. Chapter 29. I was pulling my sweatshirt over my head as I left my room, because Seb said it was cold on the water, when Caroline came out the door of Arthur's room. Faster than sense, hot jealousy washed over me, burning my cheeks. She was carrying a basket of laundry, frowning as her hair flopped into her face. The door tried to close on her despite her best attempts to shoulder it open, and a towel tumbled off the top of the pile. I jumped to help her. "You do his laundry?" I asked, horrified. Forget the jealousy. Lord, this pack needed help. "It's one of my jobs," she said. "We all have work to do around here." "He looks competent enough to do his own laundry to me," I muttered. Alpha or not. Caroline couldn't help smiling, even as she transferred the basket to one hip and shushed me. "Seb and Finn are taking me out sailing," I said. You want to sneak away and come with me? And then when Arthur doesn't have any clean t-shirts? She asked, raising her eyebrows. She seemed far lighter now than she had when we were in the banquet room with the whole pack. He'll have to go shirtless, I said, taking the basket out of her hands and dropping it back inside the door to his room. And it will be a wonderful thing. She laughed, then covered her mouth with her hand a second late, as if she was surprised by the peal of laughter that had burst out of her mouth. You like the way Arthur looks. As irritating as he is, I'm not blind.
But you certainly are mouthy.
It was Arthur's low rumble of a voice. The two of us turned abruptly to the stairs, where Arthur stood. His broad shoulders seemed to fill the stairwell. My stomach tightened at being caught talking about him, but there was a bemused arch to his eyebrows, despite his unsmiling face, and a strange throb of desire sparked between my thighs at the unexpected sight of him. Sorry, Caroline murmured, her gaze downcast. She leaned back in his door to scoop up the laundry basket, almost shouldering me out of the way in her hurry.
It's all right,
he said curtly.
You do good work, Caroline. Take the day off.
Her lips parted as she straightened. Arthur was sweating as if he'd been exercising. His damp t-shirt clung to his chiseled body.
Just get out of my way,
he said curtly, and as he walked toward us to go into his room, he was already yanking his shirt over his head. His broad biceps worked as he drew his shirt up, exposing his narrow waist and the flat V of his lower abs. His powerful pecs were tattooed with runes, and as he dropped his wet t-shirt into the basket, I caught a glimpse of each chiseled muscle in his lean back, underneath the crisscrossing white scars. He glanced over his shoulder, shooting a mischievous look over his shoulder.
You should learn some situational awareness, girl.
His voice was a low, sexy rumble that made me suddenly hot. I flashed him a tight smile and tossed my hair over my shoulder, as if I wasn't ashamed of being caught, but I could feel my cheeks blazing. Then Arthur kicked the door shut between us. It slammed into place hard, cutting me off from the sight of his beautiful body. Caroline stared at me, wide-eyed. I crinkled my nose back at her. I am not smooth, huh? She shook her head. No, but you did get me a vacation day. Let's make the best of it. I pressed my cool palm against my hot cheek. I was blushing so hard it hurt. I feel like I'll be paying for that forever. Probably, she agreed, which wasn't exactly comforting. But then she looped her arm through mine like we were old friends. Maybe a little humiliation was the best way to bond with new girlfriends. Where's Fiona? I asked. Should we make this a girls' trip and just let the guys ferry us around the island? Sounds good to me, she said. We found Fiona in the kitchen, wrestling a 50-pound bag of potatoes across the warm hardwood floorboards as the primary cook grimly chopped more potatoes. Little glistening white blocks of potato were stacked on the countertop, as deep as my arm. I glanced out the windows toward the yard, where a bunch of young male shifters were sparring. There's some serious bullshit in this pack, I said. Fiona looked at me curiously. What are you guys doing here? In my pack, the guys do the cooking, and not just because my cooking skills are limited to reheating frozen lasagnas, I said, then had to admit, although that's probably a factor. Arthur gave us the day off, Caroline said, to the cook more than to anyone else. She was already rushing around the counter to grab Fiona's arm, and Fiona let the potatoes drop with a thunk. I don't think so, the cook said, to our backs as we hustled out of the kitchen. Fiona and Caroline were giggling as we ran across the back porch of the house and down the sandy trail toward the boathouse, and it made me grin too, as the three of us made a completely unnecessary mad dash, our feet crunching over the leaves as we ran. There was no one chasing us, but still, when we reached the boathouse, Fiona turned and looked back up at the house. Is this really what you guys expected when you came here? I asked, and the mood instantly sobered, as Fiona and Caroline exchanged a long look. It's a lot better now than it was, honestly, Caroline said, now that Roderick is dead. Did Arthur really give us the day off? Fiona brushed her disheveled hair back behind her ears. More or less, Caroline said, a smile coming to her face again as she launched into the story of how I'd embarrassed myself discussing Arthur's shirtless body. I groaned, covering my face with my hands, as Fiona began to giggle again. The sound of feet on the wet dock made me turn.
Finn was coming up behind us, a quizzical look on his handsome face. As I turned back to the girls, he settled his hands on my shoulders at the same time as he rested his chin familiarly on top of my head. I rolled my eyes as he wrapped his arms around my waist.
"What trouble is Piper starting now?"
he asked them, and Caroline launched into the story for a third time. I could feel Finn's chest shake against my back as he tried to contain his laughter. "Okay," I said, clapping my hands together. "I was told there would be sailing, possibly apple picking. Can we do that and stop reliving my humiliation?"
"I don't know what there is to be embarrassed about,"
Finn said.
"Arthur is a beautiful man. It's just the truth."
I ducked under his arm, then twisted back to put my hand over his mouth. "Not another word, Finn. You're about to not be my favorite anymore." His eyebrows rose.
"I'm your favorite?"
"Sometimes." I snagged his hand with mine and pulled him down to the dock with me, heading toward where the sailboats bobbed in their berths. A still breeze blew off the water, raising a salty, clean scent. I invited them to come with us. Sebastian was waiting impatiently in one of the sailboats, the lines coiled in his hand and the breeze ruffling his copper curls. He offered me his hand, and I took it, jumping into the boat with minimal drama this time. He still caught me with a hand on my waist, even though I didn't need it. He flashed me a quick smile, his gaze lingering on my face, before he stepped past me to help the next girl into the boat. Although he was friendly with her, too, there was something different about the small, secret smile he'd offered me. I couldn't help thinking about it, replaying it, as I took my seat in the bow. The 5 of us sailed around the island, stopping to do some ineffective fishing. I was mesmerized by the sails, which first made a flapping sound as Seb turned the boat, finding the breeze, and then filled out with a satisfying floof sound. Conversation came surprisingly easy between the 5 of us, and even in the moments of silence, there was something relaxing about being out on the water. I found myself feeling looser, more relaxed than I had since I left my pack. We sailed into a cove on the other side of the island. Finn gallantly jumped into the water when it was waist-high as soon as Seb had dropped the anchor, and then held his arms out to me. I regarded him skeptically.
"It's this or a cold trip home,"
he told me, still offering his arms. Reluctantly, I slid off the side of the sailboat and into his arms. He caught me against his muscular chest, one arm beneath my knees, so my heels just barely skimmed the water, and trudged in with me toward the shore. I heard a curse, and then a splash behind us as Seb jumped in, too.
"Well, princess,"
Finn began.
"you are deceptively tiny."
I groaned. "I knew you were going to call me princess."
"While I'm carrying you through the water to keep you from getting wet? Absolutely."
I stretched my legs out so I could see the damp cuff of my jeans. "Well, actually," Finn rolled his eyes, although it was playful, and the corners of his handsome mouth were turning up.
"Well, I apologize, my lady."
He looked so handsome, and we were so close together that I could hear his heart beating through his shirt, and he smelled good, clean and masculine all at once. It made me want to kiss him, and impulsively, I caught his cheek with my hand and pressed my lips to his. Whatever smart-ass comment he'd been about to continue making was lost as his arms tightened around me, and he kissed me back hard. My lips parted against his, and his tongue darted against my upper lip, sending a thrum of desire through my body. We traded hungry kisses, there with the waves lapping around us, the bright sun above making a halo of his copper curls when I dared open my eyes. His eyes were still closed, dark lashes resting above those chiseled, freckled cheekbones. I rubbed my thumb against the angle of his cheekbone, wanting to remember everything about him and the way this moment felt. For all Finn's playful, easy nature, when he kissed me like he was full of desire and passion that he hid for everyone else. The steady splashing of someone wading through the water and a faint giggling caught my ear. I glanced away from Finn's face to see Seb coming abreast of us, with one girl slung over each broad shoulder. He shook his head, mock disapproving, as he pulled ahead of us. Finn pressed one last kiss to my lips. As his eyes fluttered open, there was a soft, affectionate look in his eyes. Then it was gone, replaced by his usual trademark cocky grin.
"You've certainly made life more interesting since you came here,"
he said.
I'm not sure that's a good thing.
I am.
He promised, and resumed his trek toward the shore. His brother was getting further and further ahead of us as he struggled through the waves. I tightened my arms around his neck. Arthur would not agree that my presence here was a good thing, and yet, even as I thought that, I remembered the sly look in his eyes when he glanced over his shoulder at me, how he had stripped off his shirt, knowing I was watching him, and even though I knew what Arthur would say, I wasn't so sure he would mean it. Finn smelled good, and the heat of his body was welcome as the cold breeze tugged at my hair. I'd felt ridiculous at first, letting Finn carry me through the waves, but now I leaned my head against his shoulder and enjoyed it.
Chapter 30. Logan. When I walked into Arthur's office that afternoon, he was staring out the window, his hands folded behind his back. He had that distant look on his face that meant he was either lost in memory or strategizing the pack's next move. I closed the door quietly behind me and threw myself onto his couch, resting my arm on the back. For anyone else, he would have become animated as soon as I walked in. But Arthur didn't have to interrupt his train of thought to be the boss with me. We knew each other too well. When he turned to me, there was a grim set to his lips, but he nodded in greeting. "We've got to talk about Piper," I said. "Again?" He shook his head. "It would have been less trouble to gut her pack and move on." He said that, but he hadn't wanted to kill the wolves of the northern pack. He pretended he didn't mind the bloodshed to appease the pack, who was furious about their missing princess and the lost power. He didn't have to do that shit with me, but whatever. It was getting harder and harder for him to drop the facade, I guessed, even though we knew each other better than that. "What's going on?" I asked. "Should have killed Denzel when I had the chance to do it cleanly," he said, and that I believed he meant. "I see him hanging out with the young in the pack. Matthew, Evan, Frey. I'll wear them out in the training in the yard," I promised him. "Keep them busy and out of trouble." He shook his head. "They're dying to do something, not just train, to prove themselves. Moving against the other packs to consolidate our land would give them that chance." "It wasn't our land before," I said. "Doesn't matter, does it?" he muttered. "What happens to Piper if you take her pack's lands?" As his cold, clear-eyed gaze turned to me, he seemed to take in too much. He sat on the edge of his desk, his arms crossed over his chest, and studied me. After a minute, he said, "She hasn't been here long." I leaned back into the couch and didn't answer. His lips quirked up. "She's the first girl you felt something for, isn't she?" "She wouldn't be my first." "That's not what I said." I shrugged my shoulders. "She's pretty. Sometimes I wonder if the pack princess lore is all a bunch of bullshit." I wanted to know what he thought about it. He glanced toward the door as if he was making sure it was closed. "Who knows? But it matters to them." And they were superstitious and terrified of magic. If they knew Piper's wolf was bound in spells and enchantments, they'd be suspicious of her. "She asked if she could have a weapon," I said. Arthur snorted. "I don't want that pretty little blonde thing putting a knife between my shoulders. What an embarrassing way to die." "You don't really think she's dangerous?" I asked lightly. "I'm looking at your face when you talk about her," Arthur said. "And I'm damn sure she's dangerous." I rose from the couch impatiently. "You want to head to the training yard for a while? Show the cubs how it's done?" "That's not going to be the release you need right now. His crude, flat statement made me irritated. If it had been anyone else, I would have been insisting on a trip to the yards now, or I'd just have punched him in the face. But the thing that made me pause wasn't just that Arthur was my alpha. It was that loyalty that made me grind out the words I didn't want to say, even though he was in full-blown asshole mode. I owed him too much to keep any secrets. Piper can't shift. Arthur straightened from the desk. What? The witches bound her, kept her from turning in order to take her magic. The spells are still intact. She can't turn. Fuck. Arthur buried his hands in his pockets, turning back to the window. This doesn't leave the room. Yeah. He studied the water, crashing into the rocks far below the stretch of lawn and pines. If Inzel finds out we brought a spellbound wolf, who could be under the witch's influence, it could be just what he needs. You think she's in danger? I pushed. I think we all are. He cursed as he reflected on it again. I can be sure of half the wolves on the island. There's no one strong enough to challenge you right now, I said. Maybe. He glanced over at me, his eyes narrow and considering. I crossed my arms in response. Really? I don't forget that you saved my life. Maybe you should, he mused. What? I demanded. The idea that Arthur would want me to forget the bond between us. Maybe Inzel would believe you're turning stupid for this girl, he mused out loud, and that you want to prioritize your affection for her over the needs of the pack, that you're willing to challenge me for alpha. Wow. I know it's not true, Arthur said, resting a big hand on my shoulder. You're my brother, Logan, by choice. I know you're as loyal to me as I am to you. You just want me to pretend to be an idiot? I asked. She's a very pretty girl, he said, a glint in his cool gray eyes. With a lively spirit. It isn't impossible to imagine. Arthur would never say it, but I could read him. It wasn't impossible for him to imagine. All right, I said. I can pretend. He nodded. Just don't let it go too far when you're with the girl. She has to go back to her pack in the end. I'll keep my distance, I promised. The memory of that kiss rose then. A sweet ghost swept her lips against mine, those bright blue eyes crinkling at the corners as she looked up at me. And I lied anyway. No problem. Arthur regarded me skeptically, but all he said was, Go see Inzel then. Play it subtly. Just feel him out. All right. Arthur clapped my shoulder with his hand. She's just a pretty girl, Logan. She's not going to change anything for us. No, I agreed. As much as I want to see you happy, he said carefully, we can find a more suitable mate. If not one of the girls in the pack. His words made me think of Fiona and Caroline, who I'd protect like little sisters, but never touch. And I shook my head quickly in revulsion. Then we'll find a girl to turn, he said. Maybe when things are stable, you could spend some time among the humans. Maybe, I said. He gave me a long look. You're not drawn to her? I asked, stuffing my hands into my pockets. I tried to sound light-hearted. She looks at you like she finds you attractive. Just for a second, his lips widened, as if he would smile, and his eyes brightened. The expression was gone in a second, replaced by his usual cold expression. He shook his head. No. But I knew when Arthur was lying. Inzel stared at me warily from the crack in his door. Well, Logan, I didn't expect to have you visit. Can I come in? I glanced back down the long, sandy road, as if I was concerned that someone would see me. What's this about? He asked, but he still held open the door, letting me in. I followed him in and then hesitated, as if I was purposefully ignoring the question. He went behind the counter in his kitchen. You want a beer? I'd take one. He popped the tops off 2 beers, then came back around, holding out a glass bottle. He inclined his head toward the couch, and the 2 of us took our seats. I held the amber liquid up toward the light, admiring it, before I took a long sip. I didn't want to rush into the conversation. Inzel's curiosity radiated, no matter how casually he sipped his own beer. I don't think you've been in my house before, Inzel said. I suppose not. Before I was beta, people like Inzel had ignored me, at best. Afterward, I hadn't made it a habit to socialize with any of them. There was another pause between us, and then he leaned forward. His mouth opened, as if he wanted to ask me a direct question. Then he hesitated. Another day, I might have been pleased that Inzel was afraid of me now. I set the beer down on the coffee table with a clunk. I came to discuss Arthur. Well, he said. I raised my hand. I know Arthur and I have a long history. I owe him a lot. I might as well get that out in the open. Inzel would sense a trap if I pretended that I wasn't loyal to Arthur. And using Piper as the reason why I was willing to compromise that loyalty would have been too obvious. He had to believe Piper was the dark secret of my heart, that my desire for her was something I didn't fully acknowledge even to myself. But that would drive my actions. You two have always been close, Inzel said cautiously. Close. The word made a memory rise for me. The cool trickle of my own blood running down my face. The bright light of day fading into my own personal night. Arthur's snarling voice as he bounded past me to save my life. He'd paid for saving my life and scars that he still carried, and he never brought it up to me, not once. He never held it over me. I have every reason to be loyal to him, I said. Inzel nodded. I sat back in the couch, throwing my arm over the back. I'm sure you felt that way about Roderick. I appreciated that the young Alpha chose an older advisor, Inzel said carefully. No offense. I smiled tightly at that. Arthur and I only trusted each other. We all want what's best for the pack, Inzel said, even if we don't always agree. What anyone wants is irrelevant, I said. This is not a democracy. No, Inzel said. It isn't. I studied his face carefully. Can I ask you a question, Inzel? Sure. Were you surprised to survive after Arthur killed Roderick? I thought Arthur would be fair, Inzel said. I've done my best to be loyal to him. Even though you disagree about almost everything, Inzel supplied, amusement in his voice. But if another alpha rose in the pack, then I'd be loyal to them, of course. It's our way, and I'd do my best to advise them if they were interested in my counsel. Perhaps the young don't always have all the answers. Perhaps, Inzel smiled faintly. They might only realize that when they begin to age themselves, though. I drained the beer bottle and set it back on the coffee table. Some of us wake up earlier than others. Thank you for the beer. You're welcome, Logan. When I stood, he did too, and followed me to the door. You're welcome here any time, he added, if you ever want to talk. I'd like that. I nodded goodnight to him and headed out the door. As I headed back down the road, away from his house, I could feel his gaze as a tickle between my shoulders. It was just the first step in a long trap.
Chapter 31. Piper. We walked up the rock-strewn shore and inland a little bit. The sound of the waves slapping the shore faded behind us. We crested a hill, and a long incline spread in front of us. Rows of apple trees spread in front of us, heavy with red and green apples.
Oh, this takes me back,
Finn said, glancing at Seb. To me, he said,
The kids come out and harvest the apples. Used to be one of our many jobs. Our self-sustaining little island is a lot of work,
Seb said, heading off in front of us toward the nearest tree.
Not as much as fighting other packs,
Finn muttered, half to himself. Seb reached up to twist an apple off the tree, stretching onto his toes. It's highlighted how his shirt clung to his lats and hung loose over his narrow waist. I glanced away, wondering why I had to notice that.
You know we don't have a quota to meet today,
Finn said.
You can slow down.
Seb turned back to us, biting into an apple, his eyebrows arching. He chewed with evident satisfaction and brushed his sleeve over his mouth as if the apple was juicy. Then he twisted a second one off and tossed it toward me. When I caught the apple out of the air, he grinned.
Good catch, princess.
Fiona rolled her eyes and caught my sleeve with her hand. She can pick her own apples. Come on. The best ones are the pink ladies, and they're down this way. The 5 of us wandered among the trees, calling out to each other when we found a good tree heavy with fruit that hadn't yet fallen. I wandered, enjoying the rare, playful moment. And then I ducked underneath some low-slung branches. A long hill stretched away beneath me, and although there was brush growing wild across the slope, I could see a narrow road bisecting the flat ground at the bottom of the hill. Ugly, weathered wooden structures stood out in stark contrast from the green hillside. A rough gallows, a low wooden cross. A low, narrow building stood behind them, the side facing me open to the elements but covered by bars. Cells. I pressed my palm to my heart, which was suddenly galloping. Sometimes I forgot that I was in a different pack with different rules. Dangerous, unyielding rules. Piper, Fiona sounded light-hearted as she ducked under the branches, but then the words died on her lips. Her elbow brushed mine as she joined me. Having her there, regarding the cruel equipment down below, made me feel a little less alone, and a little less overwhelmed. They don't use it anymore, she said, her voice low and quiet. But they did. While you were here? She nodded. Roderick had his brother out there. Her shiver made her elbow brush mine again. Arthur? I asked, my voice coming out sharp, as if I felt protectively of him. More softly, I asked, Why? She sighed and sat heavily on the ground, kicking her heels down the hill. Apples rolled out of her sweatshirt, which she'd been using as a makeshift bucket. It was because of me. I can't imagine it was your fault, I said. I didn't say that.
She rescued one of the apples she'd just dropped from the grass and took a bite out of it. But it was because of me. You know, Carolyn and I have been friends since we were kids. She was the one who introduced me to the Black Wolf. It's this bar in Norfolk. Sketchy as hell. No place for two kids like us with fake IDs. Anyway, Caroline kind of fell for Roderick. He was a dick, but he was hot, and we were young and stupid. Back then, the pack hung out there a lot. It's mostly wares and vamps and witches in there. Most people walk in there and it's like they pick up on the vibe and turn right around. But we loved it. All that attention, all these hot guys. Her lips tightened. Logan was an Omega back then, she said. Arthur was barely any better off. The two of them were inseparable. I guess Logan's parents had been awful, and the pack despised them. Arthur had gotten into some kind of trouble as a kid. I didn't meet Logan until the 5th time we went to the bar, Fiona said, and the precision of that detail, the 5th time, along with the tension in her perfect posture, tell me that this is a memory she's replayed 100 times. Caroline planned to run away from home and be with Roderick. He'd been after her for a while. He used to pick her up outside our high school. Her lip curled, as if she was back in the moment. He drove a flashy car, and he was a real sweet talker. Her parents sucked, too, and she needed to get out somehow, but she shouldn't have come here. I filled in as she paused. Yeah, she said softly. I should have stayed home that night. I was trying to talk her out of it. Roderick had been telling me I should come too. He had all these promises. Despite the bitterness of the story she was telling, her lips quirked up at the corners. They did not involve peeling potatoes, I promise you. Roderick encouraged us both to get drunk that night. There was a band playing and all these hot guys. I remember sitting on Paul's lap. We'd done a bunch of shots, and I was so drunk that Paul was holding my cup to my mouth for me. Logan told him to knock it off. That really pissed Roderick off, you could tell, but he let it go. Next thing I remember is puking off the side of the boat, and then being there, in their house, for the first time. She jerked her head toward the other side of the island. I got up to go to the bathroom, and when I came back out into the dark hall, Paul was waiting for me. He pushed me up against the wall and started kissing me. I wasn't kissing him back, but he didn't stop. And I started crying because I remembered being on the boat, and I knew there wasn't any way for me to get home that night. My heart was racing. Fiona glanced toward me, the faraway contemplative look in her eyes giving way. She rested her hand on my knee. It's all right, Piper. Logan came out of nowhere, slammed Paul into the ground. I should have stayed, tried to help him. But I ran. She licked her lower lip, as if the next part was hard to say, and the faraway look was back in her eyes. Logan caught up to me, grabbed my hand, and pulled me down to the boathouse with him. He put me in a motorboat and untied the lines. He pointed me towards shore just as Roderick and Paul reached the boathouse. Logan tried to slow them down, but he never had a chance. They were vicious, like they were going to beat Logan to death. She seemed to feel so guilty, so I told her, "You couldn't have helped him. There was no way one human girl could do much against shifters like that." "They caught me," she said softly. "Logan did all that, trying to help me, and they still dragged me back. They turned me right there on the dock, next to Logan's broken body. There was blood all over his face, and I wasn't sure he was even breathing. And then I was just screaming because it hurt so much." She laughed, a shaky laugh that wasn't a laugh at all, as she pushed her hair back behind her ears. "Anyway, they left Logan in the cells until Arthur came back. I guess he wasn't on the island, and Roderick wanted him to see. Roderick brought me with them. I guess he wanted to break me completely. I don't know what Arthur said or did, trying to help Logan, but Roderick tied him up to that whipping post." She nodded to the cross. "I thought Arthur wouldn't even be able to get back up again when they untied him and he fell. But he got up." She nodded. "They were dragging Logan to the gallows for betraying the pack." Her lips tightened, and Arthur staggered to his feet. "I challenge you," he said to his brother. She wrapped her arms around her knees as a shiver from the cold, or a tremble from the past, ran through her body. It was too late to undo what had been done to Logan or to me, but Arthur tried to protect us. Quiet fell between us. I didn't know what to say. I know they aren't always easy guys to like, Fiona said softly. Logan is like a big brother to me, but he's such a jerk sometimes. And Arthur is worse. He's stern and unforgiving, and even mean. But when I'm tempted to stab them in their sleep with a potato peeler, there was a sparkle of humor in her eyes. I can't forget what we've been through, together. I was still reeling by what she'd said when she leaned in toward me confidentially and said, and then I just steal another bottle from Arthur's liquor cabinet. He keeps it locked. Even alphas have an optimistic streak. Do you ever see family? She shook her head. They think someone took me and Caro, that I died that night. And they're not wrong. It shouldn't be like this, I said. You shouldn't be here when you don't want to be. Lots of things don't go the way they should in life. Fiona got to her feet, brushing herself off as if she was brushing off the story, too, and then offered me a hand up. You seem like you know a thing or two about that, Piper. I let her pull me to my feet. Fiona was stronger than she looked, in every way. I cocked my head to one side, studying her. Have you ever thought about Logan as something other than a big brother? She rolled her eyes. Nice try at casual, Piper. But for all your gifts, acting isn't on the list. I'm just curious. I remembered how Logan had slung his arm over Caroline's shoulders. He's a big flirt, she said, but he's never fallen in love with anyone. He's untouchable. She pursed her lips at me, as if it was a challenge, and I felt faint heat crawling up my cheeks again. Yeah, she said. That's what I thought. She jerked her head toward the apple trees we'd emerged from. Come on. I don't care to see that whipping post used again in my lifetime. And just to be on the safe side, I'd probably better get back to the kitchen. Troubled by her story, I followed her back through the trees. I couldn't stop thinking about Fiona's family and her obvious ache over everything that had happened. Roderick had stolen the life she should have had. Were the threads of a human life ever so twisted and dark they couldn't be untangled?
Chapter 32. Josh. I was heading down the hallway on my way out for a run, about to slip my earbuds in, when I caught a flicker of movement through the door to my left. Piper's room. For a second, my heart lifted. Idiot. That was the first thought that followed after my heart started to beat more rapidly. She was gone. My momentum had carried me past her doorway, but now I took a few steps backward. Callum's back was to me as he sifted through Piper's bedding. The blankets and sheets were tossed in a pile over the foot of the bed, sliding off to the floor. He ran his palm over her pillow as if he was looking for something. I cleared my throat, and my alpha jumped. He turned on me with irritation written across his face. But his tone was controlled when he asked me, "What's up? Going out for a run?" "Yup. You been doing a lot of that lately." His hazel eyes studied me kindly. With Piper gone, running and training and lifting made me feel better. It gave me some kind of release for the restlessness and tension I felt, for the fear underneath. Not enough of a release, but something. I've always loved to run. I crossed my arms over my bare chest, leaning in the doorway. "What's up with you?" He raised his eyebrows at me as if he was perplexed by the question. "You're in Piper's bedroom, searching through her bed," I pointed out, and then put on a mock-concerned face. "This isn't your hobby, is it? Some kind of depraved obsession with women's dirty sheets?" "No, Josh. It's not my hobby." He ignored me, sitting on the edge of the bed, and lifted another pillow to examine it carefully. His eyes brightened, then flickered to me. "You can go." "Technically, yes," I said. "What are you doing?" He shook his head. "You don't want to be involved, and I don't want you involved either." I'm always involved, I said. I started to go on, but then stopped and went to the hallway, glancing out before I closed the door. I turned around and leaned against the door, crossing my arms. You're using magic, aren't you? Magic is forbidden by all the werewolf packs. Which in no way answers my question. He cocked his head to one side. Right now, Josh, you have plausible deniability. If we end up in a conflict with another pack that forces us into the Alpha Circle, you'll be innocent. And right now, it looks like conflict is inevitable. I haven't been innocent since 8th grade, I told him with a wink, even though I knew he hated to think about the kind of trouble I'd gotten into in foster care. I decided to become a different person before we met, but that didn't mean that I hadn't walked through some things first. I already knew trouble, and if someone in your family is in trouble, so are you. He sighed. Just tell me, Callum. If there was something we could do to help Piper, I was on board. Her absence occupied my mind 24/7, and though Callum always seemed cool and reserved, I imagined his heart beat for hers like mine did. He seemed to think it over, and then, when he made a decision, his eyes met mine evenly. I think I can track down the witches who helped to bind Piper. But I need her hair at least. Relief I hadn't expected to feel eased the constant ache in my chest. Callum was as intent as I was on protecting Piper, and his plan involved more than lifting heavy things and waiting for an opportunity to pulverize anyone who came between us. But I didn't say any of that. I asked, and going through her hairbrush wasn't creepy enough for you? Already done. Callum ran his fingertips over her pillow and pinched something. He held up a single strand of hair to the light, and it shimmered like a thread of gold. I needed more. I don't know why anyone would expect us to hesitate, I said. If there's a chance we can help Piper, we have to take it. Not everyone might see it that way, he grumbled. Tell me what to do and I'll help, I said. That's exactly what I figured you would say. He tucked the strand of hair into a glass jar. His tone was completely matter-of-fact, and exactly why I didn't want you to know. Given his hesitation to tell me, you're keeping this a secret from the others. He set his jaw, glancing away. You have no idea how suspicious the other packs are about magic, how cruel they can be. No one can ever know about this, Josh. Why? Why are the packs the way they are? His voice sounded weary. I don't know. Here, we have the chance to do things differently. But Piper is getting caught up in that other pack's business, and therefore so are we. It's not her fault. He got up and went to the fireplace, and knelt to begin building a fire for his spell. With his back to me, he blew softly on the flame to help it grow, then cupped his hand to cover it. He took so long at the fire that I thought he wasn't going to answer me. It's not her fault, he said, but it's still a problem. Her problem. Our problem, because... When it was clear he wouldn't go on, I said, because we love her? You see everything so black and white, Callum said. Some things are simple. You're an incredible warrior, Callum said. I'm glad to have you by my side. That was not the response I had expected. But you're not a strategist. He twisted away from the fire, and the words were kindly spoken no matter how dismissive they were. You always do the right thing, Josh, even if it's not the smart thing. Am I supposed to feel stupid right now? I demanded. Slow heat unspooled in my belly, and restless tension built in my arms. The desire to hurt someone. I was good at tempering it now, better than I had been when I was young. That flare of heat and restlessness had led to a lot of nights lost in regret. No, he shook his head. You're very smart. Smarter than I am in some ways. I didn't mean to imply otherwise. Then why don't we take this conversation from the top? My voice came out soft, dangerous. No matter how much I loved Callum, now that I was reacquainted with this man who was like a brother to me. She was trying to stop a battle when she sacrificed herself for us, Callum said. It was a brave, honorable act. You are two of a kind. It's no wonder you're drawn to each other. He slid his hand into his pocket and threw a handful of herbs into the fire. As the fire singed them to black and a bitter scent filled the air, he went on. But I feel there's a war coming between the packs. Piper being with them. I don't think she can stave off that war. I think she's only complicating it. Have faith in her, I said. I do. He frowned, his face worried. I have faith in her. That's why I'm trying to make sure she's as strong as she can be. He drew a compass out of his pocket and held it near the flames, beginning to recite in Latin. He held it so close over the acrid smoke that he winced in pain, his hand beginning to singe, but he kept on chanting without pause. So many spells were bound in blood and pain. Witches usually found someone else to bleed and someone else to suffer. Maybe that was why the wolves forbade them. Per dolorem, ut non aliquando, prosperum iter habeam, nihil acitens. He chanted, and then snatched his hand back from the fire, groaning in pain as he opened the hand that held the compass, trying to throw it to the ground. For a second, the heated metal stuck to his hand, the compass suspended, and then it fell to the ground. Kyrie eleison. I wanted to know why he begged for God's mercy at the end of our spells, but that was a question I'd find the answer to another day. He pressed his hand to his chest as if he could soothe the pain. His teeth gritted, but his voice was controlled when he said, I hope it was enough. What does it do? I crouched to look at the brass compass. The fire warps it to the magic, he said. And the pain is payment, of course. There's always payment. But it should point the way toward whoever we seek. In this case, those who harmed our girl. His voice hardened when he said, those who harmed our girl. And it made me feel a spike of warmth. He was like an older brother to me. He had almost died to protect us when we were young, spent years searching for us, dedicated his life to research and reuniting our pack. And then, when he found 3 fucked up kids to teach and turn into a family, the real work had begun. It was impossible to question Callum's love for us, even though I sometimes had doubts about his choices. But whenever I saw the glimpses of how much he loved Piper, whenever I believed that he cared for her as intensely as I did, I could feel the arc of our relationship bending to something new, something where she was our center, and we were all united as a family. Even if she fell in love with someone from another pack, even if Kai was being an idiot right now, I believed in that family. Do you think Kai will come around? I mused. I think, he said, wrapping a handkerchief around the compass so he could pick it up, that no matter what Kai says, he'll happily go with us to murder some witches and protect Piper. That doesn't mean anything, I scoffed. Who wouldn't sign up for slaying some wicked witches who worked dark magic? Callum's lips quirked up. I think it does. Maybe you're the one who needs to have faith.
Chapter 33. The days went by. I was never alone during the day. Seb or Finn, or usually both of them, were always there with me. Lord help me. I did make Finn and Sebastian be quiet sometimes while I curled up to read because, as an introvert, I could not handle that much constant company. But, because their company was also nice, sometimes I let one of them be my pillow while I read. Both Logan and Arthur seemed to be too busy for us, and it bothered me. Logan gave me a smile every time he saw me, his hand skimming my back in a way that made tingles rise along my spine. But then he would move on. I was curious what it would be like if it was just him and me, but we were never alone. The library became the place where we hung out, lounging on the wide, pillow-covered window seat that overlooked the training yard. I was resting my head on Seb's shoulder, feeling the warm sun on my face while I took a break from my book. My thoughts kept drifting back to the Blissford house and what was happening there. Arthur had let me call once more to talk to Maddie and the rest of the pack. Maddie told me all about school and the pack, chatting cheerfully, but I couldn't tell if she was just putting up a stoic front because she thought she had to. And Kai was mysteriously missing, away from the house, when I called. It was hard to focus on my book. Sebastian smelled like leather and spice, a warm, rich smell, and when I shifted, his arm snaked around my waist. He turned his face toward my hair, as if he was breathing in my scent, too, and I smiled up at him. "What's wrong?" he asked, his voice soft. Apparently, my smiles weren't convincing for Seb when I didn't mean them. I couldn't help but replay Kai's tense voice in my head, over and over again. I'd been so scared that he was going to die, and then my minute of relief after I heard his voice had been overtaken by another kind of fear. Kai was never going to forgive me. He was never going to want me again. Every time I recalled the hurt in his rough voice, I imagined that maybe I'd destroy the pack that I loved so much. My wayward heart seemed to be drawn in too many directions. I bit down on my lower lip, my eyes suddenly stinging. Sebastian's eyes widened in alarm, his face almost comedic, but blurry through my sudden tears. He sat up quickly.
"What is it?"
he demanded.
"Just tell me, Piper. We'll figure it out together."
I knew he meant it, but that didn't matter. "There are some things where you can't help."
"Try me."
He brushed my hair back from my forehead, the gesture rough and tender all at once, like he wasn't very practiced at it. He pressed his lips against the space he'd just touched.
"Maybe I'm smarter than you think."
"It's not about being smart. No matter how smart I was, for that matter, I'd never outsmart that wolf magic, or my wayward heart. Unless, maybe there was a spell to remove the bonds between us. Maybe I could just go back to my pack without feeling like my heart was being torn apart." I sat forward, resting my elbow on my knee, putting a sudden separation between Sebastian and me. I could feel his curiosity, the tension in the space between us, but he waited quietly. "Do you happen to know if there are love spells?" I asked. "Or spells to reverse?" I couldn't quite say to reverse love. The words made a flurry of images come to mind already. Arthur's cocky, challenging look over his shoulder when he knew I was watching. Finn teasing me with that gorgeous grin plastered across his face. Logan pinning me against the wall to tell me that if he kissed me, things would change forever. Sebastian's eyes widened.
"No, Piper. We don't practice magic."
Right. Wolves only tolerated defensive magic, and barely at that. "Why not?" I asked. "Maybe we should beat the witches at their own game." Seb glanced toward the door,
but the French doors to the library were closed.
Be careful what you say around here.
I huffed out a sigh and tucked my hair back behind my ears. I had only seen Kai at a distance when I left Blissford, and it felt like it had been too long already since I'd seen his handsome, impossibly stubborn face, with his toothpick bobbing on his lush lower lip, or the way one side of his mouth curled up in a smile sometimes, even when he was trying to be sarcastic and distant. Okay, well, speaking of things that are forbidden, Sebastian quirked an eyebrow.
Yes?
Just to make sure no one could hear us, I leaned toward him, brushing my lips against his cheek by accident on my way to his ear. He inhaled, a quick, surprised sound, and guilt washed over me as I whispered, "I need the phone." He looked to the door again.
It's not a good idea.
That wasn't a no. I bit down on my lower lip, looking at him expectantly, and he sighed and reached into his pocket. As he pressed into my hand, he said,
Promise me this will make things better, not worse.
I crossed my fingers and held them up between us.
Great.
He mumbled.
Well, I'll be lookout.
He moved to the door, and I sank down out of sight beneath the windows, hiding myself between bookshelves so no one would be able to see me. I cast one last look his way, at Seb's broad shoulders, as he stood carefully near the door, and then slid back into the stacks so even he couldn't see me. I wanted to feel like I had privacy, even though I was never alone here. I dialed Kai's number, my thumb moving over the keys. It was funny. Most people probably wouldn't remember the guy's numbers by heart, but because my father used to take my phone at his every whim, I'd gotten into the habit of memorizing numbers. That habit was convenient now, a convenient way to get my heart broken. As the phone rang, my chest tightened with anxiety. I rubbed my temples with my free hand, breathing through my nose, trying to calm my racing heart. Kai had always made me feel lighthearted and happy before, when he wasn't exasperating me, and this feeling was new and agonizing.
Hello?
Kai's voice was low and suspicious. At the same time as I felt a spike of joy at the sound of his voice, anxiety shot through me. Suddenly, I didn't know what to say. My lips parted, but I couldn't say anything.
Hey,
he said impatiently. There was a pause, and then, more softly,
Piper?
Yeah, I said. Hey, it's me. Smooth, Piper. Definitely one of my finest moments under pressure.
What is it?
He demanded, an edge of urgency in his voice.
Are you in trouble?
No, I'm fine. I stumbled over what to say.
What?
This time there was no softness, no concern for me, nothing except irritation. The way his voice had gone soft when he said my name made me expect he had softened, that he was going to say something sweet, and we were beginning to make up. I just wanted to talk to you.
Uh-huh.
He said it like I was an idiot. I flushed. I wanted to talk to him, but I hadn't even managed to say hello when he picked up the phone. At least he couldn't see the blush flaming across my cheeks.
Is that Piper?
Someone asked in the background. Where was Kai? It was late afternoon, so the guys weren't in school, if they had even gone today. Was he in the kitchen? And were they all getting ready for dinner without me? Callum and Josh might be cooking, like they often did, bickering over how much spice to add. Callum would make everything spicy if he could. Was Maddie sitting on one of the stools in the kitchen? As much as my heart hurt for Kai, imagining my little sister's pixie face made my heart clench. Is Maddie there? I asked.
She's upstairs,
Kai said.
We just got back from swimming.
Oh, I said.
We're teaching her.
This was all the stuff I wanted to know about how Maddie was doing without me, but Kai delivered these facts in a harsh monotone.
Distracting her. We've been swimming every day after school.
Good, I managed.
Keeping her worn out so she sleeps at night and doesn't spend so much time crying.
Kai said.
What the hell is wrong with you?
This time, the distant voice was much nearer the phone. There were staticky sounds on the line as someone wrestled the phone away from Kai, and a thud and muttered curses. Then Josh came on the phone.
Hey.
Hi, I whispered, because I was afraid my voice would break if I spoke out loud.
Listen,
he said.
Kai will come around. He's just a stubborn...
I heard a faint thud, as if Josh was pushing Kai.
Possessive...
Thud.
Hard-headed...
thud.
Asshole. Kai must have gotten the chance to get a punch in on Josh because there was a heavy thump like a fist burying itself in Josh's hard abs, and Josh exhaled hard. Then there was another, more emphatic, thud. If I hadn't been the cause of the fight, if the stakes hadn't been so high, I would have rolled my eyes and laughed at the guys arguing the way they always did. Their fights turned physical, but they never hurt each other. Much. And they always made up even faster than they healed.
You still there, sweetie?
Josh asked. Yeah?
You do what you need to do there,
he said.
We trust you, Piper.
Not all of you.
Don't doubt yourself.
I tilted my head up, looking at the ceiling. Thank you, Josh. But he must have heard something he didn't like in my tone, because he said,
Piper?
Over at the door, Sebastian whistled softly under his breath. A warning. I've got to go, I said. I miss you. He started to say something, but I was already hanging up. I slipped the phone into the pocket of my North Face fleece, keeping my hand on it. Why did women's clothing leave no place to hide anything? You could see anything that was in my pockets, whether I put them in my sweater pocket or in my jeans. It made no sense. As a woman, it would have been helpful if I could carry a knife or mace or something. Women needed pockets more than men did. Sebastian glanced out through the doors and then closed them softly. He moved to join me.
False alarm,
he said as I handed him the phone, and he slid it into his pocket.
Feel any better?
I shook my head. Hot tears were prickling at the back of my eyes, and I looked back up toward the ceiling. I wasn't going to cry now over Kai, or over the image I had in my mind of my sister crying herself to sleep without me. She had that deep fear of abandonment, and I'd just vanished, without saying goodbye. It didn't matter that my reasons were good. It still hurt her, and that meant it hurt me, too.
I'm sorry,
he said. He wrapped his arms around me, and I leaned into the warm comfort of his hug. Even if everything was terrible, at least I wasn't alone. After a second, I wrapped my arms around his waist, too. He gently cupped the back of my head with his hand, pressing a kiss to the top of my head.
Do you want me to kill him?
The unexpected question made me grin, breaking my sadness for a second, and I leaned back, only to realize that I'd soaked the shoulder of his shirt with my tears. And here I was about to say you were the most sensitive wolf I've met on the island.
I mean, that's not saying a lot.
He rubbed my arm, his eyes crinkling at the corner as he looked down at me. Then, as he took in my face, an edge of panic chased away his smile. He brushed the tears trembling on my eyelashes, his touch tender, and then swiped the wet trickle at the corner of my eye away with his thumb.
Piper, come on. Don't be sad.
This was the best that the most sensitive wolf I knew could come up with. Come on. It made me smile through my tears for real.
Oh,
he said, a faint edge of surprise in his voice.
I didn't think that would work.
It didn't, I said, my voice shaky from both tears and laughter all at the same time. But you're cute.
So are you,
he told me, his voice soft. He slid his finger under my chin, tilting my gaze up to meet his.
But you're a lot more than cute. You're strong and funny and sweet and smart, and I can't imagine any guy who had the chance to be with you would give it up, no matter what.
He sounded so sure when he told me.
He'll come around, Piper.
I don't know, I whispered.
I do.
His eyes crinkled at the corners again, as if, even though he wasn't smiling, some inner light burst into flame when we were so close together.
If you were mine, I wouldn't lose you for anything.
His lips were near mine, his mouth handsome and sensitive about his strong jaw. And any other day, I might have given into the sudden temptation to bob onto my toes and brush my lips against his. Instead, I leaned my head on his chest again, and he wrapped his arms around me. He held me so tight that when I squeezed my eyes shut and listened to the beat of his heart against my ear, low and steady and calming, I could almost believe things really were going to be all right.
Chapter 34. Finn. Where to, boss? I asked Arthur, as I swung into the driver's seat of the car. Logan climbed into the back seat behind us. I didn't know why he even had me drive him. Whenever things really went off the rails, like when he decided to bring Piper back to the Packlands, He always told me to get the hell out of his way. He preferred driving himself, but he still had me drive him most of the time. To keep an eye on you, he'd told me before. But maybe Arthur just secretly craved my company. I'd suggested that before, but it had earned me a knock on the backside of the head, so now I kept the thought to myself. "Take 95 north," he said. "We're going to visit the northern pack." "We're going back to Blissford?" I asked as I drove us across the marina parking lot, and the car bounced over the gravel toward the exit. "Just the three of us?" "We're not looking for a fight." "True, but last time we were looking for a fight, and we ended up with a girl instead." "Don't remind me," Arthur grumbled. "You really mind her?" I asked. "I don't mind her." "I don't want to talk about her," Arthur said. "It's a pain in the ass going back to Blissford and dealing with their alpha. At least I can get a break from that pain in the ass waiting for me back home." "Sure," I said. "You know what annoys me the most?" Arthur went on, far more animated than usual in his irritation. "We did the northern pack a huge favor. I didn't have to call off the pack." "They were toast," I agreed. I was glad he hadn't killed them, and I was glad we'd brought Piper home with us. How the hell that was going to end, I didn't know. Piper sometimes acted as if she had a dream of uniting our packs. The truth was, she was going to have to choose. The thought made a restless feeling race through my body. It felt like I had to do something, like I had to fight someone for her, or kiss her, or claim her, or I would lose her forever. Anyway, the three of us is enough, Arthur grumbled, leaning back in his seat and looking out the window. There's only 4 of them. That was still 4 to 3, but okay, whatever. I was more curious about what had happened in the northern pack that had left them with just a handful of guys from one generation. Yeah, how did that happen, anyway? Arthur glanced at me and then back out the window, as if he wasn't interested in discussing it. Logan leaned forward between the seats. "Shut up, Finn. You never stop talking, do you?" "It's all right," Arthur said curtly. It wasn't like him to take my side. Of course he's going to be curious about them. He likes the girl. It was funny he said it like that. I guess we were all pretending it was just me. "Maybe he could go to their pack," Logan said, leaning back, his smirk turned up one side of his mouth. "Make our lives a lot easier." Oh, here we went. "We'll keep Seb here," Logan went on. "Without you around to drag him down, he might have a chance at rising in the pack." My hands tightened on the steering wheel, but I didn't answer him. There was nothing I could say that would make things better anyway. I just had to wait it out. Dragging the Omega. It was quite the party game in the pack. At least now that Roderick was gone, it never got physical. The rest of the time, it was never Logan who went after me anyway, so this was weird. It was always one of the lower wolves in the pack. Arthur didn't hesitate to tell me off if he thought I'd fucked up, but he didn't recreationally try to make me feel like shit. Logan and Arthur weren't usually like the rest of them. Arthur glanced over his shoulder, a quick, impatient look, as if he was irritated at Logan. "What's your issue today?" Logan's eyes narrowed, and he sank back into his seat without answering. Arthur never criticized him in front of the rest of us, if he ever did at all. I didn't know if it was because the two of them were closer than brothers, or maybe because Arthur would never let the pack leadership look weak. But either way, something off was going on today. There was an edge of tension in the air that made me want to crack a joke. "Well?" Arthur prompted, his voice a low, lazy drawl. "Nothing," Logan said. Arthur snorted, like he didn't believe that. He reached over and snapped on the radio, then turned up the volume. The three of us had a long drive ahead, and nothing to say to each other during it. I automatically drove us back toward the place where we'd staged for the attack, but Arthur thumped his knuckles on the dashboard, breaking the silence in the car, and pointed down the road. "We're going up their driveway. Turn around before you put the brakes on." "I know the drill," I promised. We took a tight turn down a long, narrow driveway. The tightly knit bare branches of trees shadowed the path, so that sunlight flashed through the window only to be lost again to shade, so quickly that it was almost blinding. We emerged into a clearing with an enormous stone house, and I quickly turned the car around, angling for a quick exit, before I brought the car to a halt. It was eerily quiet. They knew we were coming. When Arthur stepped out of the car, he raised his hands, palm out, to shoulder height. "I just want to talk," he called, even though no one was visible. I left my car door open, the car's engine still softly rumbling, as I stood beside the car too. My nostrils flared as I caught the scent of another pack. Something musky and just faintly off. Piper had carried their scent on her skin and on her clothes, and her long, shiny blonde hair, when she first came to us. But now she didn't smell like them anymore. She smelled like sunshine and salt water to me. The front door of the house opened, and their alpha, a tall, lean man with dark hair, walked across the porch. Callum. He stopped, his arms knit across his chest. "What do you want?" "I didn't come for the little girl," Arthur said. "I want to talk about Piper." "Well, that was interesting." "What about Piper?" Callum demanded, his tone tense, even from a distance. "You know she's broken, right?" Arthur cocked his head to one side. There was the asshole edge in his voice I knew all too well. "Can't shift." Callum didn't answer, long enough to give him away. Shit. Piper couldn't shift? If the pack knew, she'd be the lowest of shifters. I felt a sudden wave of gratitude toward Arthur for keeping this to himself, for protecting her. It was a weird feeling, and I swiped my hand through my hair, trying to shake it off. Why the hell hadn't Piper told me? How did Arthur know? Finally, Callum asked, "And? You going to do something about it?" Arthur asked. Callum's lips tightened. "It's our pack's problem." "Not if it impacts Maddie too," Arthur said. Callum hesitated, then reached back and opened the door. "You want to talk? Let's talk." Arthur jerked his head toward the porch. Logan and I fell in a step behind him, flanking him, as we headed for the house. Callum went in the door ahead of us. A thin thread of adrenaline made my heart beat faster as I followed Logan into the house. If they attacked us, if we had to kill them, then Piper would stay with us surely. but it would hurt Piper, and I hated the thought of that. There was no attack. Callum led us through the entryway, where their beta, a big, blonde-haired guy with piercing blue eyes, stood guarding the stairs, and into the living room where a long sectional stretched in front of a fireplace. A younger shifter, with green eyes and dark brown curls, stood by the French doors in the back of the room, his face caught somewhere between nerves and an itch to fight. I knew that feeling. Callum settled himself into a leather club chair, his posture deceptively casual. "How is Piper doing anyway?" Arthur sat on the couch. Logan glanced at me and took the seat on the other side, and I took the hint and stayed standing. From here, I could reach their young shifter in a second, maybe a second and a half, if things started going dicey. The fourth one must be with the girl. Upstairs, probably, given the way they were guarding the upper half of the house. "She's fine," Arthur said impatiently. "Why can't she shift?" "The Coven used some kind of magic I can't exactly identify," Callum said carefully, "to draw off her natural power. I haven't figured out how to reverse it." "Doesn't killing the witch who placed a spell destroy it?" Arthur asked. "That's always been my preferred method for dealing with witches." "The entire Coven would have been involved in these spells," Callum said. "Hell, they might even have involved other witches. We killed some of the Coven's leaders, but we haven't been able to track down every witch involved." Arthur gave a quick, dismissive shake of his head to this excuse, leaning forward with his elbows braced on his knees. "Maddie hasn't come into her powers yet," Callum said. "She has years to go before she makes the shift. But there's no reason to think the Coven bound her in any way. The only magic we found impacting her are the spells that altered her memory." Arthur's head snapped up. "She doesn't remember our pack?" "No," Callum said. "She would be frightened." "I'm not going to scare the girl," Arthur said. His voice is rough and irritated. "We'll wait until the spells are lifted to bring her home. She should remember her own mother." Callum nodded. "Maybe we could help each other." Arthur snorted. "Really, Callum? It would be my pack helping yours. Me helping you." "For once," Callum said humorlessly. Arthur shrugged. "I don't mind killing some witches for a good cause, or just because for that matter." As Callum and Arthur talked over the details of their truce and their plans to hunt together, I ducked my head to hide my smile. The two of them talked like they didn't care about anyone, Piper included. But Arthur had driven out here after discovering Piper couldn't shift, and that wasn't about Maddie, not entirely anyway. Arthur was as lost as I was when it came to our Piper. A prickle down the back of my neck made me look up. Logan stared at me hard, as if he could pick up on whatever I was thinking. I bowed my head, rather than meet his gaze. There was another one who wouldn't admit what he felt. Maybe that was because his loyalty was to Arthur, who'd saved both our lives, or because he couldn't admit that pack law and pack lore must be wrong. "You two can go," Arthur said. "I have one last thing to discuss with Callum." Callum's eyebrows arched, as if he was thinking, "This should be good." He nodded to the young shifter at the door, who followed us as Logan and I headed for the entryway. In the foyer, where the big blonde shifter still sat on the steps, watching us with a guarded expression, I turned to the kid who had followed us out. He was big but gawky, all broad shoulders and a raw-boned body he hadn't quite grown into. "Piper told me something funny," I said to him, thinking that he must be the youngest in the pack, and therefore probably the Omega. "She said there aren't really Omegas in your pack." He glanced at the blonde on the stairs. The blonde shrugged back. "I mean," he said, "I listen to what they have to say. They've got more experience than me." I wanted to ask him how they treated him, but Logan crossed his arms impatiently. Right. My questions would make our pack look bad. "Yeah," I said. "Makes sense." There was so much respect in his voice for the older members of his pack, even without beating the hierarchy into anyone. Logan put his hand on my shoulder, pushing me ahead of him. "We can wait at the car." I nodded goodbye to the two shifters and walked out of the house in front of Logan. Logan glanced over his shoulder at them, then followed me. As I leaned against the car, waiting for Callum, I asked, "So what do you think Arthur wanted to talk to him about?" Logan shrugged impatiently. Right. He wasn't going to answer my questions. Then he said, "They go way back. They were friends before the Northern Pack was attacked by the Coven, when Piper was stolen. They might go back together, but they don't seem friendly." It wasn't like Logan to tell me any of Arthur's business. I was surprised he'd said that much. Logan shook his head. "Nah. When Callum got them out of that attack, he called our pack looking for help. Arthur's father was still the Alpha, and he said no. There was nothing Arthur could do, but Callum has hated him ever since." "Why'd he say no? I thought it's always a good thing to make the pack bigger." "They all would have been kids then, but still. Our pack would have been 4 shifters stronger." Logan shook his head. Either he didn't know, or that was all I was getting out of him today. "Listen," he said, looking away. "I don't really want you to leave our pack." "Yeah," I said. His throat worked as he swallowed, as if it was hard for him to humble himself that much. "I know." "Good." "You'd be bored without me," I said. "Don't push your luck, Finn," he said, clasping my shoulder, but there was a quick flash of a grin on his face. He was such a jackass. But he was my brother. Family's never easy.
Chapter 35. Piper. Arthur leaned in the doorway.
"Finn, I need your help today." "You need my help?"
Finn asked skeptically, but he was already getting up from the table. He had shrugged at Seb and me, then leaned forward, as if he wanted to hug or kiss me goodbye. But there were people around, so I smiled up at him, and he caught himself. He punched my shoulder instead.
"Goodbye, you."
"See you later." And here I thought I was the most socially awkward person around. It felt like we all took turns being awkward around here. Arthur was watching us skeptically, so I leaned back in my chair, watching him skeptically back. "Where are you going today, Alpha?"
"None of your business,"
he told me. I doubted that somehow. When they'd left, Sebastian asked,
"So, what do you want to do today?"
I bit my lower lip. There are 2 different things I desperately want to do, but one has to be a secret. Sebastian's eyebrows arched.
"Yeah?"
"I'll tell you in the library," I said softly, not wanting my voice to carry to any other tables. I'd have to talk to Logan first. I didn't want to betray his trust. Things were far more complicated in this pack, that was for sure. I was headed toward Logan's room
when he stepped in through the front door. He'd been training with some of the other wolves on the lawn, and he was shirtless, wearing only jeans. He had a sweaty glow and a head of mussed-dark hair, and my heart did a funny flip-flop when I saw him. Then his eyes met mine, and an unconscious smile turned up the corners of his lips. Seeing me made him happy, no matter how mean he'd been. The funny flip-flop just got worse. "Hey," I said softly. "Can we talk for a minute?"
"Sure,"
he said. He glanced down at his naked chest.
My room?"
I followed him up the stairs, trying not to look at the muscular shape of his ass. But it was right there. It was really hard not to. He turned around at the top of the stairs, and I stared at his crotch for a second unintentionally before my gaze shot up. His eyes crinkled at the corners. Together, the two of us slipped into his room. I closed the door behind us. His room was Spartan, a bed with one pillow, a desk and chair with a few books stacked in one corner, a dresser. There were no personal touches. "This is colder than a hotel room," I said. "Much colder. I don't think you could pay someone to stay here."
"Did you just want to come critique my decor?"
He leaned against the desk, crossing his arms. The movement drew my eyes to his tattooed biceps. "That wasn't my original plan, but it does turn out I really want to critique your decor," I said.
"I moved into the house a few years ago,"
he said, glancing around.
"I guess I never felt like it needed much else. I like things simple."
That made me smile ruefully, and an answering smile tugged at his lips.
"Well, I liked things simple until I met you."
"Did you grow up in one of the cottages?" He nodded, as if he weren't inclined to talk about that much.
"So what's up, Piper?"
"I'd like to try reversing the spells," I said, and even though this spell had nothing to do with the enchanted necklace I'd worn once, I found myself rubbing my fingers across my neck, remembering how the magic had bitten into my skin. "We've got some good ideas from the lore, some additions to the magic that my pack didn't know about."
"It's just defensive magic,"
he said,
"trying to reverse the spell."
I nodded. He must have seen in my face that I didn't know why he had reacted so defensively, because he added,
"Wolves hate magic. Defensive magic is about all they tolerate."
"Why?"
"Are you going to ask why to every tradition we have?"
"If they don't make sense, yeah?" He shook his head.
"You've got to make life difficult. Why not just go with the flow?"
I had thoughts about that, but my first priority was getting this enchantment off me so I could shift. I didn't want to be useless to my pack forever. "Will you help me?"
"Of course,"
he said, as if he was surprised I even thought I had to ask.
"What do you need?"
I handed him a list of ingredients. "How can we get this stuff?" His eyes swept back and forth across the page.
"It'll take me some time to find this stuff. I'll let you know when we're ready."
"All right," I said. He ran his thumb along the curve of my jaw fondly, and my chin lifted, inviting him to touch me more.
"A ban on magic seems pretty silly right now,"
he said.
"Turned out there's a lot more magic in our world than I realized."
I couldn't resist kissing him again, so I did. He lifted me up onto the edge of one of the shelves, and I wrapped my thighs around his narrow waist tightly, keeping myself from falling. The two of us traded quick, frantic kisses. I didn't want to stop, but Sebastian coughed dramatically from the doorway. Logan lifted me down from the shelf and leaned forward to brush his lips across my forehead.
"It's so much easier to just put you on things,"
he mused,
"so that I don't have to come down to this lower elevation."
"I'm not that short."
"Short is adorable,"
he told me.
"I don't know how we'd ever have sex in the shower, but you're adorable."
"You've thought about us having sex in the shower?" I raised my eyebrows skeptically.
"Blondie, wherever I go..."
He broke off, shaking his head.
"Never mind."
"No, I want to hear more." I teased his back as he headed off. He held the list over his head without breaking his stride.
"I've got a mission. Sorry, but my boss is a real jerk."
Sebastian raised his eyebrows at me.
"Wait, are you his boss now?"
"I am," I said, even if he doesn't quite get that yet.
"So, what did you want to tell me?"
Sebastian asked. I ran my hand over my hair, tucking it back behind my ears. "So I'm at that age," I said. "The age when, women are starting to shift, or at least showing the signs." He nodded.
"Or earlier. Girls usually mature earlier. Always, I guess."
He pulled a face. "Well, I'm not," I said.
"Mature?"
Well, probably not. No, I'm not shifting yet. Sebastian frowned.
So are you worried you're...
I was enchanted, I said. The people who drained my powers also kept me from being able to use them for myself. I can't shift. I'm amazed that Arthur thinks I've got some power of command, because I don't think I've got any of the Pack Princess juju at all. Except
an ability to turn a bunch of us into idiots?
I wish you wouldn't talk about it that way.
Sorry, Piper, but I don't know how else to talk about it. We're not supposed to fall for you like this. You don't belong here.
Maybe you don't belong here, I shot back. It sure seems like fate thinks you belong with me. He put his hands on his hips.
You really want that?
I frowned. Why do you think I don't?
I didn't say that,
he said.
You and Finn have your thing. It's been clear since the minute you two met, practically. And you and Logan look at each other like you want to devour each other 24/7. Awkward as hell for bystanders, by the way.
Even though he'd just said a mouthful, he hesitated before he finally added in a rush.
But it's not like that for us.
It's just different, I said. Every two people are different. You can't compare love stories. He raised his eyebrows.
You think this is a love story?
What else would it be? I asked. And because he still looked so damn skeptical, I kissed him. At first, Sebastian hesitated, his hands dangling at his sides. I felt awkward as soon as I'd brushed my lips against his, and I started to pull back. Suddenly, he caught my face with his hands, kissing me back with wild abandon. Together, the two of us stumbled toward the cushions of the long, sunny window seat. Sebastian twisted as he pulled me down so that he landed first, with a thump amongst the pillows. I fell on top of him, unable to hide a smile, as his hands wrapped around my hips, and I leaned forward, pressing my lips to his over and over. He wrapped his arms around me, holding tightly to me, holding me as if he could never get enough of me. Chapter 36. On Sundays, the entire pack gathered in the banquet room for dinner. It was hard to believe a week had passed since I came here. This time, it was easier for me to take in the scene, without feeling as distracted by a racing heart or my own uncertainties. There was Inzel in one corner, boisterously greeting the handful of older men like himself, and welcoming the younger guys who wandered over. There were a handful of families, and a few young kids darted through the crowd, chasing each other. Their loud voices and laughter before some mom pushed them out the door to the lawn made me smile, even though I also ached at the thought of Maddie. There were other kids here. Hell, her future mates might be here, although there was no rush on getting to know them. When Logan came into the room, I couldn't help but notice him. Dinner now was casual, and he wore a dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up over his corded forearms, one hand tucked into the pocket of his jeans, which fit him well. He was ridiculously gorgeous in either a tux or jeans. Fiona grabbed my elbow, distracting me from Logan before his gaze found mine. "Finally free," she sang, since she'd just escaped the kitchen. "I've got to get off this island before they put a potato peeler in my hand," I said. She had 3 glasses and a bottle of red wine pressed precariously to her breasts, and I helped her divest herself of her goods onto the nearest table. She rolled her eyes. "Okay, princess, I think you're safe." "Not you too." Now that the wine was out of the line of fire, I gently shoved her, and she laughed. Her eyes fixed over my shoulder, just a second before I breathed in the soap and menthol and man scent that I already knew. My spine stiffened just a little. Logan was right behind me. "Give me your pocket knife," Fiona said, holding out her hand past me. "I know you've got one." Logan reached over me to slap a silver Swiss Army knife into her hand, which brought him so close to me that his arm brushed my shoulder.
"I shouldn't contribute to your delinquency."
She shook her head. "Keep talking like that, and I'm not going to share." As soon as she'd twisted out the cork, Logan snagged the bottle and looked at the label. He raised his eyebrows.
"Wow, bottled. This year. Arthur's really springing for the good stuff."
"You know what they say." Fiona yanked the bottle back from him. "Quantity over quality."
"Is that what they say?"
Logan raised his eyebrows. I knew that Fiona had said Logan was like a big brother to her, and that he had never fallen for anyone. But he sounded so flirtatious and light-hearted now, as he completely ignored me. It made my throat tighten. and when Fiona handed me a glass of wine, I smiled and whispered thank you, but didn't try to drink it.
"I wish I could sit with you lovely ladies,"
Logan said, resting his hand on my shoulder suddenly, even though he still hadn't met my eyes.
"But I've got to go sit with the boring crowd."
The boring crowd. The decision-makers. A pack of wolves, but still a bunch of men. Arthur and Logan had ignored me for the past several days because my only value to them was the value I had to my pack. They didn't see me. I was pretty sick of that. "I think you should find a place for me at that table," I said, no matter how tight my throat felt. "As a guest, and the only representative from the Blissford pack."
"You don't want to sit with us,"
Logan said.
"I don't even want to sit with us."
I shook my head. "You can't just ignore me."
"You wanted to come here and judge us, to see if we were good enough to have your sister back,"
he reminded me tartly.
"You came here for one reason. Don't try and change it now."
He took the wine glass out of my hand, even though I hadn't yet had a sip.
"You're belligerent tonight. How many of these have you had?"
A surprised, humorless laugh escaped me. Fiona's gaze bounced between Logan and me, wide-eyed. "I don't need wine to be sick of you, Logan," I said.
"Oh."
His posture relaxed, and he crossed his arms over his chest, a smug look crossing his face.
"That's what this is really about."
"Excuse me?"
"It's not that you want power,"
he said.
"You just want attention."
Fiona put her hand on Logan's crossed forearms, her eyes wide with alarm. "Logan," she stage-whispered, glancing at me. "I think you're the one acting drunk right now." He shook her hand off impatiently, his gaze still fixed on me.
"Careful, Fee. I'm still the beta."
"And you would think you'd have learned a little more on the way there," I said hotly, thinking of everything he and Fiona had gone through together. He had no right to be so disrespectful to her when she was trying to help him.
"Pardon?"
Logan's jaw tightened as he leaned forward, turning his head as if he had misheard me. There was a dangerous glint in his eye. Fiona suddenly grabbed my hand in hers, wrenching me away from the argument, or so I thought, until I realized she had also caught Logan's forearm. "Come on, please," she whispered to him as he planted his feet and her grip slid off his arm. She towed me toward the doors in the back of the room, where the kitchen was. Logan stared after us for a second, irritation written across his face, and then he followed in quick, angry strides. Fiona dragged me through the doors, through the kitchen, and onto the empty back porch that acted as a loading dock when they brought shipments up from the boats. There was no one out here, and the fresh, cold air made instant goosebumps rise on my bare arms. Before Logan could reach the screen door that had just banged shut behind us, Fiona's fingers fluttered over my hair, tucking it back behind my ears and quickly straightening a wayward strap of my dress that had slid off my shoulder. "You make him crazy, huh?" "He was already crazy," I muttered. She gave me a knowing look, her lips arching up in a hint of a smile, although I didn't know what that look was for. "No, he wasn't," she said. "Not like this. You two better fight it out." "Maybe you're crazy," I said, because her tone was so heavy with innuendo. "Maybe," she said, and the screen door creaked open. Logan stepped out onto the porch with me, 6'4" of angry, hot, male shifter. He held the door open as Fiona ducked under his arm. "What's this about?" he demanded. "You two shouldn't fight in front of everyone," Fiona called back over her shoulder. "The pack will talk."
"Let them talk,"
he grumbled.
"I don't care."
"Yeah, you've made that clear," I shot back. He'd kissed me like he needed me, and since then, he'd been avoiding me, except for those occasional little flirty gestures that made my heart race.
"Excuse me?"
he asked again. "I thought you had supernatural hearing." I smiled at him tightly.
"I do, but nothing you say ever makes a damn bit of sense, so I thought maybe it was me."
"Yeah, it is you." He crossed his arms again, shaking his head as he looked out at the stars, blinking to life above the dark shapes of the trees. The breeze ruffled his short hair above his face.
"Fiona's probably right. Better to have this conversation in private."
This conversation? Like there was a conversation we were meant to have? I waited, my lips pursed to one side, for whatever the hell it was Logan needed to say. Suddenly, I knew there was a reason he'd been ignoring me, and my heart hammered in my chest. He glanced toward me, wetting his lips with a quick dart of the pink tip of his tongue, and then, as his eyes met mine, he hesitated. It looked like he'd just changed his mind about whatever he was going to say. Silence hung between us. It grew so uncomfortable that I turned away from him, unable to hide the pained smile that came to my lips. Things had never felt so awkward between Logan and me, not since we met. What the hell was going on now?
"There's this stupid part of me that wants to kiss you right now,"
he said. "That is pretty stupid," I muttered.
"You don't even know."
He stuffed his hands into his pockets, and the movement drew my gaze to his corded forearms. He cleared his throat. I thought he was going to say something, but then the silence still hung between us. "Oh, wow, Logan," I said. "What the hell has you so nervous?"
"I'm not nervous."
He sounded irritated by the accusation.
"Listen, Piper, there's stuff going on in the pack you can't understand. You don't need to sit with Arthur and distract him when he's got Inzel at the table. We're trying to make sure you and Maddie are safe in the long run."
"How good of you," I murmured.
"Yeah,"
he said.
"Well, you don't need to like me or what we're doing right now. You just have to stay out of the way."
"You make sure you stay out of my way, then," I said. "There might be some women who would put up with being treated this way, but I'm not one of them." His lips quirked up mirthlessly.
"I don't want to date you, Piper. You've got this all wrong."
He couldn't lie to me now, not when I'd seen the look in his eyes when he kissed me in the library, or the desire when he pinned me against the wall the first night we met. Frustration washed over me, so maddening that I wanted to cry, but I wouldn't let Logan see my tears. "I think you're the one who's got it wrong," I said. "But you're a smart guy. You'll figure it out eventually. Just might be too late." He bowed his head, shaking it, as if he was in a state of disbelief.
"All right. Well, I'll take my chances."
What a jackass. I pulled the screen door open for him, and when he raised his gaze back to my face, I smiled at him tightly and ushered him in. We were done here. There was nothing else to say. But apparently, he didn't feel that way, because he added,
"Whatever we feel isn't greater than the pack law. There's no future here, Piper."
"You're right about one of those things, anyway." I swept my arm dramatically toward the house, ushering him in. "I can't imagine any future with someone who chose to be a coward." His jaw set, his eyes narrowing. Oh, I'd pressed on a button that hurt. Well, he'd found mine already. "Go on," I said. "Go back to your party. Enjoy being the beta. All your power in your tiny little world."
"Get that door out of my face,"
he said, suddenly pushing the screen door out of my hand. It slammed shut. I looked up at him, feeling my chest heaving with my rapid breath, as if I was ready for a fight. When I looked at Logan's set jaw and the quick rise of breath in his chest, it seemed as if he felt the same way. "I hate you," I said, my voice coming out low and hard.
"I wish I hated you."
There was something raw in his voice. His gaze was steady on mine, his eyes narrow with fury and bright with something else. Affection or desire or... Suddenly, he closed the distance between us. When he pressed his body against mine, his hand found the small of my back, drawing me toward him. His heat washed over me, as hot as the anger that flamed up my cheeks. He leaned his forehead against mine, his eyes closing, his dark lashes resting in the hollow above his big cheekbones. He looked as if he wanted to kiss me, but instead, he just held me, so close to him, like he couldn't bear to be apart from me, even if I hated him. And despite myself, the lushness of his lower lip betrayed the tight line of his mouth, and it drew my lips. I brushed my mouth against his. His lips softened under mine, and he almost moaned into my mouth, as if he'd wanted this. We traded quick, hungry kisses, and he pushed me against the wall of the house, bracing his elbow above my shoulder. There was nothing tender about these kisses. His fingers tangled in my hair as he kissed me, hard, wildly. I kissed him back, biting down, not too gently, on that round swell of his lip, on his stubbled cheek, on the lobe of his ear. I wanted to hurt him a little, to punish him, and yet the worst punishment for me would have been to stop touching him. He groaned into my ear as I nipped his earlobe, his hand tightening in my hair. A wild throbbing between my thighs made me push him away. He shook his head as he took a step back, as if he were waking up from a daze. I grabbed his shirt in my hands, gathering the crisp fabric in a fistful, and reversed our positions, slamming him into the building. He let me push him around, resting his hands on my hips as I ground myself against his thigh, wanting more of him. He kissed the side of my throat, beneath my ear, his kisses sending throbs to my core.
"Christ, I want you so badly,"
he murmured. His hands stroked up my hips, his fingers curling against the curves of my ass, and my body responded to his every touch. I kissed his cheek. God, I loved the beautiful swell of his cheekbone, and murmured into his ear, "Then you can have me. All you have to do is not act like a fool." He froze, his hands on my hips. I pressed another kiss to the edge of his mouth, hoping he'd open himself up to me again, but his hands tightened on my hips. Gently, he pushed me away from him, and cool air rushed between us. There was something sad in his eyes as I gazed up at his face, trying to figure out what the hell was wrong with him. Sure, I'd said one more rude thing, but he'd said a mouthful. I just wanted him, and I wanted him without any drama.
"This was me acting like a fool,"
he said, and he tucked a wayward strand of hair back behind my ear.
"Forgetting myself."
"Here I thought it was you being brave," I said tartly. "Remembering what you want."
"I might want you,"
he admitted. He looked right into my eyes, something hard in his face, even though his eyes were still soft. Flatly, he said,
"But you'll never be more important to me than my pack."
Pain squeezed my chest. This time, I didn't tell him that I hated him. This time, I meant it. I walked across the porch. I had to get away from him, and I could feel him hesitate, his hand on the door.
"Piper,"
he said, and his voice was soft and full of sorrow. "You've said everything you need to say, Logan," I told him. "Go away." After a minute, he did. There was a creak of the door, and then it slammed shut, reverberating in the quiet night air. I sat down on the porch step heavily, alone in the cold, watching the stars. I never did go in to dinner. After a few minutes, I heard the door open behind me. Finn sat down beside me. He didn't say a word, although he carried a bottle of whiskey in one hand that he set down with a clunk on the step. I would have bet that Logan sent him to make sure I was safe. I shivered, and before I could object, Finn shrugged his jacket off his broad shoulders and slung it around me. I shook my head. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to hear my voice shake. My body was trembling as if I'd been through a fight, and I couldn't tell if I was more angry or more sad right now. I leaned my head on Finn's shoulder, and he rested his head against mine. Together, the two of us watched the stars in the night sky that drifted by without giving a damn who lived or died or fought or loved each other on our little blue planet, so far away, so inconsequential. In the grand scheme of things, what did it matter if any of our hearts broke, or if we had the chance to love who we needed to love?
Chapter 37. Kai. "Hey." Josh stepped out of the living room, half closing the French door behind me. "Callum just texted me. He thinks he tracked down another one of the witches." "Great." I clapped my hands together. We'd taken out 2 of them recently, holed up in a fancy mansion with all kinds of security devices. It had been a cute try. Doesn't matter if an intruder alert is going off while a werewolf rips out your throat. "I need you to stay here," he said. "Look after Maddie. She's still on the phone with Piper." I groaned. "Come on. You know I'm a terrible babysitter." "You're great with her." Josh clapped me on the shoulder as he went by. "You're being selfish," I accused him as he went by. There was real pleasure in protecting Piper by killing the witches who had bound her. It was the only connection I had with her right now, since I couldn't handle talking to her. But that didn't mean I didn't miss her like mad. It didn't mean I didn't want to take care of her. Maybe. Josh paused at the door, as if he was considering switching spots with me. You still not taking Piper's calls? Seriously? He was holding that over me to justify why he got to go on this mission? Josh. He shrugged. You're being a jerk to our girl. And you're punishing me for being pissed that she's with other guys? How does that not bother you? She was drawn to us, he said. And we were drawn to her. That was always the right thing. Sure seems like it now, I muttered. Josh's gaze sharpened. Nope, we're not doing that. Not doing what? You might be Callum's second, but don't think you have the right to control me down to my own feelings. I'm not saying it as Beta, Josh said. I'm saying it as someone who loves Piper. We're not going to pretend like she's any less valuable or special or Piper because things turned out to be harder than we thought. We're going to be here for her. His words rankled. I care for her too, you know. Yeah, you can really tell. You're being a jackass right now. Josh spread his hands as he shrugged, a rare, cynical smile sneaking across his face. Takes one to know one. He was already backing toward the door, and once he delivered that elementary school takedown, he turned on his heel and headed out the door, where he would get to kill some witches, and I would not. Shaking my head, I went to the French doors and then hesitated. I could hear Maddie's bubbly voice from here, talking about how we'd taken her swimming every afternoon after school. She sounded so happy right now. It was a lie, but it was still nice to hear. But I was far enough away that I couldn't hear Piper's half of the conversation, and I was thankful for that. I didn't want to hear her musical voice, which was so sweet when she was laughing, and the sexiest damn thing I'd ever heard when she whispered in my ear. Just thinking about her voice made a dozen memories of her flicker through my brain before I could make it stop. Piper outside the school that day she'd been so sad, with her blonde hair caught by the breeze. Piper's deep blue eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she tried to force a smile. Piper through the windshield of that car, her eyes intent and red lips tightly pressed together as she gunned it to rescue me. Piper's laugh that made something soften inside me every damn time. Between the time I was born in this house and the time I came back, so many people had tried to break me. I'd always been tougher than them, even when I was a kid. They could punish me and hurt me and humiliate me, but they couldn't make me bend. Once I realized they wanted to hurt me, they didn't matter to me anymore. It didn't matter what they did to me as long as I survived. 27 foster homes, some good and some bad. 2 boys' homes. No one could ever break me. Only Piper made me feel like someone could. And this time, in the subtlest of ways, it was the way she looked up at me, so shy and so hungry at the same time, and grabbed my shirt to kiss me. She looked at me like she loved me, like she wanted to stay with me, like she wanted this to be our home. It turned out she deserved my walls too, but I didn't know how to put them up again. She wasn't like the others who had wanted to hurt me. She had good reasons to leave. She had good excuses to love someone else. She was sweet and innocent, and poisonous anyway. "Okay, I'll see you soon, right?" Maddie asked cheerfully. Fuck. She would need me when she got off the phone. God forbid she hang up with Piper and find the house quiet. Josh had just left her with his cell while he went off with Callum. He hadn't even said goodbye, the ass. I pushed open the doors and walked in. As Maddie said goodbye to Piper, I thought maybe I was safe. Maybe I wouldn't have to hear her voice. Then Piper said, "I love you. You know that? No matter what happens, I'll always find you." When I was little, my mother used to play hide and seek with me in this house. She'd pretend she didn't know exactly where I was, even though I wrapped myself up in the curtains with my bare toes sticking out underneath. I was not exactly a brilliant strategist as a kid. And then when she finally found me, she'd wrap me up in a hug that squeezed my cheek against hers. She always smelled good, like the peach shampoo she used. Once I thought I smelled it on a city street, and I turned right around and tried to find her, my belly suddenly tight like I was going to cry. She used to tell me, "I'll always find you. You're my boy." But she hadn't been on that street. She'd died somewhere in this house, and she wasn't even a ghost lingering for me. Maybe she'd find me in hell one day. I didn't know. But I didn't think so. I was pretty sure she was in heaven, no matter what anyone said about werewolf souls. We'd probably never find each other again. Maddie said, "Goodbye, Piper," when she hung up the phone. Her face was already crinkling. She sounded so cheerful on the phone, but she didn't return Piper's "I love you." I knelt in front of her and held out my hand. Piper was saying something else, but Maddie clicked the disconnect button and put it in my palm. She tries to smile even though her eyes are shimmering with tears. Fuck. I never knew what to do when anyone is crying. I haven't cried since I was 8 years old. I remember the last time. "I'm right here, kiddo," I told her. She threw her arms around my shoulders. The hug presses her face against mine, and I wrap my arms around her, hugging her back as hard as I can, without squeezing her too tight. I'm bad with people, but I have to try. Her chest shakes against mine as she tries to fight down her tears. When she pulls away, she rubs her sleeve across her face, trying to scrub away the tears and pretend they never happened. "At least you're not going anywhere," she says lightly. "I'm not planning to go anywhere," I tell her carefully. "But I can't make any promises, Mads." She stares back at me, her little chin held high as she blinks furiously. "I can promise you one thing, though," I tell her as I tap her chest with my finger. "We all want our pack, our people. But you're already enough, even without any of us." She looks at me uncertainly. "You know I'm just a kid, right?" "You're not just a kid." I stand, and it's only when I'm towering over here that I realize how unfortunate my timing was. "You're a princess, the kind who slays her own dragons. You don't have to wait till you're all grown up for that." "You're crazy," she says flatly. It makes me smile. Maybe she's right. The sense of abandonment she feels seems familiar to me. I'm trying to tell her everything I've learned over the years when it's all the kind of stuff you have to learn for yourself. Maybe, I admit. But are you willing to learn throws from a crazy person? "I sure am," she says. Despite everything I just told her about how she doesn't need me, she slips her hand into mine as we head for the gym. The guys and I have been teaching her how to fight. We rush through her reading and math homework after school, swimming lessons, then teach her to throw a punch. Priorities. She's going to need to learn how to fight in this world. And when she puts her hand in mine, despite everything I just told her, I wrap my fingers around hers and hold her tight. I learned a lot of stuff I hope she never has to discover. But I don't know everything. Maybe there's hope for Maddie to never be the kind of fucked up that I am. And maybe I can help.
Chapter 38. Piper. Sebastian and I headed out of the house to scout for a good spot to set up for our magic ritual. Seb assured me that Logan had tracked down almost all the ingredients. It almost made it seem like Logan cared. We didn't want anyone to see us, since that would raise a whole lot of questions we didn't want to answer.
I know all kinds of hiding places around this island,
Seb told me, a faint smile touching his lips as we swung our hands between us.
Before you came, it felt like I was invisible sometimes, and like that was a good thing.
You're not invisible to me, I said. He didn't say anything, but his smile widened, and he squeezed my hand in his. I took in the beauty of the island as we walked, rolling grassy fields and clusters of trees, up here above the long rocky tumbles that led to the beaches and little houses intermittently. We passed a stone and wood house, abandoned and half-burned. Even its ashy remnants seemed beautiful in a way, with moss beginning to grow over the splintered, blackened wood. We reached a hidden spot at the edge of the water, a little cove with tumbled-over rocks and shallows. "This is so pretty," I said. The cold wind ruffled my hair, and I pulled up my hood. "Do you come here a lot?"
We used to when we were kids.
He nodded up the hill, although we couldn't see anything but the crag of rock above us from here.
Our house was up there.
Was?
It burned down.
He shoved his hands in his pockets. The wind teased his copper curls back and forth in the breeze, waving over his handsome face.
It was burned down.
What? Why?
The old Alpha, Arthur's father, was our father too.
He shook his head.
Our mother didn't do well with being turned. I don't know. Maybe she never was well. Maybe that's why he picked her.
I'm sorry, I said.
I don't need your pity, Piper. I just want you to understand.
I'm not pitying you, I said. I didn't exactly have the easiest upbringing, being raised by a witch who hated werewolves. My testy tone seemed to ease the tension in the air between us, surprisingly enough, and Seb smiled slightly.
Fair enough.
What happened to the house? My chest tightened, afraid that his mother had been in it when it burned. He sighed.
We still don't know for sure if it was my mother who burned it down. That's what they all say. That's what we're supposed to say too. Or if it was Arthur's mother. Joy.
Joy, huh? That seemed like an unlikely name. Where's she?
She wanted her oldest, Roderick, to be Alpha. Roderick let her do whatever she wanted after her husband died, and she'd already been pretty terrible.
Did Arthur...
Arthur chose us over his real family,
Seb said.
Roderick was the brother he grew up with, and he chose Logan to be his beta, even though that put his standing in the pack in danger when he was still a new Alpha, and others in the pack wanted to challenge him.
It did?
Logan was an Omega,
Seb said.
The lowest of the low.
Because you guys were all born outside of the alpha male and female's marriage?
That's part of it.
My lips parted, determined to suss out all their secrets, now that Sebastian was talking to me openly. Sebastian's gaze sharpened on something over my shoulder. The next second, he tackled me. The two of us crashed to the ground on the uneven rocks. A whip crack of sound broke the air. The fall knocked the air out of my lungs, and having Sebastian land on top of me didn't help either. I stared at his shocked face, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Then I realized his blood was soaking through my clothes. Sebastian had been shot. "Sebastian!" I grabbed his shoulders, trying to ease him off me while keeping him in the shadows of the rocks. Someone had shot him? Or tried to shoot me? I pushed him toward the rocks because that should shelter him from whoever might have a gun pointed at us, and scrambled to try to get a view. A man with a rifle in his shoulder was coming down the rocks. He wore a mask over his face, and with his dark jeans and hoodie, he almost blended into the landscape. He was intent on us, but he was still far away, and as he put his cheek back against the stock, I dove against the rocks with Sebastian.
"I've got a shift,"
he said.
"When he's distracted, you run."
"I'm not leaving you behind," I said.
"Piper, just listen for once,"
he commanded.
Go get help."
He grit his teeth, sweat standing out along his brow, as he tried to turn.
His fingertips split open as his claws grew out, and his muscles swelled, popping his clothes apart. He didn't really think help would arrive in time, not when a wounded werewolf faced a rifle. He just wanted for me to get out of there. Maybe I could sneak up on the man with the gun, though, while he was distracted. "All right," I said. "You distract him. Stay in one piece, Sebastian. I don't know what I'd do without you." His eyes widened slightly, and he grabbed my face, his claws curling into my hair, to press a quick kiss to my cheek. Then he shook his head to one side as the transformation blurred his features. A blur of blood and fur, the last of his clothes falling away in shreds, and then he was all wolf. He bounded up from the rocks, a quick-moving streak even though his dark gray coat was bloodied, and the gun went off again. I raced down the shore, stumbling over the loose rocks, looking for the best route back up the cliffside without putting my back into a bullseye. The world was quick-moving and blurry at the edges as adrenaline sharpened my vision. As I raced up the rocks, it felt like an impossible distance to cover in order to sneak up behind the gunman. And another crack rang out. Was anyone hearing this? Probably not. We were on the far side of the island. The only house nearby was a burnt-out shell. I turned back to see what was happening. Beneath me, I could see Seb locked in mortal struggle with the man. The dark metal gun glinted by their feet as they struggled. Seb's jaws were locked around his wrist. But Seb was badly wounded, practically slipping in his own blood. The man reached for his boot with his free hand, but then Seb yanked back, snarling, almost ripping the man's arm off, and the man stumbled with him. Quickly, I skirted the cliff face to move behind them, and then descended as quietly as I could. I stopped to pick up a rock. Seb's eyes flickered to me just as I came up behind the man. He ducked away as I slammed the rock into the back of the man's head. The man stumbled and fell to his knees, but he was so near the gun that it terrified me, and I rushed to scoop the gun up myself. My hands trembled as I put the stock into my shoulder and raised the barrel to focus on the man. He reached for whatever that something was that he'd been trying to get to before, and my mouth went dry as I tried to figure out what to say to stop him, and he raised his arm with a pistol in his hand. I squeezed the trigger. The gun bucked against my shoulder, and the noise was loud in my ears, and the man fell backward. Blood blossomed across his dark t-shirt and ran across the stone. Sebastian fell to one side, groaning. He was covered in blood. I threw the gun to one side and knelt next to him. "Seb, stay with me!" He'd been shot again. There was a bullet hole through his shoulder and another through his chest. His breathing was labored. I needed to get help. "Do you have the cell phone?" I asked, thinking of the burner phone he and Finn had lent me. I ran back to the spot where we'd sheltered and searched through the shreds of his clothing. Sure enough, there was a phone in the white remains of his pocket. I opened the contacts list, leaving streaks of bloody thumbprints across the screen. Finn. I pressed the button to connect the call and scrambled back to where Sebastian was lying. Sebastian shivered, his muscles contracting, and the wolf turned back into a man.
"What's up?"
Finn asked cautiously.
"I'm with Arthur."
"It's Piper," I said quickly. "We were attacked. We're at the cove by your house."
"Slow down,"
Finn said.
"Are you safe?"
"For now, yeah, but Sebastian is hurt really badly."
"Give me the phone,"
Arthur ordered in the distance.
"Get my cell and call Logan. Tell him to get there, with backup."
Arthur. I didn't have time for Arthur right now. He came on the phone, and he barked.
"Listen, how bad is he?"
"He's been shot through the shoulder and the chest." For me. He'd been shot trying to protect me. He might literally be dying for me right now since he'd taken the bullet that had to have been meant for me.
"If your powers are coming back,"
Arthur said,
"you might be able to heal him. Touch him, Piper."
My powers weren't coming back. That was why we needed the spell. But I'd do anything to help Seb. "I'll try."
"We'll be there before you know it,"
Arthur promised me. I dropped the phone on the ground and reached for Sebastian, drawing him into my lap. There was a streak of blood across his cheek, and his eyelashes fluttered as his eyes met mine.
"You're okay,"
he murmured. "What were you thinking, sacrificing yourself for me, if this isn't a love story?" I asked, tracing my fingertips across the hard planes of his cheekbones and across his jaw. "What were you thinking?"
"I'd never let anyone hurt you,"
he said, coughing.
If I could do anything about it.
I shook my head, pressing my forehead to his. Some not a love story.
I'm dying here. Could you stop gloating about being right?
You're not going to die, I said. Logan and Arthur and Finn are on their way. He groaned.
I'm definitely dead. Arthur will know about the...
Arthur will be glad you're alive and glad you saved me, I told him. I brushed his hair back from his forehead and dropped a kiss on his skin. It would make things very awkward between our packs if I turned up dead. That was why, most likely, someone had wanted to kill me. I stole a glance at the dead man's body splayed a few yards from us. But why was it a man, and not a wolf who had come to kill me? So many questions to sort out later, like why Arthur thought my powers should be coming back. For now, all that mattered was Seb's heavy-lidded blue eyes. "Stay with me," I murmured. "Do you feel any better?" He coughed again, letting his eyes fall shut, as if he didn't want to answer. Here went nothing. I brushed my lips over the corner of his mouth, kissing him. He shivered as if he was cold, and a memory rose for me of Josh's heat against my body, Josh's fingers touching the bruises across my jaw and easing their pain. Had that been the faintest magic between him and me? I'd thought, at the time, it was just the excitement of his touch that made the bruises feel faint, a sweet throb when he pressed against them. Was there magic in the touch between a princess and her men? He turned his face toward me, and our kisses deepened. I ran my hand across his bare chest, feeling the warm hardness of his muscles, careful to avoid the wound that had punched into his chest. The two of us kissed over and over. Seb half rose from the ground to put his palm against my cheek, kissing me harder. He was getting more energy again, coming back from near death. I didn't understand it, but I smiled against his lips. Sometimes this strange wolf magic was on our side. Noise above us drew my gaze. Logan was sliding down the cliffside, sending small rocks rattling down the shore. He reached our sides in a few quick strides.
"What happened?"
He barked at me, falling to his knees beside Seb.
"You're going to be all right, brother. We'll get you fixed up."
There were others coming behind Logan with a stretcher. 2 shifters frantically worked over him, pouring quick clot into the wounds to stop the bleeding.
"He's in surprisingly good shape,"
one of them said, as he frowned at the wounds as if he was surprised. They lifted Sebastian up, groaning, and carried him away up the rise of the cliffs. Logan stole a glance at me, his expression perplexing to me, or maybe just perplexed.
"Arthur and Finn will be back soon,"
he said.
"We've got a lot to talk about."
"Will Seb be all right?" I asked. Logan's jaw set.
"I don't know, Piper. I hope so. But I'm not going to lie about it."
His gaze met mine again.
"But if he is okay, it'll be because of you."
"It's because of me that he was shot, too. I'd never thought that by protecting my pack, I'd put this other pack, that I'd come to care about too, into danger." Logan prodded the dead man's shoulder with the toe of his boot.
"I need to collect all the evidence I can about who this guy was since he can't talk to us,"
he said.
"Can you handle staying with me for a little while, so I know you're safe?"
"Yes," I said softly. It was hard to look at the dead man's face as Logan snapped on gloves and began to search through his pockets. It was hard to know I'd killed someone. But it wasn't as hard as grieving Sebastian would have been. Sometimes, just as my men claimed, violence was the answer. Chapter 39. Logan and I were waiting by Sebastian's side in the makeshift hospital room in one corner of the house when Arthur and Finn burst through the doors. Arthur grabbed my shoulders.
"Are you all right?"
he asked, his voice gruff. "I'm fine," I said. "Sebastian was the only one who was hurt." To my surprise, Arthur tilted my chin up with his fingers, examining my face carefully. His lips parted as if he had something he wanted to say, and then he took a step back.
"All right. What's Sebastian's condition?"
"He's healing well," the medic said.
"Faster than I could have expected, even for one of us. He had a clean shoulder wound, in and out. He got lucky on the chest wound. Looks like it hit bone and exited below his lungs, or he wouldn't have made it this far. His lucky day."
Arthur nodded.
"Good. I'm not sure I'd call anything lucky about this day,"
Finn muttered. He leaned over his brother, his face distraught.
"Leave us alone,"
Arthur told the medic.
We'll call you if he seems to be in any distress. All right,
the medic said, reluctantly leaving. They had trained EMTs ready to go. Back home, Callum had trained to be a doctor. It made sense that the packs would have their own medical staff, because someone shifting back and forth in the hospital would draw a whole lot of attention. But I couldn't help thinking how much time pack medical professionals spent patching up bullet wounds and bite marks. As soon as the door had closed, Finn whirled, his hands closing into fists at his sides.
Who did this?
Logan held out a plastic bag that held the man's wallet, with his driver's license exposed.
This guy seems to be human, a wannabe Merce. I think someone hired him to try to kill Piper. Someone from the Coven? How would they find us here?
Finn frowned.
Or someone from within the pack? I don't know,
Logan said.
But I'll find out. I have faith in you,
Arthur said. Logan nodded.
I don't want him left alone,
Arthur said.
While it seems most likely this was an attack on Piper, I don't want to leave him vulnerable in case we misunderstood the situation. I'll stay with him,
Finn said. Arthur nodded.
Piper, you'll be with me.
Oh?
Logan has work to do.
Arthur nodded to his beta.
Finn needs to look after his twin, so you and I are stuck together now.
Great. Arthur held out his hand.
One other thing. You called Logan from a cell phone. Where is it?
Reluctantly, I pulled it out of my jeans pocket and slapped it into Arthur's hand.
You are a resourceful little thing,
he said, and I couldn't quite tell if his tone was admiring or irritated. Maybe both.
You've been in contact with your pack, I assume?
Yes, I said grudgingly.
No wonder,
he muttered. What does that mean? I asked sharply. Arthur leaned against the wall, crossing his arms over his chest.
Thank you for not lying to me, Piper. For once.
I rolled my eyes. Sorry I'm not 100% here for the guy who basically kidnapped me.
It's time we all stopped lying,
Arthur said.
We're all allies in this room. When someone out there wants to kill you, we don't have time for any more secrets or ego.
Didn't I say that days ago? I asked no one in particular.
That goes for you too, Piper,
Arthur said.
You're not innocent here.
I widened my eyes at him in my best fake innocent expression, but he wasn't wrong. Part of me still distrusted him, but it would be good to leave all the lies behind. I could barely keep them straight anyway. Finn said,
I'm the one who let Piper call home. The cell she used today is my burner.
Arthur lifted an eyebrow at the sudden confession, and Finn chewed his lower lip, still studying his twin brother's face.
You have a burner cell phone,
Arthur said.
I'm impressed. Never knew when I might get kicked out of the pack and have to go to ground.
Finn muttered.
For the last time,
Arthur said, as if rehashing an old argument.
This is your home, no matter what anyone else ever said. As long as you're alpha,
Finn said.
I don't see any challengers right now,
Arthur said, spreading out his hands.
Inzel doesn't have the power. I'm surprised they didn't go after you,
Finn said quietly.
It would be easier to pick Piper and the rest of us off after you were gone.
It wasn't like Finn to talk so bitterly, and it worried me for him. Sebastian coughed, waking up, and the four of us crowded around his bed. His lashes fluttered open, and his eyes flickered from face to face. His gaze stopped on mine, and he frowned slightly. He started to say something, but his voice came out in a rasp. Trying again, he said,
What a weird day. Is it still that day? I think you're going to live,
Arthur said, clapping his hand on Sebastian's shoulder.
Currently have mixed feelings about that,
Seb said.
But all right.
He pressed his hand to his side, wincing.
It feels like I got hit by a wrecking ball.
It made me happy to see Sebastian talking and moving around, and maybe that was why Arthur hung around. Or maybe he was equally happy to see Seb doing well and didn't want to leave. Either way, it wasn't until an hour had passed that Arthur tugged on my sleeve, pulling me away from the crowd.
I've got work to do, and you're coming along with me.
As much as I hated to leave Seb, Part of me was really curious about what had taken Arthur away from us over the past few days. I leaned over the bed to brush my lips over Seb's cheek, but he caught me around the waist, turning his face into mine, and kissed me on the mouth. I grinned that he had the energy and the brazenness to kiss me with everyone watching.
"Be careful out there,"
he muttered. "I will be." Finn wrapped me in a quick hug as I straightened from the bed, his grip tight, resting his chin on the top of my head.
"Thanks for taking care of my brother,"
he said. "Of course," I said. "You guys might not like it very much, but you're my pack now, too. Can't get rid of me."
"Thank God for that."
He brushed his lips over my forehead in a quick, chaste kiss.
"See you later, Princess."
As Arthur and I left, Logan said goodbye to Seb and then followed us out.
"I'm going to the mainland,"
Logan told Arthur.
"Going to go to our visitor's house, see if I can find any clues about who visited him. I have a feeling you might scent Inzel at that man's house, if his stench hasn't faded yet,"
Arthur said.
"If that's true, call me. I'll take care of him immediately."
Logan nodded. Together, the three of us walked down to the boathouse. I wondered if we were seeing Logan off, but instead, when Logan got into one motorboat, Arthur led me to another. "What are you doing?" I asked. He looked down at the line in his hands.
"I'm untying the boat from the dock. Otherwise, when we turn the motor on, it tends to wreak havoc with—"
"I wanted to know where we were going," I interrupted.
"We're going to the mainland, too,"
he said.
"I've been hunting witches."
Suspicion flared in my mind, but I wanted to confirm what I thought. "What kind of witches?"
"The kind who tried to lock away what makes you special."
He offered his hand to me. Given how things had gone in my previous attempts, I reluctantly took it and let him hand me into the boat. But as soon as my feet were solidly on the rocking fiberglass floor, I said, "You know, that's not what makes me special. Not really." He shrugged.
"You were born to be something special."
"I haven't had any of my powers," I said, "but I've still been special in the way lots of humans are. I've tried to do the right thing. I've tried to take care of the people I love." I was about to say that he was special in all those ways, too, that it meant more than his being an alpha or his birthright. But he turned on the motor, drowning me out. He turned to me, shrugging his shoulders. "Very nice," I said, not that he could hear me anyway. Arthur really didn't like any kind of sap at all, apparently. I waited until we were clear of the boathouse and he had settled behind the steering wheel before I sat next to him, catching his forearm with my hand to draw his attention. His gaze swept across my hand and up to my face. "How did you know about the witches?" I asked. "How long have you known I can't shift?" He hesitated. I reminded him. "You promised no more lies between us."
"Logan told me," he admitted. "So I went to visit Callum. I thought he might know why you were broken."
Logan. Anger swept through me. Maybe I had no right to expect Logan to be loyal to me above his pack, but it still stung. No, that wasn't anger. I was hurt that Logan had turned around and told my secrets to Arthur. It made me feel exposed. But Arthur was still watching the horizon, and I was still irritated at him, too. "Not broken," I said.
"Well,"
he shrugged. "And then what?"
"And since then, Callum and I have been hunting,"
Arthur said bleakly.
"Do you want more details?"
"Well, yes," I said. "I thought you and Callum were enemies."
"Yes."
A photo of two boys, arms around each other's shoulders, on Callum's laptop, came back to my mind. I'd thought both the kids looked familiar, maybe because I'd already seen the man the second boy would become in that desperate battle when I hit the Alpha with my car. "And you were friends," I said, thinking of how they'd been fostered together. "And something happened. And you both—"
"That's not relevant right now,"
Arthur said firmly.
"We're not discussing that."
"I thought you guys hated each other now."
"We do."
"Then why are you working together?" Arthur ignored me, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The boat skimmed over bright blue waves toward the marina, which was in distant view. "I'd understand if there was some practical reason why my inability to shift impacted you," I said. "Oh, is it because you wanted to make sure there were no enchantments left binding Maddie?"
"Yeah,"
he said. It makes sense to eradicate any danger to my pack's princess. Otherwise, the Coven might try again.
It seems like they already did. I caught a glimpse of Logan's boat ahead of us as he tied up at the marina. I'm worried about us all being separated.
Finn will take care of Sebastian, and Logan's fine on his own. He's used to it,
Arthur told me.
I don't want you to get the wrong impression of my pack. They're good people. There's just some bad seeds.
Was your brother a bad seed? Arthur's jaw tightened.
Roderick was the worst, but he was still my brother, and I don't want to talk about him with you.
I understand that, but you said no more secrets. I don't get to have any secrets from you, right?
That's right,
he said.
Secrets will get you killed.
What if your secrets get me killed? Impatiently, Arthur said.
These are personal matters. They're none of your business, and they don't impact you.
You're sneaking around with my alpha to pick off the witches that bound me as a baby? I think that your complicated relationship with Callum is my business, I said. And whatever happened in the pack before obviously matters now.
I'll protect you,
he told me. I can protect myself, I said. I did that today, didn't I? Sebastian and I could both have died. Something changed in his face, and when his lips parted, I thought he was going to yell at me. Instead, he hooked his arm around my waist and pulled me into his lap. His lips came down on mine, and my arm slid around his neck. Arthur kissed me hard, like he needed me. When we broke apart, he murmured,
I'm glad you didn't die.
Apparently, I muttered. My lips still tingled from those passionate kisses.
I've wanted to do that for a while.
Then I'm glad you finally did, I said. Life is too short. He hesitated.
Callum is going to hate this.
Callum knows that there's something complicated going on for me and both packs, I said. He's not jealous. Arthur's brows arched.
I find that hard to believe.
Well, I amended. He's trying. Arthur kissed me again, his lips curious and gentle. For once, there was warmth in his gray eyes. His thumb caressed my cheekbone as he held my face possessively, his lips nuzzling the corner of my mouth. Even when he leaned back, I stared at him, lost and reeling from his touch. Then he said,
I'd better focus on steering.
Yeah, I said. Of course. I slipped off his lap and into the seat across from him. There was a glint of amusement in his eyes, but he still looked at me like he'd rather kiss me again. Like he'd be willing to run us aground for the chance to kiss me again. I'd never expected him to kiss me like that, and I couldn't quite breathe after it. Chapter 40.
I'm going to regret this,
Arthur said as we pulled into the marina. What is it? I asked. He shook his head.
You'll see.
I regarded him skeptically. My lips were still tingling from his kisses, and I felt a little breathless. But that didn't stop anxiety from squeezing my stomach as if I was approaching some kind of test. Lightly, I said, When you say stuff like that, it makes me really nervous.
You still don't trust me?
He sounded genuinely hurt. You still don't trust me, I pointed out.
I trust you in many ways, Piper,
he said. Oh, really? I would love a list. He jumped from the boat to the dock, the line in his hand, and it was hard not to admire the graceful athleticism he carried in his tall, dangerous body. He knelt to tie up the line, and when he looked up at me, he winked.
If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't be doing this,
he said. Was he going to let me fight alongside him, hunting down the witches? That would be a rare sign of trust from Arthur, as if he really saw me as his equal. I liked the idea, even if I was a little frightened to face down the monsters who had taken me as a baby. He held his hand out to me, and I took it and jumped easily from the boat. He led me through the parking lot toward a black pickup truck. I assumed this was our ride, and I headed for it without much thought. Then the driver's side door opened. Callum stepped out. There was a grin across his handsome face, and his eyes fixed on my face like he couldn't see anything else when I was in front of him. Callum! I jumped into his arms, and he laughed out loud as he caught me around the waist. Callum kissed me hard.
I've missed you so much,
Callum murmured. His nostrils flared,
as if he could smell Arthur on me, but he kissed me again as if he was deciding it didn't matter.
Hey, beautiful.
It was Josh's voice behind me. I couldn't stop grinning, even to kiss him, as I threw myself into his arms. I squeezed him tight. Is everyone else here? Callum shook his head.
Nick and Kai stayed back to protect Maddie.
How's my little sister holding up? I felt so guilty for being away from her, and I hoped she didn't feel abandoned, no matter how necessary it was that I stayed away from her, and with the Atlantic Pack for now. Kai's words had haunted me.
She's tough like you,
Callum assured me. I turned back, touching his face gently with my hands. Oh, it's so good to see you again. You're really sure you aren't mad at me?
That I believe in you?
His eyebrows arched.
I never said I understood the lore perfectly. If you feel a call, well, I don't have to like who it's to.
I thought that if Arthur and Callum were friends once, and if they could work together now for their common cause, then surely they could be friends again. But I wasn't going to push it. Not today. I turned to Arthur. What's this about?
We're going hunting,
he said.
Get in the truck. I'm glad to see Piper. Don't get me wrong.
Callum tossed his arm over my shoulders, hugging me into his side.
But why? A human mercenary made it onto my pack lands earlier today,
Arthur said.
Looking for her. I'm not letting her out of my sight. Maybe you should let her come home.
Callum's jaw set at the thought of me in danger. Arthur shook his head.
I made a promise to my pack. Piper stays with us until we kill these witches and her sister comes home. That's it.
It's fine, I assured Callum, smiling up at him. I'm fine. Even without being able to shift, I took care of the guy who attacked us. Callum's brows arched.
You took care of the guy? And she's never going to let any of us forget it,
Arthur said.
You're okay?
Callum demanded. I'm going to need at least another year of therapy, I said. But yes.
Wolves don't get therapy,
Arthur said.
They just kill their problems. Get in the truck.
Wolves definitely need therapy, I shot back at Arthur, but I still headed around to the passenger side. I had to bob onto my toes to tell him over the hood. I'm looking at a prime example right now of wolves needing therapy. Still, I couldn't stop smiling at being reunited with Josh and Callum, even temporarily. I swung up into the back of the extended cab, and Josh settled in beside me. Even with our seatbelts on, I managed to wriggle over and lean into his side. Josh dropped a kiss into my hair as he settled his arm across my shoulders.
I've missed you like mad,
he told me. I couldn't help thinking about the way Callum's nostrils had flared at Arthur's scent on my body, even though he'd chosen to accept it. And you're sure you aren't?
Princess, I've always known I didn't own you.
He kissed me again, punctuating his words.
I've always known I'd have to share you. And since the day I met you, I knew I'd rather have part of you than all of some other girl.
You don't have just part of me, I whispered. You have my whole heart. Every one of you.
That doesn't sound mathematically possible,
Arthur said from in front of me. I kicked his seat, which was a little bit petty. Josh jerked his thumb at the back of Arthur's seat, which he couldn't see from his vantage point.
That guy?
He mouthed. Love is crazy, I mouthed back. Then out loud, I said, There's still a lot to figure out. As the four of us drove, we went over the plan. 2 witches from the coven seemed to be hiding out in an allegedly haunted house. It made me wonder how many haunted houses were just the cover for supernatural beings who wanted to be left the hell alone by the rest of humanity.
We don't want to kill them,
Callum said.
Well,
Arthur said.
Okay, we do, but we need to take them alive for information.
Callum glared at Arthur.
This time, maybe we could do things the easy way instead of consistently killing every witch that crosses our path and then having to start all over again trying to figure out where the next witch may have hidden. If they wouldn't fight back,
Arthur said,
it would be a lot easier not to kill them. Once a witch hits me with their magic, it makes me feel a little irritated.
Josh rubbed his arm, and when I caught a glimpse of a burn on his wrist, I pushed up his sleeve. A dark, raw wound that looked like a handprint wrapped around his wrist. Josh tweaked his sleeve back into place and gave me a smile.
It's worse than it looks. Stay behind me and you'll be okay.
I don't want to stay behind you, I said.
Then you can stay in the car,
Arthur snapped.
I don't want you in danger. That's why I brought you along. Not to put you in more danger."
Callum's eyes met mine in the rearview mirror for a second before they flickered back to the road. But instead of seeming protective like Josh, or protective and angry like Arthur, he seemed sympathetic.
"Maybe as the witches that bound you die, your magic is coming to life more and more,"
he suggested.
"You seem different."
"Maybe," I said. "Maybe I just had to change to survive with the Atlantic Pack. I had to trust my instincts, and that meant getting to know myself better than I ever had before." We drove deep into rural Virginia, passing rolling farms and horses. It all looked so idyllic and peaceful, even though I knew that wasn't the truth. In some of those neat little farmhouses, people were terribly unhappy. But still, it was beautiful, and it made me want to escape for a little while. I leaned my forehead against the glass. "We should go on vacation sometime." Arthur snorted.
"Sure, let's go on a cruise to the Bahamas. I'll get right on that."
"Don't you ever need a break?" I asked him. "From being you?" Callum pulled off the road, bouncing over a narrow dirt track. I grunted as my teeth snapped together, and Josh tugged me closer into his side.
"Stay in the car."
Arthur twisted in his seat, sitting forward so he pulled his .357 pistol from his holster.
"Apparently, you do know how to use this. So hang on to it, just in case."
"It's not like you can use it," I said. "You're about to lose your opposable thumbs, aren't you?" Arthur's eyebrows arched.
"We'll see."
"Your strategy boils down to we'll see and let's kill some witches?"
"It's never let me down before,"
Arthur drawled. Reluctantly, I took the gun. "It makes more sense for me to come with you," I said. "What if this is a trap?"
"Then they'll regret putting themselves in one,"
Arthur said. "I don't like sitting here and waiting for you guys," I said. "What if I hear gunfire and I don't know if you're alive or dead? I'm just supposed to sit here and wait and see what happens?"
"Yep,"
Arthur said.
"She has a point,"
Callum said to him.
"When she can shift, she can come,"
Arthur said.
"Until then, she's just a helpless little girl."
And he was just a hapless big asshole, but I tried not to call him names. "You know damn well I'm not."
"I'll stay with her the whole time,"
Josh promised.
"She won't be alone." "Good,"
Arthur said.
"Then you can stay with her in the car."
Josh sat forward, opening his mouth to argue, but Callum twisted to shoot him a look. Right. I didn't have to be here, with them, or vice versa. For all Arthur's bark and grumble, he'd done us all a favor by giving me some time with two of my guys.
"Amazing,"
Arthur said, as he got out of the truck.
"I'd never have thought you'd be able to control a pack, Callum." "Give it a rest,"
Callum told him, shutting the door softly behind him.
"I mean, it is a really small one,"
Arthur added. Callum ignored him and gave me a quick nod goodbye through the window as he went around to meet Arthur. The two of them stripped by the front of the car, rolling up their clothes and leaving them on the hood. I couldn't help but steal glances at their two bodies, both tall and powerful, scarred and gorgeous. "Do you think they're going in there to surprise those witches as wolves or as naked men?" I whispered to Josh.
"Which do you think is scarier?"
he asked. Well, I didn't think it was scary either way, but the coven probably had a different perspective. I had my own feelings. "Do you know what happened to them?" I asked. "Why they aren't friends anymore?" Josh shook his head.
"Callum won't talk about it, and I don't remember Arthur much at all. Sorry."
"What do you think of him?"
"I think the only thing that matters is what you think of him."
"That's not true, but anyway, humor me."
"Don't I always?"
he asked lightly.
"Okay, well, he's out here slaying every witch in the coven that bound you. Seems to me that he wants to take care of you."
"To take care of Maddie," I corrected. "The other pack princess." Josh's mouth tilted up at one corner.
"That doesn't have the ring of bullshit to you?"
I chewed my lip, considering this possibility. Arthur certainly seemed attached to his asshole persona, pretending that he only cared about his pack and his power over them. But that didn't seem like who he really was. I'd think about it more later. For now, I asked Josh, "What have I been missing while I've been gone? Besides,
Witches having very bad days?"
"Yes, besides that." I leaned back in Josh's arms, feeling the low, sexy rumble of his voice through his chest.
and the moon and stars blinked into life above us. And somewhere, off in the distance, a witch screamed. Chapter 41. We were driving away from the haunted house, down a long, dark country road, when Arthur reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and answered the phone.
Yeah?
We could all hear Logan on the other side. That wolf hearing made phone privacy rather challenging.
I went through the guy's apartment and his computer, but it's a dead end. No hint of any wolf around here, although there's a definite dark magic smell to the place. Do you think he was dabbling himself, or he was just visited by witches?
Arthur asked.
Can't tell. Did you manage to take a witch alive?
Callum, who was driving, sighed dramatically at the question.
Overrated,
Arthur said.
We've got to be getting close. We've got 4 down now. And you guys already killed 6.
Callum supplied helpfully.
Amazing,
Arthur grumbled.
They killed 6. I heard,
Logan said.
Do you feel more powerful yet?
Arthur twisted in his seat to look at me. No, I said. What am I looking for? What does the wolf magic feel like?
I've got no idea what it feels like to be a princess,
Arthur said.
Sorry. Are you sure?
Callum deadpanned. Arthur ignored him.
Now is when we need to try the ritual. The more of their lives we take, the weaker the spells should be.
That made me think of something my father said once. We used your own magic to power the spells to change your memory. What if the magic isn't tied to their life force? I said. What if it's tied to mine?
What are you talking about?
Arthur demanded.
We don't know if that's even possible, Piper,
Callum said.
Let's try the ritual and see what happens. It won't hurt to try.
It actually will hurt, I said, but it's still better to try than not. Josh ran his hand over my shoulders as if he could give me his strength. Just like it had hurt every time they tried to take the enchanted necklace off me. It hurt every time they tried to remove the spells that bound me. But it was so much worse, which I wouldn't have even thought possible, because the spells that bound my wolf and had let them steal my magic were so varied, wrapped and twined deep into my spirit. Still, we had to try. We decided to stop and try since Arthur didn't want to bring Callum and Josh back onto the island. We found a secluded park to pull into, and then, surrounded by the eerie shadows of children's playground equipment, we knelt into the mulch to build another fire in another spell bowl. The faint creaking sound of the swing behind me put me on edge. It almost felt like something I was remembering from another dream. The herbs burnt, the flames licked up in the night, and Callum said the words in Latin that were supposed to undo the spells binding me. As soon as he spoke the last Kyrie eleison, my knees buckled underneath me. Arthur jumped forward. Right, he hadn't seen this before, but Josh was already there, helping me lay down safely on the ground as the spasms ripped through my muscles. Bright light blossomed behind my eyes. Pain followed, as if the light was searing into my eyes. I was in sudden agony, the pain radiating from my head the worst, and a Charlie horse in every muscle. I curled onto my side, rolling into a ball. Thank God I hadn't puked this time. Yet.
Was it like this every other time?
Arthur asked.
Yes,
Callum said.
Unfortunately. How do we make it stop? We wait.
Callum knelt, watching as the fire burnt out in the bowl.
She's suffering. And here she thinks you don't care. I never said that.
I would have told him that he had, in fact, said that, but I couldn't talk. Josh stroked my face with his fingers, which made me feel better even though I couldn't tell him that. Maybe this time would be different. Maybe this time, all the pain would be worth it. Darkness washed over me. When I blinked open my eyes, my father had his hand on my shoulder, steering me past our living room and to the basement stairs. He was much taller than me. I must be little in this memory. My eyes level with his waist, and I felt a flash of anxiety when we reached the top of the stairs. I wasn't allowed down there. That was where he had his friends over, and I was strictly forbidden from going down there.
It's all right, Piper,
he said soothingly. His shoes sounded heavy on the stairs as we went down them, a thud and then a creak at each step, but my feet were soundless. The light at the bottom of the steps flickered, a dim light in the windowless dark, and when we turned the corner, there were candles lit at each corner of a white pentagram drawn on the floor. Some of my father's friends kneeled around the pentagram. One of them, a woman, was sobbing into her hands. In the middle of the pentagram was a still body, a girl who stared up at the ceiling with her dark hair spread around her face, her eyes unseeing, her mouth slack. Fear spiked in my chest. She was dead.
Don't be scared,
my father promised me, his hand knitting tighter on my shoulder, keeping me from running away.
You're going to help her, Piper.
My body rebelled against this memory. I came awake violently, shaking, crying out. Josh wrapped his arms around me tightly, holding me against him as I lashed out. But when my legs stopped shaking and the pain faded, I didn't feel any different than I had before, just wrung out and tired. I looked up into Josh's face, and he must have read my disappointment. He said softly,
I'm sorry, Piper. We'll figure this out.
I know we will, I said, and I would have smiled if I could have. An hour later, we once again parked at the marina, but this time, no one felt quite as upbeat. Josh kissed my cheek again, nuzzling his nose into my hair.
None of this feels right,
he said. Take it up with the lore, I tried to wisecrack. I definitely do not make the rules. I think I could have come up with some better ideas.
I'm sure you could have,
he said. He came around to my side, and when he had opened the door for me, he hugged me tightly. At first, I thought he was just preparing to miss me. I hugged him back tightly, already preparing for the same thing. But then he murmured into my hair,
If you don't want to go back there, say the word.
It was tempting. Maybe my guys and I could just run away from here and start over somewhere else. Somewhere no one tried to kill me, and I could raise Maddie. But running was never going to work. And most of all, I didn't want to leave Arthur, Finn, Seb, and Logan behind forever. I had to face reality, no matter how much it sucked, if I ever wanted a chance to bring the two packs together. And I also couldn't imagine betraying Arthur now, as mixed as my feelings sometimes were about him. Thanks, I whispered in his ear. But I promise, I'm okay.
I thought you'd say that.
He kissed the top of my head.
You're the toughest one out of all of us. But you already knew that, huh?
Yep, I said, and he chuckled before he kissed me one last time. Callum rested his hand on my shoulder, and when I turned, he wrapped me up in a big hug.
We'll work together to figure this out and bring you home.
Bringing me home meant giving up Maddie, didn't it? The thought made me ache, no matter how much her own family needed her. I nodded anyway.
Goodbye for now.
Callum ran his thumb across my lower lip, then kissed me tenderly. Bye, I whispered. I didn't want to leave them, but I still left them there, watching silently from the dock as Arthur and I pulled away across the moonlight-soaked waves. Chapter 42. Do you still have regrets? I settled into the seat beside Arthur's as he steered us back toward the island.
I've had regrets since I met you,
he said, but without particular rancor behind the barb this time. Then, suddenly, everything changed. The silver tips of the waves froze in place. The world went quiet, completely silent. I couldn't even hear my own breath as my eyes met Arthur's. His eyes were wide, full of life and spark, and relief flooded my chest just to know that I wasn't alone in this nightmare scenario, that he was seeing it too. Something rose from the waves behind us, and we both turned at the dark shadow touching the boat. It was a man who stepped onto the back of our boat.
There you are.
Arthur stepped in front of me.
You're a witch. And you're a moron.
Arthur seemed to move from absolute stillness into explosive motion. He slammed into the witch, knocking him into the back of the boat. But the witch was gone. Suddenly, he was right beside me. He gave me a conspiratorial wink as he reached for me, and I caught the glimpse of a silver blade in his hand. He was going to use me to make Arthur surrender. Then he'd kill him. But he didn't want me dead. Not when I was a coven's living fuel cell. The only way to make sure Arthur survived to fight him, and to rescue me,
was to take myself out of the equation. As his hand caught me, I threw myself to the side. He didn't expect it, and he reached after me desperately as the railing of the boat caught me across my stomach. Without hesitation, I flipped myself forward into the waves, into my nightmares. I slammed into the still water, which felt like hitting concrete, and then sank below the frozen waves into dark water. My frantic arms couldn't tow me back up to break the surface, but I could see the white shape of the boat above and even the face of the witch peering down at me from the side. The witch had his foot on the railing, about to jump in after me, until Arthur slammed into him. The two of them struggled, then they were gone from view. The white shape of the boat was slowly darkening above me, too. Suddenly, the waves above began to move again. The witch was dead. Arthur was safe. The thought gave me a second's relief, even though I was still afraid of the darkness blooming around me. Then, something parted the water above me, shattering the peace of the underwater world. Strong arms caught me around the waist, bearing me up toward the light, and then we broke into the night air. I gasped as I drew in a breath, coughing out water. My chest seized painfully as I tried to draw in breath again, and panic clouded my mind.
"I've got you,"
Arthur murmured into my ear, his rough voice soothing for once.
"You're going to be okay, Piper."
I looked across the surface of the water for the boat, but it was sinking into the waves. I stared at it, perplexed. "What happened?" I tried to ask, but it came out as a rasp. My chest and throat burned so badly, I didn't know if I could talk.
"His magic broke it apart. Parting gift," he said dryly. "We'll have to swim for it."
"I can't swim." I couldn't hide the panic in my words, or the way my instincts made me struggle in his arms. I felt like I had to get my chin higher above the water that lapped against my face. Arthur's eyes were kind, no matter how hard and uncompromising his arms were, locked around my body.
"Then I'll swim for both of us."
With his arm tight around my waist, he dragged me with him through what seemed like endless waves toward a far-distant rise of green. His powerful arm was locked tightly around my waist, my ass against his hard hip and abs. He rolled onto his side, doing a survival stroke, and I felt his legs brush against mine over and over as he kicked powerful frog kicks. My breathing was frantic, at first, and I was still struggling to lift my chin higher. Then, as the minutes passed with nothing but the sound of Arthur's arm slicing through the water over and over, dragging us toward home, and my face still free of the water, I began to breathe more steadily. It wasn't easy, but I relaxed and let Arthur carry me. When we reached land, I pressed my face against the cool grass. I was shivering, and Arthur wrapped his arms around me, holding me against the heat of his body. "Thanks for the save," I whispered. I felt so ashamed that I couldn't swim. It was just another way I was all but useless to them.
"Thank you for the save," he said. "He would have killed me if you hadn't distracted him."
It was the only thing I could think of to do.
"Well, thank you."
He brushed my hair back from my forehead to plant a kiss on my temple. Then, as if he had exceeded his maximum allowable sweetness, he added,
"And you know, if you ever sacrifice yourself for me again, I'll spank your adorable ass."
"Really? That again?"
"I thought you might have missed hearing it."
"I could do without any more threats from you."
"That one is more of a promise,"
he said lazily, and his hand brushed across the top of my waistband. My clothes were soaked and heavy, and he pressed his lips to the spot at the nape of my neck that made me tilt my head, opening up to him. "I'm glad we're alive," I said, "even if I have to hear your cheesy pickup lines still."
"You think that's cheesy? Or a pickup line?"
He sounded surprised and offended.
"It's a promise, girl."
"Oh, is it?"
"One of these days, you're going to push me too far,"
he said, but his lips were on the nape of my neck again, sending waves of pleasure rolling through my body. And right now, it didn't sound like such a bad idea at all. I felt exhilarated. I'd been through my nightmare, and I was still alive. I wrapped my hands around his shoulders. "Promises, promises," I murmured. "Right now, It felt like I wanted to drink in every bit of life that I could, even if it was rough and scary. Like Arthur. I smiled against his lips as he kissed me again. Then he pulled back, his eyebrows arching.
Oh, maybe we should start now, as I intend to go on with you.
You intend to go on? I teased. I thought you were going to send me back to my pack.
I didn't save you from the ocean just to lose you,
he told me, and his fingers tangled in my hair, dragging my head back as his lips descended on my throat again. The throb of pleasure and pain at his touch made me bite down on my lower lip, savoring the roughness of his affection. My hips rose against my will as his lips devoured my throat, his teeth scraping against my skin and waking every nerve in my body. He nipped my earlobe, and then his tongue traced a line down my throat to my shoulder. I moaned under his touch.
You taste so good,
he murmured, before he drew my skin into his mouth, sucking a bruise. He was relentless, the throb of pleasure and pain increasing. My fingers tightened on his shoulders, half pushing him away and half pulling him toward me.
Does all of you taste this good?
Maybe you should find out, I managed to say, although my breath was short now.
No,
he growled into my ear.
That's reserved for good girls. And you won't be good and just let me take care of you. Will you, Piper?
I don't need to be taken care of, I said, with as much dignity as I could given both the events of the night and the wicked urge in my body for him.
I think you do,
he said. He drew my shirt up over my head, the wet fabric clinging to my frame rebelliously before he peeled it away from me. His lips brushed every part of my body, alternately kissing and sucking or biting. He was sweet one minute and punishing the next.
But you'll learn,
he murmured, kneeling now between my thighs to draw my wet jeans off. I sat up on my elbows, feeling the grass and the hardness of the ground, to watch him as he pressed a kiss to my inner thigh. I couldn't hide my smile at the desperate urge to have him sink his head between my aching thighs. His eyebrows arched as he took in my face.
I don't think so,
he murmured, then pressed one more kiss to my quivering abs before he rose to his knees. Was he finally going to treat me to another look at his gorgeous, hard-muscled body? Take your clothes off, I demanded, and then at the look he gave me, I amended, please.
One little thing first,
he said.
Get on your knees.
I raised my eyebrows at him, uncertainly.
Don't make me ask again,
he said.
I'd do anything for you, girl. But don't get confused about who is the alpha and who's in charge here.
He lowered his face to press another kiss to the inside of my thigh, and I jerked at his touch, at how badly I wanted more of him. The faintest knowing smile arched his lips.
If you want pleasure, you'll learn to obey me.
As long as you promise, I said, my light, teasing tone belying the powerful thrum of lust through my body for him.
Oh, I promise,
he said, his voice thick with desire. Filled with a mix of curiosity and lust and affection, I rose to all fours, reluctantly turning my back to him. I could still feel his heat close to me against the curve of my ass. He ran his hand over the curve of my ass, and my knees trembled with my desire for him.
You're so beautiful,
he murmured.
Every part of you.
His powerful body was suddenly draped over mine, although he braced himself with his big arms so that his body weight hovered over mine. Suddenly, I was warm for the first time since I'd entered the water, covered in his heated muscle. His hard abs ground against my back, his cock pressing between my thighs as he pressed his lips to my shoulder.
I'm always going to take care of you,
he promised, his kisses sweeping across my shoulder.
And I'm never going to let you go.
In response, I pressed back against him, seeking more of the big cock that pressed against my thigh.
And you'll let me, or face the consequences,
he promised me, drawing back. I almost moaned at the sudden cool air caressing my body and the removal of his cock. I needed more of him. I could hear him pulling his shirt off, quickly stripping off his wet jeans. I was being denied my show, and I made a small sound of protest as I turned my head over my shoulder. I was just in time to catch the faintest, smug look on his face, right before his hand smacked down on my ass. The smack and sting jolted me forward, and I glared back at him over my shoulder. "What the hell are you doing?"
"Consequences,"
he said. His hand descended on my ass again, planting a branding hot smack that resounded in the night air. Despite myself, I was even more turned on than I could have imagined. As hot and red as my ass might be right now, my pulsing clit was even hotter. I pressed my ass back against him, resting my forehead on my forearms, welcoming however he wanted to touch me now. It all felt so good. A rough, calloused hand reached around and massaged my breast, and I almost groaned as he teased me.
"That's my girl,"
he said softly, as if he could tell just how much I wanted him right now, as if he was pleased by that small sign of submission. The warm blanket of muscle returned, and I turned my head so he could see my grateful but mischievous smile. He nuzzled the corner of my mouth. "Please," I murmured. Taking himself in one hand, he slid the tip of his cock against my clit, and I almost moaned at the feel of him sliding against me. I rocked back, pressing my ass against him. His ab muscles rippled against me as he chuckled.
"Greedy,"
he said, but he still let me slide back until his tip pressed into me. He paused, pressing a kiss to my lower back.
"You sure?"
"Very," I promised him. He slid inside. My hands tightened on the grass at the feel of his big cock filling me up, and once again the pleasure and pain divide was blurry for me. When he slid back out, he hesitated, just his tip brushing against my clit now. I wanted him. I wanted life with all the pleasure and pain it had to offer. All these sensations, the heat of his body insulating me from the cold of the wind, the slap that made me throb, the sound of the waves rocking against the shore, and his body rocking hard against mine. I pushed back on him, and he exhaled as I slammed back until my ass pressed against his hard lower abs. Then he began to move in time with me. His hand slid between my thighs, finding my clit and beginning to tease it as he rocked into me over and over. His cock was hard and punishing, but it was just what I wanted right now. I threw my head back, feeling my hair whip into his face as sensation and heat overwhelmed me. No matter how cold it was outside, I was warm now as he sunk himself deep inside me over and over, and the two of us moved together. When I came hard, shuddering around his cock, he growled out,
"Piper."
It might not have been my name, but his rough, raspy voice as he came was the sweetest sound I'd heard. The two of us collapsed into the grass, his warm body against mine. He drew me into the curve of his body as he sighed contentedly.
"Mine,"
he said. "Yours," I agreed, because I was his, absolutely, even if I wasn't only his. Chapter 43.
"Good night, Piper."
Arthur lingered outside the door to my room. It was strange to see this man hesitate outside my bedroom door, his tall, powerful presence filling the hallway. It seemed as if for once in his life, he wasn't quite sure what to do. "Good night." I couldn't hide the smile that tugged at the corners of my lips, and I wasn't sure if it was because he was funny to me right now, or because I was happy. His gaze sharpened as he took in my smile, but there was warmth in the way he looked at me. Maybe he couldn't tell either.
"I wish I could tell what was going on behind those eyes of yours,"
he said, his voice suddenly husky. He tucked a strand of hair back behind my ear and then leaned forward, kissing my cheek where the damp strand had clung. "It's nothing too complicated," I whispered.
"I thought we agreed you wouldn't lie to me anymore,"
he murmured. "I was thinking about this," I said, and I caught his t-shirt with my hand and tugged him down to me. I pressed my lips against his. When he kissed me back, his hand tangled in my hair, and his lips parted, kissing me with fresh passion. Arthur never did anything by halves. I smiled against his lips helplessly,
and he pulled back, one eyebrow arched suspiciously. "If you keep kissing me like that," I said, "I don't think either of us will get any sleep tonight." He grunted.
"I'm taking some of my guys and running the island. Going to make sure there are no more surprises tonight. But Logan is right next door if you need him."
"Okay." He cupped my face with his hands and pressed his lips to my forehead.
"Are you sure you'll sleep tonight? After all that?"
"The sleep of the innocent," I promised him, and when his eyebrows rose, I told him, "Or at least the sleep of the lucky." He nodded and turned abruptly, walking away from me down the hall without saying goodbye. But he stopped at the top of the stairs and looked back over his shoulder, and the little smile lingering on his lips would stay with me for a long, long time. Late that night, I bolted up in the dark and pressed my palm over my mouth. My heart was pounding, my throat ragged. Had I really screamed out loud? I reached out to snap on the light. The room turned bright, and I was alone. My father wasn't there at the foot of the bed, reaching out for me, and I exhaled, my chest aching. I'd dreamed about him. I'd dreamed about that day in the basement. I'd dreamed about a weeping witch mother and a dead girl, and my father telling her she just had to believe. She just had to follow him.
"You doubted me,"
he'd told her.
"You doubted my methods."
His eyes had flickered to me, and I understood that I was his methods. And she had wept and promised him her undying loyalty. I clawed at his arms, but he pressed my head under the water. I squeezed my eyes and mouth shut until my chest ached, and when I tried to release some of the bubbles from my mouth, water slipped in and I choked. I thrashed, my heels kicking out over dry ground, my fingers around his wrists. But there was no escape. There was a soft tap at the door.
"Piper?"
There was a familiar voice, a mix of rough masculinity and honey warmth. Shit, I must have screamed. I didn't want to be alone, though, even though I also did not want to be with Logan. I slid out of bed and crossed to the door so he would hear me through the wood, without yelling. "I'm fine," I said flatly. There was still something comforting about knowing he was right there on the other side. I pressed my palm against the door as if I could absorb the warmth of his body through it.
"Come on, Piper,"
he said.
"Open the door."
There was that familiar commanding edge in his tone, as if, should I refuse, he was going to kick it open to make sure I was okay. That would be an awful lot of drama, though, when I would never be more important than his pack. It wasn't that I expected I should be, it was just he'd said that to hurt me. He'd succeeded. Reluctantly, I unlocked the door on my side and stepped back, pulling on the knob. The door swung open, revealing Logan braced with his arm against the doorway, his handsome face grim under his flop of dark hair.
"You all right, Piper?"
I held my hands out, flashing him a tight smile, and then did a spin in a circle. He could see for himself that I was fine. His lips tightened. Oh, he didn't like that.
"You cried out, like you were being hurt."
"I'm in one piece." I put my hand on the door, about to close it between us once again. He put his arm on the door, holding it open.
"A bad dream?"
"You asked if I was fine, and I'm fine," I shot back. "We don't need to talk about my dreams." Of course, it wasn't really a dream. It was a memory, resurfacing from under the fake memories that the Coven had planted in my mind. "I really have to learn to swim," I muttered, thinking about the drowning in my memory. Not that I'd had any way to escape that one. And the near drowning earlier that night.
"I'll teach you,"
Logan offered quickly. I looked up into his face, his deep blue eyes full of desire and protection, and I said, "Pass."
"Why are you being like this?"
he demanded.
"I'm just trying to help, Piper."
"I know. Tomorrow you'll be back to making sure you don't give a damn, but tonight is different. Tonight you care." I turned my back on him, heading for the windows. Not that they offered any escape after Arthur had sealed them shut. Logan closed the bedroom door softly behind us. The lamplight against the window cast my faint reflection back to me in the midst of the night's darkness. For a second, my reflection looked like someone else. Like the dead girl who breathed in sudden, desperate breaths as I fell onto the wet carpet beside her.
I was too weak to do anything but lie there and gasp as water trickled out the corner of my mouth. Our eyes had met for one desperate second. I remembered her mother carrying her tenderly out. My father had said,
"She'll stay this age forever. You'll have to keep her away from anyone who might ask questions. But she's yours again."
I'd been left alone, cold and shivering in that room as even the candles flickered out. My father had used my powers to bring someone back to life, some daughter of the coven, which meant that someone could have brought him back. I whirled on Logan, who was starting to say something. As he took in my face, the words died on his lips, and he crossed the distance between us in a few quick strides.
"What is it?"
he asked me urgently.
"It's okay, Piper. I'm right here. Talk to me."
"I don't think he's dead." As soon as I said it, I realized my tumble of words didn't make sense. "My father, I think he's alive."
"He's not your father,"
he said.
"and he's not alive. Callum killed him."
"Yeah, he did," I said. "But that doesn't mean he stayed dead."
"What are you talking about?"
"My father."
"Stop calling him that."
"It's what I called him for years," I said. "And it's my business what I call him, Logan, not yours." Trying again, with dignity, I said, "He used me to reanimate a corpse once. A girl. I think she had drowned." There was a flash of sympathy in his eyes.
"And that's why you—"
"I've drowned a few times now, apparently," I said bitterly.
"Never again."
He ran his hand up my arm. It was only when his touch brushed over my skin that I realized I was trembling. Everywhere his hand swept, warmth sunk through my skin, into my muscle and bone, and I went still. "You can't make me any promises," I said softly.
"Let me stay with you tonight,"
he said.
"No more nightmares. In the morning, if he is alive, we'll find him. We'll figure it out together."
"No," I said. "I'm fine. You can go, Logan."
"Piper."
He sounded anguished as he raked his hand through his hair.
"Come on. You really wouldn't feel better if I stayed?"
I wanted more than anything right now to melt into his arms and believe that he could protect me from the coven. They would come for me, sooner or later. "Yeah," I said. "Of course I would."
"Then what are we doing here?"
"I'd feel better for now," I said. "But then I'd feel worse when you were cold with me in the morning. I can't do this hot and cold bullshit, Logan."
"Then we won't,"
he said.
"I won't. I promise."
I was still shaking my head, refusing to believe him, when he gathered me into his arms. He kissed me tenderly, his lips brushing mine with easy confidence, as if, even when I was furious at him, he still knew what I wanted, deep inside. He kissed the corner of my mouth, his hand sliding across the side of my face to hold me possessively.
"Forgive me,"
he murmured.
"I was an idiot."
I turned my face to kiss him back, seeking his lips helplessly. But I was still so angry about what he'd said that night. He'd hurt me so badly. I took a step back, shoving myself away from him. Dryly, I said, "You know exactly what I want to hear."
"I mean it,"
he said.
"I'll show you."
"The test will come in the morning," I muttered.
"Then I'll show you in the morning."
He wrapped his arms around me, and I let him gather me close. I wrapped my arms around his hard waist, resting my head against his chest. He smelled so good, masculine and clean all at the same time.
"But let me stay here tonight. Let me keep the nightmares away."
"All right," I whispered. Logan's arm tightened around my back as he leaned down, scooping my legs up underneath my knees. He lifted me easily against his chest. As he carried me toward the bed, he kissed me again, and my lips parted, welcoming him in. When our tender kisses paused, he still held me there against his chest, and I could feel his heart thundering. He pressed his forehead against mine.
"I've missed you, Piper."
"You don't have to miss me," I said, my voice husky. "I'm right here." The smallest, rueful smile twisted one corner of his lips.
"I just have to not be an idiot?"
"You just have to not hurt me," I said. The smile dropped away, and I could tell I'd hurt him. I put my hand on his hard jaw and kissed him again, wanting to take away the pain I'd just inflicted. "Logan, I'm sorry," I breathed into the space between our lips. "I didn't mean it."
"No, you did."
His nose nuzzled mine, his deep blue eyes affectionate even though they were filled with regret.
And I deserved it. I'll make it up to you.
I know, I murmured, and I did. When Logan curled up with me in bed, my head on his shoulder, his arm wrapped around me, I felt as cozy and warm as if I had just come home. Chapter 44. The night was an escape from the reality of our days, but morning always comes, and mornings are dangerous, especially for me when I haven't had my coffee yet. Sebastian got the medic's blessing to take a shower and join the rest of us for breakfast. He was favoring his side still, wincing whenever he moved, but he was doing remarkably well. This time, it was all 5 of us that sat down in the library for a private breakfast. The table was piled with food, the scent delicious in the air. "I think this is the first time we've all been together like this," I said, and Arthur surprised me by pulling my chair out for me. He gave me the briefest, curt nod, as if he couldn't believe it either.
Don't get used to it. He still doesn't like us,
Finn said.
He was relieved Seb wasn't dead for a good hour, so that was touching. But now it's over. It was over as soon as you two started annoying me again.
Arthur grumbled. Logan put his hand on the back of my chair and leaned into my side, his lips brushing my hair. 3 sets of jealous eyes followed the gesture. Logan paused and looked at them, then leaned back.
All right, I was going to whisper to Piper that I'd like to talk about her theory from last night, but apparently I can't get a little privacy here.
My stomach tightened as I thought about last night's dreams of having had my head forced under the water, my father's face blurry as I tried to scream.
What's Piper's theory?
Arthur asked, although he gave Logan a long look, like he'd also like to know when we were discussing that theory. I think my father's still alive, I said, and everyone leaned forward, suddenly intense. I told them everything I remembered, and I could almost feel their rage, their desire to kill someone for me, in their gazes, even as Logan rested a comforting hand on my thigh. Arthur leaned over to caress my back, his touch tender, despite the angry tick in his jaw like he wanted to tear someone from limb to limb. Arthur's phone rang. He glanced at it and said,
"It's Callum,"
before he answered, and we all stopped talking and listened to the conversation.
"We got one alive,"
Callum said, his voice excited.
"You went hunting without me?"
Arthur sounded offended, which was surprising for someone who pretended that having my men for company on the hunt was a necessary evil.
"Yes, I went hunting without you,"
Callum said.
"We were attacked at the house. I think one of them followed us back." "Us too,"
Arthur said.
"It really was a trap." "A trap for them,"
the 2 of them said at almost the exact same time, and then fell silent, as if they were embarrassed.
"Did you get him to talk?"
Arthur asked.
"Yep,"
Callum said.
"He said they hired the Merce, but they did on behalf of a shifter in your pack, in Zell, part of a deal they cut. I'm going to kill him,"
Arthur said, and it sounded like a simple statement of fact. He wasn't even mad about it.
"Anything else I need to know?" "Before you kill him,"
Callum said dryly,
"would you please find out who he was working with? Better yet, get Logan to ask him." "I can be gentle,"
Arthur said. No one at the table or over the phone believed that.
"Maybe we could flush them out,"
Logan said slowly.
"Maybe it's time to spring our trap. What if they thought there was a reason to reveal themselves?" "Like what kind of reason?"
Sebastian asked.
"If there was a challenger for Alpha,"
Logan said.
"Inzel might be willing to talk to that person, to get him on board before the power shift, especially if someone was looking for an unfair advantage."
Arthur leaned back in his chair, his brows quirked skeptically, and then he said,
"It will have to be you. You're the only one strong enough for Inzel to believe you had a chance." "Hey,"
Finn said, but without rancor.
"Everyone knows you two are besties for life,"
Sebastian said, which earned him a quick backhand to the back of the head from Logan. Sebastian rubbed the back of his head, undeterred.
"So there'd have to be a reason. A public falling out. I think we've got a pretty obvious source of angst right here."
Finn nodded to me. "That hurts my feelings," I said. Finn ruffled my hair with one hand.
"You're a source of joy and happiness, Piper, but you also could just as easily be a source of angst for lesser men. And if you weren't so darned perfect yourself."
Arthur snorted at that.
I can't imagine why anyone would get sick of Arthur's attitude and challenge him,
Finn said airily.
We'll have to stage something,
Sebastian said. The table exploded in ideas. When we left breakfast, Arthur went with me. He kissed me goodbye at the porch of the house before he went to visit the young shifters practicing on the lawn. It was a quick, chaste kiss, but it did not pass unnoticed by the shifters on the lawn. As soon as their practice session was over, they ran off instead of lingering in the grass, continuing to practice throws or kick a soccer ball around as they usually did. An hour after that, Logan claimed me from the porch where I was reading a book, catching my wrist and drawing him behind me into the library. The shifters going back and forth in the hall saw us, no matter how furtive we tried to be. He closed the door behind us and then immediately pinned me against the wall next to it, kissing me passionately. The two of us traded kisses, increasingly hot and intense, and as his hands traveled up my waist, diving under my shirt, I smiled against his mouth. I wondered just how far this setup would go. Arthur must have gotten held up at his meeting with the elders. I didn't really mind. The door exploded open as Arthur came in. He left it open behind him.
What the hell are you two doing?
Logan said.
I can explain. She's mine.
Arthur roared.
I'm not sure how the hell you're going to explain. She's not yours,
Logan said.
She's a visitor from another pack. Fair game.
Arthur punched him across the jaw. Logan hit the ground hard. He looked up at Arthur, his eyes narrowed, as he touched his jaw uncertainly.
Stay down,
Arthur warned him.
I'm not done. What's she to you?
Logan asked.
She's not your mate. Maybe she is,
Arthur said.
I don't need to send her back to her pack.
Something shifted in Logan's eyes. Wait, was he not sure that this was part of the game?
If she stays,
Logan said slowly,
we can share her. I care about her too. Don't you get up unless you want to challenge me,
Arthur said, as Logan began to get to his hands and knees. Logan stood to his full height, which was just as tall as Arthur's massive 6'4".
If you won't share her,
Logan said,
then yeah, I'm challenging you. Tomorrow at dawn,
Arthur told him.
Tomorrow at dawn. For now,
Arthur said to me,
you stay in your room. You've caused enough trouble.
Despite the fact that we'd rehearsed this all, I couldn't help but feel unsettled as I went upstairs to my room. And for now, anyway, I locked them all out of my room. We had a plan. We were following the plan. Why did it all feel like a terrible mistake?
Chapter 45. Logan. When Inzel opened his door to me, there was a flash of a smug smile across his face briefly. Then it was gone. But it lasted long enough for me to want to punch him in the face. Instead, I gave him a curt nod. Mind if I come in? Of course, he said. Please do. He stepped back, ushering me into his small cottage again. It felt like I'd just been here, and also like everything had changed since then. I stepped inside and headed for his couch. He lingered behind me as if he had expected me to wait for his lead. Do you want a beer? Let him think I needed to keep a clear head. Hopefully, he'd assume it was because I intended to betray my best friend. Not tonight, thanks. All right. He sat heavily in the chair across from me. The way he sat, as if his weight was too much for his knees, drew my attention. I still had a habit of thinking of Inzel as the man he'd been when I was a teenager. Roderick's beta. Out on the training field, he'd often dominated the younger men, choosing his battles carefully. I realize that now, but he'd been powerful enough. He'd boasted to us about old man strength, but his face was lined, his nose thicker than it had been, his dark hair wispy at the temples. He was never going to challenge Arthur, no matter how much he dreamed about it. He would leave that to someone else. I could use some advice. I hesitated, as if I was gauging whether I could trust him or not. Of course, Inzel said. I'll help you if I can. You've obviously seen the pack go through a lot of growing pains, I said. And I know I've caught the tail end of some romantic drama. I muttered that like I was still bitter about it, which didn't require much in the way of acting. But I wondered if you've seen packs have conflict over a woman, between packmates, and how that's been handled. Inzel smiled. You both like that girl from the northern pack. She doesn't even belong here. But she could, Inzel said. You could keep her. Her pack might take offense at that. They might. But there's 4 of them, Inzel said. Have you considered it? Keeping her? He nodded. Hell no. I haven't considered keeping her. Christ. Piper would be pissed if she could hear this. It would be up to Arthur, I said. And if he decides to send her back, or to keep her for himself entirely, you'd be okay with that? I glanced away. There was a faint chime from Inzel's cell phone. He gave me an apologetic look and glanced at his cell phone. His eyebrows rose as he stole a quick, furtive glance my way. Seriously? Was news of my fight with Arthur just now making the rounds? Every other time, the way old wolves gossiped was a pain in my ass. Now, when I was counting on it, they were letting me down. He slid his cell phone back into his pocket. Sorry about that. No worries. Arthur's been a good friend to you, he said. But even good friendships sometimes have tough times. Yeah, my voice came out rough. And this girl may be your tough time, he said. Don't forget, Logan. Your friendship has weathered bigger challenges before. Even if you fight over her, even if you were to challenge him for alpha, your friendship would survive in the long run. If we didn't literally kill each other, I pointed out, I think you would resist the impulse, he said. But to answer your original question, no, I've never seen anything like that. This pack has not had a born female shifter in any generation since I've been here. That's why the child means so much to the pack. I know, I said. I raked my hand through my hair and blew out a sigh. I don't know. There's no way I could ever challenge Arthur for alpha. Because you're friends. Because I've already faced him in the training yard, I said. And I don't think it's ever going to work in my favor. And even if it did turn in my favor, the pack is loyal to Arthur. You know they would follow the law. Maybe. But right now, when everything is so unsettled, with the girl here and our princess with the northern pack. I shook my head. He sat back, regarding me steadily. I think you might find there are shifters open to a change in pack leadership. And as long as you would bring the princess here, I would, of course, I said. Half to myself I muttered, Piper wants to be with her sister. I had to stay there late into the night, talking in circles with Inzel. But in the end, he was so desperate to see me challenge Arthur that he told me more than he meant to. He told me who was loyal to Arthur and who was loyal to him. He told me how he'd once seen a fight won against a powerful alpha by using the poisonous berries that grew by the apple orchards to tip a weaker wolf's claws. And even though it all made me want to kill him, all I did was say thank you. Arthur's room was 2 doors down from mine, but we couldn't risk someone seeing us. Instead, I headed across the island to the barn where we used to hang out as kids. The abandoned barn and grain silo had been forbidden when we were children, for good reason, but that didn't keep teenagers from drinking there late at night. But for Arthur, who was determined to make his own rules back then, and me, who had nothing to lose, the barn had been a hiding place during both day and night. I arrived before Arthur, of course. He always made an entrance, and he always kept the rest of us waiting. He hadn't been like this as a kid. The wind rattled around the barn as I waited, shifting my weight from side to side to hear the floorboards creak. Arthur stepped in the door. "Hey, how did things go?" Win some, lose some. I couldn't push him on the murk. He would have realized something was up. Maybe tomorrow. Arthur nodded. He always trusted in my ability to read other people. I filled him in on the other details. The names of Inzel's loyalists and his eagerness to see me as alpha. Are Seb and Finn with Piper? I didn't like the thought of her being alone, even locked in her room. "Poor girl," he said. "She seems quite fond of them," I said, for some reason. "Do you mind that?" "Why would I mind?" Arthur shrugged. "It's going to be hard when she goes back to her pack," I mused. "If she goes back." "If she goes back?" "What are you talking about?" My voice came out sharp. "Maybe we'll keep her," he said. "She's useful to us." For a second, I was speechless. "She's useful." Bullshit, Arthur. At least be honest. About what? You want to keep her here because you like her. I like her? You sound like a 4th grader. I'm thinking about the pack. What would it do to her if she stayed here? I asked. You can't take away her will to decide. What would it do if she left? He exploded. You lived without Piper for this long, I said. You can live without her again if that's what she chooses. I'm not talking about me, he said. Sure, Arthur. I walked past him to the door of the barn. We're not done talking, he said. I need some rest, I said. I'll see you tomorrow morning, at dawn. His gaze sharpened. We need to talk about how we're going to play out tomorrow. I shrugged. I don't think we need to talk through it too much. We'll just see what happens tomorrow and improvise from there. Logan, he said. You know, whatever happens, I said. I'll always be loyal to you. And that meant I'd stand for the right thing, even when he wanted to do the wrong thing, until he came back to his damn senses again. Even if that meant taking his place as Alpha.
Chapter 46. Piper. There was a quick, confident rap on the door to my room. I slipped off my bed and ran to the door, already knowing by the sound of that knock that it would be Logan. As soon as I opened the door, he slipped inside and eased it quietly shut behind him. Only when it was closed did he pull me into a hug, burying his face in my hair. I automatically closed my arms around his, surprised by whatever had brought on this sudden gesture of affection. I looked up at his face, looking for clues, but he had his usual stoic face on, the one that gave nothing away. What's going on? I asked. Nothing. He shrugged one big shoulder, but no matter how casual he was trying to be,
His hand slid across the small of my back, as if he needed to be touching me. "This is hard, isn't it?" I murmured, "even when it's just pretend." He nodded.
Remember the night we met?
"It's hard to forget, Logan." I rested my palms on his shoulders, mischievously guiding him across the carpet to press him against the wall. "But when you really made an impression was later that night, when you pinned me against this wall with all your questions." He stroked my cheek with his thumb, his gaze intent on mine. His lips quirked ruefully, as if he was replaying that night.
Did I scare you?
"Yes," I said. "And no." I covered his regretful lips with my own, kissing away any misunderstandings that had come between us since. He kissed me back, but I could feel he was distracted, and I pulled away, just a little, to look up at his face.
"What do you mean?"
He murmured into the space between us. "I didn't know yet if I could trust the way I felt," I said, "but I had the strangest sense I could trust you." He bit down on his lower lip as if he was biting back a groan. What was going on? This had to be about more than this fight with Arthur tomorrow. "Logan," I said softly. He could talk to me. I didn't know how to convince him of that, but he needed to trust me. He kissed me. At first, I thought he was kissing me to shut me up, but his lips were hungry, devouring, as if he needed me. His hands wrapped around my hips, holding me firmly, and then he reversed our positions, turning me around so that my shoulder blades brushed the wall. I smiled against his lips. So that was Logan. He had to have me pinned down. Didn't he know I had no intentions of leaving him? He didn't have to try so hard to keep me. The guys might think my dream of uniting our two packs, so I never had to say goodbye to any of them, was preposterous, but I was starting to believe in the magic between us. I'd believe for all of us until I could convince them. His hand tangled in my hair as we traded desperate kisses. His hands wrapped around my thighs, and I giggled as he lifted me against the wall. Now we were eye to eye, and there was a twinkle of amusement in his deep blue eyes that chased away some of the worry there. "Were you getting a crick in your neck?" I teased him, my hands catching his shoulders to hold myself steady.
"Don't understand why that wolf magic would make you so darn short when we're meant to be together,"
he murmured. "I don't understand why it would make you so ridiculously big," I said.
"Oh, you have no idea,"
he promised me, and I was smiling against his lips when I suddenly realized what he meant. I smacked his arm, and he tilted his head back, laughing at me. A glimmer of joy shot through me at how he'd changed in just a few minutes. Close to me, he'd gone from stressed and maybe even angry to brighter, happier. I felt powerful that I could change his emotions like that. But then, he had the same power over me, didn't he? When he wasn't just driving me mad. There was a quick bang of a knock on the door.
"Piper, you all right?"
It was Arthur's low grumble of a voice. Just like that, the shadows were back on Logan's face. He sighed under his breath and eased me down from the wall, although he did drop a quick kiss in my hair before he stepped back.
"Piper?"
There was a note of worry in Arthur's voice. A throb of emotion I couldn't even make sense of tightened my chest. I looked up into Logan's face, and he nodded curtly. God, what was going on with them? "I'm fine," I called. "Hang on." Logan leaned against the wall, out of sight behind the door, his hands in his pockets. He tilted his head up to stare at the ceiling. Of course, no one could see him and Arthur in here at the same time. It might give away too much when we still needed people like Inzel to believe the guys were at each other's throats. When I swung open the door, Arthur stood in the doorway, frowning. He tapped the lock on the doorframe. He'd noticed it was unlocked, and then glanced down the hallway toward the stairs, as if something had drawn his attention. When he looked back to me, there was a decision made. He charged into my room. I closed the door behind him, and he turned to find Logan there against the wall. Logan kept leaning, regarding him skeptically. Arthur said, "Of course. I should have known you would be here." Logan shrugged as if he had nothing to say, but the look on his face suggested the opposite. "All right," I whispered, wanting to make sure our voices didn't carry past our room, glancing between both of them. "What the hell is going on?"
"Our plan is going well,"
Arthur told me. I looked to Logan, who hesitated.
Nothing to worry yourself about, Princess,
Logan said finally.
Men are impossible. I worry about the two of you, I told them. There might be a plan, but I don't know either of you will remember it's not a real fight once you're in it.
I'll still be alpha at the end,
Arthur told me, but his eyes flickered to Logan, as if it were a promise.
And I'll still be loyal to you,
Logan said, not even pretending that he wasn't talking to Arthur, his jaw set.
I know you. I know you're a better man than Roderick.
Just that name made Arthur's shoulders stiffen. I almost gasped that Logan had said something so barbed, implying that Arthur might be the same as his brother. Why the hell would he say that? But even though there was a sudden tightness all through Arthur's body, he clapped his old friend on the shoulder as he moved past him toward the door.
Good luck tomorrow. It should be an entertaining match anyway.
Roderick had taken Fiona here against her will. It was Logan who had joked to me once that maybe they would just keep me, but he hadn't meant it. If there was one shifter who would say it and mean it, though. I slid between Arthur and the door, flattening myself to the wood. He raised his eyebrows as he slid his hands into his pockets. He could move me, of course he could, but for now, he waited to hear what I had to say. You haven't changed your mind on our deal, have you? I asked him, my voice low. He frowned as if that was ridiculous.
Piper.
He didn't deny it. I looked past him to Logan, who glanced away at the ground, his arms still crossed over his chest. You assholes, I said. Is that what you're fighting about? Really?
We're not fighting over you,
Arthur told me, his voice amused. That condescending tone didn't carry through his body, though. There was something haunted in his eyes.
No point in lying to her on top of everything else,
Logan said. I thought the whole point of all this was to make sure the pack was safe for my sister to come home to, I said. The pack wanted to bring Maddie home. Arthur would never betray them for my sake, so he must intend to still take Maddie and yet keep me.
It is,
Arthur said.
I haven't made any plans one way or another.
Made any plans? Bullshit. It wasn't a plan that was his to consider. I couldn't help thinking about the day I'd stepped down from the porch steps into the fray, my eyes locked on his same cold gray eyes that were regarding me now. You told me I could trust your word as the alpha. Arthur shrugged.
That was before I fell in love with you.
Oh my God. You're terrible at being in love, I said. FYI, this is not how it works. He shrugged.
I don't want to say goodbye to you, Piper, and neither does Logan. I want her to choose us of her own free will,
Logan told Arthur.
Well, you've fucked that up now,
Arthur said bitterly.
She isn't going to choose us knowing that I'd keep her here if I could.
If you could, what's stopping you? I demanded, because I knew that Callum and Josh and Kai and Nick would come to rescue me. But if Arthur really meant to keep me here against my will, that would mean the pack war continued. It would be just like that day at the house when they attacked. The memory of Kai with blood all over his throat rose again in my memory, and I bit down on my lips so hard I felt the skin break. My hands knotted into fists.
Me,
Logan said simply.
If I become the alpha, I'll send you home, Piper.
Arthur shook his head.
This is stupid. We still need to verify that the Merce was hired from within the pack, and that we don't have another outside threat to deal with. We need to keep Piper and her sister safe. That matters more than making her happy.
Right here, I reminded him, grabbing his thick forearm. He didn't need to talk about me like I wasn't even in the room.
All right.
Arthur's gaze swiveled to regard me steadily.
How about this? I don't care about making you happy, Piper. I just care about keeping you safe, and I can do that better than your old pack.
I don't want anyone to keep me safe, I said. I want a partner, an equal partner. Arthur couldn't hide the skeptical smirk that darted across his lips. I took a step back, letting my hand drop away from him. His gaze followed my hand as if he knew exactly what I meant. You don't know anything about what love means, Arthur, I said. All that power and all that knowledge, and yet you're still a damned idiot. Arthur's lips tightened, but he didn't say anything. He nodded goodnight to Logan and me, the movement quick and angry, and then strode for the door. He closed the door softly behind him, but then I heard the jangle of the lock, sealing us both in for the night, until dawn and their fight. Logan ducked his head to rake his hands through his hair, as if the tension in the room had been unbearable for him. When he looked up at me, he asked,
Was I being that much of an ass when you were angry at me?
"Oh, yes." Just because he was redeeming himself didn't mean he was off the hook quite yet for his past sins. Such an ass. He smiled ruefully as he drew me toward him, and I wrapped my arms around his neck, feeling the hard warmth of him all along my body. His body was a comfort to me, and I had a feeling mine was to him as well.
It's no wonder he wants to keep you,
he murmured into my ear as he wrapped me up in his powerful arms.
You'd be good for us, Piper. You're exactly what we all need.
I'm not going anywhere, I said softly. At least, not without you and Finn and Seb, and maybe even that insufferable asshole next door. He pulled back to look at my face.
That's impossible.
Have a little faith, I murmured. That crazy wolf magic hasn't let me down yet.
Chapter 47. Arthur. Early the next morning, long before dawn, the faintest thump in the room next door made me stir. I slept lightly to begin with, but worse since Piper moved in next door. I listened intently in the dark, although I knew Logan was there with her. She would be safe. What the hell were the two of them doing in there? Impatient and restless, I threw aside the blankets and stood from my bed. Logan should be sleeping. He would need everything he had for the morning. The thought that he would actually challenge me for alpha was unsettling. Logan had been my best friend since I was 10 years old. When I came back from the northern pack, bloodied and ragged, my own father wouldn't look at me. My own mother had ignored Roderick's merciless teasing. I would have been a ghost in the one-room schoolhouse where we all studied, ignored by the teacher and the handful of other students. Except for Logan. The first day back, I could feel Roderick's friends, the big guys, 15 and 16 and ready to graduate, eyeing me and whispering. It made a strange feeling crawl up my spine. Always trust your instincts, my father had told me, back before I left for the northern pack when he could still stand to look at my face. They'll keep you alive. I was home, with my own pack, and I shouldn't have needed instincts, but still, when the teacher called out that we were dismissed, I had grabbed my backpack and practically vaulted over the desk to get to the door. The big guys were already up too, moving toward the door far faster than they normally did. I didn't look back, but I could feel them bearing down on me as I got my hand on the doorknob. Then there was a clatter, a shuffle of feet, a thud as someone fell hard. "Shit, Logan!" one of them yelled. And then there was another thud as someone pushed Logan into the desk and he tumbled over them. "You're such a klutz!" "Boys!" the teacher had shouted. While our childhood was a free-for-all just beyond those doors, where we were supposed to learn to fight and be tough, the classroom was still sacred. Her shouting was lost to me as I tore across the yard, getting away from my brother and his friends. If Logan hadn't tripped them up somehow inside the classroom, the teacher wouldn't have cared. My heart was thundering as I stopped in the woods, pressing my palm over my chest. Maybe she'd really held them up. Maybe they wouldn't keep coming after me. Logan emerged beside me. He had squinted up at the sun through the web of tree branches overhead, which made the black and blue bruise covering the corner of his eye stand out. We all knew what his parents did to him, and to each other, but no one helped Logan anyway. It wasn't the pack way. "I found a cool abandoned barn," he'd told me, "while you were gone." Despite the size of the island, we didn't know each other well. My mother had warned his to keep him far away from me. And it was weird that he started talking to me as if we'd been good friends before he left. "Yeah?" I'd said. "You want to go?" he'd asked. From then on, we'd always had each other's backs when it came to a fight. And it did, a lot. We lost more fights than we won. But then we started to grow taller, broader, more dangerous. One day, Roderick and I came to the dinner table, both bloodied and battered, my brother still holding a towel to the split in his cheek. And my father had glanced toward me like he was seeing me for the first time. He had tilted his head to one side, as if he was taking in both the damage I'd done and my size. I was still 6 inches shorter than Roderick, who was full grown. "You've got a mean streak," he told me. It was the first kind thing he'd said to me in years. I'd answered only with a nod, but my chest had suddenly been light. That day had made me helpful. I'd thought that I'd prove myself, and my father and I would make up. But then my father had died, just days later. That memory filled me with restless irritation, too. How had things gotten so fucked up since I agreed to bring Piper back here? It wasn't really her fault, though. Impatiently, I pulled a t-shirt over my head and then went out into the hall and unlocked Piper's door. I lingered just for a second with my hand against the door. Even if I sent her back to her own pack, if I did, it would always be her room now. I couldn't imagine putting up some other visitor there. Maybe she'd come back sometimes. Just the thought made a flurry of images rise in my mind. Pulling her tight against my body, wrapping my hand in her beautiful golden hair, drawing her head back to kiss that long, pale throat of hers, making her mine, even if she wasn't always mine. I had to shake my head at myself and snort. I was turning so damned sentimental. After jogging down the stairs, I headed toward my office. But the light seeking out of the library caught my eye. There shouldn't be anyone in the library now. I pushed open the door to find Finn there, sitting at one of the tables with his head propped on his hand, as if he was fighting sleep over the books. "This doesn't seem like you," I said. Finn turned bleary eyes to me, as if he'd been up all night. "Good morning to you too, Alpha." Finn never called me Alpha. I rested my elbow on one of the bookshelves, frowning at him. "What the hell are you doing?" Finn raked his hand through his hair. "Blame Sebastian. He got me started down here, but he tapped out a while ago." "You didn't answer my question." "There's got to be answers." Finn slapped the open page with his hand. "Somewhere in here. Piper doesn't want to choose between us or them." "How do you know about that?" I asked sharply. Finn looked at me, bewilderment written across his features for a second, and then understanding sparked in his eyes. "You and Logan." "Shut up," I warned, moving back to the door to close it between us and the rest of the house. When I turned back, I asked, "She's got you on a fool's errand, trying to unite our packs?" "It's got to be better than losing her forever," Finn said. But when he leaned back in his chair, throwing his arm over its back, there was a knowing look in his eyes. Finn was often foolish, but he was clever enough too. That made his many moments of gleeful idiocy all the more irritating. He could be a real asset to the pack if he ever grew up. He sighed and looked back at the books, pushing aside a stack of books. There were a mountain of books to his side, and as he drew another one toward him, I realized maybe he already was growing up. You know, having her here when she doesn't want to be is just another way of losing her, Finn said quietly. Yeah, I know. I hesitated, then pulled out the seat across from him and sank into it. Finn's gaze flickered up to me, surprised, but he said nothing. He fought back a yawn as he began to page through the text again. You love the girl, don't you? I asked him. Not in that many words. He shook his head. I haven't said them. But still, I said. But still, he admitted. I never felt this way before. Yeah. Finn was rising to the occasion by trying to take care of her, by trying to be smart. And for my part, I was rising to the occasion by turning into a jealous, possessive idiot. Fuck. I slapped my hand on one of the stacks of texts. Have you been through these? No. His gaze lingered on the stack, as if he was holding back something he wanted to say. And then he gave a nod and went back to his work. Together, the two of us searched for answers while we waited for dawn to break.
Chapter 48. Piper. The next morning, as gold streaked the sky behind the pines, Sebastian rested his hand on my shoulder as he joined me on the porch, and Finn pressed against my other side. The two of them flashed me quick, comforting smiles, although those smiles didn't reach their eyes. You're worried too? I asked Finn, who was normally so playful, but now there were dark circles smudged beneath his eyes.
They're my brothers,
Finn said, and then muttered.
As much as we all try to pretend otherwise. It'll be fine,
Sebastian promised, and even though his voice gave away that he didn't mean his words as confidently as he said them, there was still comfort when I leaned into the warm, hard angles of his side. Logan had kissed me goodbye earlier that morning, wrapping his hands around my chin and kissing me like I gave him life. I replayed the memory of his deep blue eyes gazing into mine, his lips pursing as he pulled away.
I'll do anything for you,
he'd promised. That's what I'm afraid of, I'd murmured back. He'd tucked my hair back behind my ear, the gesture fond.
I'll find a way,
he'd promised. A way to bring me home? A way to do it without Arthur being hurt? I wasn't sure he could even begin to keep all those promises. So, I'd just caught his shoulders and kissed him again, my fingers curling into the thick muscles, savoring him now, while he was warm and safe and in one piece, and we were together. Should I have made Arthur make promises too? I felt an ache over the memory of the night before, the hurt look in his eyes. Even though I was furious at him and scared of what he might try to do, I couldn't help my wayward heart. It broke for him no matter what he did to me.
They'll be waiting,
Sebastian said, catching my hand. Come on. Together, the three of us joined the stream of shifters making their way across the island. My heart rose into my chest when I realized where we were going. The orchard, or rather the cells, and the whipping post down the hill from the heavy-laden, sweet-scented fruit trees. Up ahead down the path, I caught a glimpse of powerful shoulders above a leanly tapered waist, and the back of a dark-haired head that stood above the men surrounding him. Arthur. I squeezed Seb's hand in mine. I want to talk to him.
He might not want to be distracted,
Sebastian warned. I'm sure he'll make that clear then, I said.
True.
Seb squeezed my hand back before he dropped it. I ran ahead of them. Arthur set a quick pace, and I was breathing hard as I came abreast of him and the two guys he walked with, who I vaguely recognized, one of his young lieutenants and an older man I'd always assumed was loyal to Inzel. Arthur glanced over toward me, and then away as if he might not acknowledge me at all. Then he said, in his gravelly voice,
You can go.
The two shifters nodded and stopped abruptly. I had to take quick steps, 2 to every one of Arthur's, to keep up with him as we pulled away from the crowd. He looked back over his shoulder.
Be careful what you say, girl.
He said that because we weren't truly alone, but I had to wonder what else he also meant.
Sebastian said you might not want to talk to me when you need to focus, I said.
Sebastian is a smart man,
He said.
You should listen to Sebastian.
I hurried alongside him, suddenly at a loss of what to say. I'd said I wanted to talk to him, but really, I had just wanted to see him. I'd been desperate for a moment alone with him after all the tension that had risen between us lately. He fixed me with a dour look.
You should try listening to anyone, really.
Yeah, same to you, I told him, irritated. You know we're on your side.
Yeah?
He asked archly.
Well, don't worry. I don't need to focus that much to kick Logan's ass.
Sure, I said, like your bromance with Logan isn't the great romance here. He snorted.
Did you cause this much drama in the Northern Pack?
They play nicely with each other.
Not my experience,
he said. Is that why you hate them all? I asked, my voice coming out small. If he tried to keep me here, there would be bloodshed. I couldn't bear the thought of any of them getting hurt, not even Arthur.
I don't hate them.
Reluctantly, he added.
It's just complicated. I've come to like having you here.
Despite the drama?
I'm trying to be nice,
he said, his voice tart. I know, it's not your strong suit, though. The two of us crested the hill and started down, still moving at a ridiculously fast pace that made my breath come in sharp sputters. We'd left the rest of the pack behind, and so there we had a few minutes' privacy as we started down toward those ugly cells, the weathered whipping post. I know you have to fight, I said softly, because they still had a mission to convince Inzel that Logan was solidly on his side. But don't fight over me. Don't do that to me. He stopped abruptly, spinning on his heel so his back was to the scene below. He looked back up the trail, and I could tell from his face that we were alone as his eyes flashed to my face.
Tell me you'll stay here,
he said.
Promise.
His gray eyes, normally so cold, were bright, flecked with silver. Pain flashed over his face, just for a second, after his words that gave away his heart. Then he was back to his normal cool expression as he regarded me steadily. I can't promise you one way or another, I said softly. I don't intend to leave you, Arthur. But I'm not yours, either. People count on me. From Maddie to the Northern Pack and, yeah, you, even if you won't admit it. I'm going to do what I think is right. He glanced away as if he didn't like that very much, and then his gaze returned to mine as he crossed the distance between us in 2 furious strides. I stared at him steadily as he came toward me. Despite everything, I was sure he wouldn't hurt me.
Spoken like a queen, not a princess,
he murmured, right before he grabbed me and kissed me. There was something so urgent and wild when Arthur kissed me, and I wrapped my hands around his shoulders, kissing him back. His mouth was firm and conquering, but I knew as my lips moved against his that I could hold my own against him. His knee slid between my thighs, even though he almost had to bow to hold me so close to him, answering the sudden throb of ache I felt. But we only had a minute before the rest of the pack began to crest the hill. He kissed me one last time, and then straightened. Cold air seemed to rush between us when I was separated from him. It felt unnatural to leave the warmth of his arms. I wobbled on my feet after that sudden kiss had left my blood rushing from my head, and Arthur steadied me with his hands on my hips. An amused look flashed across his face.
You all right?
Just focus on yourself, I said, patting his cheek with my hand. I'd felt the hard length of him against my thigh, even through both our jeans. You don't seem in any condition for a fight right now. He growled as he caught my hand in his, but he turned my hand to kiss my palm.
Don't bet on it, princess. You make me want to either fight or...
He broke off, glancing up the trail. He turned and strode away down the hill. So romantic, I muttered as he left me behind. I waited for Sebastian and Finn to catch up with me, and when they were both on either side of me, I began walking again.
You have a good talk?
No, I said, although my lips were still tingling from Arthur's kisses. That wasn't exactly a talk. Chapter 49. The last of the darkness was chased from the sky as the horizon brightened blue. My gaze followed the rise of the sun, my chest tightening as we came closer and closer to the fight. Arthur paced across the yard where they would fight, drawing his shirt over his head. The lean muscle of his waist and the broad, powerful lats rippled, covered in scars and tattoos, and for some reason, the strangest desire to trace each dark line or white scar with my lips. I could lose myself in his body. Logan reached the bottom of the hill. Inzel was with him, although neither of them were speaking. Logan stared at Arthur from across the yard, as if he could forget all the rest of us, crowding around the yard to watch. Logan stripped off his shirt too and threw it to the ground, before kicking off his work boots. Barefoot, the two of them crossed to each other. They greeted each other curtly, touching their fists to each other's in a quick bump.
"As man or wolf?"
one of the lieutenants called. Logan looked to Arthur, and Arthur nodded at him.
"It's your challenge. Your call."
There was something in Arthur's matter-of-fact tone as he was reminding his friend of the rules that made my chest ache. I crossed my arms over my chest, trying to surreptitiously hug myself because my heart was racing for the two of them.
"As men,"
Logan said, his voice loud and clear. Just for a second, his eyes flickered to me. I shook my head faintly at him. "Focus, Logan. Both of you focus. On the mission and on not hurting each other." I didn't think I could bear it if this fight went badly and one of them was hurt beyond a shifter's ability to heal. As I felt open stares from the pack, that sent prickles up my spine. I couldn't help the guilty, anguished flush crawling up my cheeks. The pack thought this fight was about me. They were right, but they were wrong about how. I held myself very still, raising my chin, trying to hide all my emotions from the eyes of Arthur's pack. Those feelings had gotten us into this mess in the first place. Arthur and Logan began to circle each other. As they threw out quick, testing punches, it was obvious they knew each other well. They knew how the other fought and what he'd try next. Logan threw himself at Arthur, suddenly, but Arthur spun back out of his reach at the last minute. He tried to land a punch on Logan's side, but Logan was already turning, moving impossibly fast, and slamming into Arthur. Arthur sidestepped most of the blow, but still stumbled back, and the two of them fought to keep their footing in the muddy grass. They returned to circling each other. The pack was eerily silent, but when I looked past the guys to Enzel, he was grinning. I guess he thought he would win either way. The sound of fists slamming into flesh caught my attention, and I looked back from Enzel's stupid face to see that Logan and Arthur had closed up. The two of them clung to each other, trading punches. They were sinking impossible, punishing blows into each other's ribs and abs, both of them grunting as the air left their lungs with the strikes. Sebastian ran his palm across my shoulders, leaning in to whisper, "Breathe, Piper." I looked up at him in surprise, startled to have the spell broken, and realized that I tasted blood. My teeth were sunk deep into my lower lip. So much for my best efforts not to reveal how I felt to the crowd, some of whom were staring at me instead of the fight. I gave Seb the closest approximation to a smile I could, although I could tell from his worried eyes he wasn't impressed, and turned back to the field. Something changed in their grips, and Arthur suddenly exploded back, out of their cinched-up position. There was space between them again. Logan started to drop low, whirling out a leg to catch Arthur's knees. Finn groaned next to me. He caught my gaze and explained in a whisper,
"Arthur broke his knee fighting Roderick. He tries to hide it, but it's in bad shape."
Arthur almost jumped over Logan's leg, but the movement sent him stumbling forward toward Logan. Logan was already rising, trying to catch his shoulder into Arthur's abs. But Arthur caught Logan with an uppercut that made Logan's head snap back. Logan flew up and back with the force of the blow. For a second, his body was suspended in the air, his powerful body bending backward, his arms dangling. Arthur slammed his fist into Logan's abs. Logan slammed backward, hitting the ground head first. The rest of his body followed as his hips flipped over his shoulders. My spine ached at the sight sympathetically.
"Jesus,"
Finn said next to me. His hand found mine, and I knit my fingers tightly around his, holding on to him for dear life. I couldn't have gotten up from that hit, but Logan was already rolling up to his feet. He half fell hard onto one knee and wobbled, shaking his head, as if he had a concussion. Then he exploded up, beginning to shift into a wolf. I glanced at Finn in alarm. Was he breaking pack law?
It's all right,
Finn assured me.
we can't control the shift sometimes anyway when we're in bad shape. It's allowed to change.
But even as Logan was shifting, in that moment of agony and broken bones and bursting muscles, Arthur tackled him to the ground. He locked his powerful bicep around Logan's neck as Logan shifted, strangling him while he was a man and while he was a wolf. Arthur's lips parted in silent agony as claws spouted from his hands, but even though he was shifting too, he kept his death grip on Logan's throat. Logan, as a fierce gray and white wolf, struggled in his arms now, and the size of the wolf kept Arthur pinned to the ground as he fought to keep strangling the wolf. Suddenly, Finn's arm was around my waist, dragging me back. I must have taken an involuntary step forward. The thrashing wolf's snarling jaws caught the side of Arthur's face. There was a faint gasp, breaking the eerie silence of the morning, as blood splattered, soaking Arthur's face. He was blind in at least one eye now, bleeding from a jagged cut above his eye and across his temple. He threw Logan away from him, rolling as if he was going to rise. Arthur stood up on all fours, as a wolf with blood on his face and his lips snarling back dangerously beneath icy silver eyes. There were teeth marks across one side of his face from Logan's jaws, and it looked as if he might be bleeding from the inside of his eye. Had Logan's teeth caught his eye? Finn murmured a curse. He and Sebastian shared a worried look. "What is it?"
I think it was an accident,
Seb said.
Doesn't always matter,
Finn said. He squeezed his arm around my waist.
Wolves kill each other for those kind of wounds. A blinding wound.
"Will Arthur heal?"
In theory,
Finn said. "In theory?" I demanded. But Finn's eyes were focused on the fight, so I followed his gaze back to it. In theory? Was that because most likely only one wolf would walk away from this fight today? What if my two hotheads forgot that they loved each other underneath it all? That this was only supposed to be a trap for those who would hurt us, not the end of their friendship? The two of them tumbled over each other, fighting to pin the other. They were moving so fast that they were nothing but a blur of fur and angry, snapping teeth, and I squeezed my eyes shut. Suddenly, I was so nauseous I could throw up. Finn's sharp intake of breath caused me to open my eyes in a hurry, my heart hammering even harder in my chest. Arthur had Logan pinned, his jaws on Logan's throat. There was blood on Logan's throat, but he didn't stop struggling. He wasn't yielding. Arthur growled at him, and even in wolf form, it sounded like Arthur's familiar exasperation. He just wanted Logan to yield so he didn't have to hurt him anymore. "Come on, Logan," I murmured, tears coming to my eyes. Arthur looked up at me, his teeth still locked onto Logan's bloody throat. Cold, gray eyes, alight with triumph, met mine. And then the silver sparks in his eyes fled. Suddenly, Arthur threw himself back off Logan, already transforming as he staggered back. It was a man who stopped, a few yards back from Logan, eyeing him watchfully. Logan shifted back too, and suddenly he was a man curled onto his side, gasping for breath.
Logan is supposed to yield,
Finn whispered to me.
Otherwise, the Alpha...
He didn't have to finish the sentence, but Arthur crossed the ground between them. I bit down hard on my lip again, feeling it split open between my teeth, as I waited to see what Arthur would do. He was striding forward with such quick, decisive steps that part of me was afraid he'd kick Logan in the head. Maybe instead of ending the fight and keeping Logan alive, he intended to end this as men, as they'd begun, but kill him. Instead, Arthur stopped beside his friend and offered him a hand up. Logan hesitated, staring up at Arthur as if he couldn't quite focus on him. My heart leapt in my chest at the gesture. "Come on, Logan. Don't fuck this up. Not for me." Then he caught his hand in his, and Arthur lifted him to his feet. Arthur wrapped his arm around Logan's shoulders, and Logan hugged him back, clinging to him as if he would fall. When Arthur whispered into Logan's ear, I couldn't hear what he said, but his gaze was on me. Then Arthur, leader of the Atlantic Pack, and generally terrifying man, winked at me, and I could have almost laughed in relief. I still had answers to find, but the war between packs was over. The war between my men was over. Chapter 50.
"Leave us!"
Arthur shouted to his pack, and they turned and trickled back the way they'd come. Finn and Seb stayed with me as Arthur limped toward us. He hadn't moved until his pack was gone, as if he didn't want them to see how hard it was for him to move on his knee now. After casting a last watchful, listening look around, Arthur turned to Logan.
"Hopefully, Inzel just thinks I have a soft spot for you,"
Arthur told Logan gruffly.
"He should see that as a weakness he can exploit." "Don't you?"
Logan asked. He picked up his t-shirt from the ground, wiping some of the blood off his face, and winced.
"Not that it feels like it right now."
"But it's not a weakness," I said. "You guys are stronger together." Arthur groaned.
"Not again with Piper's theories."
I pulled a face. I wasn't sorry. "What did you tell Logan when you decided the fight was over?" Arthur glanced away.
"I told him I would not keep you against your will."
His voice came out flat, irritated by the confession. He must have taken it seriously when we promised we wouldn't lie to each other anymore, and I couldn't hide the smile that rose to my lips. There was a faint ringing sound in the grass, and Arthur scooped up his cell phone from where he'd dropped it out, of the fray. He frowned at the screen.
"It's Callum."
When he answered, he said a curt, cautious,
"Hello?"
It was Kai's voice, ragged and urgent, that came through the phone.
"We're under attack. I've got Maddie. We're trying to make a run for your packlands." "Yes,"
Arthur said without hesitation.
"Come here. What does Callum need?"
There was a ragged silence that made me cover my face with my hands, and Finn caught me around the waist as I turned into the comfort of his chest.
"I don't know,"
Kai said.
"There must have been an army of witches and merces. We all broke up. Callum was trying to lead them off so I could get away with Maddie."
To Maddie in the distance, he said,
"It'll be all right, kiddo. I promise."
"Take care of my sister," I said, my voice coming out thick.
"We'll send a party out to meet you,"
Arthur told Kai.
"We've got you. Don't worry."
There was a crackle of gunfire in the background, and then suddenly the phone was dead. As I cried out, Arthur caught me in his arms, holding me up when my knees might buckle underneath me.
"We'll take care of them,"
he promised me.
"I'll go,"
Logan said.
"You're in no shape,"
Arthur said.
"I'll lead a party back to the mainland. You guys hunker down here. Get ready for a fight." "I know what to do,"
Logan told him. Arthur clapped his shoulder with his hand.
"I know you do."
To Logan, he said,
"Keep her with you. Protect our little queen here." "Always,"
Logan said. Arthur brushed his lips across mine in a quick kiss goodbye, and before I could really respond, he was already whirling, running at a sprint back toward the pack house. If anyone could save Kai and my sister, I believed Arthur could.
"Come on,"
Logan said, catching my hand in his.
"We'll have a fortress for them to come back to."
With Finn and Seb flanking us, we followed Arthur toward home. The war between my two packs that I loved, and between these two men I loved in the Atlantic Pack, was over. The real war was coming. I'd always known the Coven wouldn't let me go. This concludes Pack War by May Dawson. Narrated by Stephanie Rose and Chris Chambers. Copyright 2019 by May Dawson. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with May Dawson, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.